Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments.
In the middle of a rainy night, a young man was crying alone on a rooftop. The rain poured heavily, and the wind howled around him. Why? Why did this happen to me, even when I tried my best? I did my best to be a good son, but my parents didn't notice my efforts. I tried to be a loyal partner, but my girlfriend still cheated on me. I feel like destiny is just playing games with me. I'm not a bad person, yet all I feel is pain and suffering. I try to keep smiling around everyone, but it hurts so much now. Why did this happen to me? He shouted, his whole body soaked by the rain. He was all alone on the rooftop, pouring out the pain and problems he faced every day. His name was Dave Strongheart, an 18-year-old young man with a resilient spirit, which his surname hinted at. He had always tried to hold back his sadness and anxiety, especially the issues he faced with his family. Next, imagine being 18 and trying to survive in a world that feels toxic, trying hard to make his parents proud, even though they barely seem to care about him. He came from a simple family with 4 siblings. Since childhood, his parents favored his brothers and sisters, always looking out for them while he felt invisible. He didn't understand why they treated him this way, but he still respected and loved them, even if they ignored his need for love. Then he met his girlfriend and thought he'd finally found someone he could rely on. They met by chance in a shop when she asked him for help, and soon they became close and fell in love. He was happiest when he was with her, caring for her deeply because she was the only one who seemed to care for him in return. Their relationship only lasted 3 months before he saw her with another guy, a man who had a car and looked wealthy. He couldn't believe his eyes, feeling his heart shatter. Full of anger, he confronted her and fought the rich man. Overcome by his rage and disappointment, he didn't care about the consequences, even though he knew a complaint might be filed against him and his parents would be disappointed. So, he didn't go home. Instead, he found himself on the rooftop of a tall building. Despite his strong spirit, he was still a teenager trying to figure out life, with no one he could trust. Even the strongest have limits, and he was reaching his. He might look like a loser for being cheated by a woman, but the intense emotions he felt made his mind unstable, and he couldn't think clearly. At least I got to punch that bastard in the face. Dave didn't regret hitting the man, and he even wanted to hurt his girlfriend, no, ex-girlfriend, but his respect for women held him back. Before he left, he broke up with her face to face to get some closure. Rain and wind whipped around him as his tears mixed with the raindrops. He felt like nothing good would ever happen in his life, so he thought about ending it all. He thought that maybe if he disappeared, his parents and his ex-girlfriend might be happier without him. He looked up at the sky and made a vow. If I get a second chance, I'll live my life to the fullest, without any regrets. Screw destiny, he laughed bitterly. Then, he jumped from the building, his body falling through the air until he was gone. Hey, Dave, wake up. Dave couldn't understand it, but he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Dave, wake up, or you'll be late for the first day of school. As he heard the voice, his eyes shot open. He saw a tall, handsome middle-aged man staring at him with a hint of annoyance. The man looked so elegant that Dave thought even models would feel inferior next to him. Who is this man? Dave was confused. He remembered jumping off the rooftop, he remembered the darkness that followed. How was he here now? As he stared at the man in confusion, a flood of memories and information filled his mind. Dave was stunned. He realized he had been reincarnated. The original owner of this body was also named Dave, but his last name was Alexander. He was the only son of Lucas Alexander, the Empire's greatest warrior, known as the Executioner. This world wasn't like Earth. It was full of magic and mysteries. His father held a high status, equal to that of the Emperor, who showed him respect. Lucas Alexander was the top expert in the Dragon Empire, the most powerful of the 4 empires in this world, called the Spirit World. This Spirit World had 4 empires, each with its own guardian who maintained peace and order. Lucas Alexander had become the Dragon Empire's guardian at just 30 years old, the youngest in history. The other empires were the Phoenix Empire, Black Turtle Empire, and White Tiger Empire. Despite his power, Lucas Alexander led a humble life, dedicating himself to his family. Since his wife's passing, he'd shown extra care for his only son, and though the young Dave was spoiled, he wasn't arrogant or wasteful. Instead, he was known as the #1 rising champion because of his strength and determination. He could defeat anyone at his level. From a young age, Dave constantly honed his skills, defeating even those older than him. He remained unbeatable among his peers and even wanted to challenge experienced warriors. However, they were too afraid to accept, fearing his father's wrath in this world, Strength was divided into levels: Body Refiner, Master, Grandmaster, King, Emperor, Sage, and Heavenly Sage. Each level had 4 stages: Low, Middle, Top, and Peak. His father had reached the peak of the Heavenly Sage level, making him feared by everyone, so no one dared to harm Dave. Inspired by his father, Dave had trained hard, reaching top-tier Grandmaster by the age of 15. Only a few had reached such a level at such age, and Dave could go even higher if he wanted. But his father stopped him, advising him to strengthen his foundation before advancing further. He had another title, too, the Handsome Playboy. With his strength and influence, many called him a playboy because he often dated a new girl every few days or weeks. But he never forced anyone, they came to him willingly. Dave quickly gathered his thoughts when he saw his father and replied, "Oh, right. I'll get up, Dad." His father, used to this exchange, said, "I've already transferred 1,000,000 gold coins to your bank account for your weekly expenses. Feel free to use it as you wish." Lucas opened the door to leave but added, "If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." Even though everyone feared his father, he was a good and caring dad to Dave. Dave felt warm from his father's caring attitude. In his previous life, he had often been overlooked by his parents, who clearly favored his siblings. Dave's family was very wealthy, as shown by his massive weekly allowance of 1,000,000 gold coins. This amount could support 1,000 families for 3 years. With such wealth, Dave could live comfortably without needing to work until old age, thanks to his father's generosity. Despite his father's indulgence, Dave had a disciplined upbringing, which taught him not to mistreat others and to respect those who deserved it. His father's strictness shaped Dave's character, nurturing a sense of responsibility and a strong moral compass. After his father left the room, Dave reflected on the heavy responsibility and privileged life he now had. It was a stark contrast to his previous life, where he had been poor and often looked down upon. In that life, his parents had shown no care for him, leaving him to fend for himself in a cruel world. Dave's room was grand and luxurious, reflecting his family's high status. Located in a beautiful palace, it featured rich crimson and gold colors, plush carpets, and walls decorated with historical tapestries. Ornate wooden furniture, including a canopy bed and a carved writing desk, added to the opulence. A grand fireplace, adorned with dragon and phoenix designs, provided warmth and elegance. Dave stretched and got up, glancing at the mirror. There, he saw a face full of charm, capable of making anyone feel inferior. His fair skin glowed with refinement. With fiery red hair cascading to his shoulders and standing at 6 feet tall, Dave had a sculpted physique with defined abs. His captivating sapphire blue eyes held a magnetic allure for anyone who met his gaze. At that moment, he understood why he was called the most handsome guy in the empire. Dave looked down inside in relief as he checked his lower half. Luckily, he thought, it's still as huge as ever. Dave went to the bathroom for a refreshing bath. The hot water soothed him as he prepared for the day. After his bath, Dave put on his school clothes with elegance. His attire showed off his privileged status in the Dragon Empire. He wore a crisp white shirt, perfectly fitted to highlight his broad shoulders and slim waist. His trousers were pressed to perfection, hugging his toned legs. Stepping out of his room, Dave walked to his father's chamber to say goodbye. Even though his father is very busy, he still makes time to take care of Dave and reminds him to behave and not cause trouble. The palace corridors seemed to acknowledge his presence, lined with beautiful tapestries and filled with warm golden light. The carriage moved smoothly, pulled by a pair of majestic horses. The mansion's diligent butler expertly guided the horses, ensuring Dave's journey was both comfortable and efficient. Settled in the opulent carriage prepared for him by his father, Dave's thoughts wandered to the idea of having a system like the protagonists in the novels he read. I must have some kind of advantage or cheat since I've been reincarnated, right? He pondered. Almost as if in response, a metallic voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome, host, to the Primordial Sin System." Primordial Sin System? Dave said aloud, his initial excitement fading into unease. He remembered reading that systems often led to rapid growth, taking protagonists to the top of life. But the name felt ominous, like it belonged to a villain rather than a hero. "Do you want to start the system?" the voice asked. Dave paused for a moment but ultimately decided to agree, realizing it was still his golden finger. "Yes," he replied, sensing something was off. "The system is starting, please wait." Ding. "The system is complete, and you can now access its features and check your status." Ding. "The shop has opened. You can check your status in your mind, following the instructions," he said. Status. Suddenly, a holographic panel appeared before him. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, human. Power level, top tier. Grandmaster techniques, sword dragon technique. Next note, Your power is converted into numbers, LV, 1 horsepower, 800 MP, 2000 STR, 50, physical damage, AG, 70, speed, IND, 100, mind and mana, shop, items, healing potion, low, 50 sin points, heals 200 horsepower, mana potion, low, 30 sin points, recovers 200 MP, body strengthening potion, 100 sin points, increases body strength. Note, other items are locked due to insufficient level. Equipments, Black Sword, 100 sin points, deals 100 damage per attack, Black Robe 150 sin points, hides the user's aura and adds 200 horsepower, Boots 50 sin points, adds 30 AG. Note, other items are locked due to insufficient level. Primordial sins, locked, Sin of Lust dash, Sin of Wrath dash, Sin of Gluttony dash, Sin of Sloth, Sin of Pride dash, Sin of Envy dash, Sin of Greed dash. Note, you can earn sin points when others feel strong emotions towards you. Current sin points, 0. The Sword Dragon technique, given to him by his father, was an Emperor-level technique. So, my stats are in numbers for easy comparison, Dave noted. What are the stats of an ordinary body refiner? He asked. Ding. Processing, body refiner stats HP, 10 MP, 20 STR, 3 AG, 5 INT, 4. Wow, the difference is huge, Dave said, surprised by the vast gap in stats. He realized he could easily overpower ordinary body refiners. Can you convert my father's stats? He asked, curious about his father's strength. Your system level is insufficient, the system replied, leaving Dave disappointed and unaware of his father's abilities. While his father's stats remained a mystery, it was clear that he was incredibly powerful. Looks like I can be like those protagonists who fight anyone above their level, Dave thought excitedly. When the system offered him the beginner's pack, he accepted eagerly, curious about what it would bring. The results were intriguing. Ding. You've unlocked a new skill, Magical Eyes. It can see through other stats and illusions. Ding. You've unlocked a new skill, Conceal. It can make you invisible, costing 5 mana per minute. Ding. The system also provides you with your own storage space. Dave was then presented with an intriguing opportunity as the Primordial Sin system roulette opened. Click yes to get your first Primordial Sin. Without hesitation, Dave replied with an eager yes. Ding. You've unlocked your first Primordial Sin, Sin of Lust. You've gained a new skill, Charm. It can attract and charm anyone with weak willpower towards you, -5 mana per minute. You've gained a new skill, Hands of Pleasure. Activating this makes them feel lustful, -10 mana per minute. Next, you've gained a new skill, Dual Cultivation. You can absorb the power of a woman you've cultivated with and make her stronger. Amused, Dave commented, oh, Sin of Lust? Really? I feel like I'm the antagonist here, acknowledging the unusual nature of his new skills. Why the Sin of Lust? Is it because of my nature as a playboy? Really? His updated status reflected these changes. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, Human. Power level, Top Tier Grandmaster. Techniques, Sword Dragon Technique. Magic Skills, LV.1, Magical Eyes, 01, Conceal, 01, Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.1, 05. Upgrading this will also level up any skills in its category. Charm. Hands of Pleasure. Dual Cultivation Skill Points, 0. Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points at a 100-to-1 ratio. Note, your power is converted into numbers, LV, 1 horsepower, 800 MP, 2000 SIXP, 0500, you need 500 sin points to level up, STR, 50, physical damage, AG, 70, speed, IND, 100, mind and mana, equals. At that moment, Dave saw the carriage stop outside the prestigious academy. As the carriage neared the Dragon Academy, Dave couldn't help but contemplate his situation. Looks like I need to become a villain to get stronger. Considering the Sin of Lust, I feel like my nickname as a playboy would shine. Dave laughed, and his evil smile caught the attention of the butler, who was managing the carriage and guarding his safety. The butler seemed weak, but in truth, he was strong enough to be trusted by Lucas to protect Dave from harm. Young master must have some evil plans, he concluded, but he didn't dare to probe, given that his role was to protect him and send him to school safely. After that, he would return to the mansion because once Dave was inside the academy, he could not enter anymore. Dragon Academy. The Dragon Academy, renowned for its illustrious history and powerful instructors, was the top educational institution in the Dragon Empire. Many of its teachers boasted statuses of king level and beyond, making it the ideal place for Dave to continue his journey of self-discovery. The Academy's prestigious name was derived from the first emperor of the Dragon Empire, who founded it. Its reputation extended far beyond the boundaries of the Dragon Empire. People from other continents were eager to gain entry, recognizing the immense opportunities it represented for personal growth and mastery of powerful techniques. This attraction turned the Academy into a diverse and dynamic hub of knowledge and martial prowess. However, not just anyone could gain admission. The institution was highly selective, graced by royalty, nobility, and exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet, there were exceptions. Some remarkably talented but poor individuals managed to secure a place within the Academy's esteemed walls, offering hope to those otherwise excluded by their social status. This diversity contributed to the rich tapestry of talents and backgrounds on campus. Dave's first year at the Dragon Academy marked a new chapter in his life. His father had dedicated significant time to his training, and under the guidance of someone as powerful as him, Dave's combat skills were extraordinary for his age. He had surpassed many seasoned veterans and seldom found peers who could match his prowess. Recognizing his rapid growth, his father decided to enroll him in the academy, even though Dave had already attained the strength to challenge the city's martial masters. His father's intention was clear: he wanted Dave to socialize, broaden his horizons, and focus on his personal development rather than constantly seeking romantic pursuits. Enrolling in the Dragon Academy not only provided Dave with the chance to socialize but also allowed him to meet other prodigious talents. These individuals posed unique challenges, giving Dave opportunities to hone his skills and broaden his knowledge. It was a chance to test himself against equally exceptional peers, fostering an environment of growth and competition he had yet to experience. Bored with his daily routine, Dave accepted the opportunity the academy offered. As his carriage came to a halt at the entrance, a guard respectfully bowed and warmly welcomed him. "Welcome to the academy, young Lord Dave," the guard greeted, acknowledging his noble status. The guards stationed at the academy took great pride in their roles, holding themselves with authority. They were known to be indifferent to other nobles entering the academy, as those nobles were under the academy's protection and didn't warrant special attention. However, upon spotting the carriage bearing the emblem of the Alexander clan, their attitude shifted. They chose to pay utmost respect, recognizing Dave's paramount importance, which even surpassed that of many princes and princesses. If it was a child from noble or even royalty, they would still respect them, but not to the same degree they showed Dave. The Alexander clan held a unique and revered place within the empire's hierarchy. The butler offered a warm smile to Dave and informed him, "We have arrived, young master. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you inside, as it is not permitted." "It's okay." Dave waved his hand, assuring the butler that he could manage on his own from this point. The butler nodded and departed with the carriage. Standing alone at the academy entrance, Dave took a moment to gaze upon its magnificence. The towering buildings exuded vitality and a powerful aura that drew anyone who beheld them. It was a place of great allure and grandeur. With a smile, Dave turned to the guard who had greeted him and retrieved a pouch of gold. "Here, buy something good," he instructed, encouraging the guard to enjoy the unexpected gift. He casually tossed it to the guard as a token of appreciation for the warm welcome. The guard accepted the pouch with delight, excitement evident on his face. He knew that refusing the gift would be a sign of disrespect and couldn't be happier with his decision to greet Dave respectfully, as it had resulted in this unexpected reward. The guard expressed gratitude for the generous gift of gold coins, his admiration clear. As expected of the guardian son, "He is generous," he commented. The other guards couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy as they glanced at Dave, recognizing they had missed an opportunity that might not come again. Witnessing the rewards of showing respect to Dave, they silently agreed to greet him respectfully from that day forward. As Dave walked through the bustling academy grounds, he suddenly received a series of notifications from the Primordial Sin system. "Ding! You've gained Sin points, Envy +5, Envy +5, Envy +5." In just that brief interaction with the guards, Dave had acquired his first Sin points, accumulating a total of 25. That's easy. Tempted to show off and gain more skill points, he exercised restraint, choosing to remain low-key for now and understanding the importance of balance in not drawing unnecessary attention to himself within the academy. Navigating through the lively academy grounds, he observed the vibrant interactions among students. Conversations, laughter, and even heated disputes filled the air. Despite his attempts to remain inconspicuous, his innate charm had other plans. Many female students looked at him with admiration, while some male students couldn't hide their envy as they watched from afar. Dave's presence had unintentionally caused quite a stir among the student body. His charm was undeniably potent, effortlessly captivating those around him. Amidst the buzz, whispers and exclamations filled the air. "Who is he? He is very handsome. Yeah, I want to be his girlfriend. He is the perfect boyfriend for me. I've found my destiny," Oh my gosh! Dave's presence ignited a flurry of admiration and intrigue among female students, many expressing their fascination openly. Yet, none dared to approach him. His royal aura signaled that he was no ordinary individual, acting as a natural barrier keeping captivated admirers at a respectful distance. Meanwhile, the male students seethed with resentment as they watched their crushes drawn to Dave. His stunning features amplified their feelings of inferiority, leading them to cast blame on their genetics and upbringing. Why does his face seem familiar? That's right. You don't know him? He is young Master Dave from the Alexander clan. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman who appeared to be a campus crush, yet she looked like a maiden in love with Dave. When the students heard the voices, everyone was shocked, and the girls' eyes lit up with intensity, while the boys started to feel fearful of offending him. Just one word from him was enough to make their clan disappear if they displeased Dave. Suddenly, Dave was taken aback by more notifications from the Primordial Sin system. Ding! You've gained Sin points, Envy plus 30, Lust plus 10, Wrath plus 10. It appeared that his presence had triggered a complex array of emotions among the students, resulting in a substantial increase in Sin points. Despite the envy, lust, and even wrath directed at him, Dave remained unfazed, accepting it as part of the territory when one possessed extraordinary charm. Dave understood that the increased attention and emotions were natural consequences of activating the Primordial Sin system. The system had explained that his charm had risen to new heights, accounting for the heightened reactions from those around him. Intriguingly, he hadn't even taken any deliberate actions yet was already attracting attention and emotions from others due to the system's effects. With 75 Sin points and counting, Dave felt a growing sense of satisfaction. He quickly discovered that accumulating them was more manageable than he had initially thought. Looks like it's easy to gain points, he mused confidently. Shortly afterward, an elderly man with a long beard appeared on stage. Due to his appearance, the attention shifted away from Dave. His gaze swept over the new batch of students, pride evident as he recognized them as the future pillars of the Dragon Empire. Hello, young ones. I am the principal of the Dragon Academy. You can call me Professor Julius, he introduced himself, radiating warmth and authority. Welcome to the Academy. I am grateful to see so many young seedlings entering this esteemed institution, he continued, addressing the new students with pride. All of you are the future pillars of the Academy, so do not let me down, Professor Julius added, setting clear expectations for the students' potential and growth. As he spoke, he exuded an aura of a low-tier heavenly sage, leaving many students in awe of his formidable presence. In contrast, Dave remained composed, unfazed by the display of authority. He knew Professor Julius's strength, though impressive, was still considerably weaker than his father, Lucas Alexander. Dave had never witnessed his father display his full aura or become truly serious, yet he held a deep understanding of Lucas's incredible power. That knowledge left a profound impact on him. Professor Julius proceeded to outline the school rules for the new students, emphasizing that even those with status within the Empire were expected to adhere to them. The number one rule is no killings. You can engage in fights, but taking the life of another student within the school will result in expulsion or execution, he stated firmly. He went on to detail various other rules, stressing the importance of punctuality and obedience, speaking for 25 minutes to ensure the students were well informed about the Academy's expectations. As Professor Julius concluded the presentation of school rules, a noticeable divide in student reactions became apparent. Some grew bored, while others eagerly absorbed the information, recognizing its importance. Now you can go to your respective classrooms. I hope you enjoy your time here at the Academy, he said before departing. Before leaving, he cast a nod in Dave's direction, acknowledging him with a subtle gesture. Then, with a sudden and remarkable display of speed, Professor Julius vanished from the crowd. He looked at me? Amazed by the principal's departure, Dave commented to himself, as expected from a heavenly sage, I can even see his movements. Filled with determination, he mumbled, I'll reach that level of power one day. Dave made his way to the classroom he had been assigned, guided by school personnel who informed him that his room was a special class. The sections were divided into C, B, A, and special classes. The special class was reserved for royal family members and some nobles, housing the most talented students in the academy. Upon opening the door to the classroom, all the students' attention immediately shifted to him. The girls' eyes lit up with excitement, while the boys couldn't help but feel inferior. Ding! You've gained Sin points, Envy plus 20, Lust plus 5, Wrath plus 5, SP 105. Dave had expected this and was pleased to accumulate Sin points. He scanned the room for a seat, noticing some girls trying to entice him with vacant seats. However, he ignored their advances and opted for a seat in the back row where no one was seated. Dave's arrival generated excitement among the girls in the classroom, while some students who had already seen him at the opening ceremony were less surprised. Suddenly, a new student entered the room, causing a ripple of reactions among the students. Her name was Rose Oregon, the third princess of the Dragon Empire, known as the tyrannical princess for her tendency to bully and challenge boys. Rose was a striking beauty with long silver hair, standing at a height of 170 centimeters, and was considered one of the campus's student flowers. Rose had developed a reputation for beating up boys who stared at her with admiration and lust, detesting the attention she received. As she entered the classroom, she noticed her seat was occupied by a red-haired boy who appeared to be dozing off at the table. Rose had just gone to the restroom, but when she returned, she discovered that someone else had taken her seat. Rose didn't attend the ceremony, so she didn't know the commotion Dave had done. Naturally, it was Dave who had taken her seat, seemingly bored with the proceedings. Rose approached Dave, her initial shock at his handsome face gradually giving way to a sense of familiarity. "His face looks familiar." With a composed tone, she informed him, "That's my seat." Dave glanced at her briefly before choosing to ignore her. When Rose confronted him again, he simply looked at her and turned away. Bastard. Observing his carefree attitude and his decision to ignore her, Rose's frustration grew. Rose's irritation mounted, prompting her to try and kick him. Her movements appeared swift to the onlookers, but from Dave's perspective, they seemed to unfold in slow motion. Dave swiftly rose from his seat and skillfully caught her leg as she attempted to kick him. He held her waist and leaned in close, remarking, "Hey, beauty, why is your temper as short as you?" Rose was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and their posture became quite ambiguous. She found herself pressing against Dave's chest, unable to move a muscle. A blush crept onto Rose's face as she felt Dave's warmth. The entire class was shocked by Dave's audacious response. The girls observed in admiration, with one remarking, "He's so manly," while the boys looked on with newfound respect, thinking, "I must follow him, we can learn some moves." Ding! You've gained sin points, pride plus 30, lust plus 10, wrath plus 5 SP, 150. Dave paid little attention to the notifications as he focused on the woman in his arms and examined her status. Name, Rose Oregon. Age, 16. Race, human. Power level, low tier. Grandmaster techniques, Ice Flower Sword Technique. HP, 200 MP, 350 STR, 20 AGI, 30 int, 45. Description, angry and shy. Dave was surprised to discover that Rose possessed considerable strength, and her Oregon surname hinted at her royal status. Nevertheless, he was unfazed by her fiery temper, having dealt with strong-willed women in the past. Dave met her gaze confidently. "What? Never seen a handsome guy before?" he quipped. Rose, who had been staring at Dave, blushed and reacted by shoving him away in irritation. She was perplexed by the fact that she couldn't tear her eyes away from his striking face. "Arg, I'm so angry. You damn pervert, I'm gonna beat you up," Rose roared in frustration. She couldn't understand why her reactions had slowed. It was as if she were mesmerized by Dave's handsome face. Rose threw a punch at Dave, but he effortlessly dodged it. Boom! A loud explosion rang through the classroom, startling the other students. Rose's power was undoubtedly above her peers, but unfortunately, it fell short in comparison to Dave's. Dave remained unfazed, looking at the incident with a calm expression. Rose, upon witnessing Dave's calm reaction, decided to reach for her sword in her storage ring. However, she was interrupted by a cough from behind. Startled, she turned to find their teacher, a woman named Lena Sylvia, who was known as the Ice Beauty on campus due to her beautiful face and cold demeanor. Lena was an orphan and was adopted by one of the academy's elders due to her exceptional talent. Rose immediately composed herself and apologized to the teacher for causing a disturbance. "Sorry." She then looked at Dave as if to say, "I'll deal with you later." Lena's beauty could be compared to Rose's, and her height was 175 centimeters. She suddenly said, "It is forbidden to fight inside the room, so settle your grudges outside." She looked at Dave with interest. The truth is, she had been in the room observing her students. She was curious about this red-haired student she couldn't see through. He always wore a bored expression as if he didn't care about his surroundings. She failed to gauge his strength since Dave only dodged and deflected Rose's attacks, but she was sure he was a genius. She calmed herself and walked to the front, saying, "I'm your homeroom teacher, Lena Sylvia." Then, she looked at the students and said, "It's now your turn to introduce yourselves." Dave, on the other hand, was ignoring the angry gaze of Rose beside him. The only vacant seat remaining was beside him, so she had no choice but to sit there. He silently observed Lena and checked her stats. Name, Lena Sylvia. Age, 25. Race, human. Power level, low tier. Emperor techniques, Ice Demon Fox Sword Technique. HP, 1500 1500 MP, 3500 3500 STR, 90 AGI, 120 int, 125 description, curious. Dave was stunned to realize that the woman in front of him was an emperor-level teacher. With such power, she had the right to establish her own schools, sects, or academies where she could train and impart her skills to the next generation of martial artists, mages, or other practitioners. She was young and already at the emperor level. Hello, I am Lloyd from the Baron family. I am Jerome from the Arma family. One by one, the students introduced themselves until it was time for Rose's turn. Rose stood up, her face still showing her anger as she looked at Dave beside her. She then addressed the students. I don't need to introduce myself as you already know me, but I will just do it. My name is Rose Oregon, the third princess of the Dragon Empire, and I am at a low-tier Grandmaster level. You can just call me Rose when we're at school. Everyone looked at her with admiration, while some were filled with fear. She felt a surge of pride and then looked at Dave smugly. Dave was amused by her smug demeanor but simply smiled and ignored it. Next, it's your turn, Rose said. Dave stood up and looked at the students before he spoke. My name is Dave Alexander. I'm 15 years old. After he said that, he sat back down and closed his eyes. Being the son of the Guardian, his status was even higher than that of the princess, which became clear to everyone present. Now everyone knew why he wasn't scared of the princess, his status was even higher than hers. Lena was also surprised by his introduction and finally understood why he always retained his calm demeanor. Rose, on the other hand, felt fear. If her father knew she had attacked the son of the Guardian, she would surely be punished. He is that Dave Alexander? Rose wanted to apologize to him, but her pride overwhelmed her. She looked again at Dave, who was beside her, still closing his eyes as if he didn't care about any of them. Ding. You've gained sin points, pride plus 5, lust plus 30, wrath plus 5 SP, 190. He was taken aback by their reactions. Many families had tried to arrange marriages for him through his father before, but he always turned them down because he valued his freedom. Even families with high positions and status in the empire tried to match their daughters with him, yet his father rejected every proposal. His father respected his choices and stood by him. He would often say he wouldn't let Dave be bound by arranged marriages, promising to support him in deciding who to marry. Even though rumors called him a womanizer, it didn't stop people from trying to marry their daughters to him. Despite his reputation, he treated his partners with respect. He had many ex-girlfriends, and they were all stunning. After each breakup, he often gifted them mansions or valuable treasures as parting gifts. Sure, he could be seen as a scoundrel, but one with elegance and generosity. He didn't want to be tied down and enjoyed living freely as a teenager. Even though it was legal to marry young in this world, he wanted to enjoy his youth and freedom. Dave's sin points had reached 190, and they were still climbing. He decided not to buy items or weapons immediately since the system only offered low-level items for now, and he wanted to level up to access stronger equipment. After the introductions, many girls tried to chat with him, but none could get a chance due to the fierce-looking girl nearby. She had a gloomy expression, and it was clear she was itching for a confrontation. Since birth, people had treated her with respect, and no one dared to bully her. But now, here was this young man pushing her buttons, and she was set on teaching him a lesson. Though, deep down, she knew he was stronger than her. In their brief exchange, he'd overpowered and toyed with her easily. Dave was also known never to have been defeated since starting his martial path. Even though Rose wasn't fond of him, she'd heard a lot of rumors about Dave. Ding. You've gained sin points, wrath plus 50 SP, 240. Dave noticed the tigress beside him and gave her a smirk. You want to teach me a lesson, but I'm stronger than you. You can't use your status to hold me back, so just give up. Maybe we're meant to be together. Rose was shocked by his boldness and responded angrily, who wants to be with you? You're known as a womanizer, humph. Dave's reputation was well known in the Empire, and he didn't deny it. Yeah, I'm a womanizer. So why don't you become my woman? I don't have any girlfriends right now. What do you say? He teased her, knowing she'd keep giving him endless sin points. Rose's face reddened in a mix of shame and anger. You pervert. This isn't over, she said, trying to calm herself. As the princess known for her temper, she found it hard to control her anger and wanted to hit him badly. She closed her eyes, trying to push Dave out of her thoughts. Ding. You've gained sin points, wrath plus 100, Rose, SP, 340. Now, Dave could see who gave him the most sin points at once. He realized Rose might be a treasure chest of sin points, considering how easily he could provoke her. Rose felt a confusing mix of emotions. Though his teasing and presence irritated her, she also felt a strange attraction to him, which left her puzzled. Her usual fierce demeanor softened, leaving her feeling both frustrated and curious. Though she admitted he was attractive, she was determined to stay strong and not let him get to her. Looking for an outlet for her anger, she confronted a boy she noticed watching her. "What are you looking at? Do you want a beating?" She had been staring at the ceiling for a while, thinking, and hadn't noticed what was happening around her. "No, no." The student stammered, pointing at Dave beside her. Rose quickly turned and found Dave staring right at her face. Their faces were only a centimeter apart, their lips almost touching. Rose's cheeks turned pink as she quickly looked away. "Why are you staring at me?" Dave chuckled at her reaction. "I just realized you look cute when you blush. Are you sure you don't want to be my girlfriend? I'm handsome, rich, powerful, and I have high status and a pretty big D." "Stop, you pervert," Rose snapped, shocked that he'd be bold enough to say something like that. "Dignity," Dave continued with a grin. "What were you thinking?" "Humph. Maybe if you reach king level this month, I'll consider it," Rose smirked, feeling confident he wouldn't make it that far in such a short time. She didn't know why she'd said that but wanted to see him lose face. Dave always seemed to irritate her, and she was determined to see him embarrassed. Dave smiled and took her hands, saying, "Really? Can you promise that? What if you're just kidding?" Rose tried to pull her hands away, but for some reason, she didn't resist and let him hold them. "We can sign a contract," she said, preparing a soul-binding agreement. It stated that if someone broke it, they'd suffer severe consequences like death or injuries. Dave was surprised she went through with it. He read it and signed it. The contract said that if he didn't reach king level within a month, he'd be her servant for a year, but he was confident in himself. This will be easy, he thought. Rose signed it as well, making their contract official. In her heart, she imagined him becoming her servant for a year, ready to make him do all sorts of things. Dave guessed her thoughts and said, "Well, get ready to be my girlfriend, my beloved Rose." He winked at her and closed his eyes. Lena, the teacher at the front, noticed their interaction and, with her skills, overheard their conversation. Even she didn't believe he'd reach king level in a month, so she continued her lesson, ignoring them both. Teacher Lena taught them some basic principles of cultivation on the first day since it was primarily an orientation session. After the classes, he gained even more sin points from other students, especially the girls. They tried to start conversations with him, but because of Rose, who was in a bad mood, they couldn't get close to him. His sin points now stood at 605, which was considered a significant amount for him. He decided to level up his power first. Ding. "Do you want to use 500 sin points to level up?" Without hesitation, he selected yes. Ding. "You've leveled up to level 2, your power level is now peak tier Grandmaster, your stats have risen. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, human. Power level, peak tier Grandmaster. Techniques, Sword Dragon Technique, 02. Magic skills, LV.1. Magical Eyes, 01. Conceal, 01. Primordial Sin skills, Sin of Lust, LV.1. 05. If you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Charm Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation Sin points, 105. Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100 to 1. Note, your power is converted into numbers. LV, 2 horsepower, 1000 1000ths MP, 2300 2300 exp, 1000 STR, 60 AG, 80 int, 110. Next, his strength had significantly increased. In just one day, he had leveled up, and if anyone knew, they would surely be envious. He sat quietly, collecting sin points. Leveling up felt easy to him, and he believed he could reach the Emperor level in cultivation within a week. He still had 105 SP but chose not to use it. Many notifications flashed in his mind as he continued to gain sin points, even without doing anything. Perhaps people were just thinking or talking about him. Ding. "You've gained sin points, envy +1, envy +1, anger +1." He instructed the system to ignore notifications that were only +10 or below, wanting to save them for later. He realized he still needed to collect 70 sin points in his system. He claimed it, and now his SP was 175. Instead of heading to his dorm immediately, he decided to take a stroll in the city outside the academy's gate. The city was the capital of the empire, bustling with life. Many people entered this city for trade, business, or sightseeing. It was heavily guarded by strong individuals. Normally, students had to share a dorm room with 4 others, but due to his status, he was given a room of his own. His room was even larger and more luxurious than a mansion, spacious enough to fit 30 people inside. It was a testament to how well they treated him. With plenty of money to spend, he wanted to enjoy the day. It felt wasteful not to spend the money his father had given him. As he walked through the streets, he observed people talking and laughing. Some were engaged in trading goods, and he even witnessed someone fleeing after robbing a store. Dave wasn't a saint and chose to let things unfold. Eventually, he stopped when he came across a restaurant. Feeling hungry, Dave decided to dine at a luxurious establishment. Upon entering, he noticed it was quite popular, filled with patrons enjoying their meals. Dave's handsome face attracted a lot of attention, but nobody dared to approach him. His academy uniform and the air of nobility around him kept people at a distance. Dave found a seat, and a waiter promptly approached him, asking, "What's your order, sir?" He politely placed his order, choosing some of the more expensive dishes, then patiently waited for his food to arrive. As he waited, a group of people entered the restaurant arrogantly. 10 burly men surrounded a beautiful woman dressed in majestic attire, signaling her high status in the kingdom. The woman, with long violet hair and green eyes, wore an elegant green dress adorned with luxurious gems. She exuded an aura of nobility. Her beauty was second only to Rose, and she regarded those around her with disdain. The woman's butler stepped forward, addressing the other customers arrogantly, "You peasants, vacate this restaurant immediately, as my young miss intends to dine here." The restaurant owner stepped forward and responded politely, "Young miss, please don't create trouble here. They are also our customers." Dave was surprised by the owner's firm response. In the novels he'd read, when an arrogant young miss or master appeared, people often tried to curry favor with them and act like bootlickers. Looks like he didn't follow the script, Dave thought, admiring the owner's bravery. Suddenly, the butler slapped the owner in the face, sending him crashing into the wall with a resounding boom. The butler glared at the restaurant owner, saying, "You dare to offend my young miss, you will pay for your impudence." Then, the bodyguards moved to attack the owner. The young woman, referred to as the young miss, didn't say anything and simply observed the scene as if she were watching a dog show. The bodyguards were at the master level of power, while the owner was outmatched, being only at the body refining level. "Hey, why bully those people who are just doing their job?" Just as the bodyguards were about to strike the owner, their bodies suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Dave decided to intervene and demonstrate his power. He couldn't stand by and watch as the owner was about to be beaten. With a mere thought, he used his newfound cultivation skills and restrained the bodyguards, freezing them in place. They couldn't move an inch. "I am hungry, and you dare to stop him from getting my order, huh?" Dave turned his gaze toward the butler, who was flabbergasted at this sudden turn of events. Everyone in the restaurant felt the oppressive aura, and their expressions changed, including the young miss. Dave checked the status of the young miss from a Duke family. Her name was Susan Kern, the daughter of Duke Kern, who governed many places and cities. Watching this scene unfold, Dave sighed, feeling he had encountered 2 arrogant women today with special status. "Looks like my luck is good today since I don't have a girlfriend right now." Dave smirked, feeling like he had a new target. Dave released his aura as he stood up, his presence both domineering and cold, commanding reverence from those around him. He ignored Susan's butler and guards, they were mere ants in his eyes, easily crushable at any moment. "Stop it! How dare you? She is from the Duke's family," one of the guards shouted. Undeterred, Dave walked towards Susan. When her butler attempted to block him, Dave swiftly slapped him aside as he had the restaurant owner. Boom. "So what?" Dave replied with a smile, unfazed by her noble status. Having already toyed with a princess, he felt no fear of a mere miss from the Duke's family. Everyone was shocked by his power at such a young age. With his handsome features, he seemed the same age as Susan. No one witnessed his movement, but Susan felt an undeniable danger as their eyes locked. He had a devilish charm that made her heart race. Susan was taken aback, realizing she had provoked a genius in the restaurant. Yet, her special identity gave her courage, and she tried to maintain her composure. Next, Dave approached Susan, and the tension in the room was palpable. Everyone was frozen in place, sweating profusely. Only Susan remained calm. Dave gently held her chin and leaned closer, his face inches from hers. Her soft skin and alluring red lips drew him in. "You know, I was waiting for my order, but you've disturbed my mood and made me lose my appetite," he said, his voice low and teasing. "How can you compensate me?" Susan was momentarily stunned by his boldness, but she quickly regained her composure. "What do you want?" she asked, maintaining her poise. Dave leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her ear. "Your body," he whispered. Her cheeks flushed, but Susan met his gaze with a mix of challenge and intrigue. "Is that really what you want?" she asked, trying to hide her growing excitement. "Yes, you need to make my appetite come back," he replied, winking playfully. His fingers lightly traced her lips, drawing her in. Susan smiled coyly. Then lead the way. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe her unexpected agreement. Her bodyguards were particularly shocked, knowing their young miss usually looked down on men. Turning to her guards, Susan ordered, "Don't worry about me, go home without me." "But, young miss," her butler protested, "the Duke will be angry if you don't return with us. He might punish us severely." Susan shot him an angry glare. "You dare to question my decision? Go back and tell him I'll come home later, or I'll be the one to punish all of you." With a menacing look in her eyes, she left her butler and bodyguards no choice but to comply. Dave and Susan exited the restaurant, heading toward his dormitory. Susan asked casually, "So where will we do it?" Dave chuckled, finding amusement in her confidence. "Can you handle me?" he teased. Susan pouted her cheeks in a challenging manner. I bet you can't last 10 minutes." With a confident grin, Dave decided to show her what he was capable of. He wrapped an arm around her waist, and in an instant, they disappeared. 5 minutes later, they reappeared in Dave's dormitory. Dave had utilized concealment techniques to remain unnoticed, leaving Susan in awe of his abilities. Bringing a woman into a man's dormitory was strictly forbidden, so he relied on his concealment skills. "I'll just take a shower," Dave said casually. Susan, still surprised by his talent, nodded and sat on the bed, waiting for him. As Dave showered, Susan moved quickly. She retrieved a vial of wine from her spatial ring, lacing it with an aphrodisiac. Her plan was not to engage with Dave, but to embarrass him by leaving him in an aroused state. Unbeknownst to her, Dave's extraordinary senses picked up on her actions. He realized her intentions but chose to keep quiet about it. After a few minutes, Dave emerged from the shower, his upper body exposed and a towel wrapped around his waist. He approached Susan, who was seated on the bed. Susan smiled, suggesting, "Why don't we have some wine first?" Her gaze lingered on his muscular physique. Noticing the 2 wine glasses on the table, Dave recognized her intentions and decided to play along. Pointing to a beautiful painting on the wall, he asked, "Do you find that painting appealing?" Susan recognized the artwork, knowing it was worth 500,000 gold coins. Unbeknownst to her, Dave had already swapped their wine glasses. She complimented the painting's beauty and nodded at Dave. He smirked and raised his glass for a toast. "Cheers," Dave said before quickly drinking his wine. After finishing his drink, he stood up and embraced Susan, giving her an unexpected kiss. Caught off guard, Susan didn't resist, as she was waiting for the drug's effects to take over. Dave's hands began to explore her body, and he squeezed her breast, causing her to blush. As the heat rose within her, Susan's thoughts turned lewd. It didn't take long for her to realize something was wrong, and as her imagination spiraled, she noticed Dave grinning at her. It became clear that she had been outsmarted. "Wait, what did you do to me?" she demanded, pushing him away, her face flushed. Dave chuckled, admitting, "I just swapped our wine glasses. So, now you know what happened." Furious and feeling betrayed, Susan attempted to punch him, but Dave effortlessly caught her hands and pulled her close. "You can't escape from me," he said, and he used his hands of pleasure skill to caress her breast. "Ah," Susan moaned in pleasure, shocked at her own reaction. Dave smiled, reveling in her response, and gently pushed her toward the bed. He removed his towel, revealing his impressive physique, and Susan's eyes widened at the sight. Before she could speak, Dave kissed her again, his hands continuing to explore her body. Under the drug's influence, Susan didn't resist as she shed her clothes, looking at Dave with undeniable desire. Dave's lust skills took effect, easily captivating her mind. With a smirk, he lowered his mouth to her intimate area, teasing her. "Ah, Susan moaned, overwhelmed by the pleasure. After a few minutes, Dave positioned himself at her entrance, teasingly rubbing against her. "Please, I want it," Susan begged, lost in her desire. Dave grinned mischievously. "What? I didn't hear you." "Please, I want your big dragon in my wet cave," she replied eagerly. With that, Dave guided his erection toward her entrance. "Erg," Susan moaned as her hymen was torn apart, and crimson blood marked Dave's shaft. His face lit up with pleasure as he slowly began to thrust, lost in the rhythm of their connection. Plack. 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 Dave plowed into her without restraint for 20 minutes, and Susan's expression morphed into one of pure ecstasy. Ding. "You gain sin points, lust plus 300, Susan Kern, lust plus 300, Susan Kern, lust plus 300, Susan Kern, lust plus 300, Susan Kern." Dave ignored the notifications, too engrossed in their passionate encounter to pay attention. Fortunately, the soundproofing in his dorm ensured that no one could hear their activities. Dave unleashed everything during their session, and his strong body prevented him from feeling tired. They had been together for over an hour. His physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to engage in such activities for an entire day. He craved more, his body was still unsatisfied. Yet, he wasn't a barbarian who would disregard the well-being of his partner. He could see that Susan had reached her limit and that forcing her would only cause her harm. Even though she couldn't reject him, he understood the boundaries of her body. They experimented with various positions, filling every inch of Susan's being with his love. Their passion was wild, and Susan, consumed by lust, released her inner self and shed her restraints. Meanwhile, Dave continued to emit his lustful energy, ensuring she felt nothing but pure pleasure. Having obtained the sin of lust, he intended to use it to its fullest potential to gain something that would help him level up. With his status, many women would flock to him. His handsome face could easily attract attention. After their intense session, they lay on the bed, with Susan asleep and hugging Dave. She rested comfortably against his muscular body, her eyes closed and her cheeks flushed. The effects of the aphrodisiac were starting to wear off. Her face displayed a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. Although Dave was eager to continue, he knew she must be tired after his relentless activity. He also noticed that Susan's cultivation had improved slightly, highlighting the potency of the sin of lust. Not only could he collect sin points, but he could also strengthen his partner through dual cultivation. It was a mutually beneficial exchange, bringing pleasure to both. If he were to publicize this skill, even empresses might flock to him. Dave chuckled wickedly to himself. During their encounter, he had activated his dual cultivation skill, earning him 3,000 sin points for engaging in dual cultivation with a low-tier grandmaster. He was thrilled by the number of sin points he had accumulated. Dave imagined the rewards if he could engage with a king level or higher, but he knew he had to take it slow, as he wasn't strong enough yet. I must do this regularly, Dave smirked as he looked at his sin points. His total sin points now stood at 7,500. It was the largest number of points he had gained so far, and he was excited about the prospect of leveling up. He checked his status, name, Dave Alexander age, 15 race, human power level, peak tier grandmaster techniques, sword dragon technique, 02, magic skills, LV.1, magical eyes, 01, conceal, 01, primordial sin skills, sin of lust, LV.1, 05. Upgrading this will also increase the level of any skill within its bracket. Charm hands of pleasure dual cultivation skill points, 7,500. Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100:1. Note, your power is converted into numbers LV, 2 horsepower, 1,000 MP, 2. 300 halves, 300 exp, 1000 STR, 60 AG, 80 int, 110. He only needed 1,000 sin points to level up to king level. If Rose saw his level, she would surely regret forming a contract with him. Even Dave hadn't expected to level up faster than other main characters he had read about in novels, achieving so much in just a day after his transmigration. Maybe I was the son of luck, he mused with a smile. Without hesitation, Dave used 1,000 sin points to level up. Ding! You leveled up to level 3, 1,000. Congratulations! Your power level is now at low-tier king level. You need 2,000 sin points to level up to mid-tier king level. Do you want to continue? The system prompted. Yes, he replied without hesitation, recognizing the importance of power at this stage. Ding! You leveled up to level 4, 2,000. Congratulations! Your power level is now at mid-tier king level. You need 4,000 sin points to level up to top-tier king level. Do you want to continue? The system asked again. Yes, he affirmed once more. Ding! You leveled up to level 5, 4,000. Congratulations! Your power level is now at top-tier king level. You need 8,000 sin points to continue. Current SP, 500, ha! I was just a top-tier grandmaster a while ago, and now, in just a day, I've reached top-tier king level. What a gain! Dave exclaimed, satisfied. Now, he felt 10 times stronger than before. His rapid cultivation made reaching the limits of this world feel effortless. Yet, he reminded himself to remain humble, there was still a long way to go. With 500 sin points remaining, he decided to convert them into skill points, giving him a total of 5 skill points. He allocated them to his Sin of Lust skill. Congratulations to the host on leveling your skill, Sin of Lust to level 2, 5/5. He checked his new status, name, Dave Alexander age, 15 race, human power level, top tier king level techniques, sword dragon technique, 02, magic skills, LV.1, magical eyes, 01, conceal, 01. Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.2, 010. Upgrading this will also increase the level of any skill within its bracket. Charm Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation Skill Points, 0 Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100 to 1 Note, your power is converted into numbers LV, 4 horsepower, 10,000 MP, 23,000 exp, 08,000 STR, 600 AG, 800 int, 1.100. After finishing the distribution, he decided to get some rest. Though he wasn't physically tired, he still needed to sleep to recover some energy. The next morning, Dave suddenly woke up because he felt movement from the bed. He saw Susan staring at his handsome face, trying to escape his embrace. They were both hugging each other tightly. She struggled to break free, her body pressed against his chest. "You pervert, you took advantage of me," she complained angrily. Dave smirked and replied, "You're the one who put drugs in the wine, so you're just getting what you deserve. I also remember you begging and screaming my name many times. Don't act like you're the victim here, it's clear you wanted my body." Dave smiled as he looked at her naked form. His dragon suddenly stirred again, remembering how she had moaned loudly the day before. The scene lingered in his mind, and he became aroused again. Susan was shocked as she felt his dragon respond eagerly. She was scared to see how big it was and how it had fit inside her cave yesterday. She hadn't expected to lose her virginity like this, but she knew it was her fault for falling into the trap. "No, stop." She wanted to get away, but Dave didn't let her rise, and they ended up having sex again. Her body couldn't resist the instinct for that same feeling once more. Next 30 minutes later, in the kitchen, Dave cooked various dishes for Susan because she couldn't walk properly and was tired from their morning activities. During their earlier session, her voice had been loud, and she had surrendered completely to his dominating presence. Although she looked at him resentfully, she had become more obedient than before and didn't attempt anything funny. Dave carefully carried her to the table and made her wait for the food. Ding. You gain sin points, Wrath plus 500, Duke Kern, SP, 500. As he cooked, he was surprised to see that Duke Kern was angry with him. He understood why. Susan hadn't returned home the night before. Even though the Duke didn't know his name, Dave still collected the sin points. Dave checked his accumulated sin points. Sometimes, he gained plus 1 SP every second or minute. He didn't know their names, but at least he could gather points. Stocked SP, 600. After collecting the points, he now had 1,100 SP. He converted them into skill points and gained 11 skill points. Ding. Do you want to level up your Sword Dragon technique to level 2? 02, yes. -2 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your technique, Sword Dragon technique to level 2, ding. Do you want to level up your Sword Dragon technique to level 3? 04, yes. Congratulations to the host for upgrading your technique, Sword Dragon technique to level 3, ding. You've gained a new skill Sword Intent. You can easily understand sword techniques and release an aura of a sword master. He was amazed to gain more skills just by leveling them up. With 5 skill points left, he also leveled up his other skills. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 2? 01, -1 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Conceal to level 2. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 3? 02, -2 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Conceal to level 3. Ding. You've gained a new skill Disguise. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Magical Eyes to level 2? 01, -1 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 2. Current SKP, 0 Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, Human. Power level, Top Tier King level techniques, LV.3, Sword Dragon technique, 08. If you upgrade this, any skill that is in its bracket will also increase the level. Sword Intent Magic Skills, LV.3, Conceal, 04. If you upgrade this, any skill that is in its bracket will also increase in level. Disguise LV.2, Magical Eyes, 02. Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.2, 010. If you upgrade this, any skill that is in its bracket will also increase the level. Charm Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation Skill Points, 0 Note. You can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100 to 1 Note. Your power is converted into numbers LV, 4 horsepower, 10,000 MP, 23,000 exp, 08,000 STR, 600 AGI, 800 int, 1,100 sin points, 0. Next, after organizing his status, He sat near Susan and said, "Eat first to have more energy for screaming my name." He teased her, and Susan blushed, remembering how she acted. Bastard. She ignored him as she ate the food he prepared. She was amazed at how well he cooked, which could compete with some 5-star chefs. Dave learned to cook in his past life as he had been alone for many years and needed to learn. They both enjoyed their meal together. After they finished eating, Susan looked at him and asked, "What's your plan now? You took my first time, so you must take responsibility." Dave replied confidently, "Of course, you are now my girlfriend, so no one will try to bully you if they hear it." Susan found his confidence amusing. She knew he was strong and rich, likely coming from a noble family or a good background. "What is your name?" she asked. "You can just call me Dave Alexander," he said calmly. "What?" She was shocked to learn that the one who took her purity was the rising champion of the Dragon Empire and the only son of the Guardian. "You're the son of the Guardian?" she asked to confirm her suspicion. "Yes, you don't need to be shocked. I know I'm handsome," he teased her again. "So, what's your name?" Dave asked, though he already knew, to avoid raising her suspicions. Susan rolled her eyes, realizing he was changing the topic. "My name is Susan Kern, the daughter of Duke Kern," she said, knowing he wouldn't be surprised since his status was even higher than hers. Dave suddenly stood up, held Susan's hands, and said, "Maybe your father is worried about you now, so you could go home first. If someone bullies you, accept me, just say you're my girlfriend, and let's see who dares to offend you." Susan was taken aback but didn't disagree. This could work to her advantage, and Dave was a prodigy who could become an important figure in the future. "Okay," she replied softly, blushing. After that, they prepared their clothes. Susan's clothes were torn from their wild night, so he lent her some of his. She looked cute in his clothes. Dave wore a school uniform to attend classes. He used his concealment techniques as they left his dorm together. He walked her outside the gate and then said goodbye. "You can just let me know if you want to scream like that again or if you need help." He teased her one last time and winked at her. Susan felt angry, but after he disappeared, she smiled sweetly, recalling how Dave cared for her. After their night together, she felt close to a breakthrough, and her face seemed more beautiful than before. She didn't know it was the effect of dual cultivation with Dave. Dave attended his class as usual. Whenever he got bored, he would tease the tigress near him to gain sin points. Rose was a sin points generator. Her anger was easy to provoke. He didn't want to reveal his current level to anyone, as that could cause problems. Despite being called a heavenly genius and the son of the Guardian, he didn't fear others. He was sure that only a few people would still dare to offend him because of his father. However, he had read many novels where the main character liked to show off and was subsequently assassinated. For now, he decided to hide his current level until he became more powerful. His sin points were now at 300, and he still hadn't claimed his stock sin points. He was constantly receiving sin points, which just accumulated in the system. He also noticed teacher Lena looking at him as if she were investigating him. No one would suspect his level because he covertly released the aura of a top-tier grandmaster to mask his power as a top-tier king. Lena's POV: she was watching a certain student who constantly slept in class. Occasionally, he would wake up to tease the princess near him, then go back to sleep. At first, she let him be, thinking he was just tired from training. Out of curiosity, she followed him yesterday and saw him take a woman to his dorm. She knew what would happen next, so she went home and didn't disturb them. It wasn't her place to intervene. After class, she called Dave into her office. Dave, startled from sleep, thought she was going to punish him for dozing off in class. Everyone remained silent, fearing to offend him. Only Rose looked at him with a sneer and stuck her tongue out in teasing. Dave ignored her and walked toward teacher Lena's office. He knocked on the door, and she said, "Come in." As he opened the door, he saw teacher Lena looking at him with her hands on the table. She instructed him to sit, and he complied. Lena looked at Dave and said, "Did you think that just because you're the son of the Guardian, you can be lawless? You're always sleeping in class, and you even brought a woman to your dorm. Do you think I didn't see that?" She spoke angrily, knowing that it was forbidden to bring boyfriends or girlfriends into the dorms on campus. Dave was stunned. He was sure he was using a concealment technique. Maybe she saw him because she was at the Emperor level, and his concealment technique was only at level 1. Despite the stats disparity, with his power level being on par with the normal peak-tier Emperor, Dave tried to explain. Looked at her and said, "I'm not sleeping, it's part of my training. I also invited a woman to my dorm for practice." He lied with confidence, but she didn't believe him. She questioned, "How can you prove that? Who will believe such lies?" Dave responded, "Well, I become stronger when I'm sleeping, and I suddenly became a peak-tier grandmaster." To reinforce his point, he released the aura of a peak-tier grandmaster to deceive her. I also teach the woman a secret technique that can make my enemies scream my name. Lena was stunned by his explanation and noticed that he had leveled up. She asked with curiosity, "What technique is that? Can you show it to me?" She didn't realize that Dave was just playing with her. He slowly closed the distance to her and said, "We can do that here." Lena blushed, but as a teacher, she had to stay composed. She was just curious and wanted to understand her students. "Okay, let's do that," she said. Dave smirked and said, "You must remove your clothes first to do that." Lena was taken aback and angrily replied, "Are you sure you're not just fooling me?" Dave immediately replied, "Of course not, you will just need to show me your back for the massage." "Massage? Is that the technique you mentioned?" "Yes, it's magical, and you'll feel like you're in heaven." Intrigued, she followed him and removed her clothes until only her bra remained visible. She didn't mind, she was sure that Dave couldn't do anything to her. She lay on the table and closed her eyes. Dave walked toward her and slowly began to massage her back. He activated hands of pleasure, and Lena moaned. "Ah!" Her face flushed, but she endured it because she had strong willpower. The sin energy could trigger the desire in anyone it targeted. Dave continued to massage her, keeping the hands of pleasure active as Lena moaned louder. Luckily, every office on campus was soundproof. If anyone heard them, it could become problematic. Even though he wasn't scared, he was too lazy to deal with rumors and gossip. 5 minutes later, Lena's face was red, and she was panting heavily. She looked at Dave with a lustful gaze and then pounced on him. Dave was stunned by how effective his skill was and smiled. "Teacher, what are you doing?" he asked, acting as if he were the victim. I want you," she replied, her mind in chaos, consumed by her desire. She immediately removed Dave's clothes and her own, kissing him passionately while one hand explored his abs and the other grasped his cock. She moved her hands up and down, but Dave didn't move, allowing her to take the lead. After 2 minutes of foreplay, she finally decided to ride him. She positioned herself above him, slowly descending onto his cock. "Arg!" she screamed, experiencing sex for the first time but now only feeling raw lust. Ding! You gain sin points, lust plus 400, lust plus 400. Dave ignored the system notifications, lost in the pleasure of his teacher riding him. She kept going up and down, her strength allowing her to move continuously without tiring. Dave activated dual cultivation, and they enjoyed each other for more than 2 hours. While he wasn't tired, he saw that she was and decided to release his cum deep inside her before stopping. Lena lay on the table, satisfied, looking at Dave. "Don't tell anyone, or I will kill you," she threatened him, and he nodded, then got dressed and walked out of the office. Lena looked at the mess they created, confused about why she had done that. She cherished her purity and had sworn to give it only to her future husband. Her mind was a whirlwind, but her face flushed as she remembered how she had ridden Dave. Am I such a woman? She quickly cleaned up the mess, leaned back in her chair, and contemplated how to face Dave again. 5 minutes later, Dave returned to his dorm to check his gains. After dual cultivating with teacher Lena, he had gained 10,000 sin points. Having dual cultivation with his professor is an unexpected gain for him. His primordial sin of lust easily aroused the desire of his cold teacher, and he felt that he could even affect stronger individuals. He knew that from now on, she might feel awkward when meeting him, but he was shameless and planned to add her to his harem. He collected more points from Lena than from Susan. He was surprised and immediately understood that the stronger his partner in dual cultivation, the more sin points he could earn. When he dual cultivated with Susan, he only gained 3,000 points, as expected of a low-tier emperor level. He also gained many points due to lust during their dual cultivation. Lust, plus 8,000, Lena, his current total of sin points was 18,000, and he still hadn't claimed some of his stored sin points in the system. He noticed that he received 1,000 sin points from others during the day. He commanded the system to automatically claim them every night and announced the total to him. Ding! You now have 19,000 sin points. Dave wanted to level up again, so he checked his status. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, human. Power level, top tier king level. Techniques, LV.3, sword dragon technique, 08. If you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Sword intent magic skills, LV.3, conceal, 04. If you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Disguise, LV.2, magical eyes, 02. Primordial sin skills, sin of lust, LV.2, 010. If you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Charm, hands of pleasure. Dual cultivation sin points, 0. Note, You can convert your sin points into skill points at a ratio of 100 to 1. Note, your power is represented by numbers. LV, 4 horsepower, 10,000 MP, 23,000 exp, 08,000 STR, 600 AGI, 800 int, 1,100 sin points, 19,000, ding. Do you want to level up from top tier king level to peak tier king level? 08,000, minus 8,000 SP, congratulations to the host for leveling up to peak tier king level. He understood that every time he leveled up his cultivation or skills, the next sin points required to level up would double. For the next power level up, he needed 16,000 sin points, so he couldn't level up again. Instead, he decided to focus on leveling up his skills. With 11,000 sin points still in his possession, he converted 5,000 sin points into skill points, gaining 50 skill points. His remaining sin points were now 6,000. He chose to upgrade his primordial sin skill Sin of Lust. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Sin of Lust to level 3? 010, minus 10 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sin of Lust to level 3, ding. You've gained a new skill, Incubus Aura. It can release an aura that makes anyone feel lustful. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Sin of Lust to level 4? 020, minus 20 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sin of Lust to level 4, ding. You've gained a new skill, Dream. You can create a dream for your target with weak willpower. He was pleased with his new skills. The Incubus Aura was particularly convenient, as he no longer needed to touch the target to evoke lust. The dream skill was also useful because it allowed him to craft dreams for his target. He imagined creating a dream for Princess Rose where they shared an intimate encounter. He expected she would find it strange, and he planned to test it later. Ding. Do you want to level up your technique Sword Dragon technique to level 4? 08, minus 8 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your technique, Sword Dragon technique to level 4, ding. You've gained a new skill, Sword Dragon Manifestation. It can manifest a dragon figure to attack the target. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Magical Eyes to level 3? 02, minus 2 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 3, ding. Do you want to level up your skill Magical Eyes to level 4? 04, minus 4 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 4, you've gained a new skill, Eyes of Truth, it can see if your target is lying. Ding. Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 4? 04, minus 4 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Concealed to level 4, after that, he checked his new stats. Name, Dave Alexander Age, 15 Race, Human Power Level, Peak Tier King Level Techniques, LV.4, Sword Dragon Technique, 016, if you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Sword Intent Magic Skills, LV.4, Conceal, 08, if you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Disguise LV.4, Magical Eyes, 08, Eyes of Truth Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.4, 040, if you upgrade this, any skill in its bracket will also increase in level. Charm Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation Incubus Aura Dream Skill Points, to note, you can convert your sin points into skill points at a ratio of 100 to 1. Note, your power is represented by numbers. LV, 5 horsepower, 12,000 MP, 25,000 exp, 016,000 STR, 650 AGI, 880 int, 1.300 sin points, 6,000. He felt that at this pace, he could reach his father's level in just a month. The quality of his power was undoubtedly above his current level, allowing him to engage in battles with those of higher cultivation. His body was filled with vitality, and his senses had become sharper and stronger. He could sense anything nearby, see their thoughts, and feel their emotions. After finishing his upgrades, Dave decided to go out and have some fun. He wanted to spend money because he was thrilled with his level up. It was now 5 p.m., and he was eager to continue enjoying his time outside. The day before, he had been interrupted by Susan and her bodyguards, leaving him without a chance to take in the sights. He quickly changed into ordinary clothes to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention to himself. He had confidence in his concealment skill, which was now at level 4. Not even a peak-tier Emperor-level practitioner could see through it. Teacher Lena had spotted him bringing Susan into his dorm when his concealment was weaker. As he passed through the gate, he strode confidently into the city. After strolling for more than 10 minutes, he spotted a large group of people engaged in animated conversations. "Ha! Our luck is good today to visit the Dragon Empire. Are you sure there are many valuable items in the auction today? One of them inquired. Yes, I heard they even have an Emperor-level beast core, and it will be auctioned tonight. Beast cores were valuable for cultivation, their power comparable to human cultivation levels. The stronger the beast core, the more potent the weapons crafted from it. Some even used them for body cultivation. If he didn't have the system, he would undoubtedly try to obtain it, but he could easily level up without relying on it. I also heard that many prominent figures would attend the auction today because of a mysterious egg. They claim it's a dragon egg. Yeah, I even heard that some big shots are preoccupied with matters of the Empire, and even the Emperor cannot attend the auction. Yeah, sadly, the news about the egg was just released recently, and people from other continents can't reach this place instantly. Dave was surprised because dragons were a superior race, looking down upon others with disdain and boasting the strongest physique. The Dragon Empire had an ancient dragon residing within it as the Empire's divine beast. Other empires also had their divine beasts, and one could guess the type based on the Empire's name. Though he didn't know the details, he was certain that many would come to acquire the dragon egg, hoping to tame it and gain favor with the Emperor. Dragons were a symbol of the Empire, treated with care and trained meticulously. Feeling tempted, Dave decided to buy the egg. He went to the Empire Bank to withdraw all his other money, as he was certain that his million gold coins wouldn't suffice. Dave had saved 100 million gold coins, even though he enjoyed spending money. This was equivalent to 10 million platinum coins. The currency conversion across the entire continent was as follows: 10,000 bronze coins equals 1 silver coin, 10,000 silver coins equals 1 gold coin, 10,000 gold coins equals 1 platinum coin. Dave was not a prodigal spender, he rarely spent money, as he always prioritized training. After claiming the money, the bank staff provided him with a card containing all his wealth. These cards secured his money and were more convenient to carry. The staff treated him with great respect, even offering to accompany him to the exit. With his VIP card now ready, all his money was securely stored on it, and he was prepared to attend the auction. VIP cards were rare, so he expected to receive good treatment. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the auction venue and noticed a long line. It was evident that others had also heard about the mysterious egg. "Who do you think will acquire the egg?" one person asked their friend. They discussed the matter with great excitement. Dave walked past the people waiting in line and promptly presented his VIP card. The auction house had a partnership with the Dragon Empire's bank, allowing them to accept cards as payment. The security guards immediately bowed to him and said, "Please, young master." Dave nodded and passed through the guards, walking in. His movements were graceful, akin to a celestial, easily capturing the attention of everyone present. Those who had been waiting in line were incensed. "Why did you let him pass when we've been standing here for so long?" "Yeah, we've been waiting for nearly an hour, and he just waltzes in." One of the guards retorted, "Do you see him? He's a VIP card holder. You couldn't even save enough money to purchase a VIP card in your entire life, so know your place." TSK, peasants. The other people fell silent and were stunned. They realized he was right. Obtaining a VIP card cost 500,000 gold coins, and only tycoons with high status could access it. Even if you have the money, it is not certain you can get the card. They watched Dave's retreating figure with envy and resentment. Ding. You gain sin points, envy, plus 800 envy, plus 800. Dave, who was heading towards the VIP room, expected to accumulate more points by displaying his wealth. He ignored the notifications and continued walking into his room, patiently waiting for the auction to begin. Next inside, he observed many distinguished individuals entering the auction one by one, each wearing the insignia of their family or displaying their noble ranks. 3 minutes later, a beautiful woman entered his room and gracefully bowed to him. "Good day, sir. Thank you for coming here. I was assigned to serve you if you need anything," she said. Dave couldn't help but appreciate her beauty, and the woman noticed but chose to ignore it. She had been taken aback to find that the VIP owner was a handsome young man, not much older than herself. Initially, she had thought the owner was an older man and hadn't been thrilled about being tasked with accompanying him. However, she felt relieved. She had been happily playing with her friends when her father suddenly messaged her, instructing her to entertain a VIP owner and warning her not to provoke him. She had no idea what kind of status he held to earn such respect from her father, even though his position in the empire was commendable. As the daughter of the owner of the auction house, she was well informed on how to behave appropriately in such situations. Dave checked her status: name, Sophia Violetta, age, 18, race, human, power level, low tier, king level, techniques, pure fire technique, HP, 800 MP, 1200 1200 STR, 50 AGI, 70 int, 60 description, shy. He was stunned to see that she was the daughter of the owner of the auction house. Dave was well acquainted with the surnames of affluent figures throughout the empire, and he was certain that she was indeed the owner's daughter. VIP cards are useful because they can provide the service of a beautiful woman, he thought to himself. Sophia was widely renowned in the business industry, and her father had even engaged in a trade with the Alexander family. Not only was she exceptionally skilled in business, but she was also a cultivation prodigy. She was a goddess whom other men had tried to get close to, but now she had become someone to serve him. Dave couldn't help but smile, realizing the privilege of his status. Dave, who had been admiring her body, suddenly spoke, "Can you serve me?" He secretly released his new skill, Incubasora, towards her, and she didn't even notice it. She replied, "As long as the guest's request is not extreme." Curious about his identity, she felt it was not her place to ask. "Really? Then can you massage my shoulders?" he requested. She nodded and walked to his back, beginning to massage his shoulders. It was her first time having direct contact with a young man, so she felt a bit shy. However, she recalled her father's advice not to provoke a VIP owner and continued with the task. 2 minutes later, Sophia began to feel peculiar sensations in her body as the auction was scheduled to start in 5 minutes. As she continued massaging him, Dave persistently released his Incubasora, which was beginning to take effect. Sophia's body grew increasingly warm, and as she looked at Dave, she suddenly felt intense lust. Her hand ceased massaging his shoulders and began to explore his body, sliding beneath his clothing. She could feel his powerful muscles and well-defined abs, which only served to intensify her desires. Her hand didn't stop there, it soon reached towards his pants. She grasped him and looked at it with lust. Ding! You gain sin points, lust plus 200, lust plus 150. She promptly took it into her mouth and began to move her mouth up and down. Slurp! Slurp! Dave was enjoying her service as his hands explored her chest. The room was soundproof, so he felt bold doing this here. 2 minutes later, unable to control himself, Dave made her stand up and sit on his lap. She removed her clothes and positioned herself toward him. Slowly, she pushed down, and then she screamed in pain. He turned his attention towards the stage and realized that the auction was about to begin. The speaker was none other than the owner of the auction house and the father of the woman who was currently on top of him. He was Frank Violetta, one of the wealthiest individuals in the empire. A fleeting thought crossed Dave's mind, to remove the soundproof barrier so that her father could hear what was transpiring. However, he swiftly abandoned that idea, not wanting to draw any more attention to himself. He couldn't help but feel that he was gradually becoming more like a villain. Dave allowed Sophia to continue moving, his focus now shifting entirely to the auction. The owner of the auction house stood up in the center of the stage and addressed the audience. "Thank you for coming to my auction house, and I apologize for the delay due to the large number of guests present. Our auction hall is delighted to have all of you here today, and I assure you that everything we are auctioning is well worth your attention. I won't keep you waiting any longer, let's commence the auction." With that, he clapped his hands, and a woman carrying items covered with curtains walked toward him. She bowed and then unveiled the first item. Frank addressed the crowd, "Our first item is the spider fruit, which can heal internal injuries, suitable for anyone below the emperor rank. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins, and each subsequent bid must increase by at least 1,000 gold coins." The crowd gasped. The spider fruit was a rare item, and many present had accumulated internal injuries over time, making it highly sought after. Suddenly, someone placed a bid, 15,000 gold coins. 25,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins. They continued to bid one after another, and eventually, the spider fruit was sold for 60,000 gold coins, with an old man emerging as the winner. Frank proceeded to showcase the other items but noticed the VIP room showed little interest. He felt a tinge of disappointment but understood that the mysterious egg was the primary reason for their presence. Dave, too, had no interest in the other items. Frank was right in assuming that Dave was solely here for the mysterious egg. There were other VIP guests, but the location where Dave was situated represented the highest VIP status one could attain, just below that of the Emperor or the Guardian. Frank wanted to make a favorable impression on this particular individual. Investigating the person's identity was strictly forbidden, as the sole purpose of their presence was to conduct business. VIP cards were unique and tamper-proof, bearing the seal of the Emperor, ensuring that no one could duplicate or deceive others in creating a VIP card. Right now, Sophia was riding him non-stop, moaning loudly as her face was filled with lust and pleasure. 10 minutes later, Sophia grew tired, so they changed positions, and he let her face the glass wall that overlooked the stage, continuing to hit her from behind. Plock. 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 Dave continued to enjoy himself with Sophia, but he kept an eye on the auction to see if any interesting items would be presented. As he was engaged in his activities, Frank suddenly revealed the 21st item, a rusty and broken sword with a mysterious origin. Frank addressed the crowd, "This sword's origins are mysterious, as it was recently discovered by one of our miners. Despite being rusty and broken, it exhibits incredible strength. Even Emperor-level items can't scratch it." He encouraged the bidders, "You can state the price as we don't know how to appraise its value." The audience was taken aback by the revelation, their faces reflecting avarice. Dave, too, looked at it with keen interest, and then he received a notification from the system. Ding! The system detected a fragment of a Heavenly Sage rank item. Please acquire it, and you can convert it into numerous sin points. Dave was surprised by the notification and decided to bid for the item. He didn't cease his activities with Sophia even as he placed his bid. He declared, 500,000 gold coins. The crowd was stunned, turning their attention toward the VIP room. They knew it was a person they couldn't provoke, and no one dared to bid against him for a rusty sword. Dave was pleased to secure the item and increase the intensity of his actions with Sophia, who was now moaning with lust. 5 minutes later, Frank moved to the last item, and the audience was brimming with anticipation, as this was what they had all come for. Frank addressed the audience, "I know that this mysterious egg is the reason you came here. We still can't identify what kind of egg it is, but I am sure that it belongs to a divine beast, judging by the aura it emits." With that, he removed the curtain covering the egg, revealing a 1.5-meter black egg that exuded a powerful aura beyond the reach of a normal king-level creature. The sight excited everyone, including Dave. He glanced at Sophia, who looked exhausted and had assumed the role of a mere object for his pleasure. Dave decided to conclude his activities, and after reaching satisfaction, he shifted his focus back to the auction. He examined the egg and sensed a potent and oppressive aura emanating from it. The egg was brimming with vitality, and he could feel its extraordinary power. Frank continued, "This egg is a mystery, discovered in the deepest part of the Dark Gale Forest. We can't identify the creature inside, but the likelihood of it being a dragon is slim." He announced, "The starting bid is 1 billion gold coins, prompting an immediate flurry of bids. 1 billion gold coins, 2 billion gold coins." Despite the slim chance of it being a dragon egg, many were willing to take the gamble. The scene grew chaotic as numerous prominent and wealthy figures placed their bids, some even resorting to veiled threats. 44 billion gold coins. The one who bid this exorbitant amount was Count Marvin, a high-ranking figure in the Empire and, naturally, immensely wealthy. Being a count, Count Marvin possessed numerous properties and had many business partners. His high status and influential connections deterred all but a few from attempting to provoke him. Many participants withdrew from the bidding, unable to afford to continue. Some began plotting ways to snatch the egg. 45 billion gold coins. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and everyone turned their attention to its source. They saw it was Count Michael, who held the same position as Count Marvin. Everyone knew they hated each other because Count Marvin had secretly impregnated Michael's wife by having an affair with her and now shared the same position as Michael. Marvin had begun treating his wife with love and taking care of Michael's child. However, as the child continued to grow, he noticed that the child's face was very different from his. He begged the doctor to determine if the child was truly his. Later, he discovered the child was indeed Marvin's, as their faces were identical. Michael was furious to the point of wanting to kill his wife and the child, but Marvin saved them. He then took them away from Michael's territory and brought them into his own. Everyone was aware of this situation but didn't dare to disrespect Michael since he held the title of Count. Marvin looked at Michael and said, "Don't buy into this. Maybe I'm the father of this child." Everyone was stunned, trying to suppress their laughter, but they couldn't hold back, and laughter filled the room. Michael became enraged as this remark reminded him of his past, turning toward the crowd. "I will kill you," he threatened, about to take action, but Frank immediately intervened. "Please, Count Michael, don't create trouble here. It's against the rules, and the Emperor supports it." Michael calmed down and said, "Okay, but I'm not finished with you." He then showed Marvin his middle finger. Dave, on the other side, laughed and enjoyed the scene. Marvin smiled and bid once more, saying, 47 billion gold coins. Amused by their interaction, Dave suddenly placed his bid. He had 100 billion gold coins on his card, so he was confident he would win. 50 billion gold coins, Dave announced, raising the bid significantly. The room fell into silence, with everyone stunned by Dave's bold move. 50 billion coins represented a quarter of the wealth of a duke, yet the other party appeared nonchalant, showing no concern about losing the money. Furthermore, they were in the highest VIP room, which made the other bidders hesitant to continue. No one wanted to offend such an influential figure. Count Marvin and Michael immediately conceded, recognizing that the VIP owner had a substantial amount of money at their disposal. Despite their titles as counts, they did not have VIP cards, which were reserved for those with the highest status in the empire. Dave, as the successor and only child of the Guardian, was an exception, as his father had requested a VIP card from the Emperor on his behalf. The Emperor, unwilling to undermine the Guardian's reputation, had granted the request. Frank looked toward the VIP room where his daughter was located and felt a surge of happiness as they had sold the mysterious egg for a high price. 50 billion gold coins from our VIP room. Does anyone wish to make a higher bid? Frank inquired. Since no one responded, he decided to sell the item to Dave. Congratulations to the owner of the VIP room for winning the mysterious egg, Frank declared, then smiled at everyone. I would like to express my gratitude for your presence here. I hope to see you return in the future. To those who have won bids, please take your items to the rear of our auction house. With a bow, Frank concluded the auction. Dave looked at Sophia, who couldn't move due to their intense session. Sophia gazed at him with love, having become obsessed with him. She felt very satisfied, knowing he was the one who had taken her virginity, and planned to make him take responsibility. Dave understood her thoughts and smiled, saying, "Put your clothes on and look for me if you ever miss me." He handed her a card with his name and address. Sophia read it and was stunned, now understanding why he was so rich and had a VIP card. She smiled sweetly, feeling that it wasn't a loss, as many other women would dream of being with him. Dave was the embodiment of every lady's dream in the empire: wealthy, exceptionally good-looking, and destined to become a formidable powerhouse in the future, provided nothing untoward happened. She watched his retreating figure and thought to herself, "I'll see you if I have time." She recalled their passionate encounter and how boldly she had faced the wall of glass, letting Dave dominate her. Dave walked towards the place where he would claim his items, not concealing his face. Many recognized him, now aware that he was a VIP member. Some who had considered snatching the items discarded their thoughts, not willing to risk their lives. Everyone knew how ruthless his father could be if his son was involved. When Dave was 5 years old, the Duke of the Phoenix Empire hired an assassin to target him due to a grudge against Lucas. Fortunately, Lucas had placed his butler near Dave secretly to protect him, resulting in the butler eliminating all the assassins and forcing them to confess. Lucas, who was far from home, rushed back to check on Dave and learned of Duke Kaiser's involvement. He promptly retaliated by attacking the Duke's estate, killing many guards in the Duke's family. He captured Kaiser, crippled him, and hung him near the Dragon Empire gates as a warning to those who plotted against his son. Duke Kaiser eventually died of hunger and exhaustion. The Emperor of the Phoenix Empire was furious but lacked the courage to confront the Dragon Empire, which was much more powerful. Following that incident, no one dared to harm Dave, and every family taught their members to recognize his face and avoid provoking him. As Dave walked, he saw the person in charge of the items bow to him and hand over a spatial ring. He checked its contents and found it complete before leaving the auction house. He didn't continue strolling and headed to his dorm to inspect his winnings and items. With 50 billion gold coins still at his disposal, he didn't need to worry about money. He could also ask his father for funds, but he refrained, being a dutiful son. He checked his sin points and was pleased to see a substantial increase. Sin points gained today, 50,000, stored sin points, 10,000, total sin points, 66,000. Satisfied with his gains, he retrieved the sword and asked the system to convert it. Ding! You converted a fragment of a heavenly sage level item. You've gained 50,000 sin points, total sin points, 116,000. He decided to hold off on using his skill points to level up, as he first wanted to see what was inside the egg. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall on the egg, which absorbed it. 3 minutes later, the egg cracked open, revealing a cute beast. Dave laid eyes on a 1-meter black dragon, a baby with a strength level in the low-tier Emperor range. It was a powerful but tiny creature. Dave had read in novels that some protagonists always had a dragon pet and traveled the world with them. The thought excited him as he imagined riding on the dragon's back. The dragon looked at him with innocence and regarded Dave as its mother. Dave held the dragon in his hands and checked its gender, finding that it was a male dragon. He sighed in relief since female dragons, as depicted in books, were often arrogant and problematic, whereas male dragons were more serious and inclined to sleep. He examined the dragon's status: unnamed race, ancient dragon age, 1-day-old power level, low-tier Emperor technique, none HP, 7,000 SMP, 20,000 STR, 400 AG, 500 int, 200 description. Hungry Dave was stunned to discover that the cute dragon in his hands was an ancient dragon. the oldest and most potent species of dragon. He resolved to train it well. "You don't have a name, so I will give you one," Dave said. He thought of a cool name for 2 minutes and decided on Draco. The cute dragon didn't understand him, but it nodded as if agreeing. Afterward, Dave immediately prepared food for the baby dragon. Dave happily played with the cute dragon, often pinching its adorable face. He fed the hungry dragon, although it nearly devoured his entire food stock. Dave didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but from now on, he resolved to purchase a lot of food in case of emergencies. He found that Draco loved being close to him, and they even slept together. The following morning, he prepared food for Draco before donning his uniform for his classes. Dave decided to bring Draco along, unafraid to show him to the crowd since he had the backing of his influential father. Before leaving, he chose to upgrade himself. Name: Dave Alexander. Age: 15. Race: Human. Power level: Peak Tier King level. Techniques: LV.4, Sword Dragon Technique, 016. If you upgrade this skill, any skill within its category will also level up. Sword Intent Sword Manifestation Magic Skills, LV.4, Conceal, 08. Upgrading this skill will increase the level of related skills. Disguise LV.4, Magical Eyes, 08. Eyes of Truth Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.4, 040. Upgrading this skill boosts related skills. Charm Hands of Pleasure Dual Cultivation Incubus Aura Dream Skill Points. To note, you can convert your sin points into skill points at a 100-to-1 ratio. Your power is converted into numbers: LV, 5 horsepower, 12,000 MP, 25,000 exp, 016,000 STR, 650 AG, 880 int, 1,300 sin points, 116,000 with a substantial number of sin points. Dave decided to increase his power level. Ding! You've leveled up from Peak Tier King to Low Tier Emperor, LV6, 16,000, ding! You've leveled up from Low Tier Emperor to Mid Tier Emperor, LV7, 32,000 using 48,000 sin points. He still had 68,000 left. He opted to convert them into skill points, gaining 680 skill points. Dave then proceeded to level up his skills. Ding! Do you want to level up your technique Sword Dragon Technique to level 5? 016, -16 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sword Dragon Technique to level 5, ding! Do you want to level up your technique Sword Dragon Technique to level 67, 032, -32 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sword Dragon Technique to level 6, ding! You've unlocked a new skill Sword Manipulation, you can freely control your sword and make them fly, ding! Do you want to level up your technique Sword Dragon Technique to level 7? 064, -64 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sword Dragon Technique to level 7, you've unlocked a new skill Dragon Slash, you can release an attack that can decimate an entire city if released at full power, ding! Do you want to level up your technique Sword Dragon Technique to level 8? 0128, -128 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sword Dragon Technique to level 8, you've unlocked a new skill Sword Apocalypse, it can produce 1,000 swords in the air to attack the enemy, with 240 skill points used on his technique. Dave still had 440 skill points remaining. He continued upgrading his skills. Ding! Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 5? 08, -8 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Conceal to level 5, ding! Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 6? 016, -16 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Conceal to level 6, ding! Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 7? 032, -32 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Conceal to level 7, you've unlocked a new skill Assassination, ding! Do you want to level up your skill Conceal to level 8? 064, -64 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Conceal to level 8, you've unlocked a new skill Shadow Steps, ding! Do you want to level up your Magical Eyes skill to level 5? 08, -8 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 5, ding! Do you want to level up your Magical Eyes skill to level 6? 016, -16 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 6, you've unlocked a new skill Illusion, ding! Do you want to level up your Magical Eyes skill to level 7? 032, -32 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 7, You've unlocked a new skill, Night Vision, ding. Do you want to level up your Magical Eyes skill to level 8? 064, minus 64 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Magical Eyes to level 8, you've unlocked a new skill, Hypnotism, ding. Do you want to level up your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 5? 040, minus 40 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sin of Lust to level 5, ding. Do you want to level up your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 6? 080, minus 80 SKP, congratulations to the host for upgrading your skill, Sin of Lust to level 6, you've unlocked a new skill, Puppetry, you can control anyone with a weak will for 1 minute. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, Human. Power level, Mid-tier. Emperor level. Techniques, LV.8, Sword Dragon Technique, 0256, Sword Intent, Sword Manifestation, Sword Manipulation, Dragon/Sword Apocalypse. Magic Skills, LV.8, Conceal, 0128, Disguise, Assassination, Shadow Steps, LV.8, Magical Eyes, 0128, Eyes of Truth, Illusion, Night Vision. Hypnotism. Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.6, 0160, Charm, Hands of Pleasure, Dual Cultivation, Incubus, Aura, Dream. Puppetry Skill Points, 66. Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points at a 100:1 ratio. Your power is converted into numbers. LV, 7 horsepower, 15,000 MP, 30,000 exp, 064,000 STR, 720 AGI, 950 int, 1,400 sin points. 0 Dave was thoroughly satisfied and believed that his newfound strength could rival that of a low-tier sage. After breakfast, Dave got ready to leave, with Draco riding comfortably on his shoulders as they walked outside his dorm. Draco was undeniably adorable and incredibly dependent on him. Because of this, Dave decided to take him outside for some fresh air. Dave's recent appearance at the auction had become a hot topic in the city, with countless people speculating about the mysterious creature hidden inside the egg he had purchased. 5 minutes later, as he strolled along, many people noticed Draco and were astonished to see a dragon in such an unusual place. The rumors from the auction house had spread like wildfire, and everyone assumed the dragon was connected to the mysterious egg. He could feel the many curious gazes directed at Draco. Dragons were exceptionally rare, and in the spirit world, there were only a few dragons with relatively weak bloodlines. The most powerful dragon in this world was the legendary spirit beast of the Dragon Empire, although it hadn't been seen in many years. It typically only emerged when the Empire faced a crisis. He had even heard that his own father had never laid eyes on the dragon because it had entered a dormant state. NV plus 100, 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 NV plus 100. Dave ignored the notifications, deciding to check them later in his dorm. Draco, perched on his shoulder, curiously observed his surroundings. Dave patted the dragon's head, smiling as they continued their walk. As they wandered around, he offered some snacks to Draco, who happily munched on the food he had purchased without a care in the world. Draco's cuteness easily captured the attention of many girls, causing them to stop and stare. When they arrived in the classroom, Dave took his seat, and Draco settled down on the table. Wow! A dragon! The students were both stunned and excited to witness a real-life dragon. They had previously only encountered dragons in pictures, which depicted them as fierce and frightening creatures. However, Draco's adorable appearance had a charming effect on the girls, melting their hearts. Even the boys were amazed, but not one of them dared to look at Dave with envy, knowing it would be equivalent to inviting their own demise. They were all well aware that a single mistake could lead to their entire family facing serious consequences from the Guardian. Many students tried to pet Draco, but the dragon bared its fangs as if warning them to back off. It allowed only Dave to handle it. Just then, the tigress entered the room, her face flushed as she glanced at Dave. Dave smiled, using his skill Dream to project an intimate scene between him and Rose. Although Rose couldn't understand why she had such a dream, she felt flustered, recalling her discomfort from that morning. When she noticed Draco, she was astounded. Dragons were air creatures, after all. While she had met the divine beast of the Empire before, this baby dragon was still impressive, and she couldn't gauge its power accurately. She was sure it was stronger than she was. Turning to Dave, who was smiling, she asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to bully me again?" "I've already reached top-tier Grandmaster after my father allowed me to absorb the dragon pool in the castle." Her classmates were taken aback and quickly congratulated her. "Congratulations, Princess. Congratulations, Princess. Congratulations, Princess." Rose smiled, her confidence soaring as she basked in the praise from her peers. Dave regarded her with a mildly foolish expression, which immediately irritated Rose. She considered striking him, but then he declared, "I've already reached low-tier king level, so now you're my girlfriend." Dave purposely kept his true power hidden, not wanting to reveal it to anyone. He only wanted to disclose that he was at the low-tier king level. What? The other students were equally surprised and couldn't help but congratulate him, hoping to gain favor with him. At such a young age, he had already reached king tier level, making it seem as if they were living in entirely different worlds. Congratulations, young Master Dave. You deserve to be called a genius. Rose was stunned and felt defeated. She aspired to grow stronger to challenge Dave, but for now, he had triumphed. Dave smiled, hugging her waist as he said, "I hope you'll obey our contract, my lovely Rose," whispering in her ear. Her face flushed a deep red at his words. Everyone in the room was taken aback to see the typically tyrannical princess blush. It seemed that only Dave had such an effect on her. Rose didn't know how to respond, but she knew she dared not violate their contract. Reluctantly, she replied, "Okay, you win, but I don't like you touching me." Dave grinned and teased, "How can I not touch my girlfriend? I'll report to the Emperor that you didn't respect our contract." Rose felt alarmed and quickly agreed, Okay, don't report me to my father." She was scared and didn't dare to argue with Dave, who now had the upper hand. Teacher Lena was in the classroom, teaching survival skills to her students when they were in the wild. She occasionally glanced at Dave, recollecting their recent encounter. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and unsure how to face him. Seeing him flirt with Rose from time to time only added to her irritation. Despite her discomfort, she chose not to disrupt the class and continued with her teaching. In the royal castle, various important figures gathered in the hall. The Emperor received information that someone had spotted Dave walking with a dragon on his shoulders. At first, he had thought about going to the auction house to buy the egg himself, but reports of movements from the Turtle Empire had caused him to hesitate. Later, he learned that the Guardian Son had won the bid, which relieved his concerns. He believed the egg was in the right hands. He was convinced that no one would dare to snatch it from the Guardian Son due to the formidable influence of his father. Even the Emperor himself was wary of the Guardian. He recalled an incident from when they were both 15 years old, in which numerous geniuses from other empires had attempted to ambush the Guardian. In response, the Guardian had single-handedly defeated 200 geniuses from 3 other empires, earning widespread fame. Witnessing that, the Emperor understood the terrifying nature of the Guardian and refrained from provoking him, knowing him to be a ruthless individual. Many years passed, and the Guardian's strength continued to rise, but the Emperor remained at the top-tier Heavenly Sage level. Although his current power level was uncertain, he had already reached peak tier by the time he turned 30. The Guardian, now 45 years old, remained an enigmatic figure, and nobody knew the extent of his true power. After their classes, Dave first sent Draco to his dorm. Draco was initially reluctant, but Dave left him with plenty of food before he managed to convince him to stay. Next then, he used his conceal skill and stealthily made his way to Rose's dorm. Rose, being a princess, had her room designed similarly to Dave's. He harbored an evil plan, determined to teach the fierce tigress a lesson for all the times she had offended him. After all, she was his girlfriend now. Dave was confident in his skills now that his strength had been upgraded. He easily bypassed the female guards in the girls' dormitory, moving through it like a fish in the ocean. He confidently walked to Rose's dorm without any hindrance. To his surprise, her door was not closed, as she never expected him to enter her dorm. Silently, he entered, only to find that Rose was not in her bed, but rather in the shower room. This discovery excited Dave, as he was determined to tame this tigress. Deliberately, he released his incubasaur towards the shower room. Rose, in the midst of her bath, suddenly felt her body heating up. She began to vividly imagine the dream where she had engaged in a passionate encounter with Dave. That scoundrel, I can't believe I lost the bet and became his girlfriend. Even if he's handsome, how can he push me around? What will my friends think if I become the girlfriend of that playboy? Even father didn't dare to cross him, and he even approved of it. It's infuriating. Arg, I'm so angry, Rose mumbled, unable to quell her irritation when she thought of Dave. She remained perplexed about how that dream had come about, as she had never experienced anything like it. She had never dreamed about a guy before, and on top of that, the dreams were very ambiguous and involved crazy things. She had always disliked men, but these dreams made her doubt herself. Her face turned crimson, and she ran her hands over her body to alleviate the strange sensation. Her innermost desires were awakened, and her thoughts were in disarray. She hadn't realized that her mind had started thinking of crazy things because of the sin energy pervading the room. Her intimate areas became moist, and her mind was clouded by lust. Dave, witnessing the effectiveness of his skill, promptly removed his clothing and advanced toward the shower. He embraced her from behind, startling Rose, who saw Dave standing there in the nude, his perfectly sculpted body on full display. Rose's desires were further stoked, and she kissed Dave without any regard for her status as a princess. Ha, ha! Dave reciprocated the kiss, and his hands gradually made their way to her breasts, giving them a gentle squeeze. Ah, Rose moaned as she felt an intense wave of excitement, prompting her to kneel and take a closer look at his impressive member. She was initially taken aback by its size, but she decided to put it in her mouth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. She worked her mouth, and her mind was now filled with unbridled lust. After 3 minutes, Dave guided her toward the bathtub, making her face it. He positioned his member at the entrance of her intimate area and gently pressed forward. Ah, Rose cried out in pain as her hymen was torn apart, but Dave allowed her time to adjust. His considerable size made her scream even louder. He continued to move his hips rhythmically. Plock, plock, plock. Dave relentlessly plowed her, and Rose's moans and screams filled the room. He could see from her expression that she was enjoying it, so he increased his pace and intensity. Rose couldn't take it any longer and reached a climax on his member, but Dave didn't stop. They continued this passionate encounter for 2 hours, and Dave savored every moment of taming the once tyrannical princess. Afterward, Dave helped Rose out of the shower room and assisted her in getting dressed. Rose looked at Dave with a mixture of anger and confusion. "What have you done to me? Why do I suddenly feel so much lust?" she demanded. Dave wore an innocent smile and replied, "I don't know, maybe I was just too irresistible for a princess like you." Rose was infuriated but found herself too physically drained to respond. Dave went into her kitchen and prepared some food. Rose observed him with astonishment, as she hadn't expected him to know how to cook. She didn't expect to lose so badly that she surrendered to Dave without even realizing it. Even so, she couldn't help but feel stronger than before, as if she was on the verge of another breakthrough. Dave ignored her doubtful expression and served her a meal. After 10 minutes, Dave prepared to leave, as he needed to check on Draco, who was alone in his dorm. However, Rose suddenly stopped him. "Are you just going to leave like this? How are you going to take responsibility for me?" she asked with an angry expression. "I am a princess, and my reputation was ruined because of you." Dave replied, "You are my girlfriend, so it's only natural for us to be intimate. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. I just hope you'll be gentler with me." With that, he vanished from her room. Rose was left in stunned silence as she watched him leave. Bastard. Dave reappeared in his dorm, fully satisfied after taming the proud princess. He had gained many sin points from the encounter. The system promptly notified him of his gains. Ding. You've gained 5,000 sin points today. He also noticed that he had received a total of 10,000 sin points from Rose. This brought his total sin points to 15,000. Since it was only 7 p.m., he decided to take Draco for a stroll outside the academy. Dave was happy to see Draco's joyful expression as the baby dragon enjoyed their time together. While they walked the streets, Dave suddenly sensed movement and was certain that he was being followed. 5 individuals dressed in black, resembling assassins, were tailing him. However, Dave remained calm, as he realized that the most formidable among them was only at the peak tier king level. He decided to lead them to a secluded location, where he could deal with them swiftly. Dave walked down a narrow street, devoid of people, constantly monitoring his surroundings. He was now convinced he was being pursued and sensed a significant amount of murderous intent from behind. Despite his status, he couldn't believe someone was targeting him. Do they have a death wish? He was confident that a single slash would be enough to take down these assassins since his sword dragon technique was already at level 8. Although he didn't know the actual strength of this technique, he believed it could easily eliminate a peak tier emperor with a single slash. With this technique, he had acquired numerous powerful skills. Draco, on the other hand, didn't comprehend the situation, munching on cotton candy that Dave had bought for him. As Dave strolled down the narrow street, he abruptly stopped and turned to face the people tailing him. "Come out," he commanded. The assassins were taken aback, thinking they were concealed effectively, yet he still detected them. With evident disdain on their faces, they abandoned their stealth. They believed Dave was vulnerable since he was only a peak-tier grandmaster and that his father was away on a special mission. They presumed he would be unguarded. They had received information that the Guardian was currently outside the Empire, on a mission. Their employer had tasked them with this operation, and although they were initially apprehensive, he promised them substantial rewards for success. One of the assassins mocked, "Well, it's an achievement to kill the rising champion today." The assassins chuckled at Dave's apparent vulnerability, but in Dave's mind, they were nothing more than ants. Pretending to be scared, he intended to extract more information about the person who had hired them. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Do you not know that my father is the guardian? Dave feigned fear, attempting to gather details. His performance was convincing, and his pursuers were unaware that he was merely pretending. As you're on the brink of death, we might as well reveal who commissioned your assassination. The assassins laughed at his act and revealed their purpose. We were hired to kill you. As for our employer, it's Earl Sandro, and we don't know why. Earl Sandro? Dave pondered the name for a moment, but before he could react, the assassins swiftly closed the distance and materialized behind him. Unbeknownst to them, their movements seemed sluggish compared to his. Die. Sharp daggers appeared in their hands, poised to pierce his neck, but it felt as if time had stopped. As they drew closer to Dave, certain of their success, Dave commented, "Amateurs. What kind of assassin reveals their employer?" He laughed in disdain, not expecting the assassins to be so foolish. Dave drew his sword from his storage space, a king-level item gifted by his father. He had received it when he was 12, along with the sword dragon technique. Holding the sword horizontally, he unsheathed only a tenth of it from the hilt and sheathed it once more. "Sword dragon technique," he intoned, leaving the assassins bewildered by his invocation. They had heard the technique's name but hadn't perceived his movements. Unbeknownst to the assassins, their heads were rolling on the ground, their faces etched with fear before they could even scream. A 15-year-old boy had beheaded them. So strong. The power of this technique astounded Dave, as he'd never employed it against a real enemy, only practicing with his father. His sword promptly crumbled into dust because it could not carry such a strong technique. "Looks like I need to get a stronger sword." Turning to Draco, he said, "Draco, it's time for your meal today." With excitement, Draco opened his mouth, and a black hole emerged, absorbing the assassin's remains until nothing was left. Dave knew Draco had this ability, allowing him to consume entities much larger than his own body. While he couldn't confirm whether Draco was a dragon or a toady, he found him incredibly cute. As he gazed at the moon, Dave mused, "Earl Sandro, I'll have to teach you a lesson." Then he vanished. Not everyone with a high ranking in the Empire was formidable, some had ascended through their intelligence. Earl Sandro belonged to the latter category, gaining his title through his merits. He was only a mid-tier grandmaster and was currently 40 years old. Living a solitary life, he had no family. Sandro ruled a small territory granted to him by the Emperor. Sandro sat in a chair while a man in black reported to him. "We lost contact with number 16 and number 18. They've never failed a mission before, and if they've completed it, they should already be here." Sandro's response was laced with anger. "What? You dare call yourselves assassins, and you can't even finish off a mere boy?" The man retorted, "Humph, Sandro, you seem to have forgotten that I could kill you right here. You should be thankful we don't harm our employer, but know your place." Sandro fell silent, and the man explained, "We will send a more formidable assassin this time, though it will be challenging. He is likely to be more cautious now, and the worst-case scenario is that his father learns about the assassination attempt on his son. We're not sure why number 16 and number 18 failed, but I suspect the Guardian still has a protector for his son. They were personally trained by me, even though they are among the weakest assassins in my organization." After that, the man disappeared, and Sandro couldn't perceive his movements. Anxious and filled with dread, Sandro ordered his guards to bolster the defenses in his residence, unaware that Dave had already infiltrated his castle. Dave tended to hold grudges, and once he was targeted, he made sure those responsible suffered the consequences of their actions. He didn't know why he held a grudge against Earl Sandro, but he remembered seeing him at a party when he was younger. Ding. You gain sin points, Wrath plus 100, Unknown, Wrath plus 500, Earl Sandro, Wrath plus 500, Carl. Dave, already inside Sandro's castle, was stunned. He guessed that Sandro was now full of anxiety as his plan had failed. After traveling for many hours to reach Earl Sandro's territory, Dave conducted a preliminary investigation. He discovered that Sandro's territory was remarkably weak, lacking strong subordinates. This knowledge emboldened him to undertake a solo infiltration with little concern for personal safety. He didn't know who Carl was, but he assumed he was one of Sandro's companions. "I'll kill them both." His assumption was correct. Carl, dressed in black, became furious upon learning that 2 of his men had died, a significant loss for his organization. Dave would check how many sin points he gained later, but he still had a job to do. He carried Draco with him, noticing that the more Draco ate, the faster his growth became. Draco could now enlarge himself to 4 meters, but he still couldn't fly. He could also make himself smaller, and currently, he was the size of a cat, making him irresistibly cute. Dave couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Draco cannot fight him and can only surrender to Dave's hands. As he walked forward, He noticed many guards patrolling the area. Looks like he is anxious to strengthen their defenses, he said to himself. Earl Sandro had indeed ordered a tightening of security, fearing potential retaliation from the other party if the assassins revealed his involvement in the assassination attempt. The mere thought of the Guardian learning about his role filled him with terror. Dave was in conceal mode, allowing him to easily bypass the guards. He spotted a maid carrying food and drinks, guessing she was headed to Sandro's room. He silently followed her, and she didn't even notice him. She approached a room and opened the door. "Lord, please take your food," she said, bowing before leaving. Sandro ignored her, his mind chaotic. "What should I do? I never wanted to be involved in this, but I have no choice," he muttered. He fervently hoped that the Guardian would never find out he had hired the assassins. Well, as expected of the Earl. He strengthened his defenses when he failed to assassinate someone, Dave remarked as he released his concealment. Sandro was shocked, and as he was about to speak, Dave had already seized him by the neck. "You know I hate someone plotting against me, and I will make them suffer," Dave sneered, thinking, a mere Earl wanted to hurt me? Ha, a fool's dream. Luckily, I was strong enough, otherwise, I might have died. He already died before and dying again is not in his vocabulary. Dave squeezed his neck and demanded, "Why do you want to assassinate me? I know you don't have the guts since you are just a weak Grandmaster." Sandro was shocked by Dave's power. It seemed his strength was deliberately concealed to fool his enemies. At 40 years old, he was a Grandmaster. He had heard that Dave was also a Grandmaster, but he quickly realized the gap between them was enormous, leaving him unable to fight back. In his heart, he cursed his fate, realizing his end was near. When Sandro didn't answer and merely stared at Dave, he immediately used his skill hypnotism. Since you don't want to answer, don't blame me," Dave chuckled. "Why do you want to kill me?" he pressed. Sandro's willpower was weak, and he easily fell into a hypnotic state, losing control of his mind. His face became blank as he answered truthfully. It was the mission given by the higher-ups of the Black Turtle Kingdom. They want to get rid of you to prevent another strong figure from rising. They heard you have a dragon, so they decided to kill you even if it was risky. I was the spy they planted in the Dragon Empire to monitor the happenings here and report back to them. Dave was stunned by this revelation. He hadn't expected them to be bold enough to send assassins to kill him. Though he didn't have a grudge against the Turtle Empire, they had still attacked him because of his talent. They feared that another guardian like Lucas might emerge, thwarting their hopes of rising. Despite the world appearing peaceful and stable, other empires continued to scheme against one another. The Dragon Empire, however, was confident in its strength and ready to wage war if any of the other empires made a wrong move. He asked again, "Was the assassin I killed one of your men?" Sandro replied, "No, they are from the Shadow House. They are a notorious organization that kills targets for money." Dave inquired about their base, but Sandro didn't know, as they were very exclusive. "Looks like I still have much to learn about the continent." Dave used his hypnotism to erase Sandro's memory of his arrival. Satisfied with his answers, he immediately knocked Sandro out, stripped him of his clothes, and carried him silently. He crippled Sandro's power and hung him at his own gate. He knew Sandro would die in 30 minutes, as he was powerless and had sustained severe injuries. To ensure the truth came to light, Dave posted all of Sandro's documents on the wall, revealing his transactions with the Black Turtle Empire. After that, he left silently and returned to his dorm. It was now 10 p.m., so he took a bath and rested. He noticed he had gained 15,000 sin points from Sandro and Carl. Uncertain of the dangers lurking in the Empire, he realized he needed to become stronger, faster, to eliminate them. He couldn't always rely on his father, he needed more time to grow. Even without a personal grudge against them, they were still targeting him, so he etched their names into his heart. Deciding to rest for now, Dave carried Draco to his bed, and they slept together. Dave woke up in the morning, and as usual, he prepared food for Draco. Afterward, he got ready to go to the academy. While walking toward the academy, he overheard a group of people discussing the latest news. "Did you hear that someone hung Earl Sandro outside his gate?" One of them said. "Yes, I also heard that he was a spy from the Black Turtle Empire." "Those bastards are getting more arrogant by the day," moving in silence, another added. "You're right. The investigators didn't know who hung up the Earl, but they did a great job." Dave couldn't help but smile upon hearing this news. When he woke up in the morning, he received many sin points from Carl. No one knew that he was the one responsible for the incident, and even if they attempted to investigate it, they couldn't trace it back to him. Dave had meticulously covered his tracks, ensuring that no evidence remained. Even if they were to discover the truth, he didn't care. He believed he might even be rewarded for this meritorious act. He suspected that Carl might have realized that a powerful individual was guarding him, the one who had dealt with Sandro. What they didn't know was that their target had turned out to be the real hunter, and they were playing with fire. As he approached the academy's gate, he spotted Rose waiting for him, looking at him shyly. Rose's skin had become even more radiant and her overall appearance had improved since she became romantically involved with Dave. He couldn't help but recall the enchanting image of her face during their intimate moments. Dave smiled and immediately held her waist, teasing. "Can you walk properly now?" Rose was initially angered by his words, but she playfully punched his chest, already having accepted that he was her boyfriend. She didn't realize it, but every time he provoked her, she thought she hated him, only to later discover that she liked him. He was handsome, despite being occasionally irritating, and he was sweet enough to cook for her and take care of her. She had resolved to change her personality for Dave because she didn't want him to leave her. Dave had a constant presence in her thoughts, and after hearing his parting words, she realized that she had been overly harsh on him. She also recognized that it wasn't her loss, as Dave was a much better option than being forced into an arranged marriage with some prince from a distant land. "Let's go." Dave noticed her behavior change and held her hand as they walked together. Rose was stunned, but she recalled that he had already touched her body in many places, making holding hands seem rather innocent. Many people witnessed this scene, and Dave could hear many hearts breaking. Rose was a top beauty, despite her fierceness, and Dave was handsome. Dave received many love letters every day, which he simply ignored. Suddenly, he found himself gaining numerous sin points, all originating from envy and wrath. He felt that envy and wrath were the emotions associated with most of sin. Dave realized that his sin points had reached 700,000 and decided that he would need to level up his skills and power later. He enjoyed the attention he received from everyone. As they continued walking, he suddenly encountered a man blocking their path. This tall individual was of similar height to Dave but had a face marred by acne. He had some underlings following him. This man, Erwin, looked at Dave and said, "How dare you steal my beloved Rose? Don't you know who my father is?" Their bet remained a well-guarded secret among those who were privy to it. The fear of offending both Dave and Rose, who held significant status and influence, discouraged people from spreading the information widely. Dave was amused because very few knew his identity on campus, as he usually kept a low profile. The reason people didn't recognize his face was that he had changed in physical appearance after unlocking the sin of lust. He was even more handsome than before, but he rarely went out due to his father's training, so nobody knew of his altered image except his exes. Though he had always been handsome, he now looked even better. Rose was shocked by Erwin's audacity in antagonizing Dave. "He's dead." She recognized him as the son of Duke Emerald, Erwin, a 17-year-old second-year student who had continuously attempted to court her but had been ignored. He had been spoiled since birth, enjoyed causing trouble, and had grown even more arrogant due to his father's status. However, his father had warned him not to provoke anyone, especially the guardian's son. Erwin ignored his warning and enjoyed bullying the weak while fearing the strong. She recognized that Erwin was rather dense and rarely heeded his father's advice, making him a source of trouble within the empire. Rose only realized that Dave's appearance had changed significantly. It was as if a mysterious fog now shrouded his face. On the first day of classes, nobody almost recognized him among the students. She had been warned by her father not to provoke him, and she vaguely remembered meeting him when they were just 3 years old. However, she had never expected such a drastic transformation in his features. She now also realized that she was similar to Erwin before, who had failed to recognize Dave as the guardian's son. Dave smiled and responded, "Why should I care about your father? Is he the emperor? Is that why you're acting so high and mighty?" Erwin, angered by Dave's cocky attitude, retorted, "You're quite cocky, huh? Do you think that the princess will protect you from me?" Erwin then commanded his subordinates to teach Dave a lesson. As his subordinates charged forward to attack Dave, Dave immediately released his aura, causing them to kneel on the ground. Everyone was shocked, except for Rose, whose hands were still held by Dave. She couldn't help but admire how cool he appeared at that moment. Her face turned red as she remembered how fierce Dave had been when they had been intimate. Dave looked at the kneeling figures with disdain and kicked them all, causing their bones to crack and leaving them severely injured. "Arg!" they screamed, but nobody dared to help them to avoid further provoking Dave. Afterward, he turned his attention to Erwin and seized him by the neck, lifting him like a chicken. Dave said, "You know I despise it when someone ruins my mood when I'm with my women, so I'll punish you lightly." He then destroyed Erwin's cultivation, the source of his power, leaving him immediately crippled. His strength was now at the level of an ordinary person, despite previously being a master. Everyone was shocked by the brutality of Dave's light punishment, Dave whispered a few words in Erwin's ear, leaving him shocked and afraid. Dave tossed him aside like trash and continued walking as if nothing had happened. The guards had witnessed the scene but wisely chose not to intervene, preferring to avoid offending the Duke rather than the Guardian. They acted as if nothing had happened. Even though it was forbidden to cripple someone inside the academy, they believed that the dean would turn a blind eye to it. Dave moved forward, and Rose, with a hint of doubt, asked, "What did you say to him that made him so scared?" She couldn't hide her curiosity. She realized just how powerful and merciless Dave truly was. Fortunately, he didn't seem to mind the curses she'd thrown at him earlier, and she had now become his official girlfriend. Dave gave a small smile, gently touching her chin as he replied, "I just told him my name, and he immediately got scared. I didn't know my name could be that terrifying." Rose was taken aback. If she was in his shoes, she'd likely feel just as afraid. She was confident the Duke wouldn't try to retaliate, though she suspected the worst-case scenario might mean Erwin could be punished harshly, maybe even killed, to satisfy the Guardian. To become a Duke, one had to serve the Empire for years, completing many worthy deeds. Yet, if anyone dared offend Dave, one word from the Guardian could strip them of their title or worse, cost them their life. It was a harsh truth. Holding the position of Guardian came with great respect, but also heavy responsibilities. The Guardian earned such a position. Fortunately, the Guardian wasn't against every emperor, as long as they followed the rules and handled their duties. The Guardian even had the power to demote an emperor. That's how high and mighty a Guardian was within the Empire. The Emperor managed the Empire, but the Guardian was its backbone. An emperor could be replaced easily, but a Guardian held the highest position of all. After all, being a Guardian meant you were the strongest in the Empire. As they walked and chatted closely, they ran into their teacher, Lena. "Good morning, Teacher Lena," Rose greeted her, feeling a bit shy as she was still holding Dave's hand. Lena noticed their closeness and felt a strange irritation. She glanced at Dave, still finding it hard to shake the memory of their encounter. He had left a lasting impression. Dave smiled, greeting her, "Good morning, Teacher Lena." Lena nodded but couldn't meet his gaze. She found it difficult to face the man who had conquered her, especially since she was his teacher. It felt entirely off limits. Dave smiled, leading Rose toward their classroom. Lena watched him leave, a pang of sadness hitting her. Maybe it was because she had once threatened him, and he now held a hint of disdain for her. She tried to push down her feelings, but they only grew stronger. Seeing him with another girl felt like a sharp sting in her heart. Since her time with Dave, Lena felt a remarkable shift within herself. She was on the verge of a breakthrough, not just in strength but in beauty as well. She was becoming more beautiful and could sense that her limits were close to being reached. Refocusing, she made her way to the classroom. Dave and Rose sat closely, with Dave occasionally holding her hand or giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. Rose felt special, especially as he showed his affection openly. The other girls looked at her enviously, as if she'd taken something precious from them. She ignored their stares, content just to be with Dave. The boys, on the other hand, were disappointed to see their class's most beautiful girl now Dave's girlfriend. They looked at themselves, wishing they were as attractive as he was. Teacher Lena then made an announcement. "Students, I'm pleased to tell you that we'll be holding a student tournament. You'll compete with students from other classes and years for a chance to represent our school in the annual tournament." Dave saw this as a perfect opportunity to gain more sin points. The annual tournament was highly competitive, with Dragon Academy ranking as one of the top schools in the Empire. Many students felt a surge of excitement and started talking about their training and plans for the tournament with eager anticipation. After class, Dave and Rose left the school together. He invited her to his dorm to discuss their plans for the tournament. Rose, too, wanted to become strong enough to compete alongside him. In his dorm, Dave changed clothes and cooked a meal for Rose and Draco. Draco had a huge appetite, so Dave prepared a lot of food, serving it one dish at a time. The room filled with a delicious aroma as they ate and teased each other playfully. "When did you learn to cook like this?" Rose asked, clearly impressed. "You're as good as the chefs at the royal castle," Dave chuckled. "I figured you'd think I was a spoiled guy who had someone else do all his cooking." Rose was genuinely surprised by his skills. "There's still a lot you don't know about me," he replied with a smile, adding a bit of mystery around his past and abilities. After they ate, Dave began sharing his plan with Rose. She was stunned by his boldness. "That's your plan?" she asked in disbelief. Dave explained, "We've done it before, so you'll only gain from it, and it'll make you stronger. I have dual cultivation skills, and we just need to practice a few more times for you to grow. I trust you, and as my girlfriend, it's my job to take care of you," Dave said warmly. "I want you to be strong so you can defend yourself if I'm not around." Even though you're a princess, plenty of people would still target you. Rose was touched by his caring words and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, she realized she was falling for him and discovering just how sweet love could be. She remembered feeling stronger after their first time together and now understood why she suddenly looked and felt more powerful. His essence had enhanced her body and even her skin. Her friends had even asked about the beauty products she used. They had a week before the tournament, and Dave believed he could help her reach the rank of top-tier king in that time. Blushing at his suggestion, Rose agreed, seeing it as the quickest way to grow stronger. She was ready to commit to him and make him her lifelong partner. Before starting, Dave checked his sin points, which had reached 900,000. He decided to level up first, creating a stable foundation for her cultivation and a bigger boost to her strength. Dave reviewed his sin points, finding that they had reached an impressive 900,000. He had been saving these points for a while, anticipating the next level he could achieve. When he first entered the academy, he was a top-tier grandmaster, but now he was pushing to surpass the king level, a feat that 90% of people in the empire might never reach in their entire lives. Even if someone dedicated every part of their life to reaching this level, it was nearly impossible without strong natural talent, good connections, and a wealth of resources. Reflecting on his journey, Dave recalled many novels he'd read in his previous life, where protagonists relied solely on hard work to become powerful. But he had learned that while hard work mattered, it wasn't enough alone. Connections, guidance, and access to resources were just as critical in this world. He took a moment to check his current stats, sin points, 900,000. Knowing he had accumulated a significant number of sin points, Dave decided it was time to level up. 900,000 sin points? That's more than enough for multiple level ups, he thought with a grin. I didn't expect to accumulate this much so soon. He proceeded to advance his rank. Ding. You've leveled up to level 8, top tier emperor, minus 64,000 SP, ding. You've leveled up to level 9, peak tier emperor, minus 128,000 SP, ding. You've leveled up to level 10, low tier sage, minus 256,000 SP. A rush of energy flooded through Dave's body, sharpening his aura and heightening his senses. His vitality surged, and he felt physically stronger than ever. Looking back, his previous level now felt 10 times weaker by comparison. So, this is what it's like to be a sage? He murmured. Dave hadn't expected such a significant gap between emperor and sage levels. Effortlessly, he crossed the emperor threshold and entered the sage rank, becoming perhaps the youngest ever to reach this level. Even his father hadn't achieved this strength at his age. But despite the thrill, Dave decided to stay at the low-tier sage level for now. He knew rapid power gains came with risks, and it was wise to acclimate before pushing further. The system then notified him that his shop would offer stronger items and equipment at this new rank, so he decided to hold off on purchasing lower-level items for now. His father had already gifted him high-quality gear, and, with his current strength, he rarely faced real danger. Unexpectedly, he received a prompt from the system, ding. You've met the condition to evolve. Do you want to proceed? Evolution? Dave mused. This was a chance to grow even more powerful, yet he chose to wait, feeling it best to understand his current state before taking on this transformation. His remaining 452,000 sin points converted into 4,520 skill points, adding to the 66 he already held, bringing his total to 4.586. Dave decided it was time to advance several of his key skills. He leveled up his Sword Dragon technique to level 10, and a new skill, Wrath of the Sword Dragon, unlocked. This allowed him to channel immense energy into his sword attacks, transforming them into powerful beams, much like a dragon's breath. In practice, this technique empowered Dave to concentrate his energy through his sword, creating devastating, long-range attacks. As he swung his sword, it would release a fierce beam of energy that could strike foes from afar, dealing severe damage and even incapacitating opponents with its sheer force. Next, he upgraded his Conceal skill to level 10, costing him 384 skill points, and unlocked a skill called Shadow Mark. Shadow Mark enabled Dave to track enemies marked by this skill, no matter where they went. Placing an invisible mark on a target linked them to him directly, allowing him to follow their movements for as long as the mark remained active. Afterward, he upgraded Magical Eyes to level 10, earning the Photographic Memory skill. Photographic Memory enhanced Dave's recall abilities to near perfection. When he used it, he could remember any detail from past events, texts, images, or experiences with incredible clarity, almost as if he had taken a photograph of the memory. Finally, he focused on his Sin of Lust skill, advancing it to level 10 and unlocking 2 additional abilities. Incubus Form. This transformation doubled his charm and stamina, especially potent in interactions where the charm was crucial. Absorption. This skill allowed him to absorb power from his target through intimate connections. Recognizing its darker nature, Dave decided he'd use it sparingly, reserving it for critical moments only. With 650 skill points still left, Dave reviewed his updated stats. Name: Dave Alexander. Age: 15. Race: human. Power level: low tier. Sage level. Techniques: Sword Dragon Technique, LV.10, 0256. Skills: Sword Intent, Sword Manifestation, Sword Manipulation, Dragon Slash, Sword Apocalypse, Wrath of the Sword Dragon. Magic Skills: Conceal, LV.10, 0512. Skills: Disguise, Assassination, Shadow Steps, Shadow Mark. Magical Eyes, LV.10, 0512. Skills: Eyes of Truth, Illusion, Night Vision, Hypnotism, Photographic Memory. Primordial Sin. Skills: Sin of Lust, LV.10, 02560. Skills: Charm, Hands of Pleasure, Dual Cultivation, Incubus Aura, Dream, Puppetry, Incubus Form. Absorption stats: Level: 10 horsepower, 30,000 MP, 45,000 exp, 0512,000 strength, 900 agility, 1,200 intelligence, 1,700 skill points, 650 sin points, 0. With his power now well structured, Dave felt confident in his abilities and his place within the academy. After checking his new stats and skills, Dave proceeded to open his store. Shop: Items, Healing Potion, 500,000 sin points, heals anyone, even a heavenly sage, completely. Mana Potion, 300,000 sin points, fully recovers the host's mana. Teleportation Scroll, 50,000 sin points, can teleport you to any place you've been before. Equipment: Black Dragon Sword, Heavenly Sage, minus 5 million sin points, bound to the host and can continue to grow with the host. Black Robe, Heavenly Sage, 1,500,000 sin points, conceals the user's aura and adds 20,000 HP. Body Armor, Heavenly Sage, 3 million sin points, a transparent armor that can block an attack against a peak Heavenly Sage one time. Cooldown: 5 days. Dave was astonished to find so many potent items and potions in his store that could prove useful in the future. Next, he decided to check the Primordial Sin Roulette. The system mentioned that he could acquire a new sin at various levels such as 10, 30, 40, and so on. He couldn't obtain a new sin at level 20. Since he was now at level 10, he could gain a new sin skill in addition to the Sin of Lust. Primordial Sins: Sin of Lust, acquired, Sin of Wrath dash, Sin of Gluttony dash, Sin of Sloth dash, Sin of Pride dash, Sin of Envy dash, Sin of Greed dash. New Primordial Sin? The Primordial Sin of Lust is very powerful, and now I'm about to acquire a new sin? Dave eagerly agreed to proceed. Ding! You've gained a new Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Sloth, LV.1. You've gained a new skill, Sleep. You can make your target with weak willpower fall asleep based on the power of your target. You've gained a new skill, Nightmare. You can harm or kill your target in their dreams as long as you've marked the target by touching them. Dave was taken aback by the Sin of Sloth. The skill Nightmare was particularly intriguing, as it allowed him to harm or even kill an enemy within their dreams, provided he had higher power, or the target had weak willpower. When Dave activates the Nightmare skill, he can enter the dreams of a targeted individual. This means he can infiltrate the dream world of the person he wishes to affect. The effectiveness of the Nightmare skill depends on the power difference between Dave and his target. If Dave's power significantly surpasses that of the target, or if the target has particularly weak willpower, the skill becomes highly potent. In such cases, Dave can fully manifest his control over the dream and enact harmful actions. Dave expressed his satisfaction, saying, "This skill is overpowering, and no one will know that I am the one who did it, ha." He was pleased with the newfound capability to eliminate his enemies within their dreams if ever someone targeted him. Dave recognized the value of the sleep skill, considering it highly useful. He no longer needed to strike an opponent's neck to induce unconsciousness, he could simply make them fall asleep and lose consciousness within a second. This skill provided him with a quick and efficient way to incapacitate potential threats without causing them harm. Dave still had 650 skill points left, so he decided to level up his new skills. You've leveled up your skill, Sin of Sloth, 0-10, to level 2, -10. You've leveled up your skill, Sin of Sloth, 0-20, to level 3, -20. You've leveled up your skill, Sin of Sloth, 0-40, to level 4, -40. You've leveled up your skill, Sin of Sloth, 0-80, to level 5, -80. You've leveled up your skill, Sin of Sloth, 0-160, to level 6, -160, he could only level it up to level 6 and gain 2 new skills. Laziness, you can make your target lazy. Sleep Master, you can gain sin points just by sleeping, based on your skill level and the duration of your sleep. Dave marveled at his new abilities and thought, as expected of a primordial sin, they offer a variety of potent skills. When he activates the laziness skill, it affects the motivation and energy levels of the chosen target, making them unwilling to engage in tasks or activities, and more inclined to procrastinate or avoid responsibilities. In essence, it saps their drive and ambition. Sleep Master, on the other hand, a unique skill that allows Dave to earn sin points by simply sleeping. The number of sin points he acquires depends on his skill level of Sleep Master and the duration of his sleep. Satisfied with his newfound powers, Dave returned to his room, where Rose awaited him. He noticed her shy expression and smiled, finding her incredibly cute. Dave wasted no time and led her to the bed, where they spent the entire night in passionate intimacy, without taking any breaks. By 6 a.m., Dave and Rose were still passionately engaged in their activities. Dave had not only pleasured Rose, but with his new skills, he controlled sleep, allowing them to continue without any fatigue or exhaustion. He even shared his newfound abilities with Rose, ensuring she remained energetic and lustful. They engaged in intimate activities throughout the night and didn't sleep. Dave's enhanced abilities allowed him to function perfectly well without rest, capable of going without sleep for an extended period. Dave noticed Rose's stamina and strength had increased significantly. She had transformed from a peak-tier Grandmaster to a low-tier King level and was approaching the middle tier. Dave also gained sin points from their activities, though not as much as their first experience together. In total, he collected 15,000 sin points from her. Dave eventually realized it was morning when the system notified him of his daily gains. Ding! You've collected 5,000 sin points from other people, total sin points, 20,000. Recognizing the need to stop, Dave and Rose had their final moment of intimacy for the night before Dave allowed her to rest. Rose lay on a bed, sweating and exhausted, with 2 hours to spare before their next class. The next morning, when he opened the door, he saw Draco looking at him angrily. Draco looked like a child who had been abandoned by his parents, and he gazed at Dave with resentment. Dave realized that he was truly an abandoned egg. Dave had forgotten about Draco while he was enjoying his time with Rose to make her stronger. Draco had become accustomed to being in bed with Dave and was not used to being without him by his side. Dave saw Draco's angry expression and smiled as he patted his head. Even when Draco was angry, he still looked cute. "Sorry, Draco. Don't worry, I will make it up to you." He offered Draco some food to help him forgive Dave. Draco looked at Dave with a fierce expression, as if saying, you know how to apologize, while munching on the food Dave had given him. Dave didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as he feared that he would be kidnapped by Draco if this continued. Well, he thought it might be called dragon-napped. Draco was a certified foodie, and luckily, Dave was rich enough to provide him with all his needs. If it were someone else, they might have gone bankrupt. Dave went to the kitchen to cook. He always had a perfect set of cooking materials because cooking had become his hobby. He felt like he should change the title of his system to the Primordial Cooking System. As he was preparing food, a woman suddenly entered his dorm. Every morning, Dave would open the door and the window as he had done in his previous life. He wasn't afraid of intruders, and his strength was sufficient to protect himself. He was already a sage. Dave checked to see who had the audacity to enter his dorm and was stunned to discover that it was Susan. She looked sexier and more beautiful than before, and her aura was stronger than during their first meeting. Susan smiled sweetly when she saw Dave. She immediately ran over to him and hugged his wide chest. "I missed you, Dave." Dave also smiled and hugged her. He wasn't afraid to reveal his relations with his other women, as in the spirit world, it was normal for the strong to have multiple partners. "I missed you too, my Susan." Susan kissed his lips, but she suddenly tasted something wrong. She looked at Dave suspiciously and said, "Whose lips were the last ones you kissed? I also smell another woman on your body." "HMMP, I just left you, and you're already tasting another woman." Dave smiled at her and revealed that it was from Rose. He wanted all of them to be in harmony, and he had plans for a future where he and his harem would live together. Dave didn't bother to hide it and told her the truth. Susan was stunned by how straightforward he was and she smiled at him, saying, "It's okay if you have other women, but please don't forget to treat me well," she said with an aggrieved expression. Dave knew she was acting cute, so he immediately pulled her closer and kissed her. She knew that it was normal for a strong person to have a harem, and even her father had 5 wives. However, her mother was the one he loved the most, so she was pampered. Dave was still cooking, but he had no problem multitasking. He removed her clothes and made love to her while continuing to cook. Plack. 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 Susan moaned as she missed how he made love to her. She had dreamt of him every night, so she finally decided to visit him. Her father was worried about her when she first met Dave, but she explained that Dave was now her boyfriend. She thought her father might be angry, but his reaction was the opposite of what she had expected. Her father was stunned to learn Dave's identity, and he even asked her when Dave would marry her. He was eager to go to the Guardian and ask when they would be married and have children. Everyone in the Empire knew that Dave, despite being a playboy, was a genius and the ideal man for every young woman. She hadn't expected her father to sell her like that, but she felt that there was nothing wrong with having a relationship with him. He had talent, looks, wealth, and status, and he had a strong father who supported him. Many dukes and other noble families always encouraged their daughters to try to win Dave over because even a small favor from him could elevate their status in the Empire. Dave was like a golden goose that many women wanted to capture. Rose, who had been sleeping for an hour, suddenly woke up after hearing a moan. She looked at her body, which was covered in red marks from Dave. Her buttocks even had a handprint, and she remembered that they had made love all night. She was shocked at how bold she had been to engage in such activities for so many hours. She also noticed that her strength had now reached the low-tier king level. Wow, my power has surged in just one night. She now understood that Dave had not lied to her, the method had been effective. She had never heard of such a technique before, and she felt that if others learned of it, they might target Dave even more to discover his secret. Of course, she would never reveal it to others because she didn't want to lose Dave's trust in her. She immediately got dressed, following the sounds she had heard, and was shocked to see Dave making love to a violet-haired woman. She recognized the woman as the proud daughter of Duke Curran, a powerful noble in the Empire. She had met her before and knew many wealthy people in the Empire. The daughter of Duke Curran, Susan, had been looking down on men and treating them like slaves. However, now she acted differently as she allowed Dave to dominate her. Dave felt Rose's movements, so he quickened his pace and soon reached his climax inside Susan. Ah! Susan moaned loudly. Susan's face was filled with lust and satisfaction. After their session, Dave looked at the mess they had created, but he continued cooking and allowed Susan to fix herself. Susan smiled, her desires now sated, and she wanted to spend more time with him. That's why she had visited him. She was bored in their territory, so she told her father that she would visit Dave. Her father even told her to bring all her clothes with her and live with him. She had cursed her father for being crazy, but she had considered the idea. In the end, she decided not to go through with it, as she didn't want Dave to feel restricted. As Susan was about to get her clothes, she saw Rose looking at her with a deadly stare. You are a bastard, Dave. Rose stared at Dave with killing intent, but Dave shrugged his shoulders, blaming his handsome face for being so attractive. Susan smiled provocatively and immediately hugged Dave, even though she didn't have clothes on. Hubby, she's scary, hahoo. Leave her for me. Susan was a seductress, and her acting was very convincing. Rose was angered by her actions and felt provoked. Rose knew that she couldn't monopolize Dave, as he had a bright future, and he was a known playboy. She had been prepared for this kind of situation in the future, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. HMMP, who are you to command my boyfriend? Do you want to die? Rose directed her killing intent toward Susan and was ready to fight her. Her power rose to another level, and Susan was no match for her. Rose tried her best to change herself so that Dave wouldn't leave her. Dave saw this scene, so he cleared his throat and said, "Hey ladies, please calm down. Let's eat first, shall we?" Rose and Susan stopped their hostile intentions as Dave released his domineering aura. Both calmed down, and it was rare for them to see him become so serious. The women agreed to eat, but Dave could still see the killing intent in their eyes toward each other. Dave smiled and knew that it would take time for both of them to accept each other. They ate in silence, but Draco was eating cheerfully, innocent and oblivious to what was happening. Draco ignored them and happily enjoyed the food on the table. After they finished eating, Dave looked at the ladies and spoke, "You both know that I like both of you and love you. Please don't fight, as I only want you to live in harmony. I don't want to see both of you fighting to the death, or I'll feel guilty for life if one of you hurts the other. It's like hurting my heart, and I cherish both of you." Dave used words that easily tugged at the women's emotions, and it was very effective. His handsome face added to the factor, and both women were convinced that he was sincere. The ladies looked at him with guilty expressions and agreed with him. "Sorry." Rosa apologized to Susan, and Susan apologized as well. "I'm also sorry." Both of them loved Dave and didn't want to make him sad because of their fighting. Dave smiled, then held both of their hands and kissed each one. "Thank you." Dave smiled in his heart and mumbled, "It's good to be handsome, huh?" Afterward, Rose and Susan tried to talk with each other and discuss how they had met Dave. They quickly became close, as they discovered many similarities and common hobbies. In just one day of their meeting, they had become like friends who had known each other for years. They talked about their feelings and thoughts about Dave. Women are truly hard to understand, Dave thought. Dave also revealed his dual cultivation skills to Susan, and she finally understood why she had suddenly felt stronger. She expressed her desire to join the sessions every night. Because of this, she now planned to live in his dorm, and Dave was okay with it. Dave had no reason to disagree, and it was good to have both them with him. The princess also wanted to join, and he agreed to that as well. He didn't mind having someone else in his dorm, as he felt lonely even though Draco was there, unable to speak. At least someone could keep Draco company and prevent him from getting bored inside the dorm. He remembered when he had returned to his previous life, where he had to rely on himself and always strive to gain the attention he had never received. Fortunately, in this life, he had a father who loved him dearly, and he no longer needed to prove himself. He had vowed to live his life to the fullest, given this second chance. Why not live life to the fullest? He thought. Today was Friday, the last day of school for the week. Dave planned to visit his father the next day and introduce his girlfriends to him. He knew that his father probably already knew their identities, but he wanted to surprise him. Teacher Lena's point of view, POV, what's wrong with me? She mumbled to herself, as she didn't understand why she kept having dreams about Dave. In the dream, they engaged in intimate scenes similar to what they had done in her office. Little did she know that Dave was orchestrating these dreams every night to guilt her. She felt the need to distance herself from Dave since he was her student. She tried to suppress her feelings and forget about everything, but she couldn't continue like this. She wanted to talk to him. Dave was indeed someone she couldn't remove from her heart and mind. She felt that if she forcefully removed him, she would die from heartbreak. She also started to develop a mental demon because of him. It felt as though if she didn't express her feelings, her heart would burst. She cleared her thoughts and prepared herself to go to her classroom. Rose and Dave departed, leaving Susan and Draco in Dave's dormitory to attend their classes. The school day followed its usual routine, yet Dave remained acutely aware of Lena's hesitant glances in his direction. Her irritation was palpable, and her emotional state seemed far from steady. Dave couldn't help but smile, recognizing that his carefully laid plans had borne fruit. He resolved to include her in his harem, determined that none of his targets would elude his grasp. As the final bell of the day rang out, he instructed Rose to proceed to his dorm ahead of him, explaining that he had something to attend to. Rose readily agreed and made her way to her dormitory to collect her belongings. She didn't know what his plans were, but she refrained from asking, fully aware that she couldn't constantly monitor his intentions. Lena, who was contemplating how to talk to Dave, suddenly heard a knock on her door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Lena inquired, and she recognized the voice of the person she most wanted to avoid. Teacher, it's me, Dave said. Lena was taken by surprise, and she immediately felt a sense of panic. Nevertheless, she calmly responded, "Come in." Dave entered and looked at Teacher Lena, saying, "Teacher Lena, you know that it's hard for me to forget everything, so I hope you'll give me a chance. Even though I am only a student in your eyes, I've longed to be with you, so please be mine forever." Following these heartfelt words, he secretly released his incubus aura toward Lena. Lena, stunned by his confession, remained unaware of the aura but believed him due to the sincerity in his words and the sadness etched on his face. Lena promptly stood up, embracing Dave as she cried, "You know, it's been equally difficult for me to forget. I've thought about you every day. I don't understand why I dream of you every night, and I've even felt jealous when you flirted with other girls. You make me feel depressed every time you merely glance at me, and I thought you already hated me." Dave possesses the ability to keenly discern a woman's vulnerabilities and manipulate them with the art of sweet talking, thereby swaying even the most intelligent of individuals. She shed tears and shed her role as a teacher, embracing her womanhood in his arms. Dave embraced her, gently caressed her head, and then kissed her lips. He wiped away her tears and gazed at her beautiful face. "I love you," he whispered. Lena was taken aback by his courage, yet she didn't resist, as her heart was overwhelmed with joy that Dave had finally spoken to her and confessed his feelings. "I love you too," she replied, dismissing any concern about others' opinions, as she had finally borne her innermost emotions to Dave. Lena leaned in to kiss him, their lips meeting in a sweet, tender moment. The world seemed to disappear around them, leaving only the two of them, lost in the magic of their love. Dave's hands were touching her body. His hands groped her breast, and she moaned, "Ah, wait." Her face was red as Dave kept releasing his incubus aura. Lena was aroused, but Dave's hands were fast and easily conquered her desire. After a minute, she could not resist it, so she immediately kneeled and looked at his bulging pants. She inserted her hands into it and then pulled down his pants. She saw his large dragon, and she gulped. She didn't see it clearly when they first did it, as her mind that day was chaotic, but now she was shocked to see how big it was. She had some knowledge about it, and she was sure that Dave's dragon was extraordinary. She swallowed it and moved her mouth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. She continued to serve Dave, and he was enjoying it as his teacher was sucking his cock. After 5 minutes, Dave suddenly felt the pleasure, so he shot all of it into her mouth. Lena swallowed it and was stunned because his cum was sweet and tasty. Dave immediately removes all his clothes, and then Lena also follows him. He put her on her table, then positioned his dragon in her wet cave. He pushed it slowly as he started to move his hips. Plock, plock, plock. The sound of colliding flesh can be heard inside the office while Lena is moaning loudly and screaming for his name. Plock, plock, plock. Dave and Lena tried many positions, and they did it everywhere in Lena's office. At the table, in the chair, in the comfort room, and even near the window. Dave and Lena's relationship continued to blossom, growing stronger and sweeter. They found themselves drawn to each other. Their shared experiences and deepening connection brought them even closer. They did it for 3 hours and finished when it was 8 p.m. during the session. He activated his dual cultivation, and he wanted to give benefits to Lena, as she was now his woman, and he would not mistreat them. Dave knew that Susan and Rose were waiting for him, so he didn't dare to make them wait. Dave was aware that Rose might become upset and start chattering if she discovered he had spent time with another woman after leaving her alone in the dorm. He understood her temperament, yet he also knew she was remarkably understanding. He looked at the naked Lena, who was sleeping blissfully in his arms, and kissed her forehead. He waved his hands, and a bed appeared. He always brings many things to his storage space because the storage space that is given by the system can even carry a big mansion. He put her on the bed and covered her with blankets. He wrote a few words on the paper, then left her while she was sleeping. He still had some tasks to attend to, so he temporarily left her side, but he discreetly left a wisp of his aura to ensure her protection. His power had already surpassed that of his teacher, and he wasn't aware of anyone in the school who could challenge him, aside from the higher-ups and the dean. Dave went back to his dorm and saw Rose and Susan looking at him with dissatisfied looks. Dave smiled and kissed their cheeks and directly went to the bathroom to clean himself. After that, they went to the table and saw many foods and became astonished. He looked at the ladies with doubt, but they only smiled at him. Susan says, "You think I don't know how to cook? Well, since I was a child it was my hobby. I can cook for you as long as you like it." Susan smiled brightly, and she likes this feeling like she was a wife caring for her husband. Dave had conquered everything in her and she already planned to serve him with all of her powers and help him in achieving his goals. Dave was astonished by the discovery and saw how sincere she was. As expected of my lovely Susan. Dave appreciated it, but he felt that someone is jealous. Rose pouted and replied, "I also helped her, so don't claim all the credit, Susan." Rose was aggrieved because she clearly helped Susan in cooking, but Susan is taking all the credit. Even she failed many times and wasted many vegetables and ingredients, she was still fast learner, and she tried her best to cook as a princess. She only needs her maids to cook for her, and it was not good to let the princess cook. Even so, she didn't want Susan to have an advantage and make Dave feels like she was useless. Don't be jealous, I like both of you and you don't need to compete because I will treat both of you equally." Dave smiled at them, then they proceeded on eating. Both were touched by his words, and they happily hugged him in response. As usual, Draco eats many foods with enthusiasm. Draco looked thrilled at the spread. The table had lots of colorful dishes waiting for him to eat. There were piles of crispy roasted nuts, juicy berries, and a bunch of crunchy vegetables. A platter of grilled fish and a stack of honey-glazed pastries sat nearby. Draco eagerly grabbed a berry with his small claws and popped it into his mouth. He savored the sweet burst of flavor. Then, he turned his attention to the nuts, crunching away happily. Draco continued sampling each dish, his tail wagging with delight as he enjoyed the feast fit for a little dragon. After that, they both go to the room to start their training. He left Draco on the sofa with many snacks and food as compensation. 10 minutes later, after the girls took a bath, they appeared in front of Dave with only a towel covering them. Dave gulped at how beautiful and sexy they were. Susan and Rose smiled at his reaction and they pushed Dave onto the bed and then removed his clothes one by one. They also removed their towel and they were now naked. Rose kissed his lips while Susan was sucking his dragon. Dave was aroused at their wildness, but he let them move first and he will let them know who is the best later. Rose's hands were touching his abs and muscles and kissing everywhere. Susan was enjoying his dragon as if it was a lollipop. 5 minutes later, Susan couldn't stand it anymore as she rode his dragon. She moved up and down as she moaned. She was moving as she was touching her breast. Rose, on the other hand, looked at her with envy, but Dave saw it, so he let her cave face his mouth and Dave started to lick it. Rose's face was filled with desire and pleasure. They continue for 5 minutes, but Dave becomes impatient, so he will now start his dominance. He let them lie on the bed and he pushed his dragon on Rose's cave while his fingers were on Susan's cave. Plack. 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 He plows them one by one and he never gets tired. After he cummed in Rose, he will next do it to Susan, and it was repeated many times. Dave didn't know how many times he come on them, but he keeps receiving sin points. They did it until it was morning. They don't have a class today, so he continues to plow them until it reaches 8 a.m. They both lay on the bed as they both hug Dave's arms. Dave can see their satisfied faces and look at them as if it was his art. Dave also closed his eyes, as even though he didn't need to urgently sleep, he liked this feeling of warmth with his loved ones. Dave opened his eyes and saw that the ladies were still sleeping. All of them look tired, but they show a satisfied smile on their face. Dave had done his job non-stop, and yet he still felt energetic, and it made the ladies feel stunned because of his extraordinary endurance. They felt that both of them were not enough to make him satisfied and they could not handle him on their own. Dave smiles and then he uses his skill, sleep, for them not to be awakened. He wanted them to take their rest. He immediately stood up and went to the bath to clean himself. As he looks at himself in the mirror, he sees how good his body right now, and he can feel that there are many changes in himself as he continues to grow stronger. Ding. System report: sin points, 20,000 stocked sin points, 10,000 dual cultivation, 25,000 sleeping, 500 total sin points, 55,500. The system is now automatically reporting every morning. It was more convenient as he can always monitor his points. He plans to buy the sword in the shop as his sword was destroyed when he killed an assassin. He also knows that the item in the shop are extraordinary and it perfectly sync with his powers. He was now feeling poor as it cost 5 million sin points and his sin points are not enough to buy the sword. He felt that the sword is calling for him and he was eager to collect sin points to buy it. The sword is good as it will continue to grow together with the host and it had an endless evolution and potential. He plans to look for a sword later to use temporarily until he bought the Black Dragon sword. 3 hours later, Dave had finished his physical training and he had done many sets of training and he wanted to assess his powers. He was being topless when having a training outside his dorm and he feels like if he was on Earth, he will be already the strongest. After training, Dave cooks food as usual and Draco was now used to sleeping outside as long as you left him some food. Draco can now grow to 6 meters, but he was still a baby dragon. To dragons, one must be at 500 years old to be called teenager and 5,000 years old to become adult. Draco acts like a cat as he always wants to appear smaller and sleep every day. He was in a size of an ordinary cat as Dave also commanded him so that it will be more manageable for him to inside his dorm. Click. Dave saw that the ladies were awake, and he smiled at them. Good morning. The ladies knew him as he likes them to eat together, so they took their seat. They ate their food and Dave saw that their strength was elevated. Rose was now a mid-tier king and Susan was now a low-tier king. Dave feels like he can create a harem army if he works hard to plow them. He remembers that he needed to visit his father today because it's weekends. Dave then asked them to come with him to visit his father. They didn't refuse as they were now nervous to meet the Guardian. Meeting the Guardian is rare and if one is in front of him, they must act cautiously to not provoke him or else their fate is worse than death. In Lena's office, Lena, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and saw that she was in the big bed and she didn't wear any clothes. She remembered how Dave finally confessed to her and how wild they did yesterday. She smiled sweetly when she remembers how Dave loved her as he even put her into a bed and covered her with blankets. She was just disappointed to not see him when she woke up, but she saw a letter that Dave left and she smiled when she read it. I love you, it was the words that Dave left. It was short but it was sweet. She finally composed herself and saw many marks all over her body. She immediately went to take a bath and she plans to visit him in his dorm today. After 30 minutes, she left her office then walked toward his dorm. As she was walking, she felt that she was near advancing into the mid-tier emperor. She was stunned by this discovery, and she immediately feels like Dave has something to do with it. Lena was exceptionally beautiful, turning heads wherever she went. However, her beauty was accompanied by a fierce reputation, making her a respected professor at the academy. Considered a genius for achieving such a high rank at a young age, Lena had been personally trained by the dean, who also served as her teacher. Due to the dean's protective nature and Lena's strength, nobody dared to disrespect her, as those who tried often faced unfavorable consequences. Lena gazed at herself in the mirror, marveling at her enhanced beauty. Her skin, already smooth, now seemed crystalline without a single blemish. She pondered whether this transformation was a result of love, recalling the rumors she had heard from her female friends about becoming more beautiful when in love. Blushing at the thought of Dave's handsome face, Lena realized that she had fallen for him deeply, her first experience with love. Having never been in love before, Lena felt a mix of confusion about how to approach and treat her newfound emotions. "I will follow the flow," she resolved, deciding to visit Dave and have a conversation. Choosing a beautiful outfit instead of her usual professor's uniform, Lena aimed to present herself as attractive in front of Dave. Dave's dorm was just a short 7-minute walk away, and upon reaching it, Lena noticed the stark difference from others. His residence resembled a mini mansion, surrounded by beautiful scenery. The air was fresh, and the privilege Dave enjoyed as the son of the Guardian was evident. Even a professor like Lena couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy, as the Manha in this place was denser than in other locations. As Lena approached Dave's dorm, she saw him exiting, accompanied by 2 women who followed him closely like devoted puppies. Susan Kern and Rose. Lena recognized both women, well informed about individuals with high status in the Empire. Duke Kern's reputation resonated throughout the Empire as a loyal warrior to the Emperor, known for many heroic deeds. She knew he was overly protective of his daughter, Susan, but hadn't expected to see her here. Rose, on the other hand, was a fierce woman with a disdain for men. Known for beating many nobles who tried to approach her, she was one of the Emperor's favored children. Lena hadn't anticipated that they were already involved with Dave, though rumors and her experiences hinted at his romantic nature. Reading reports about Dave, she was aware of his reputation as a certified womanizer. Knowing she couldn't monopolize him, Lena accepted her role as a supporter. In this world, having multiple wives was considered normal, especially among the strong and respected. Dave, accompanied by the 2 women, was taken aback when he spotted Lena outside his dorm. She had become even more beautiful, shedding her previous cold aura. Clad in gorgeous attire, she was truly mesmerizing. "Teacher Lena?" Rose looked surprised, and Susan gave Lena a sly smile, figuring out what was on her mind. Dave, still a bit lost in thought, quickly regained his composure. He moved closer, putting his arm around Lena's waist, and asked, "Hey, is everything okay with your body? Do you need to rest?" Concerned about her well-being after their passionate encounter, Lena softened. She hugged him like a woman in love, blushing at his straightforward comments in front of Susan and Rose. Smiling, Lena responded shyly, "I'm fine, thank you for asking. I just wanted to see you, so I dropped by. Didn't expect to find you with 2 other ladies." Lena's words hinted at a touch of jealousy, and Dave, catching on, kissed her forehead and reassured her, "No need to be jealous. Susan and Rose are also my lovers, so let's all get along, okay?" Dave's charming smile made Lena nod, and he couldn't help but find her endearing in her playful jealousy. Turning to Susan and Rose, Dave said, "Rose, Susan, meet Lena. She's also a special someone in my life, so treat her like a sister, all right?" Dave's introduction to Lena made Rose feel a bit awkward, considering Lena was her teacher. However, Susan warmly hugged and greeted Lena, making her feel more at ease. Curious about their plans, Lena inquired, "By the way, where are you guys headed?" Dave smiled and shared their day's agenda. "We're going to visit my dad. I thought it was about time you all met him. He'll be happy to meet you." Lena felt a sudden nervousness at the prospect of meeting the person safeguarding the Empire. Even Susan and Rose, who had encountered Dave's dad before, admitted to feeling a bit nervous. With no other plans for the day, Lena agreed to join them. As they traveled to the carriage his father had prepared beforehand, Dave noticed the absence of many soldiers. Only a butler and 2 maids appeared. Dave recognized them. They were also geniuses in their generation but chose to serve Lucas by becoming maids and a butler. The butler was at the peak of sage, while the maids were at low-tier sage. Bowing respectfully, they greeted him, "Young master, the carriage is ready for you to travel to the old master's mansion." Respecting him as the only son of Lucas Alexander and aware of his close relationship with the Guardian, they didn't dare to stare or gossip about the 3 gorgeous women behind him, knowing it could endanger their lives. Dave smiled, exchanged greetings, and led the 3 girls inside the carriage. During the journey, they conversed about Dave, mentioning his dual cultivation skills and how their strengths were advancing rapidly. Initially, Lena felt shy as they openly discussed these matters in front of her, but she soon realized that they weren't reserved when it came to Dave. As they chatted, Lena started to understand that Dave played a role in her sudden increase in beauty and loosening cultivation. Despite feeling tempted to join them, she maintained a more reserved demeanor, mindful of her role as their teacher. Meanwhile, Dave pondered about his father's level. He was certain that Lucas had somehow surpassed the Heavenly Sage stage. The known stages ranged from body refining to Heavenly Sage, but Dave had a hunch that there might be more levels above them. However, he knew he wasn't currently qualified to delve into that knowledge. The journey to the mansion proceeded without a hitch, and as the insignia of the Alexander family became visible, no one dared to obstruct the carriage. An hour later, Dave and his girlfriends arrived at the mansion. Throughout the journey, Dave relished in conversation with the ladies. Having three beautiful women by his side made him feel like the emperor of a nation. The Alexander family mansion was a stunning display of wealth and power, situated in a vast estate that seemed to stretch endlessly. As the ladies arrived for the first time, they couldn't help but be amazed by the sheer luxury that surrounded them. The entrance was grand, with fancy marble columns reaching toward the sky. The driveway was lined with well-kept gardens, filled with colorful flowers and fancy plants. The smell of blooming flowers wafted through the air, adding to the beauty of the surroundings. The mansion itself was a work of art, with tall spires and intricate details that showed off the family's long-standing wealth. Stained glass windows portrayed scenes of historical events, telling the story of the Alexander family. Ivy and roses climbed the outer walls, giving a touch of natural beauty. Inside, they were greeted by a fancy entrance with a big chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. The floors were made of polished marble that reflected the bright lights. Even the gardens surrounding the mansion were impressive. There were well-kept hedges, fountains, and statues throughout the landscape. The rocks on the ground seemed special, with veins of gold running through them, making it seem like even the earth itself was valuable. In this grand mansion, every detail spoke of the family's wealth and power. The ladies were left in awe, realizing that they had stepped into a world where even the rocks seemed to turn into gold, a sign of the Alexander family's immense prosperity and luxury. Even Rose, a princess, admitted that the Alexander mansion surpassed her father's estate in grandeur and opulence. Seeing their young master, the maids personally welcomed him and his girlfriends. "Welcome, young Master Dave. Welcome, young Mrs." They greeted with synchronized precision, displaying their well-trained manners and etiquette. Though the maids appeared ordinary, a closer inspection of their cultivation revealed that they were on par with Lena, while some were even stronger. Dave smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, and they continued to walk inside. As soon as he left, many maids began whispering among themselves. "The young master has acquired 3 new girlfriends in just a week. He is truly a legend. I wish I were one of those girls. I envy them. Hey, look at your face. The young master is not someone you can reach. Look at one of them, is she the princess? The other surely has a high standing in the empire." Lucas was free today, and he knew that his son would be coming back. He had been out of the empire for many days due to important responsibilities as the guardian. He managed his time well between his duties as the guardian and his responsibilities as a father. Despite his occasional troublemaking as a womanizer, Lucas was proud of his son's talent and diligence in cultivation. As Dave arrived with his 3 girlfriends and a cute little dragon, Lucas went to welcome him personally. He noticed that Dave looked even stronger than before, and he was amazed at his son's progress. "Welcome, son. You surely didn't forget to charm 3 new girls, huh?" Lucas teased with a smile as he patted Dave's shoulder. "It's good to see you safe, father. By the way, these are my girlfriends, and this is Draco, my cute pet." Dave introduced them to his father. Lucas was shocked to see his son with 3 women of high status in the empire. He knew Rose and Susan, being friends with their fathers, and he recognized Lena as an emerging genius, and the dean of the academy as well as the emperor praised her talent. Dave also had a dragon as a pet, and Lucas had heard about various attempts to snatch it from his son in the dark. He was impressed initially, but he swiftly instructed his men to check into those who tried to take the dragon from Dave and deal with them discreetly in the shadows. Dave remained clueless about the behind-the-scenes actions his father had taken to secure him and his new companion. Lucas, in his role as the guardian, used his connections and resources to shield his son from potential threats and ensure the safety of the dragon. This showcased the lengths Lucas was willing to go to protect his son, even in matters that might seem inconsequential, such as acquiring a pet. The connection between father and son was strong, and Lucas was determined to keep Dave safe from any potential harm. Seeing his son's luck and the love he received, Lucas remembered his own love story and smiled warmly. He gazed at his son, reflecting on the dreams he once had of creating a harem. However, those aspirations underwent a profound transformation when he encountered Dave's mother. She became his everything, and he discovered that he didn't need multiple wives, she alone was sufficient. Despite being one of the mightiest individuals on the continent, destiny played a cruel hand, and he couldn't prevent his wife from meeting her untimely fate. Left with only memories of her, he devoted his boundless love to his son. "Thank you for taking care of my son. Please enjoy your visit here, and just call me father," Lucas said, addressing the ladies. The 3 women were flattered and replied in unison, "We greet you, Father." Lucas looked at them with a pleased expression and supported his son's choices. He then turned to Rose and asked, "Does your father know about this? I didn't expect the fierce princess to be hooked by my crazy son." Rose panicked and replied, "My father doesn't know about this." Lucas smiled warmly and assured, "No need to worry. I'll have a talk with him later, and I know he won't mind. To be honest, he has suggested several times that we engage the two of you, but I didn't want to pressure Dave. Now that you've found love together, I'm certain he'll be thrilled." This revelation left everyone astonished, including Dave, who hadn't anticipated such proposals from the Emperor. Rose was pleasantly surprised, unaware that her father had considered engagement with Dave. Dave noticed the genuine smile on Lucas's face, realizing that even the Emperor would be delighted to hear about this development. Turning to the maids, Dave instructed them to show the ladies to their rooms, understanding that there were matters to discuss between the father and son. Dave and Lucas faced each other, both sipping on the wine Dave had prepared. "Next, this wine is truly delicious, Father." Dave knew his father enjoyed collecting various types of wines, all of which were rare, delicious, and often costly. Lucas gazed at Dave affectionately and remarked, "As expected of my son, reaching sage level in just a few days." Dave was stunned, quickly realizing how strong his father was to discern his cultivation even though he was concealing it. Observing Dave's puzzled expression, Lucas explained, "You are my son, and I can see your movements are different from before. Also, don't underestimate the Guardian's power, you can't hide it from me, he." Dave smiled and replied, "Thank you, Father. I don't know what opportunity you've come across, but please always be careful, and remember that I will always support you." He couldn't disclose the existence of the system, not because he didn't trust his father, but for the sake of maintaining secrecy. "Father, what realm is above Heavenly Sage? It feels like it's not the end of cultivation," Dave suddenly asked, fueled by curiosity. Lucas wasn't surprised, considering Dave's level as an expert, so he smiled and said, "I didn't tell you this before because your level was still weak, but I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Now you have the right to know." Dave listened attentively. Lucas explained, "In the spirit world, ordinary people are aware of the 4 continents ruled by 4 empires. Each empire has numerous affiliated kingdoms. However, what many don't know is that 499 years ago, there were exclusive clans that could rival an empire in the spirit world. These clans were filled with geniuses and formidable individuals. At that time, Grand Masters were commonplace, and Heavenly Sages were abundant. Following Heavenly Sage, there were Heavenly King Sage, Heavenly Emperor Sage, Venerable, Saint, Saint Lord, Saint King, Saint Emperor, and finally, Immortal. As these clans expanded and grew in strength, they became arrogant, desiring to rule the spirit world. The empires opposed their ambitions. Each clan had at least one immortal guarding it, intervening only when the clan faced danger. 10 clans formed an alliance, persuading their immortals to take action and proposing a plan for domination. They joined forces to attack the empires, viewing them as wealthy obstacles to their goals. Other clans chose to stay on the sidelines, fearing potential losses, while some had amicable relations with the empires. Despite having only 2 immortals per empire, stronger than those of the clans individually, the 3 empires succumbed to the united forces of the 10 clans. The Black Turtle Empire, Phoenix Empire, and White Tiger Empire suffered significant losses in the attacks by the top clans. The war claimed the lives of many strong individuals, but despite the casualties, the clans persisted in their pursuit of their goals. To preserve their strength, the 3 empires decided to retreat. Their divine beasts and guardians were injured during the conflict, further emboldening the 10 clans, who announced their intention to attack the remaining empire, the Dragon Empire. Unbeknownst to the aggressors, the strength of the Dragon Empire proved formidable. When the 10 clans launched their attack, the Dragon Emperor decided to retaliate. The Dragon Empire showcased its might, boasting a total of 10 immortals, 100 Saint Emperors, and numerous formidable figures, without even deploying their divine beast. The 10 immortals, including the guardians of many generations, led by the Dragon Emperor's grandfather, proved overwhelming. They efficiently eliminated immortals from the attacking clans, showcasing the prestige and strength of the Dragon Empire. In just a day, they eradicated all 10 clans, uprooting their foundations. The remaining clans, gripped with fear, chose to seal themselves within their domains. Following this decisive victory, the Dragon Empire issued a decree, proclaiming that all clans must refrain from setting foot in the spirit world for 500 years, or face eradication. Faced with the credible threat, no clan dared to defy the decree. They secluded themselves within their domains, avoiding any appearance in the public realm for the next 499 years. The Dragon Empire, having asserted its dominance, took no further aggressive actions. The empire was indifferent to ruling the world, and the other three empires suffered severe losses. Apart from their injured immortal guardian and divine beast, many of their formidable figures perished in the battle, forcing them to rebuild from the ground up. Creating a heavenly king and those above it is challenging, requiring considerable time for recovery. This information was not common knowledge, with many assuming that reaching heavenly sage was the ultimate limit. Over the course of 499 years, I speculate that they managed to regain nearly all of their strength. In contrast, our empire did not suffer any losses and continued to flourish. Our empire's experts chose to seclude themselves from the world, and as time passed, many people forgot about us, assuming we were only on par with the other empires. The current emperor remains unaware of these details. Only those who have reached Saint King and above possess the right to this knowledge. I'm sharing this with you because you are my son, so keep it to yourself and don't disclose it to others, Lucas emphasized, observing Dave's astonishment at learning about the Dragon Empire's power. So, our empire is the strongest force in the world, huh? Dave was amazed, and his father nodded, saying proudly, of course, our empire is the true ruler of this world, but we keep a low profile. The other empires don't have the guts to oppose us. Even though it seems like we've been at odds on the surface for many years, it's just a facade. In reality, they fear our strength. They don't want to make the same mistake again, and the true power of our empire is beyond their imagination. If we wanted, we could easily overthrow the other empires and become the sole rulers of the world. However, we follow Grandfather's command that we must never destroy other empires. As for the reason, you should not ask right now. Dave nodded, understanding that certain information might be beyond his current capacity to comprehend. Lucas told many stories to Dave, and Dave listened attentively with curiosity and amazement. Dave asked his father, "Father, if Sage King is the requirement to become a guardian, why did you become a guardian? You are very young to be a guardian, right? Is it because of Grandfather's status?" Lucas smiled at his question and only said one word, "Because I am already at the immortal level." Dave was stunned and looked at his father with an amazed face. He knew that he wouldn't lie to him, and he didn't expect that his father could now be on par with those old monsters. Lucas laughed to see his son's admiring gaze, and he enjoyed it. Dave smiled and clenched his fist as he now had a new motivation. "I'll reach your level sooner, father." His father must be one of the overpowered protagonists, Dave declared, and Lucas smiled at him. He nodded, never doubting his son's talent and potential. They talked about many things, and Dave kept asking those he didn't know. After Lucas and Dave had talked for many hours, they invited the three ladies, and they joined the table as they ate food. Lucas talked with Dave's girlfriends and sometimes teased Dave. He told them about Dave's childhood, and the girls liked the topic, so they became more comfortable with Lucas unlike before when they were nervous around him. They realized that the guardian was a calm and humorous person. At night, he entered the ladies' room and found them taking a bath together. Although they had the option to use separate rooms, the three girls chose to share one to strengthen their bond. Initially shy, Lena became more comfortable with the ladies. Despite her reservations about bathing together, Susan convinced her, emphasizing that they would eventually see each other's bodies while serving Dave. Dave, intrigued by the sight of three beautiful naked girls in the bath, entered, surprising the girls. "What are you doing?" Lena covered her chest, but Susan laughed, and Rose shook her head, accustomed to Dave's shamelessness. Dave undressed, stating, "We must not forget our training." His attractive and well-built body was revealed, catching the girls' attention. They blushed as they saw him naked, and as Dave smirked, their training session began. Inside the bathroom, moans could be heard as they dedicated their time to training. In the morning, Dave opened his eyes and saw the gorgeous naked ladies lying on the bed with him. Their faces showed satisfaction, and they were resting comfortably. The bed was huge, fitting the four of them, and their night was wild. They were exhausted as they couldn't defeat Dave, surrendering until they had no strength left. Dave gained many sin points in the process, while the girls' cultivation levels ranked up. Rose was now at the top-tier king, Susan was now at the middle-tier king, and Lena, who was a low-tier emperor, became middle-tier. All of this happened in one night with the supply of his strong essence and the dual cultivation method. They advanced quickly because his power was above them by a large margin. -0, ding. System report, sin points, 30,000 stocked sin points, 15,000 dual cultivation, 50,000 sleeping, 500 total sin points, 150,500. He gained a lot during their wild session, and he was happy with it as he was saving points to buy the sword in the system shop. He stood up and took a bath, letting the ladies sleep since they were tired. He didn't disturb them and gave them time to rest comfortably. After taking a bath, He wore his casual attire from home and decided to walk outside to take a stroll in the city. This city is called Pearl City, where his father's mansion is located, and it is ruled by the mayor. The emperor actually wanted to give Lucas a kingdom, but he rejected it, wanting to create his own mansion inside the city. Pearl City is near the royal capital, where the royal castle is located. Dave strode forward to see if there is a good sword that can be used temporarily while still saving sin points for the black sword in the system shop. As he walked, many people saw him and greeted him since he was well known in the city. Several girls winked at him, but he just smiled in response and continued walking. He was accustomed to the attention since he was famous and irresistible to every woman. Occasionally, he noticed some men trying to cover their wives' eyes when he passed by, fearing their wives might lose interest in them upon seeing Dave. He gained sin points every minute because of these situations, making him content. Dave accrued sin points due to envy and wrath, even though he didn't intentionally do anything, just by showcasing his handsome face. Being handsome is a sin. While walking, he sensed someone running towards him and noticed a beautiful woman approaching. Confused but sensing no harm, he decided not to dodge. The woman spoke, "You finally appeared. I thought that you forgot about me, you dummy," she sobbed as she hugged him while punching his chest weakly. Dave then remembered that she was his 150th ex-girlfriend, Diane. Diane is a woman standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall. She possesses short black hair that complements her black eyes. Diane's physical features include a well-endowed bust and an alluring figure, exuding a captivating and attractive presence. She consistently carries herself with a noble aura, adding an air of sophistication to her overall appearance. He suddenly broke up with her because she was a crazy woman who was very obsessed with him. She is the daughter of the Viscount and one of the most beautiful girls in the Empire. She has a peculiar habit of snatching his underwear and collecting it. Additionally, she often peeps on him and engages in various crazy activities, such as beating up his other ex-girlfriend. Despite Dave's appreciation for women, he found her behavior to be quite eccentric and decided to break up with her. Dave recalls a disturbing incident involving Diane. She once drugged and assaulted him for an entire day, leaving him weak and shocked by the unexpected abuse. Initially, Dave pursued Diane to counter the attention she received from nobles and wealthy young men. However, things took a dark turn after their first intimate encounter. Diane became obsessed with Dave, developing an addiction to their physical relationship and demanding constant intimacy. As her jealousy grew, Diane used her status as the daughter of a Viscount to harm Dave's other ex-girlfriends. Despite ending the relationship, Dave intervened to protect them from Diane's aggressive actions. Fed up with her behavior, Dave decided to break up with Diane. However, this didn't stop her from becoming even more erratic. She sent bodyguards to find him and even threatened suicide if he ignored her. Dave sought help from his father, and after a conversation with the Viscount, Diane was forcefully returned to her fief. Despite these measures, when Dave attended the academy, Diane persisted in searching for him, displaying a relentless determination. Once Susan finally convinced her father to let her go, the first thing she did was search for Dave. However, she discovered that he had left the city, making her fear that she might never see him again. Later, she heard that he had enrolled in the academy. Despite her desire to go there, Susan refrained from doing so, knowing that her actions were being monitored by her father's guards. After 5 days, she unexpectedly received a message stating that Dave had returned to the mansion. Eager to see him, she decided to wait for his appearance. As she spotted him walking on the streets, Susan couldn't control herself and ran to hug him. Dave, still as handsome as ever, gently pushed her away, even though he seemed to enjoy her soft embrace. He spoke, "We've already broken up, so please give up. Your obsession will only hurt you, and you need to change yourself." Dave then looked in a particular direction and sensed a strong presence guarding her, but the shadow concealed itself when it met Dave's gaze. Diane didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and replied, "I know you're just joking when you said that. I know that you love me, right?" Dave didn't know how to respond, wanting to avoid hurting her feelings, given that her actions stemmed from love. However, her love had become an extreme obsession. Rather than answering, Dave simply held her hands, and they both vanished from the location. The guards watching Diane were stunned, but they knew she was safe with Dave, so they didn't panic. Dave had a good reputation for treating his girlfriends, never resorting to violence. They also didn't dare to stop him, fearing the consequences of offending the guardian's son, as even the Viscount they served would punish them severely for such an offense. Dave brought Diane to a place where there were no people, a forest where he used to hunt wild beasts when he was 9 years old. This forest, known as the Blue Serpent Forest, is said to be guarded by a strong serpent at its core. Dave established his hut there, spending months practicing swordsmanship. It also served as a retreat to calm his mind and enhance his cultivation. This dedication earned him the title of Rising Champion, despite his privileged life. Even though he lived a comfortable life, his desire to become stronger never wavered. In the hut, Diane enjoyed holding hands with Dave during their journey. As Dave gazed at her, he expressed, "I don't want to hurt you, but your obsessiveness makes me hate you more. You're a good woman, and I never regretted loving you. However, you need to fix yourself, not just for you but also for your family," Dave continued. Diane remained silent, allowing him to speak. She avoided looking into Dave's eyes, on the verge of tears. In response, Dave gently caressed her cheeks, offering comfort with a hug. The emotional scene lasted for hours, and Diane felt a connection reminiscent of when she first fell in love with Dave. He was the only man who captured her heart, despite the attention from numerous other suitors. Dave urged, "Diane, do me a favor. Fix yourself first, and if you do, I will come back to you." Diane, comforted by Dave's soothing voice, looked at him and asked, "Really? You'll come back to me? But what if you forget about me someday?" Dave smiled, patting her head, and reassured her, "I will not forget you. I promise." With those words, he left her in the hut. Diane watched his disappearing figure and whispered, "I will become a better woman for you. Please wait for me." Feeling safe, Diane knew Dave had plans to inform her guards to retrieve her. As she observed his departure, she recognized her growing obsession and resolved to change. Dave appeared 100 meters away from the hut and noticed an old man hiding in a tree, but he couldn't escape Dave's keen eyes. "She's inside, take care of her for me," Dave requested, bowing sincerely before disappearing in an instant. After Dave left, the old man removed his concealment, and his face showed amazement as he murmured, "As expected, the son of a tiger will never be a cat. Such a strong individual at a young age to see through my concealment. I thought it was only a coincidence before." Afterward, he continued to search for a sword, but he couldn't find any that could withstand the power of his sword attacks. Though Dave could acquire a stronger sword above the Heavenly Sage level from his father, the sword in the system was bound to him and could never be snatched or used by others. Furthermore, it grew alongside him and was modified to endure his sword attacks. In light of this, he opted to purchase numerous swords so that whenever one broke, he could easily replace it with a new one. Dave visited many shops and armories, purchasing fine swords from renowned establishments. Despite their quality, he soon realized that when he applied his techniques, these swords crumbled into dust, an outcome expected given that his father had taught him the formidable techniques. After spending several hours strolling and exploring, Dave returned to the mansion. He found everyone gathered at the table, enjoying a meal. The girls were already awake, having breakfast with his father, while maids served them. Upon Dave's appearance, they greeted him warmly. He sat beside his father and happily partook in the meal. "The food is delicious," Dave praised. The chef in their mansion was renowned in the empire, with even the emperor finding it challenging to convince him to cook, given the health benefits of his dishes. Draco relished the food, consuming large quantities, leaving the maids sweating as they struggled to keep up with his voracious appetite. Lucas, aware of Dave's routine of morning strolls around the city, refrained from asking about his whereabouts. The ladies eyed him suspiciously, but Dave smiled and explained, "I bought new swords today because my previous sword was broken." The ladies accepted his explanation without doubt, but his father, Lucas, was shocked. "You destroyed that sword I gave you?" Lucas asked in disbelief. "Yes, I tried the technique you taught me, but with just a single slash, it was already broken," Dave admitted. Lucas examined him closely, surprised by what he found. "So you now have the sword intent. You can be called a sword master. In truth, that sword technique was created by your mother while she was pregnant with you." Lucas handed the sword to Dave when he was younger, and its quality is noteworthy and potentially treasured by others. Lucas hadn't anticipated his son destroying a sword while using the techniques he had passed down. Dave, taken aback, asked, "There's a level in being a swordsman? And mother created that sword art for me?" Lucas nodded, "Yes, your mother is a genius after all." Also, the swordsman levels are called Sword Apprentice, Sword Master, Sword Grandmaster, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Venerable, Sword Saint, Sword God. Dave and the ladies were stunned by the revelations. Lucas smiled at Dave and explained, "The levels of a swordsman are different from cultivation levels, they rely on your comprehension of the sword. It doesn't mean that if your cultivation is strong, you can attain a high level of swordsmanship. Some weaker cultivators, with a profound understanding of the sword, can outmatch others with higher cultivation. You are emitting the aura of a sword master, a rarity for someone your age to reach such a level," Lucas added. "You surely got that talent from your mother." Immediately, Dave realized that his sword master level might be attributed to his sword technique reaching level 10. Curious, he asked his father, What level are you at now in terms of swordsmanship? Lucas smiled bitterly and replied, I'm not skilled with a sword, preferring bare-handed combat. But with your mother's guidance, I reached sword venerable level. Dave was taken aback. He knew his father for his strong physique, but he hadn't realized the depth of his father's swordsmanship. It seemed his father was downplaying his abilities, and Dave couldn't help but consider his father as a true protagonist. Is there anyone who can reach Sword God? Dave inquired. Lucas responded with a touch of sorrow, there's only one person who reached that level, but she died after giving birth to you. Dave was shocked to learn that his mother was a sword genius who had achieved such a high level. He regretted not having the opportunity to learn from her. She was titled Sword Goddess and was the only one who could match my strength, Lucas added, his eyes reflecting the sadness of remembering his late wife. Whenever Lucas recalled his mother, Dave noticed a profound sadness in his father's eyes. Dave comforted him, saying, Don't worry, Dad. I will reach that level and even surpass it. Lucas smiled, expressing his trust in his son's determination. Dave enjoyed his time accompanying the ladies over the weekend, and they engaged in nightly training sessions. Despite Lucas occasionally worrying about his son's health, particularly his kidneys, he was amazed that Dave remained strong and healthy. And so, the weekend came to an end in this manner. In the morning, Dave and the ladies bid farewell to Lucas as they headed back to the academy. Each of the ladies had become stronger after the intense training sessions with Dave, and he earned numerous points. His total sin points now amounted to 400,000. Still a considerable distance from his goal of 5 million. The journey took 2 hours, and they eventually arrived at the academy's gate. After parting ways with Lena, who headed back to her office to prepare for her teaching role, Susan chose to go home and visit her family, while Dave and Rose walked together inside the academy. Their relationship was now widely known in the academy, and the attention they garnered earned Dave additional sin points, NV plus 1000 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 inside the academy. Dave observed many students practicing hard in preparation for the upcoming competition. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement and pressure from the ambitious participants. As classes resumed, Dave found himself dozing off, a routine that Lena no longer bothered to address. She recognized his superior strength and understood that he attended school merely to alleviate boredom. She believed it wouldn't be long before Dave's exceptional talent would lead him away from the academy, surpassing what it could offer. Draco was absent, likely indulging in the comforts of his dorm filled with an abundance of food. Rose, however, returned to her diligent student persona. Despite persistent inquiries from fellow students about her relationship with Dave, she kept her responses vague, only stating that their relationship was good. After class, Dave decided to visit Sophia since he didn't have any other plans. He asked Rose to return to the dorm first and accompany Draco. Rose, now close to Draco and sharing a love for food, happily agreed. Dave strolled for just 5 minutes before spotting the mansion near the auction house. Frank's mansion was strategically located, adjacent to his auction house for convenience. It was a sizable estate, befitting one of the richest individuals in the empire. Frank had established numerous connections both within and outside the empire. Dave concealed himself, skillfully bypassing the mansion's security. Rich as Frank was, his guards were formidable, yet none could see Dave unless they surpassed the heavenly rank. Confident in his stealth, Dave successfully entered the mansion. He made his way to Sophia's room by discreetly following the maids. It wasn't challenging to discern her room, given that she was Frank's only child. Ensuring there was no one outside Sophia's room, Dave disguised his voice to mimic a maid he had observed earlier and knocked. "Miss, I've brought your food." Sophia, who was sleeping, was startled, not recalling any request for food. "When did I ask for food?" she questioned, confused. Despite her confusion, she stood up and opened the door. After her encounter with Dave, Sophia had indeed become more beautiful and stronger. Her friends were curious about her beauty regimen, but she couldn't divulge the secret of Dave's dragon. Despite missing him, her demanding schedule managing the auction house left little time for visits. Her father had questioned her about personally servicing Dave in the auction, but she was too shy to disclose the intimate details. Renowned in the city for her business skills, Sophia dutifully assisted her father in their ventures. As she stood up to open the door, Sophia was surprised to find a tall and handsome man smirking at her. "Dave?" Before she could speak, Dave immediately kissed her passionately, leaving her no time to react. Dave then locked the room and led her to the bed. "Do you miss me?" Sophia's face turned red, her breathing ragged as she replied, "I always miss you, but I don't have time to visit. I didn't expect you to suddenly come here." Dave smiled and kissed her again. They embarked on a passionate encounter, with Sophia moaning from time to time. As they were having sex, They suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Sophia, when will you come out of your room? Malcolm was here to visit you." Frank's voice could be heard. Sophia stopped Dave, who was plowing her from behind, and only put on her upper clothes and opened the door slightly. Can't hear the moans as Dave casts a sound barrier. Sophia panicked as she didn't want her father to see them doing a lewd scene. She only showed her face and looked at his father. "Tell him to wait as I am doing something." Frank saw her face was red and asked, "Why was your face red? Do you have a sickness?" Sophia, who was just about to answer, felt Dave insert his cock again from behind. "Ah," Sophia moaned, and Frank asked, "What happened?" He was curious as he felt that his daughter was acting strange, but Sophia answered with a flushed face, "I was just having training." I was training my voice as I wanted to be a singer, so don't worry," she answered while stuttering. Then she locked the door to not let her father come inside. Frank was stunned as she locked her door, but he just left as he didn't doubt her. Dave didn't stop and hold her long hair and plow her faster. "You're bad, we were almost discovered," she answered, but she was enjoying it and felt thrilled as she was being fucked in front of her father. Dave asked her, "Who is that, Malcolm?" Sophia answered, "We are childhood friends, and he has been trying to court me, but I always reject him. He is the son of a count and continues to pester me. Until now, he has never given up on courting me and is even attempting to gain my father's approval." Dave immediately understood but didn't let it bother them as they continued their intimate session. Dave didn't care about such minor characters for now, as his focus remained on his business. Dave and Sophia explored each other thoroughly, oblivious to the guy waiting for Sophia. After an hour, they decided to stop to avoid suspicion, realizing her father must be getting bored entertaining Malcolm. Sophia bathed with Dave and readied herself to leave her room. Dave, meanwhile, concealed himself using his technique and followed her to see Malcolm. According to Sophia, Malcolm was Count Marvin's son, the same person Dave had seen at the auction house who had put a green hat on Count Michael. It was a tragic and ironic story. Dave hadn't expected to reciprocate the same act on Count Marvin, whose son was courting the person Dave had been intimate with just an hour ago. "I've taken revenge for you," Dave thought, feeling pleased with himself and considering it an embodiment of justice for Count Michael. If Count Marvin were to find out, it would surely accrue out of sin points, but Dave didn't want to tarnish Sophia's reputation. In the living room, maids lined up, serving Frank and Malcolm as they chatted over tea. "Why is she taking so long?" Frank wondered, confused but patiently waiting for his daughter. He figured she might be trying to annoy Malcolm. Frank knew his daughter didn't like Malcolm, and he shared the sentiment. Sophia and Malcolm had become childhood friends due to Count Marvin being a business partner of his. They often contacted each other. Bored of the conversation with Malcolm, Frank apologized, "Sorry, nephew, she must be busy." Malcolm waved it off, acting like it didn't matter. "It's okay, uncle. I knew she was busy. She's a business genius. I can wait patiently." Malcolm was considered handsome and tall, with a good demeanor that hinted at his high status. Despite Sophia deliberately avoiding him, he remained composed, offering expensive gifts to Frank to make a good impression. Malcolm couldn't fathom why Sophia harbored such a strong dislike, considering his looks and wealth. He portrayed himself as a good guy, never having had any girlfriends before and being solely attracted to Sophia. Suddenly, they spotted Sophia descending the stairs and heading to greet her father. Sophia looked stunning in a gorgeous dress, appearing even more beautiful than before. Her skin was smooth like jade crystal, and her aura was so attractive that Malcolm couldn't help but drool. However, Sophia's face was red, and she seemed tired, walking awkwardly. Malcolm smiled upon seeing Sophia, feeling increasingly obsessed with her growing beauty. "I will conquer her for sure," he thought. His father didn't reject his wish to court Sophia, in fact, he approved it. Becoming Sophia's husband would secure the future wealth of Frank, as Sophia was his only child. "Sophia," Malcolm said, stepping forward to hug her. She dodged him and replied, "We're not in a relationship, so don't be touchy." Sophia looked at him with disgust, though she didn't show it. Despite being the son of the Count, she didn't fear him, recognizing he was only a son and not the noble himself. Her father held a high status with many connections to the empire and even the emperor. Despite Sophia's cold personality, Malcolm smiled, accustomed to it. Frank intervened, saying, "Don't treat him like that, he's our guest." Malcolm responded, "It's okay," waving his hands to appear magnanimous and impress Frank. Frank knew Malcolm wanted to court his daughter, but he had planned for her to marry the guardian's son, a guy he hadn't even met yet. He had big hopes for his daughter, and she hinted that she had made a connection with the guardian's son at an auction, which made him happy. He could tell she liked him because she kept asking about him after the auction, something he had never seen his usually reserved daughter do. Frank treated Malcolm respectfully mainly because he was the son of a count, a respected title in the Empire. In the Empire's pecking order, it went from the Emperor to the Duke, then the Marquis. Below the Marquis were counts, followed by earls, viscounts, barons, and lastly, knights or lords. Knighthood was given to soldiers who did outstanding work for the Empire. Dave, observing Malcolm, checked his status and saw that he was at a low-tier king level and only 20 years old. While he didn't harbor any enmity towards him, the fact that he was making moves on Sophia irritated Dave. Attempting to hug Sophia was the last straw, prompting Dave to teach him a lesson. Silently employing his puppetry skill, Dave took control of Malcolm for a brief 1-minute period. Malcolm's mind went blank as his body became a puppet under Dave's control. Dave orchestrated a peculiar scene, having Malcolm remove his clothes and run outside. Frank and Sophia were shocked by Malcolm's unexpected actions. Sophia suspected Dave's involvement, and although angered, Frank couldn't do much as Malcolm had already bolted outside, drawing attention. Many onlookers, particularly women, covered their faces, while some unfortunate souls caught a glimpse of Malcolm's private anatomy and expressed their disgust. "He might be good-looking, but he's clearly out of his mind, and his dragon is tiny," remarked one observer. "It's like a peanut, commented another. Gossip and chatter spread like wildfire. The guards, recognizing Malcolm, swiftly intervened and arrested him to prevent further chaos. Despite knowing Malcolm, they had to fulfill their duty. In Count Marvin's mansion, Marvin, engrossed in reading reports, was interrupted by his man urgently calling for him. Count Marvin, the young master, was running around naked on the streets, and the entire empire is buzzing about it. What? He was stunned, not anticipating such a scandal involving his son. However, he had a hunch that his son might have been targeted by rivals in the empire. He had initially believed that only Count Michael would plot against him, but without wasting any time, he left the mansion to retrieve his son. K. Marvin, he shouted in frustration, realizing that his son had been targeted by enemies. "Get my son here," he demanded angrily, determined to address the situation involving his son. Marvin's reputation took a severe hit due to his son's scandal, becoming the talk of the town. Malcolm found himself in the custody of the royal guards, forced to pay a hefty sum to secure his release. Marvin footed the bill, fetching Malcolm and bringing him back to their mansion. Malcolm's face bore the marks of a beating from the guards, a consequence of his unruly behavior. Despite being the son of a count, the royal guards, being servants of the emperor, showed no leniency. Marvin felt a deep sense of shame as his son was entangled in the scandal. Convinced that Count Michael was behind it, Marvin harbored a desire for revenge. "What happened, son? Why did you do that?" Marvin asked, looking at his son whose face was barely recognizable, dressed in tattered clothes. Malcolm appeared pitiful, having been exposed to many while naked. Marvin feared his son would be overwhelmed by despair and depression. "Father, someone controlled my mind when I visited Uncle Frank's mansion and made me act that way," Malcolm explained, revealing the manipulation he had experienced. Malcolm was full of grief, and from now on, he will be called Pervert Peanut by the others. Marvin was well aware of his small dragon situation, a trait he blamed on his father as it seemed to be an inherited feature. This insecurity made him wary of relationships, fearing potential gossip if they ended. His desire was a wife who would accept him as he was, especially Sophia, whom he envisioned as his only lover. Now, with his reputation in tatters, he didn't know how to face her. Upon learning the news, Marvin squinted, suspecting foul play in his son's actions. He couldn't believe Malcolm would act that way without some dark manipulation. "Do you have any clue who did this to you?" Marvin asked his son, who nodded and replied, "After the mind control wore off, I saw Count Michael in the shadows, laughing and provoking me. He sent a message, saying it was revenge against you." Filled with grief, Malcolm realized he had become a pawn in his father's revenge. Unbeknownst to him, Dave had disguised himself as Michael to divert suspicion from Sophia's father. "I knew it, that Michael, I will deal with him," Marvin declared, his eyes turning bloodshot. The anger within him grew as he acknowledged the karmic consequences of his past actions, like putting a green hat on Michael. Unbeknownst to others, the woman both Marvin and Michael fought for was initially Marvin's lover. However, her family favored Michael's family, leading to a marriage contract between Michael and the woman. Marvin harbored resentment as they tried to separate the two, yet it didn't prevent him from continuing to visit her, even though she was engaged to Michael. Michael, unaware of Marvin's ongoing visits, was pleased with the marriage contract. Little did he know that Michael and the woman were having a secret rendezvous, engaging in an intimate relationship despite her engagement. Michael went to extreme lengths, even planning to eliminate Marvin in the shadows to fully claim the woman as his own. However, finding the right opportunity proved challenging as Marvin was well guarded by his protectors. Even after Michael and the woman got married, he remained indifferent to the union, continuing his affair until Michael discovered he was raising the son of another man. Marvin used all his influence and power to forcibly take the woman and their child, ensuring their safety in his fief. Michael was left powerless to intervene. The child, as it turns out, was Malcolm, and many years had passed since these tumultuous events unfolded. Upon hearing the news, Michael burst into laughter within his mansion, surprising the maids who hadn't seen him happy in ages. Since the incident, Michael had become sadistic, often resorting to violence when angered. Some pitied him, while others couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. Traumatized by the affair, Michael never loved another woman, relentlessly sending assassins to eliminate the woman who betrayed him. He genuinely loved her and felt blindsided by her affair with Marvin. Word of the day's events spread throughout the empire, and Michael reveled in his perceived karma for Marvin putting a green hat on him. "Ha! You've got a splendid son, just as I expected," he gloated. "Heaven didn't abandon me, it's bringing your karma," he chuckled. His laughter abruptly halted as Marvin bombarded his gate. Michael went to confront him, challenging him to a fight. "Come out, Marvin. Let's settle this. How dare you scheme against my son?" Michael demanded, his aura matching Marvin's. Stunned, Michael couldn't fathom why he was being blamed while merely resting comfortably in his home. "Hey! Why don't you deal with your son first and stop causing trouble here?" Michael smirked, not bothering to explain his innocence, enjoying Marvin's anger. Marvin, realizing Michael's smirking, retorted, "Fuck you. You plotted against my son, controlling his mind and letting him be shamed." Michael, shocked by the accusation, responded, "Why would I plot against your son with a small dick? I knew he inherited it from you, but I didn't expect you also to have a small brain." Marvin, angered by the provocation, attacked immediately. Both had the power of low-tier sages, engaging in a fierce battle until the royal guards intervened. Little did they know, the orchestrator of this chaos was now quietly in his dorm. Dave heard the system notifications. Ding! You gain sin points, Wrath plus 100,000, Malcolm, Wrath plus 20,000, Marvin. He kept receiving notifications and realized that even if they were unaware of his involvement, the system was still collecting the anger they released. Ding! System report, sin points, 1,500,000 stock sin points, 45,000 previous sin points, 150.500 total sin points, 1,695,500. He had gained 1,000,000 sin points just like that. It seemed he was truly the villain in this story. 4 days passed just like that. Dave attended school in the morning to the afternoon and engaged in dual cultivation every night. Dave continued to work out with the ladies, including Lena. They grew closer and became comfortable around each other. Even the typically reserved Lena melted under Dave's advances, and they formed a close-knit family within Dave's dorm. Every night, Lena secretly visited his dorm, and they behaved like any normal student and teacher when inside the room. The impact of dual cultivation on the girls' progress was substantial. Rose reached the peak tier king level, and Susan achieved the top tier king level. Lena, though still a middle tier emperor, was closing in on the top tier. Such rapid progress would astonish anyone who learned about it, marking them as super geniuses in cultivation speed. Dave, however, didn't increase his cultivation level as he is saving up points for a sword. With 4,500,000 sin points, he only needed 500,000 more to purchase the sword. While he refrained from leveling up his skills, he focused on using his power more efficiently. He opted not to rush his cultivation and aimed to solidify his foundation. Dave continued dual cultivating with the ladies every night, finding it not only enjoyable but also addictive. Whenever he had time, he visited Sophia, and the topic of Malcolm remained hot and widely discussed. Rumors circulated that Malcolm had committed suicide out of shame, earning him the unfortunate nickname Pervert Peanut. Others claimed he secluded himself in his villa, too ashamed to face anyone. His friends distanced themselves, fearing the association would bring shame upon them as well. The intense fight between the two counts, which almost destroyed Count Michael's mansion, became a significant event. Lasting for hours, they were evenly matched, leading to a tie in their exchange. Fortunately, the royal guards intervened, preventing any further disrespect to soldiers of the emperor. The general himself appeared to stop the confrontation, and both counts were summoned by the emperor to discuss their punishment and find a solution to their issues. Meanwhile, the true culprit reveled in each passing day, growing stronger by the minute. The competition was set to start tomorrow, and excitement filled the air. Dave knew he could easily win the championship but decided to play it cool to earn extra points. Forming numerous plans in his mind, Dave saw the competition as an excellent stage to showcase his power. He realized there was no need to hide it anymore, especially if it helped him collect sin points faster. Draco could now expand himself to 10 meters, although flying remained beyond his capabilities as he wasn't even a month old. His chubby and cute appearance made the girls dote on him, despite his hefty weight from intense eating. Growing up as a dragon required many years, with 100 years being equivalent to just a 7-year-old human for them. Dave wasn't rushing Draco's growth but felt concerned because Draco lacked the dignity expected of a dragon and was easily swayed by food. Without any techniques or skills yet, Dave anticipated they would surface when Draco awakened his bloodline. Dave practically bought an entire store to keep up with the dragon's voracious appetite. In the Blue Serpent Forest outside the city, Dave found a secluded spot to practice his sword technique. Inside a hut he created, he sat in a lotus position for many hours, calming his mind and soul. Emerging from the hut after many hours, he began swinging his sword continuously, even as his arm grew numb. Despite having numerous skills under the sword dragon technique, proficiency eluded him. More than 500 swords had been broken in his relentless practice, but this was his final day of training here as the competition awaited him tomorrow. The trees bore countless sword marks from his intense training, pushing his endurance and speed to new heights. Satisfied with his progress, he decided it was time to put his skills to the test. Time to hunt. Venturing deeper into the forest, he sought prey to gauge his progress. After a minute, he detected a creature wandering nearby, a large boar, 3 meters tall with black fur and long tusks. The boar stared at Dave, sizing him up as potential prey. Grrr. The boar charged at Dave with a speed akin to a car. "Oh, you think I'm an easy target?" Dave sneered, deciding to take down the aggressive boar without using his sword. Instead, he freely channeled his sword intent through his fingers. Mastering his control of sword intent, Dave could channel his sword energy throughout his entire body, turning his very form into a deadly weapon. His physique had also strengthened considerably. Feeling confident in his progress, he decided to test his skills on the boar using only his fingers. Concentrating his energy, he executed a swift slash with 2 fingers. Die. Slash. The boar, caught off guard, abruptly stopped in its tracks, now split into 2 halves. Boom. The sword's energy didn't cease after slicing the boar, it continued its destructive path, cutting through trees. Boom. Boom. Strong, hee hee. Dave was pleased with the outcome, confident in his ability to manipulate his sword techniques fully. As he surveyed his progress, he dreamt of one day creating a sword technique so powerful that it could even slash through immortals. Despite feeling like a villain, Dave was determined not to follow the trope of weak villains defeated by protagonists wielding the power of friendship. He didn't want to end up like those villains who, despite enduring countless hardships to grow stronger, were ultimately defeated by the protagonist's friendship or love. He found such endings unjust, unable to accept that his struggles would be in vain. Recognizing the unfairness of the heavens, Dave resolved to become stronger to the point where even fate couldn't dictate his destiny. Boom. Next, Dave continued his hunt, slaying numerous monsters in the forest and storing their bodies in his spatial ring. The meat would serve as food for Draco, his growing dragon companion. With each monster he killed, Dave felt a surge in strength, unaware that he had already dispatched hundreds of beasts and ventured deeper into the forest. As he hunted, the clash of swords reached his ears. Concealing himself, Dave investigated and stumbled upon a scene of bandits engaging in a battle against a group of women. The bandits, burly and muscular, were led by a towering figure with an eye patch. "Ha, what a good catch. We'll enjoy ourselves, ha ha ha," the bandit leader exclaimed, his members joining in the laughter. "Ha, yes. We've been thirsty for women after a whole month in the forest, and we didn't expect to find beautiful women here. Just give up, we've already drugged you all. Soon, you'll be begging for us to have our way with you," another bandit added, causing the women's faces to grow sluggish and red. Enraged, one of the women declared, "How dare you scheme against us? We are from the academy, and our professor will hunt you down." One of the women shouted and her movement was starting to be affected. "Ha, we, the Red Bandit, never fear anyone," the bandits scoffed, undeterred by the women's warnings, their lust-driven actions clouding their judgment. Observing the scene, Dave realized that the bandits had likely sabotaged the unsuspecting women, taking advantage of their vulnerability. Drugging their water source, the bandits now moved to exploit the situation. Feeling a sense of duty, Dave couldn't stand by and watch. With determination, Dave moved forward, embracing the role of a saint when it came to protecting women. A firm resolve fueled his actions to serve and bring happiness to those in distress, even if it meant sacrificing his own innocence. Recognizing that the women needed his help, He prepared to intervene and ensure their safety. He swiftly approached, unsheathing his sword with lightning speed. In a matter of seconds, a red line appeared on the bandits' necks, and their heads rolled to the ground. What? The bandits didn't even have time to scream before meeting their demise. Dave examined his sword, now broken into pieces. "I'm sorry, buddy. It's not you, it's me," he sighed, acknowledging the sacrifice of his weapon for the sake of justice. After that, he looked at the women who were now affected by the drugs. They looked at him with confusion and they were trying to suppress the drugs, but they failed. Their minds were devoured by the drugs and their desire rose after seeing his handsome and attractive face. His charming aura also affected their minds. They charged toward Dave and brought him down to the ground. They tore his clothes and started to vent their lust on him. Dave just lay there and did what they wanted, as he was not a doctor or a physician and couldn't remove the drugs. But even if he were one, he still wouldn't do anything, as he was a villain, right? Dave created a barrier for others to not see this crazy scene where 5 women were ganging up on him. Dave was surprised as they were all virgins, and it was their first time doing this. After 5 hours, the 5 women were lying on the ground looking satisfied. Dave checked their condition and found that all 5 were representatives of Flower Academy, each aged 17 or older. Flower Academy ranked 3rd among academies and only accepted female students. The girls from Flower Academy were all beautiful, much like their dean. They had come to Dragon Academy to watch the school tournament and scout potential representatives for their own academy. Many academies sent students to spy on others during such events. On their journey, they were attacked by bandits aiming to take advantage of them. Luckily, Saint Dave appeared and saved them from a dangerous situation. The most assertive woman, Layla Scarlett, was revealed to be one of Flower Academy's core students. She was as strong as Rose, reaching peak tier king level, and had long white hair and green eyes. While traveling, they decided to camp in the forest and find a water source. They stumbled upon a pond, unaware that the bandits had orchestrated the entire ambush, leading to their drugging. Without Dave's help, they would have faced the grim possibilities of assault or being sold into slavery by the bandits. They should thank me for being generous, sacrificing my great body to fulfill their desires. As expected of me, I'll rescue every lonely and sad woman in the world as long as they reach out to me. He chuckled, looked at them, and decided to place them in the bed. Waving his hands, beds and some spare clothes appeared. He dressed them and allowed them to rest on the bed. Creating a barrier that only the heavenly sage could penetrate from outside, he ensured their privacy. Dave noticed he gained 600,000 sin points during their session. He was pleased that he could now afford the sword after dual cultivating with the girls. Before leaving, he wrote a few words on a piece of paper and then vanished into the forest, as it was already 11 p.m. His lovers might be feeling worried about him, and he still needed to fulfill his role for them. As he traveled on the way to his dorm, he checked his system and saw that his sin points were now 5,100,000. Haha, finally, he exclaimed. Delighted, he felt that his efforts were now going to succeed. Changing his sword every time he used his sword technique didn't feel right to him. He went to the shop and immediately bought the sword. Ding. Do you want to purchase the Black Dragon sword, Heavenly Sage? 5 million sin points. Yes, he didn't hesitate as he replied. Ding. Black Dragon sword has been acquired. The Black Dragon sword is a powerful weapon with a sleek black blade that shines with an otherworldly glow. Crafted with the essence of a celestial dragon, it boasts exceptional sharpness and durability. The handle is decorated with detailed carvings of flying dragons, adding to the sword's mystical charm. Tailored for a guy like Dave, the sword carries a strong energy that complements his advanced sword techniques. More than just a tool, it symbolizes his growing strength and the sin points invested in his quest for power. The host needs to drop his blood on the sword for you to be connected to it, the system advised, and he followed its instructions. Dropping his blood on the sword, it suddenly glowed, and he felt a connection with it. The sword, measuring 1.7 meters, seemed to have its sentience, though weak, akin to a newborn. He sensed that it was customized for him, with a cool appearance. Bound to him, he could call it even from a distance. With further evolution, it had the potential to instill fear even in immortals. A growth-type weapon, it could advance as long as he had enough materials or sin points. Dave smiled, satisfied with the sword. Ha, buddy, we will slay gods and demon lords in the future. As he spoke, the sword hummed, seemingly excited as well. He walked towards his dorm and wanted to take a rest, but he realized that the ladies must be waiting for him. Layla opened her eyes and found herself still in the forest, lying on a bed. Trying to stand up, she felt pain throughout her body. Arg, she wailed, noticing her companions experiencing the same discomfort. No. Determined, she stood up and attempted to wake them. Hey, Sandra, Mia, Ella, Anna, wake up. Each of them opened their eyes, sharing in Layla's bewildered state. Confused, they realized they were all naked, and discomfort in their private areas became apparent. No. Recalling the drugging and the bandits' sinister intentions, they also remembered a red-haired man appearing, defeating the bandits. Their memories went blank afterward, and they speculated about what had transpired. Looking at each other, their faces flushed, realizing they had collectively taken advantage of the man who had come to their aid. "Hahoo, my innocence is gone," short-haired Mia sobbed, and everyone comforted her. "How can I marry in the future? Arg, I want to die." Layla spoke, "It was my fault that I couldn't protect you all. We lost our innocence to a man, but he tried to save us. I think it was better than being assaulted by the smelly bandits." Layla was aggrieved, but she had a strong mind, considering their situation. "We were drugged by the bandits, and that man didn't seem to have knowledge about alchemy. How could he save us from the drugs? I hated him for taking advantage of us, but it was better than being abused by bandits, and our lives would be worse than animals. We could even become slaves." All of them felt she was right. Despite their ability to think clearly at that moment, seeing how attractive he was made them forget to suppress the lust they felt, allowing it to take over. "Look, there is a note there." Ella, who had blue hair and was the same height as Rose, pointed in Layla's direction. Layla saw it and read what was written. "Girls, you know that my body was sacred, but as a good citizen, I sacrificed my body to fight against 5 fierce women. Luckily, I was strong enough to not be drained by you all, and I hope you can apologize to me if you see me again. My name is Dave Alexander, so just look for me if you want to apologize for taking advantage of me." Sandra, the tallest among them at 190 centimeters with black hair, suddenly felt anger towards him as if he was the one who took the loss. What a bastard. How dare he tell us to apologize even when he didn't lose anything from it? They had never encountered such a shameless guy in their entire lives. Anna, the shortest and the youngest, was also angered by his words, as his face was thick enough to leave his name behind, and asked them to apologize to him. "I want to beat that guy." While the girls were angry, Layla suddenly realized why the name was familiar. "Hey, his name was Dave Alexander, is it the name of the Guardian's son?" Layla asked. "What? He said Dave Alexander?" The other girls were shocked and knew that Dave is the most handsome teenager in the Empire. They recalled the face of the guy they met, and it matched his description of long red hair, a handsome face, and blue eyes. "He is really the son of the Guardian, no wonder he is strong and arrogant. What are we gonna do now? We cannot force him." All of them also realized and were stunned, as they didn't expect that their innocence would be taken by a person with high status in the Empire. They suddenly felt that it was not a loss and thought of finding him to make him take responsibility. After returning to his dorm, he initiated a new session with the ladies. They inquired about why he was late, but he casually mentioned that he had gained enlightenment and lost track of time. The ladies had grown accustomed to their routine, finding it almost addictive. They believed it made the process of getting stronger remarkably easy. As the competition to select representatives for the school was scheduled for the next day, they intensified their efforts. They were eager to showcase their progress. Despite the rapid growth in their cultivation, they remained committed to practicing skills, techniques, and comprehension. The next morning, he opened his eyes and looked at the notification. Ding! System report, Sin points, 700,000, Lust, Rose, Susan, Lena, Dual cultivation, 200,000 stocked Sin points, 50,000 previous Sin points, 100,000 total Sin points, 1,050,000 0 having gained Sin points from their session the previous night. Dave was contented. Entering the kitchen, he prepared a meal for the ladies and the baby dragon. 30 minutes later, the enticing aroma of the food roused the ladies from their slumber. Draco, ever the food enthusiast, was already on high alert. They all enjoyed the meal, discussing the upcoming competition. Be cautious not to reveal too much during the competition. Some students from other schools may be observing ours, Dave advised, and everyone nodded in agreement. They understood the importance of holding back some secrets. Though their official rank may not have risen, the quality of their power had significantly improved. They prepared to go to the academy while Lena was going to the office to prepare because they have a meeting today. Susan went with Dave and Rose to watch the upcoming competition. She didn't attend any academy because she prefers training at home with her personal trainer. Opting for a personal tutor at home, she believes that, even without formal studies, she can lead a good life thanks to her family's support. Despite her talent attracting the interest of many masters who wanted to take her as a disciple, her father rejected those offers. Instead, he personally trained Susan whenever he had time, providing her with precious items and resources for cultivation. This is why her cultivation level is high for her age. Dave strolled alongside two stunning beauties, earning much envy from the boys. Both Rose and Susan held Dave's hands, showcasing their beautiful looks. Envy plus 1000, envy plus 1000, envy plus 1000, envy plus 1000, envy plus 1000. Dave observed numerous students, and the crowd was teeming with people. While walking, his keen sense of hearing caught wind that some students, initially on a mission, returned for the competition. Certain senior students had ventured outside the academy to undertake missions, refining both their skills and cultivation. Dave noticed several formidable fourth-year students, reaching the peak tier. Their faces exuded arrogance, seemingly dismissive of others. They projected an air of exclusivity and elegance befitting their higher year status, looking down on their junior counterparts. Dave couldn't help but smirk. If only they knew that Rose and the other ladies were almost on par with them, their pride would crumble. As Dave and the ladies strolled towards the arena, many took notice of their handsome and gorgeous figures, eager to strike up a conversation but feeling inferior in Dave's presence. Suddenly, a handsome figure, standing at 170 centimeters, approached the ladies with a smile. "Hello, ladies. I am Sebastian, a fourth-year student and the son of Duke Glenn. Nice to meet you, Princess, and young Miss Susan." Despite being the Duke's son, he regarded them as equals, as both Susan and the Princess were children of a Duke, just like him. Sebastian paid no attention to Dave and confidently greeted the women. Having recently returned from a mission, he spotted the daughter of Duke Kern and the princess, hoping to display goodwill and perhaps capture their attention. He believed that his father's high position warranted respect from the two ladies. Sebastian was a mid-tier king level, but his level was lower than that of the ladies. "Who the fuck do you think you are? Get lost." Angered by the intrusion, Susan shot Sebastian a fierce look and responded with intensity. She then followed Dave, completely ignoring Sebastian as if he were invisible. Sebastian, taken aback, maintained his composure. "That was disrespectful. Ladies, you should be more reserved." Susan shot him a deadly stare and moved so swiftly that Sebastian had no time to react. In an instant, she delivered a swift kick to his groin. Crack. Everyone was scared and didn't expect that this beautiful lady was really having a bad temper and being brutal. They felt chill if they thought that they were in Sebastian's place. "Why would I care about you? Even though you're the son of the Duke, we don't fear a bastard like you. HMPF, you've ruined my day." The crowd was stunned, their attention returning to the ladies. The onlookers hadn't anticipated that the princess and Duke Kern's daughter were accompanied by a red-haired man. Their eyes widened when they recognized Dave, known throughout the Empire as the most handsome man and the #1 on the Do Not Provoke list. Family members often warned against provoking him. Dave smiled and glanced at Sebastian with pity, saying, "Oh, so you're a duke's son. Don't worry, I'll inform my father later about your attempt to make a move on my women. Your father must be strong, huh?" With a sneer, he ignored Sebastian and continued walking with the two girls. Sebastian, nursing his injured ego, was also stunned and scared. He hadn't expected to try and snatch the Guardian son's women. As he overheard the whispers of the students, he realized that the man was the son of the Guardian. "Fuck, I'm dead." While he wasn't afraid of the princess and the Duke's daughter, the prospect of facing Dave's father terrified him. If the Guardian got wind of today's events, Sebastian knew his own father might not be able to protect him. Upon realizing the consequences awaiting him, Sebastian promptly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Dave glanced at him and opted for a minor punishment, grabbing his storage ring as compensation for causing a disturbance. Despite having enough wealth, Dave didn't need to take this action, but he felt a desire to play the role of a good citizen by taking from the rich and, in a sense, giving to the poor. Although in this scenario, the poor referred to himself due to the voracious appetite of the gluttonous dragon he possessed. A smile crossed Dave's face as he patiently anticipated others to provoke him, knowing it was a simple way to earn some extra cash. Dave strolled around confidently, showcasing his charm by holding two beautiful women in his arms, eliciting envy and resentment from onlookers. His handsome face attracted admiration from numerous women who winced at him, vying for his attention. Dave, however, only smiled in response, effortlessly captivating their hearts. Men around him grew agitated, some attempting to shield their partners from Dave's handsome face. Dave is collecting sin points with each jealous gaze. He is also waiting for someone daring enough to provoke him. Yet, no one was willing to challenge the son of the Guardian, especially after witnessing the earlier incident. Word about the Guardian son attending the academy spread rapidly. Many wondered why Dave bothered with the academy when he had the Guardian as his father, providing the best possible instructors. Rumors also circulated about his romantic involvement with both the princess and the Duke's daughter. Quite the handsome playboy, snagging both the princess and the Duke's daughter. Life's unfair. I am struggling to get a girlfriend while he effortlessly has two gorgeous and noble women. Stop complaining, look at yourself. You're not even worthy to be a servant, and you're poor." Damn, those words hit hard. Envy and admiration echoed in conversations throughout the academy as they discussed the magnetic allure of the guardian sun. 1 hour later, everyone was now in the arena, and all the school staff were also watching. The principal would be the judge of the competition. Some influential figures attended to scout talents, and royal guards were visible everywhere to ensure the students' safety. Some nobles also came to watch the show. In the first round, only those in the same year would fight until the top 10 were determined. After choosing the top 10, students from first year to fourth year would compete, and 10 candidates would be selected to represent the school. In other schools, they only selected higher year students as they were considered the strongest, but Dragon Academy gave everyone a chance to showcase their powers. Their reputation as the #1 academy is not just based on the name, after all. Actually, Dragon Academy was the champion last year because they had the 4th Prince Roger, Rose's brother, who excelled at using fire attacks. He has already graduated and is now assisting his father in managing the empire. The emperor had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The other 3 sons were already managing their kingdoms, and only Roger was always accompanying his father as the youngest son. Roger's talent is the best among the 3 princes, and he is also a smart person, which is why the emperor trusted his skills. There are also rumors that he will be chosen as the crown prince. In the tournament, a beautiful woman appeared on stage and captured everyone's attention. The noise quieted down, and all eyes were fixed on the stage. The woman is Lena, and she will oversee the tournament. She was chosen by the dean, and she didn't reject the role. The battles are 1v1, and every student drew to choose their opponent. There were a total of 1,000 participants, with the majority being 4th-year students. Since it was their last year, they were eager to achieve a good result. A good outcome would be secure job opportunities after graduation. Some aimed to become royal guards, while others aspired to serve in the houses of nobles. They all wanted the opportunity, considering it was their last chance, and losing to younger students would be a disappointment. The number of first-year students wanting to participate was 200, and all of them had to draw their numbers. Only 200 decided to participate because others lacked confidence and opted to enter the competition next year if they progressed in their cultivation. If you drew number 1, your opponent would be number 200, a mirror match. Losing one battle didn't mean immediate disqualification. The principal and other professors would select students who showed potential, even if they lost, giving them a chance to challenge the top 10. Lena took the stage and spoke. "I'm glad many are excited to join the competition to represent the academy. You can now all step forward to pick your numbers." All contestants picked up their numbers from the box. Dave also went to pick his number and saw that his number was 1. "Wow, my luck is good." Being the first battle, many paid attention to him, and the excitement hadn't yet subsided for others. He didn't expect to be the first to fight. Rose was number 50, so her opponent would be number 150. Dave didn't bother to look for his opponent, confident he could defeat them effortlessly. His cultivation surpassed even some of the academy deans, and going all out would be like bullying the weaker contestants. He resolved to win cleanly and swiftly, aiming to appear cool in front of everyone. After picking their numbers, Lena spoke again. "Please go to your corresponding arena, and you can see your opponent there." There were 10 arenas prepared for everyone, with the first set being numbered 1 to 10. Dave wasn't concerned about Rose, her strength was already at the peak tier king, and he was certain she would easily secure a spot in the top 10. Having spent many days with Rose, he knew she was a proud woman eager to make her father proud. Pampered by her family, she was their jewel, but she aimed to prove her talent and power. Walking toward his designated arena, Dave saw his opponent, a woman with a height of 180 centimeters, a captivating beauty with shoulder-length brown hair. Many onlookers observed Dave, engaging in hushed conversations. Is he the son of the Guardian? His demeanor befits the son of the Guardian. He's so handsome. I thought I was the most handsome guy in the Empire, but it seems I'm just a frog in the bottom of the well. I heard he entered the academy to collect lovers. Shh, lower your voice. Offending him could be deadly. Dave's appearance caused a commotion, with some already planning to contact him after the tournament to gain his favor. Wow, young Master Dave's opponent is a beautiful woman from the Viscount family, the youngest daughter of Earl Wunty. I heard she's a fierce woman, but strong. On the other hand, Dave's opponent looked at him in surprise. Her face turned serious, and her body trembled. Her face flushed red, and many assumed she was excited to fight. Then, the referee on the stage announced, "Start." While fights in other arenas had already begun, Dave and his opponent remained still. The crowd's attention shifted to Dave's arena, eager to witness the Guardian's son showcase his strength. As everyone waited for Dave to make a move, his opponent suddenly spoke. "Hello, young Master Dave. I'm Betty from the Earl family. I've idolized you for many years, so just let me hug you, and I will concede defeat. I never had a chance to get near you, so when I learned that you were joining the competition, I tried my luck. I didn't expect to be so lucky and have the chance to be matched with you." She said this with excitement. Dave, being a campus crush, was as unexpected as her opponent. Her reputation as a fierce woman wasn't evident in her actions today. She seemed more like a fangirl seeking praise from her idol. The watching crowd was stunned, not expecting this turn of events. Dave smiled and opened his arms wide, untroubled by the possibility of deception, given his superior strength. "Yay!" The woman ran to him, hugging him for 10 seconds. She even sniffed his clothes, savoring the feeling of being in the embrace of the most handsome guy in the world. So fragrant. Her voice was low, but many heard her, and some couldn't help but curse Dave for seemingly using his looks to win a fight. On the other hand, the girls looked at the woman with intense hatred, wanting to kill her for taking advantage of the competition to hug their idol. Satisfied, she abruptly left the stage, finding it challenging to confess in the crowd. Having gathered all her courage, the outcome was better than expected. "Kya, I finally hugged my crush," she shouted, her face red. The other women watching were filled with envy and regret that they didn't join, thinking they might have had a chance to hug him too. Envy plus 1000, envy plus 1000, envy plus 1000, wrath plus 1000, wrath plus 1000. Dave smiled at the crowd, waved his hands to bid farewell to the woman, and then looked at the referee on his stage, immediately understanding. Winner, Dave Alexander. The referee seemed conflicted, as this kind of event had never happened in the tournament before. The dean and other professors were baffled by the situation, realizing the advantage of being handsome and considering it a strength. They chose not to interfere, lacking the courage to offend him. Dave hadn't anticipated it turning out like this and sighed, "If my handsomeness is a sin, then I would be the #1 sinner now. Forgive me for being sinful." Dave gained many sin points just like that. Ding. You gained sin points, envy plus 10,000, envy plus 50,000, wrath plus 50.000. He ignored it, but Dave constantly received sin points as many envied his luck for the easy win. Damn, if I were as handsome as him, I could easily win some matches without doing anything. Heaven is unfair. Many contestants swore, expressing anger and envy. Some contestants were badly injured, almost fighting to the death, while Dave didn't even need to fight and got to hug a beautiful woman. Such comparisons made them furious, and they began to doubt if Dave was the child of heaven to have such luck. "Life is unfair," one of the students sighed, feeling like he lived in a world separate from Dave. Too bad to be in the same era as him. The fight continued, and now there were the top 25 contestants in the first-year division. The battles were intense, bringing excitement and cheers from every onlooker. Dave's luck remained good as he consistently picked female opponents every time it was his turn, and they surrendered in exchange for hugs or autographs. Some even requested a kiss, and, true to his commitment to making every woman happy, he didn't refuse. Despite the strong killing intent emanating from Rose and Lena, who were secretly monitoring him, Dave remained unfazed. Rose was furious seeing Dave womanizing and flirting while they fought seriously. This only heightened her ferocity, and her opponent had no luck matching the angered Rose, ending up beaten to a pulp. The crowd was left dumbfounded as Dave's luck seemed unbeatable, and no one had seen him fight until now. Some had heard that he was a sword genius, while others claimed he excelled in hand-to-hand combat like his father. His accumulating sin points reflected the envy of the spectators, witnessing his seemingly charmed path through the tournament. Lena, however, felt the urge to dash to the arena and give Dave a beating. She held back, though, reminding herself that she was the overseer tasked with maintaining safety and fairness in the competition. Meanwhile, Rose astonished everyone by defeating opponents with a single punch, never drawing her sword. They knew the princess was a genius, expecting her to shine in the coming years. However, she turned out to be a dark horse, and her power clearly matched up with those in higher years. In the crowd, Susan cheered and shouted for Dave and Rose in each fight. Lena stepped forward and addressed the top 25 of the first-year division. "There are a total of 25 students, so we've placed your names in the box. We will pick a name, and that student will be exempted, going directly to the finals. After all, luck also belongs to strength." Lena then reached into the box, pulled out a piece of white paper, and read the name on it. To her surprise, it was Dave Alexander. Lena didn't need to cheat, even though she was Dave's woman, because Dave was strong. However, she hadn't anticipated his good luck. Entering the top 25 without fighting and now moving to the finals without doing anything, Dave surprised many. Even he felt like his luck was exceptionally strong today, becoming a finalist without a single battle. He enjoyed the envy and hatred from others and couldn't help but smile. Although his inner thoughts urged him to provoke them, he refrained himself. Ding! You gained sin points, envy plus 90,000, envy plus 70,000, wrath plus 40.000. The system kept ringing in his head, and he also remembered that he still hadn't undergone his evolution. Unsure of the changes that might occur, but he was confident it could make him stronger and further upgrade his skills. To level up his skills, reaching Heavenly Sage and undergoing evolution was necessary. He decided that after this, he would initiate his evolution process. Dave effortlessly qualified for the finals, leaving other contestants envious and frustrated. Damn, I'm dying of envy. Seriously, why is his luck so good? Injured contestants, being treated by medics after entering the top 25, cursed Dave's seemingly charmed journey. They suffered through pain from battles, their armor and weapons damaged, while Dave, wearing no armor and only neat clothes, looked fresh without a speck of dust. Ignoring the envy around him, Dave spotted Susan munching on food while watching the tournament. He walked over and sat with her. Wow, looking good as always. As expected of you, Susan laughed, kissing Dave's cheeks. She glanced at other women with a sneer, as if saying, you need to enter the tournament to kiss him, but I can kiss him anytime. The girls glared at Susan, expressing killing intent, and wished to switch places with her. Meanwhile, the men envied Dave, who seemed to have time for flirting during the competition. The dean, watching Dave with interest, chuckled as he realized he couldn't see through him today. He suspected the Guardian had given Dave a treasure to conceal his cultivation and didn't dare to probe further, not wanting to provoke him. Even though they claimed not to care about anyone's status within the academy, the son of the Guardian was an exception. This round will have the same rules as the previous round. Pick your number from the box to see who will be your opponent, Lena announced. Rose and the other 23 students picked up their numbers. Rose discovered that she was number 3, and her opponent was a student from Section C. He had the same height as Dave but had dark skin. He had fought hard to reach this level. His name was Orlando, the son of a baron. Orlando's physique was robust, and he excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Despite not expecting the princess as his opponent, he didn't want to surrender. He loved to fight, and this was his chance to gain fame. Rose, on the other hand, remained calm. From the start, she hadn't drawn her sword. Many noticed her strength as she effortlessly defeated her opponents with punches. Aside from her strength, students avoided provoking her because she was a princess. All the students went on stage to begin their fights. Rose understood that not many would surrender at this stage, being so close to the finals and vying for a spot in the top 10. Even though she was a princess, Rose had no intention of using her status to overpower the other contestants. She despised such actions, as it would only suggest that she relied on her father's status to suppress others. Proud of her abilities as a genius, she aimed to prove her talent and worthiness of the title princess. All contestants headed to their designated stages. Many eyes were fixed on Rose's stage, eager to witness her full strength. Start, the referee declared, initiating the battle. Orlando respectfully bowed to the princess and apologized. Sorry to offend you, princess. I hope you give me a good fight. Rose smiled and replied, I hope you can take many punches from me. Known as a tyrannical princess who enjoyed a good fight, Rose lunged towards Orlando with her fist. Orlando, aware of her strength, swiftly dodged the attack. Boom. The impact of Rose's strength was explosive, leaving many professors and even the principal in shock as they experienced the true power of the princess. I had no idea that the emperor had another genius child, Julius remarked, expressing joy at the potential of winning the school competition once again. Rose's strength resembled that of a beast, with her punches carrying a destructive force capable of leveling buildings. Orlando's face glistened with sweat. From childhood, he had been known for killing a tiger with just his fists, earning him a reputation for possessing a bestial physique that could surpass those at the same level. However, he had not expected the princess to not only match his strength but also surpass him in the one aspect where he excelled, physical strength. While Orlando was contemplating, he sensed an attack on his back, unable to dodge in time as Rose's fist struck. Boom. He was sent flying off the stage, but his body didn't sustain severe injuries as Rose adeptly controlled her strength. Observers, including experts, couldn't help but praise her. She possesses impressive strength and control. As expected of the princess, another powerhouse will emerge in the future. The referee promptly declared, winner, Rose Oregon. Princess. 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 Applause resounded through the arena, with their fight becoming the highlight. The princess's strength was now acknowledged to be on par with fourth-year students, leaving many astonished. Even students from other schools in the crowd, While surprised, somewhat expected this outcome, knowing she was a princess with access to abundant resources for reaching such a level. The other professors and the principal knew that they were spying on them, but they didn't care as they wanted to make them nervous as they could see the strength of their students. It was just a competition, but the principals were treating it as war because it represents the image of the academy. On the other hand, the dean of the Dragon Academy didn't mind, and their academy always got the first place since the tournament of schools was founded. The other students had finished their fights, and the top 10 from 1st to 4th year were already selected. Dave had directly secured a spot in the top 10 without even having to fight, and many acknowledged his luck. The last known level for Dave was Grandmaster, and it had only been 2 weeks since he started school. People initially assumed his strength might be at the low-tier king level. Given the resources and treasures the Guardian could provide him, they expected him to be even stronger. However, due to his luck in entering the top 10 without breaking a sweat or engaging in a fight, Dave didn't have the chance to showcase his strength. Now, 40 students were set to compete for the 10 slots to represent the school. Dave gained numerous sin points, most of which stemmed from envy. Dave and the other qualified students who were set to compete for the top 10 spots representing the academy lined up on the stage. After a 1-hour rest, the air was charged with fighting spirit, and the anticipation for an intense battle and the display of their true power loomed. Dave observed each contestant, noting that most of the 4th-year students were at top-tier king or peak-tier king levels. Their proud expressions reflected their confidence in securing a slot to represent the academy. Among them were noble sons and daughters, as well as geniuses from less privileged backgrounds, invited by professors or the principal. Lena took the stage to explain the rules for this final round. This round will be different from the previous one. She glanced at the contestants and continued, "It will be a battle royale, and only the last 10 students standing will be declared winners." Shock rippled through the crowd, as the idea of a battle royale seemed unfair to those with friends on the stage. However, it was the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. Immediately, groups formed, with Rose and Dave having the smallest group, as no one dared to team up with them due to their special status. Some students from the same year who had also entered the top 10 wanted to form a team with Rose and Dave, but Rose rejected the idea. She had no desire to carry weaker individuals to the grand finals. Rose knew that with Dave on her team, her spot in the grand finals was practically guaranteed, but she aimed to face as many challenges as possible. Dave, aware of the powers of the 4th years, assured her that they could win. Dave sensed that no one dared to attack them due to their special status. He preferred not to expend excess energy in these fights, feeling as if the sin skill, sloth, was influencing his behavior. Lena observed their readiness and promptly announced, "Start. Go. 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 Go, Princess. Go, young Master Dave. Go." One cheers filled the arena as excitement mounted to see who would last until the end. "Go, Dave, my love. If you win, I'll let you do anything to me." Susan's enthusiastic proclamation sparked envy among many girls, leading them to join the cheering. Damn! The guys, overhearing Susan's words, drooled, and their hatred for Dave reached its peak. Though their stares could kill, they dared not show it, fearing his status. "Go, young Master Dave, I love you," a girl shouted, triggering more female cheers. The competitive spirit rose, and many girls didn't want to lose to Susan, who often mocked them. Numerous boys were left dumbfounded to witness their crushes passionately cheering for Dave. Some of these women hailed from noble and wealthy families, making it a rare sight. Dave smiled at the crowd, well aware that he was accumulating numerous sin points, expecting the count to be astronomical after this event. Many students started to fight, but they avoided Rose and Dave. Dave expected this as they didn't have the guts to offend them both. Swish. Boom. A student was suddenly sent flying off the stage, his body bleeding. All eyes turned to the attacker, recognizing him as Daniel. Daniel didn't hail from a wealthy family, he was a poor boy adopted by the principal. Standing at 170 centimeters, he had striking blue hair and a handsome demeanor, carrying a long sword on his back. Known as Sword One, Daniel had gained a reputation for defeating opponents with a single sword attack. Rumors circulated that his talent surpassed the previous year's champion, the Prince. However, Daniel was absent last year, being outside the continent. The principal, spotting his potential, decided to adopt him. Daniel lived up to expectations, easily reaching the peak-tier king level at the age of 19. Daniel was adept at using swords, having achieved the level of sword master. His proficiency extended to easily comprehending sword techniques, and rumors circulated that he had even created his own. Even Dave sensed that Daniel was more than he seemed. Curious, Dave decided to check Daniel's status. Name: Daniel Shrin. Age: 19. Race: human. Power level: peak tier king. Techniques: Phantom Sword Technique HP, 1400 MP, 3, 300 thirds, 300 STR, 86 AGI, 110 int, 105 Description. Confident Dave compared Daniel's status to Lena's previous status as a low-tier emperor and noticed that Daniel's stats were nearly on par with a low-tier emperor. This revelation meant that Daniel could potentially contend with opponents beyond his current power level, showcasing his exceptional talent. In Dave's eyes, Daniel was undeniably a genius, likely to become the most outstanding in the future if Dave himself didn't exist. Unfortunately for Daniel, he was born in the same era as Dave, who had already surpassed him despite being younger. Dave pondered whether Daniel might be a protagonist in a familiar plot, a tale where a poor boy is adopted by someone of high status, experiences rapid strength growth, and possesses a unique, deadly sword technique. The Phantom Sword Technique is a special and powerful way of using a sword that Daniel Shrun has mastered. It's known for being tricky and deadly, involving quick and precise movements that are hard for opponents to see and defend against. The name Phantom suggests that Daniel's attacks with this technique might seem almost ghost-like or really tough to notice. With this technique, Daniel can make attacks quickly and accurately, making it tough for others to predict or counter his moves. What makes the Phantom Sword Technique effective isn't just the physical part but also the mental impact it has on opponents. It creates a feeling of uncertainty and fear during a fight. Daniel likely keeps the specific details of the technique a secret, adding to its mysterious and dangerous reputation. In simple terms, the Phantom Sword Technique shows how skilled and clever Daniel is with a sword, making him a strong and formidable opponent in battles. Daniel's power shocked everyone, but others didn't want to be left behind and decided to attack with all their might. Boom! The stage's temperature immediately changed as the floor suddenly turned into ice. Dave and Rose were unaffected as Dave created a barrier. This level of power was not a problem for him, but it might be for Rose, as this attack could freeze someone at peak tier king level. Some students immediately became ice statues. The referee quickly took them away to save their lives. Many looked at the source of the attack. They saw a white-haired woman with blue eyes, the same height as Rose, and very beautiful. Many recognized her as one of the fourth-year students who participated in the competition when she was in her third year. Her power was at peak tier king, but she was emitting a tyrannical coldness. Despite her beauty, she was known for hating men. She was the daughter of Count Isaac, but they didn't have a good relationship, as her father killed her mother out of jealousy. Since then, she had harbored a strong hatred for men and never interacted with anyone. She was known as the Ice Princess throughout the academy for her proficiency in using ice powers. She froze many participants and didn't even care about others. Dave examined her and checked her status. Name: Sandy Isaac. Age: 19. Race: Human. Techniques: Heavenly Ice Magic. HP: 1.200 MP, 4000 STR, 80 AGI, 105 int, 130 Description. Irritated Sandy's strength is impressive, and she might be on par with Rose. Dave considered adding her to his harem later, as he enjoyed conquering cold beauties. Sandy, irritated with the men on the stage, suddenly felt something unusual. She noticed that Dave was smiling at her, completely unaffected by her power. Stunned, she found his smile captivating, creating a different feeling within her despite her strong aversion to men. Although Sandy disliked men, it didn't mean she always attacked them, recognizing that not all could be provoked. She usually regarded men with disgust, especially when they greedily stared at her body. To avoid distraction during fights, she quickly looked away from such instances, but Dave seemed different. Realizing that Dave was not as simple as he appeared, Sandy acknowledged that being the son of the Guardian, the #1 talent of his era, carried its weight. Despite her formidable ice powers, she was confident in freezing someone at the peak tier king level, yet Dave remained unfazed. After Sandy and Daniel showcased their powers, many others also displayed their abilities. A fourth-year bald student, standing at a towering height of 3 meters, revealed muscles filled with power. He possessed the unique ability to transform into a bear, doubling his strength and defense. His brown skin, adorned with scars, gave him an intimidating appearance. This peak-tier king was Rocky, hailing from the Earl's family, inheriting this power from his ancestors. Rocky, though physically formidable, was simple-minded with a low IQ, preferring brute force over strategic thinking to resolve matters. Another notable participant was Leo, a third-year student skilled in using spears, achieving top-tier king status. Leo managed to defeat some fourth-year students. Standing at 160 centimeters with short black hair, he was Rocky's cousin. The second-year and first-year students were all eliminated except for Dave and Rose, falling prey to the superior strength of the third and fourth-year students. Dave and Rose observed without participating, as no one dared to attack them, knowing that their parents would likely punish anyone who antagonized the princess and the son of the guardian. Dave and Rose, despite their inaction, secured spots in the top 10. After 30 minutes, the final 10 contestants emerged. Dave, Rose, Sandy, Daniel, Rocky, Leo, Gerald, Chris, Henry, and Nicole. The last 4 were all fourth-year students, each possessing peak-tier king status and classmates of Daniel. Each member displayed unique strengths. Gerald wielded fire, Chris excelled in assassination with a penchant for stealth and black attire, Henry controlled thunder, and Nicole specialized in hypnotizing her enemies. With the top 10 decided, Principal Julius congratulated them, saying, "Ahem, congratulations on making it this far. You will represent our academy, so give your best efforts to win and enjoy the upcoming competition scheduled for 1 week later. The competition will be held in the Royal Arena near the Royal Castle, so do your best to prepare and strengthen yourselves." After saying this, he waved his hands and disappeared into the crowd. The audience erupted in applause, and Dave continued to receive notifications. The events were exciting yet a bit bizarre, given Dave's unique circumstances. He hadn't had a chance to showcase his powers, winning without fighting and entering the top 10 effortlessly. It was the first time such a thing had happened, but no one dared to voice complaints, knowing the potential consequences. Ding. You gain sin points. Pride plus 400, envy plus 1000, wrath plus 4000. Dave was stunned, finding it challenging to accumulate sin points for pride, sloth, and gluttony. He wasn't sure about obtaining sloth and gluttony sin points, but he speculated scenarios involving being attacked by a monster or getting lazy when an enemy approached for those categories. Despite the disappointment from the crowd, Dave planned to evolve that night and assess his gains. Holding Rose's hand, they descended from the stage together. Many looked at them with a mix of admiration and envy, but the men couldn't help but curse silently as they witnessed Dave kissing the princess and then holding another woman, Susan, in his arms, who also kissed him in front of the public crowd. Fuck. The men in the crowd felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts, but they could only attribute it to their own appearance. If they looked as good as Dave, they would undoubtedly use it to attract beautiful women as well. In the dorm, Rose, Susan, and Lena were eating together with Dave, sharing laughter and enjoying their precious time. The tournament had concluded safely, and the injured participants were being treated by the best doctors, expected to recover within a day. The list of the top 10 was publicized, and many congratulated the princess and Dave. Dave left hastily as he noticed numerous greedy eyes wanting to approach him to gain favor. He detested such situations, as he disliked getting involved in political matters. Though befriending them could potentially mean a powerful ally in the future, Dave had no interest in playing such games. The nobles and powerhouses sought to cozy up to him, understanding that a single word from him could either elevate or ruin their status. Dave enjoyed his time with the two women, informing them that he had something important to attend to and wouldn't have time for their usual session tonight. Lena was also occupied with preparations, and all the professors were busy, leaving her with no time to visit Dave. The ladies understood that it must be important, so they didn't press him for details, each having their own secrets. Dave had treated them well, openly expressing his affection for them in public, bringing happiness and pride to both. Tonight, Dave had plans to evolve and upgrade his skills, leaving no time for dual cultivation. After finishing their meal, he returned to the room, instructing the ladies not to enter and to wait for him until tomorrow. Dave cast a barrier, lay on the bed, and began checking his sin points. Ding. Total sin points, 15 million. Dave was aware that he had accumulated a substantial number of sin points, but the sheer magnitude of 15 million took him by surprise. His plan was to enhance his Sin of Sloth to level 10, similar to his other skills. Ding. You upgraded your skill Sin of Sloth to level 7, ding. You upgraded your skill Sin of Sloth to level 8, ding. You upgraded your skill Sin of Sloth to level 9, ding. You upgraded your skill Sin of Sloth to level 10. This upgrading process also granted him a new skill associated with the upgraded Sin of Sloth. Shield of Sloth. This newly acquired skill automatically protects the user while the user is sleeping, preventing anyone from attacking the user. After obtaining this new skill, Dave decided to proceed with his evolution. Ding. Do you want to proceed with evolution? Yes. Dave didn't hesitate and confirmed his choice. Ding. Processing. The host will feel a slight pain, so be prepared. 3, 2, 1. Following the countdown, Dave experienced an intense heat throughout his entire body, sensing a transformation where his bones seemed to turn to dust. Arg. Fuck that slight pain. He couldn't help but scream due to the overwhelming pain. Even a low-tier sage would find it challenging to endure the pain during this phase of evolution, as the body undergoes a form of nirvana, breaking down his bones and regenerating. Dave witnessed his bones transforming into a golden hue, and his blood turning black. Although the pain was excruciating, he could sense the strengthening of his physical body. Dave underwent the evolution process for a grueling 5 hours until the system finally notified him. Congratulations to the host for successfully undergoing evolution. All stats have risen. Skills upgrade is available at Heavenly Sage. Dave opened his eyes, feeling a sense of relief that the challenging evolution was finally over. Examining his body, he noticed that his muscles were now firmer than ever, and his height had increased to 6 feet 3 inches. Additionally, his red hair now sported a few strands of gold. If he was handsome before the evolution, his new look was now devilishly handsome, making him wonder how many girls would willingly offer themselves to him. Curious about the changes, he checked his status. Stats: name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, human. Power level, low tier. Sage level. Techniques, LV.10, Sword Dragon Technique, 0-1000, upgradable at Heavenly Sage. Sword Intent, Sword Manifestation, Sword Manipulation, Dragon / Sword Apocalypse, Wrath of the Sword Dragon. Magic Skills, LV.10, Conceal, 0-500, upgradable at Heavenly Sage. Disguise, Assassination, Shadow Steps, Shadow Mark, LV.10, Magical Eyes, 0-500, upgradable at Heavenly Sage. Eyes of Truth, Illusion, Night Vision, Hypnotism, Photographic Memory. Primordial, Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.10, 0-5000, upgradable at Heavenly Sage. Charm, Hands of Pleasure, Dual Cultivation, Incubus Aura, Dream Puppetry, Incubus Form Absorption, Sin of Sloth, LV.10, 0-5000, upgradable at Heavenly Sage. Sleep Nightmare, Laziness, Sleep Master, Shield of Sloth. Skill points, 0. Note: you can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100:1. Note: your power is converted into numbers. LV, 10 horsepower, 35,000 MP, 50,000 exp, 0-500,000 STR, 1,000 AGI, 1,300 int, 1,800 sin points, 14,995,200. Dave saw that upgrading his skills now needed more sin points. He saw changes on his stats and his power is getting stronger rapidly. He didn't even use a month to reach this stage and now he can level up again. He saw that he had many points, so he decided to spend them and level up his power and skills. Ding! Do you want to level up to level 11? Yes, minus 500,000 sin points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 11, mid-tier Sage. Dave continued as he had many points to spend. Ding! Do you want to level up to level 12? Yes, minus 1 million sin points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 12, top tier Sage. Ding! Do you want to level up to level 13? Yes, minus 2 million sin points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 13, peak tier Sage. Ding! Do you want to level up to level 14? Yes, minus 4 million sin points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 14, low tier Heavenly Sage. He only had 7,495,200 sin points, so he can't level up to mid-tier for now. He has now started upgrading his skills. He converted them into skill points, so he now has 74,952 skill points. Ding! Do you want to level up your technique, Sword Dragon Technique, to level 11? 0-1000, yes, minus 1,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your technique, Sword Dragon Technique, to level 11. Ding! Do you want to level up your technique, Sword Dragon Technique, to level 12? 0-2000? Yes, minus 2,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your technique, Sword Dragon Technique, to level 12. Ding! Do you want to level up your technique, Sword Dragon Technique, 0-4000? Yes, minus 4,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your technique, Sword Dragon Technique, to level 13, max. You've gained a new sword skill, Sword Bleed. When you inflict wounds on the target, they will continue to bleed and consume their vitality. Dave was stunned as he saw that he had already maxed out his sword technique. System, how can I make my sword technique stronger? He didn't believe that it was already at its maximum. Answering the host, you can continue to collect more sword techniques and fuse them directly with a Sword Dragon Technique for your skill to achieve evolution. Dave now understood that he needed to comprehend more sword techniques and fuse them to enhance his sword technique. He decided to ignore it for now and continued to level up his skills. Ding! Do you want to level up your skill, Conceal, 0-500? Yes. Minus 500 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Conceal, to level 11. Ding! Do you want to level up your skill, Conceal, 0-1000? Yes. Minus 1,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Conceal, to level 12. Ding! Do you want to level up your skill, concealed to level 13, 2000? Yes. Minus 2000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, concealed to level 13, ding. Do you want to level up your skill, concealed to level 14, 4000? Yes. Minus 4000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, concealed to level 14, ding. Do you want to level up your skill, concealed to level 15, 8000? Yes. Minus 8000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, concealed to level 15, ding. Your skill, conceal, will be upgradable when you reach Heavenly Emperor Sage. You've gained a new skill, Killing Intent. You can release a killing intent that can scare your target. Ding. Would you like to level up your skill, Magical Eyes, 0500? Yes. Minus 500 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 11, ding. Would you like to level up your skill, Magical Eyes, 1000? Yes. Minus 1000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 12, ding. Would you like to level up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 13, 2000? Yes. Minus 2000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 13, ding. Would you like to level up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 14, 4000? Yes. Minus 4000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 14, ding. Would you like to level up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 15, 8000? Yes. Minus 8000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your skill, Magical Eyes, to level 15, ding. Your skill, Magical Eyes, will be upgradable when you reach Heavenly Emperor Sage. You've gained a new skill, Eyes of Terror. You can use this skill to give your target a mental demon and induce trauma. Dave was satisfied with his new skills, and he still had 36,952 skill points. He now plans to level up his sin skills. Ding. Do you want to level up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Lust, to level 11, 5000? Yes. Minus 5000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Lust, to level 11, ding. Do you want to level up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Lust, to level 12, 10,000? Yes. Minus 10,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Lust, to level 12, ding. Do you want to level up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Sloth, to level 11, 5000? Yes. Minus 5000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Sloth, to level 11, ding. Do you want to level up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Sloth, to level 12, 10,000? Yes. Minus 10,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up your Primordial Sin skill, Sin of Sloth, to level 12. He didn't gain new skills from that, but his skills are now stronger. He can't continue to upgrade his skills as his skill points are now 6,952, and he was poor again. After clearing his thoughts, he decided to go out to get some fresh air. It was now 3 a.m., and the ladies were already asleep, so he didn't disturb them as he went out silently. Dave silently walks out of the dorm and enters the city. Despite the early hours, numerous people populate the streets, engrossed in their activities. He can endure many days without sleeping due to his cultivation and the sin of sloth that bestows upon him the title of the Lord of Sleep. As Dave walks along the road, he spots an injured woman heading toward him. The woman, concealed by a hood, appears frail, with blood seeping from her belly. "Please help me. Someone wants to kill me," she sobs. Dave senses something amiss. It's implausible that others haven't noticed her, yet he seems to be the only one. Additionally, her direct approach to him raises suspicion, considering she hasn't sought help from the nearest person. Not easily deceived, Dave decides to play along, choosing not to act on his suspicions. The woman kneels before him, crying, "Please help me." She pleads, but Dave observes a peculiar move. As she draws near, she suddenly brandishes a knife and lunges at him. Dave anticipated this turn of events, having already examined her status using his magical eyes. Name, number 2, age, 20, race, human, power level, peak tier, sage technique, assassination, stealth, disguise, HP, 10,000 MP, 14,000 strength, 700 agility, 900 intelligence, 800 description, the second strongest assassin of the Shadow House. Her power was formidable, but in front of Dave, she seemed like a toddler. He didn't know why she wanted to kill him, but he was not someone to be trifled with. Dave didn't dodge as he spoke, sleep. He activated his Sin of Sloth skill, sleep, and the woman, who thought her mission was near completion, suddenly fell asleep. Dave lifted her body and brought her into his hut in the forest, where he had left Diane 2 days ago. Dave tied her up on the bed and then removed her disguise. She was skilled at using disguises, and he didn't expect that she was a beauty on par with Susan. Dave promptly lifted the effects of his skill, sleep, and she woke up abruptly. Dave looked at her with a smile and said, "Where is your base?" He knew that the Shadow House was hired by the higher-ups of the Black Turtle Empire, but he didn't want to let it slide. They had already attempted to assassinate him twice. If not for his rapid improvement, he was certain he would be a corpse by now. Number 2 was stunned because she believed the mission would be easy, merely having to eliminate a brat at the Grandmaster level. However, she had failed, finding herself now held captive. Number 2 looked at him and said, "You can't get any information about me, so just kill me." Being a fully trained assassin, she had been groomed by her leader since childhood, ensuring her loyalty even in death. Dave appreciated the challenge and smirked in response, "You know, I hate making a woman cry, and I can extract much information from you using my hypnotizing skill. However, I prefer the thrill of full conquest, hee hee." After that, he removed all her clothes, and her fully naked body was shown to him. "Wow, sexy, I like it, hee hee." Number 2 was scared, and she screamed, "Kill me, and don't dare to touch my body." Dave didn't care about her as he removed his clothes and put a barrier for others to not disturb him. He caressed her plump chest and squeezed it. "Ah!" Number 2 moaned and her face turned red. "Since you don't like to obey me, I'll make you experience heaven so that you understand who you are dealing with," Dave said as he kissed every part of her body. Her neck, breast, thighs, and her cave. "Ah!" After 3 minutes, Number 2 can't take it anymore as she come on his face. "Wow, you are so lustful, huh?" Dave didn't even use his lust skills, but she was already aroused to this level. "Please kill me," she begged, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want to lose her virginity, yet she was adamant about not betraying her organization, fully aware of the formidable background Dave possessed. Dave smirked and positioned his cock on her cave. "Hee hee, since you seem eager to meet your end, I'll ensure you experience heaven." He pushed his cock without restraint and moved his hips roughly. "Arg!" Number 2 screamed as Dave plowed her roughly without even caring about her wailing. Plack. 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 Dave reveled in pleasure. It was his first time imposing himself on an unknown woman. However, since she was his enemy, he lacked any conscience for those who sought to harm him. Plack. 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 Number 2, who was crying, was now screaming in pleasure. Dave then activated his incubus form, causing his body to undergo a sudden transformation, reaching a height of 3 meters. Black wings emerged from his back, 2 horns adorned his forehead, and his eyes glowed red. Now resembling a handsome demon, capable of charming any woman who laid eyes on him. His already substantial member enlarged once again and penetrated Number 2's confines. "Ah!" she screamed as his cock was so big and she couldn't help but scream. Plock. 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 He continued to fuck her till the morning, and he only stopped when she lost consciousness. She suddenly became a whore who begged for him to fuck her as her mind was chaotic because of his non-stop plowing. They both lay on the ground as Dave deactivated his incubus form. This form can make him a sex machine who doesn't feel tired. Dave already gained the information about the Shadow House as he hypnotized her while he was fucking her. He discovered that their leader, Carl, was a middle-tier heavenly sage, and their base was located in Ghost City near the border of the Black Turtle Empire. Number 2 had been an orphan since childhood, abducted and forcibly trained by Carl to become one of his assassins. Dave planned to eliminate them, but he knew he had to prepare himself first. Observing Number 2, who was still sleeping, he decided to use his charm skill to make her his slave. Being weaker than him, she succumbed to his enchantment, becoming a potential asset in dealing with Dave's future enemies. Instead of using his absorption skill on her, he placed her in his storage space, a unique system-provided dimension different from the typical storage rings available in the market. This space could accommodate any living being and could be considered a small world. Dave allowed Number 2 to rest in the storage space and then returned to his dorm as it was already 8 a.m. After dealing with the woman who tried to assassinate him, Dave decided to return, knowing the girls must be looking for him. Upon reaching his dorm, he found the ladies already prepared to go to school. Susan, however, planned to visit her father, as she didn't have any other commitments. Having been with Dave for many days, she felt her father must be missing her. A self-proclaimed daddy's girl, Susan had been pampered by her father, making her a bit spoiled. As Dave appeared, the ladies were stunned to see him looking even more handsome than before. His hair now had a few golden strands, making him appear more attractive. He exuded a manly aura that could make any lady swoon. The ladies stared at him, and Dave smiled at their reaction. His appearance had transformed, and his body was reborn through evolution. If not for the need to go to school, he thought, he would have already taken them to a room for an intimate session. In the classroom, Dave slept on the table as usual, and everyone turned a blind eye to it. When he appeared, many congratulated him, and he only smiled at them, not rejecting their goodwill. His current appearance was much more handsome than before, and they noticed significant changes in him. Some even asked if he colored his hair because of the few golden strands in his long red hair. The girls couldn't focus on studying because they couldn't help but look at Dave, whose charm underwent several improvements due to his evolution. Everyone was gearing up for the school competition, and some fourth-year students took their time to break through to the Emperor level. In the competition, only those 19 years old and below were qualified to participate. Feeling bored, Dave announced that he would go to the comfort room, expressing his desire to slack off. Lena didn't mind him and continued teaching the class. Dave walked towards the male's bathroom, not really needing to pee but feeling bored. Inside the comfort room for males, his strong sense of hearing picked up the sounds of females laughing in the adjacent bathroom. The bathrooms for males and females were close, and with his extraordinary hearing, he could hear their giggles and conversations. "Sandy? Are you sure you'll hate men forever? How are you going to find a partner someday if you continue to act like that?" teased one of Sandy's female classmates. "True, do you know how good it is to have someone to rely on in the future and have a family as well?" another added. Sandy looked at them with a cold face and replied, "I don't care about men, and you don't have to worry about my matters." After saying that, she left the comfort room hastily, unknowingly bumping into Dave. Dave knew she was coming, but she was on his harem list, so he had to find a way for her to fall in love with him. The unexpected event caught Sandy off guard, and despite her cultivation, she failed to notice Dave, resulting in a collision. They both tumbled to the ground, and Sandy found herself pressed against Dave, their lips accidentally meeting. Their bodies pressed together, sharing each other's warmth. The other students in the room were stunned. Envious looks came from the females, while the boys regarded Dave with reverence, finally witnessing someone who could seemingly tame the cold woman. Sandy was taken aback, finding herself in an awkward position. Attempting to stand up, Dave hugged her tightly, preventing her escape. "You bumped into me, so you must take responsibility," he whispered into her ears. Her face turned red as she couldn't break free from his grasp. She felt his strong muscles and noticed his pleasant scent. Desiring to retaliate, she wanted to punch him, but she realized she couldn't afford to offend him, especially given his strength. "Let me go, I am your senior," she said in a low voice, but Dave smirked and kissed her lips dominantly. With the prey right in front of him, Dave wasn't about to let her go easily. He was a master at making women weak with just his kisses and touches, and an innocent woman like Sandy was easily swayed by his charm. The onlookers were stunned and commented, as expected of the handsome playboy, "No beauties can escape his clutches." Dave's tongue was wandering in her mouth and Sandy couldn't help but be in a daze as it was her first experience kissing someone and it was accidentally in public. It was true that she was the one who bumped into Dave, but she didn't expect him to be arrogant enough to publicly kiss her. She knew that she couldn't offend him, but even as she tried to resist, her body wasn't following her mind. She had thought she hated men, but when it was Dave who took advantage of her, she didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she felt at peace when she was near him. It was her first time feeling this, and the last instance she felt safe and warm was when she was embraced by her beautiful and warm mother. Her mother always wore a smile every time she looked at her. Her mother meant everything to her, and her death brought immense sadness, with the cause being her own father. He killed her out of insecurity and jealousy, despite knowing how deeply her mother loved him, even in the face of his abusive behavior. Her mother, a kind but non-cultivated human, couldn't resist her father's attacks. Looking at Dave's handsome face, she realized he emitted a different aura compared to others. She went along with Dave's movements, and Dave knew that she finally took the bait. Using concealment, they both disappeared into the crowd. The onlookers couldn't process what they had seen, but they knew it would become a hot topic in the academy. Dave brought her into Lena's office, having the key to it. With a wave of his hands, a bed appeared, and he placed Sandy directly onto it while still kissing her lips. Unconcerned about it being Lena's office, Dave was determined to conquer this cold beauty. Sandy was exceptionally beautiful and sexy, igniting Dave's desire to possess everything about her. Sandy's mind was in chaos. Her life was riddled with problems, and she sought a moment of escape by letting go of her inner struggles. Despite always wearing a cold demeanor, deep inside, she longed to find someone who could understand her and treat her as important. Reluctant to express her feelings, She had a sense that Dave might be the one to change her life. She just went along with Dave's advances, and they kissed passionately while removing their clothes one by one until nothing remained. Dave held her breast and played with it while he was kissing her. Sandy moaned as she felt hot in her body. Dave stops kissing her and goes down to her cave. "You are so wet," he teased her, and her face was flushed so she looked away as she was embarrassed. They were not so close in relation, but her mind was fuzzy, and she was only moving according to her body's desire. Dave uses his tongue and plays with her cave for 3 minutes, then he lies on the bed and lets Sandy face his cock. Sandy was shocked to see his cock, and it was so big that she is doubting if it can fit her cave. She looked at Dave and saw that he was looking at her with a smile. She then holds his cock and moves her hands upwards and down. After 2 minutes, Dave was full of pleasure. Then he held her head and inserted his cock in her mouth. Sandy was shocked, but Dave moved his hips and fucks her mouth. Slurp. Slurp. Sandy was choking, but she immediately accustomed herself. Then she now started to move her mouth up and down. Dave came on her mouth after 5 minutes. Then he stands up and went on top of her, then positioned his cock in her cave. He looked at the lustful look of Sandy, then pushed his cock slowly. It was Sandy's first time, so she was in pain, so Dave gives her time to adjust herself. After 30 seconds, he started to move his hips. Plack. 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 The sound of colliding flesh can be heard inside the room, and both were enjoying it as their faces were full of pleasure. Plack. 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 He moved non-stop and Sandy moaned loudly as she was enjoying it. Yes, yes. Dave moves rougher and faster than before, and she can only moan and let him continue to fuck her. After 30 minutes, they changed positions as Sandy was now on the top and she was moving up and down. Plack. 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 Sandy was moving wildly, and she was caressing her breast as she was riding his cock. Dave enjoys this feeling. Then after 20 minutes, he shoots all his cum in her cave. After many hours of a wild session, Sandy lay in Dave's arms, her face flushed as she reflected on everything they had done. Her mind cleared, and she didn't expect herself to so easily surrender to someone she wasn't very close to. She pondered everything that led them to this point and couldn't help but criticize herself for being weak-minded. Dave, satisfied, looked at Sandy, who seemed to be in a daze, and asked, "Are you okay?" She looked at Dave, who was gazing at her, and replied, "I hope you treat me well." Considering everything, she realized that the deed was done, and she couldn't change it. Instead, she should accept it and try to get the best result. It dawned on her that loving Dave wasn't so bad, given his handsomeness and the genuine care she felt from him. Dave gently caressed her hair, smiling, and said, "Of course, just let me know if someone bullies you, I'll handle it for you. You're beautiful, so please always smile. If you have problems, I'm always here." Sandy smiled sweetly as she rested in his arms, feeling a sense of peace by his side. Unbeknownst to her, she fell asleep due to tiredness, and Dave, content, rested beside her. 30 minutes later, the office door suddenly opened, and Dave saw that it was Lena. She found Dave naked, holding Sandy in his arms, and she already knew what had happened. Lena looked at Dave with an angry expression and said, "So, you're just enjoying another woman while we're not by your side?" Dave smiled and immediately stood up even though he was still naked. He hugs her and blows on her ears, "I can also enjoy you, so don't move and let me do it." After that, he brought her near Sandy, who was sleeping, then cast a sound barrier for her to not be heard by her. He starts another session with Lena as Sandy is sleeping near them. Lena was full of shyness, but she was also full of excitement as she was imagining that she was being fucked while someone was sleeping next to her. After 1 hour, Dave sends Lena to his dorm and tells her to wait for him as he is just settling things with Sandy. Sandy didn't realize a miracle had occurred near her while she was sleeping comfortably. At 5 p.m., Sandy woke up and noticed Dave staring at her with a smile. He said, "You finally woke up. How is your body?" Dave wore a handsome smile that left the beautiful Sandy feeling a bit dazed. Even though she already knew Dave was handsome, she could never tire of it. Touched to see him still by her side, she couldn't help but feel more secure with him there. Sandy smiled sweetly and hugged him. "Thank you for your concern. My body is still sore because you were so wild." She pouted, but her face blushed as she realized her words were inappropriate. Dave smiled and replied, "I can be wilder than that if you want." Sandy blushed, finding it hard to believe that she, the cold beauty of the academy, was now acting shy in front of Dave. Dave smiled and asked her, "If you don't mind, you can stay at my dorm with Rose and the other ladies." Sandy knew that he had many girlfriends, but she didn't mind, as, since ancient times, strong figures had multiple wives and concubines. She also couldn't monopolize Dave alone, considering he was an outstanding individual. She said, "I can't, as my father will get angry at me. He wants me to marry Sebastian, the son of Duke Glenn." I don't like that guy, so I entered the academy to escape for the time being. But I know my father is persistent and won't surrender easily. Dave smiled and replied, "Don't worry about them. I'm sure they don't have the guts to antagonize me. Rest assured, I will never mistreat my woman. I'll deal with him if you want." Even though he was a playboy, he wasn't the previous Dave who was irresponsible. Dave's exes fully accepted their breakups, and only Diane was so obsessed that he decided to end the relationship. Sandy smiled and kissed his lips, saying, "Thank you, but he's still my father even though I hate him." Her smile bloomed as the burden that had been making her cultivation stagnate disappeared with Dave's reassuring words. After that, he concealed both of them and helped Sandy move into his dorm. Sandy noticed her strength was nearing the low-tier Emperor level, and Dave explained that it was the effect of dual cultivation. Sandy now understood why Rose had suddenly become stronger. Dave brought Sandy to the dorm and introduced her to the girls. Only Sophia was not there, as she was always busy with their business. Dave had already informed them about all his women, as he trusted them and never wanted to hide it. Sandy was shocked when she learned that even Professor Lena was one of Dave's women. She was shy at first, but they got along because of Dave, who made them feel connected. Dave went to check Draco's status as he grew rapidly. Draco still acted like a cat, only interested in sleeping and eating. Draco race, Ancient Dragon Age, 2 weeks old power level, top tier Emperor technique, none HP, 9000 SMP, 25,000 STR:600 OG, 700 int, 400 description, Hungry Awakening Process, 3%. Dave observed that Draco's awakening process was at 3%. He guessed that once it reached 100%, the baby dragon might develop new skills beyond eating. Dave didn't mind Draco's laid-back behavior, as he loved the little dragon. However, Dave realized the importance of strengthening himself for protection. In Dave's dorm, the atmosphere was lively. Dave cooked a variety of foods, and the ladies laughed heartily while discussing him. Sandy was surprised to see even the teacher hooked by Dave, but it was proof of his excellence. Dave suddenly spoke, "I have something to do later, so please don't wait for me. I'll make it up to all of you later." Rose smiled and asked, "Are you looking for a new target today?" Susan laughed, and Lena was smiling. Sandy was in a daze, not expecting such harmony, thinking they were competing for his attention. Dave smiled, pinched her nose, and said, "Looks like I must tame this tigress again, huh? Next time, I'll let you feel my dragon fiercely." Rose blushed, and everyone laughed, knowing Dave was gentle with his women and only fierce in bed. Susan pouted, "I also want that, hee hee." Dave smiled and replied, "Of course, I would never forget my cute Susan." They talked about many things while eating. Draco, on the other hand, didn't care about them and continued eating cheerfully. 8 p.m. Dave needed 2 hours to reach Ghost City, which was near the Black Turtle Empire. With his VIP card, he managed to hire a fast carriage to enter the city, hiding his face to avoid alerting potential enemies. He arrived in the city at 8 p.m. and discovered that it was filled with wicked people and had no rules. Most criminals lived here, fearing arrest by other empires. Ghost City earned its name due to rumors of many ghosts haunting the area. No empire attempted to claim it, as the land was infertile, and there were rumors of a formidable figure residing there. Though few had seen the mysterious figure's face, they knew this individual had killed an arrogant prince from the Black Turtle Empire who tried to dominate the city. Attempts by the Black Turtle Empire to avenge the prince resulted in mysterious deaths, leaving no survivors. Since then, the Black Turtle Empire ceased sending troops to Ghost City. Only the Dragon Empire was not intimidated, but they had no intention of ruling a city populated by criminals and wicked individuals. The city witnessed frequent deaths, with gang wars and robberies being commonplace occurrences. The Ghost City is weird, but he managed to walk easily, avoiding many criminals who were killing, plundering, and doing illegal things. Dave conceals himself as he walks toward the Shadow House base, relying on Number 2's memory. It took him an hour to reach the destination, and he was careful enough to hide himself. He is confident in his disguise and hiding skills and believes that he can escape if something goes wrong. He saw an ordinary inn and went forward to enter. The guards in the inn stopped everyone who wanted to come in and asked for the code first, but they didn't expect that he had already infiltrated their base. Dave entered with a shady man, and no one noticed his presence. He easily infiltrated the base. After he goes in, the surroundings change as he realizes that the Shadow House base was created with space magic inside. They looked like an ordinary inn from the outside, but when you walked in, there was a large hall in the middle. He saw many people coming here to transact with the Shadow House to assassinate someone. They are paying a lot of money, and they rarely fail a mission. If they fail to accomplish the mission, they will pay the customer 3 times the amount they paid them, so they are trustworthy. and many have dealings with them. Dave didn't hesitate to remove his concealment. He immediately appeared wearing a black robe and a red mask covering his face. He looked at the person assigned to deal with customers. Many stared at him with curiosity, but most of the people entering the hall wore masks to hide their identity. Dave emitted strong killing intent, dissuading many from troubling him. Dave walked toward the guy assigned to accept missions. "I want to assassinate someone, and if you complete it, I will pay you with this," Dave said, releasing a bag full of million gold coins. The people in the hall were surprised, knowing they had a big client today. The guy stepped forward and said respectfully, "Who do you want us to assassinate, my lord?" He was respectful as he knew he must be a big shot and didn't want to offend him. A guy who can release so many gold coins in one go is an extravagant customer. Dave smiled and wrote the name Carl DeLark. It was the full name of Carl based on number 2, and he wanted to toy with them. After the guy in charge read that, he was stunned and checked the note for the second time, realizing it was the name of their leader. He was shocked and wanted to scream, but Dave already punched him in the face. Boom. His head exploded like a watermelon and he died. Murderer. The other clients were scared and tried to run, but Dave didn't give them a chance, knowing they were also wicked people. He was not a hero, but he hated those who plotted against others. Only he was allowed to do that as he was a villain. "How dare you!" Assassins rushed at him, eager to deal a deadly blow, but Dave didn't dodge. Instead, he used his sin skill. Sleep. The energy of the sloth permeated the ground, causing them to lose focus and become tired before falling to the ground. Boom. Everyone fell asleep and lay on the ground. Dave looked at them with disdain and said, "Blame your leader for provoking me." He looked at the assassins and the clients, showing no intention of sparing their lives. Dave took all their belongings and then swiftly killed them all with a slash of his sword. He then moved to the core headquarters of the Shadow House, seeing a majestic castle, and he was sure that all the high officials of Shadow House were there. They were not aware of what happened because he moved quietly and swiftly, wanting to make them pay for targeting him. He is a person who likes to bear a grudge against those who offend him, and it's either they die or become his slave. He looked at the castle and smirked. It's time to collect debts. He held his sword and unsheathed it as he activated a skill. Sword Apocalypse. Suddenly, thousands of swords were hanging in the air and shot toward the castle. In the castle, Carl, who was having his time with a woman, suddenly felt something amiss. He felt that everything was very quiet, and as an assassin, he had relied many times on his instinct. Right now, he felt danger. He pushed the woman who was being abused by him, then looked out the window and saw that many swords were falling into the castle. Fuck, oh no! It was too late as it rained down on them. Boom. 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 Explosions could be heard as Sword Apocalypse is a tyrannical skill that consumes much mana. It was his first time using it, and he was shocked. It looks like a nuclear bomb in my previous life. The sword attack could blow up a whole country, and he realized how strong it was. Dave pondered as he enjoyed watching the show. Dave didn't bother to kill them one by one, so he decided to let them perish in one go. Rumble. Suddenly, Dave saw a human figure that was still alive, and his body had many wounds. Dave expected him to not die that easily as he was a mid-tier heavenly sage. He looked miserable and couldn't move. Dave smirked and walked toward him. Tap tap tap. Dave's footsteps were slow, yet Carl felt like a demon was walking towards him. Carl looked at the man who destroyed all his hard work for many years, his eyes filled with hatred. Ding. You gain sin points, wrath plus 10,000, wrath plus 10.000, wrath plus 10,000, wrath plus 10,000. He was full of wrath, but he composed himself and asked, "Who are you? How did I offend you?" He knew that with his business, he offended a lot of people, but he didn't expect that his base would be found, and all his subordinates whom he trained were killed by the guy in front of him. Dave smiled and looked at him with disdain. "You know, you can target many people, but you targeted me, so don't blame anyone for your demise." After he said that, he removed his disguise, and Carl was shocked to see Dave. Dave, he now realized who he offended and that he had provoked someone he could not provoke. Dave was here, and he located their base. His strength is also not accurate based on the data they gathered. It said that he was only a grandmaster, but Dave's sword attack can destroy him many times. He suddenly regretted accepting the mission from the Black Turtle Empire. He wanted to kill himself as it was better to die than be humiliated by the devil in front of him. Do you regret it? Hee, you must feel regretful, cuckoo. Sadly, I'll still kill you. Dave knew his thoughts, so he used his hypnotizing skills to get information about him and prevent him from committing suicide. Dave learned that the one who put a bounty on him was the third prince of the Black Turtle Empire, Prince Trent. Prince Trent viewed Dave as an enemy because one of Dave's exes was his crush, but she chose Dave over him. She was the princess of the Phoenix Empire, Mary, and she was a talented genius who could be on par with Dave even before he had the system. Dave was set to be a powerhouse in the future even without the system, but it might take a longer time. He met her when Lucas brought him to celebrate the Emperor of the Phoenix Empire's 50th birthday when he was 14 years old. Dave was naturally handsome and very refined, and the heart of the princess was easily swayed by him. Mary was beautiful like a phoenix who descended to the mortal world, and she was the most beautiful girl in the Phoenix Empire. It was not an exaggeration to say that, as her looks truly lived up to her fame. He remembered that Trent had tried to propose marriage to the Emperor of the Phoenix Empire for her, but the Emperor said that he hated political marriages, and he would only respect his daughter's decision. The Emperor loved his daughter as if she were his life, and he wanted her to be happy and choose her fate for herself. Trent confessed to her many times, but she rejected him in front of the crowd. Still, he didn't give up. He was obsessed with her, but the Emperor didn't stop him, as long as he didn't do anything harmful, which also showed his respect for Trent's father, who was also the Emperor. Trent was resilient, and many felt pity for him, but he didn't expect that when Mary first met Dave, she immediately tried to gain his attention and even proposed to her father that she wanted to marry Dave. Mary's words were like a needle that pierced his fragile heart, and anger and envy formed in his heart as he imagined the woman he wanted to be in his arms would be in someone else's arms. The Emperor was happy to accept her proposal, but Dave said that he was too young to marry, so they would only be boyfriends and girlfriends. At that time, Dave was still innocent and did not have much knowledge about relationships. The Emperor was delighted to see that Dave didn't reject, and both of them looked like a celestial pair, making others feel like they were fated to be with each other. The Emperor immediately contacted Lucas, and Lucas was stunned, but he didn't refuse as long as Dave was happy. Dave and Mary became close to each other and reached the point of having intimate scenes. Mary was passionate about Dave, and both were too young, but they indulged in the forbidden fruit. During that time, the lady killer Dave lost his virginity. They engaged in such activities many times and in various parts of the Phoenix Empire castle. Trent, on the other hand, felt that he was being cuckolded, but he didn't do anything. He suppressed his anger and emotions, not showing them to the Emperor. Dave didn't expect that Trent was secretly planning to get revenge and plot against him. At that time, he didn't even bother to look at Trent and only saw him as a random guy. He had almost forgotten about Mary, but their love story had a sad ending. After 80 days of their relationship, they both broke up because she had a unique curse on her body. After that, they didn't have any contact anymore. It had been a year since he last saw her, and in fact, he loved her as she was a lovely, obedient, and sweet girl. If not for that curse, he would not have left her. The curse was not too deadly, but if the one who had the curse fell in love, she would get ill and even die. No one knew where this curse came from, but since that day, he left her as he knew that he could be a reason for her to get hurt more. After breaking up with Mary, he became sad and depressed, and his father was worried about him. Lucas tries to find another woman who could make Dave forget about Mary, but it only leads Dave to become a womanizer and not take relationships seriously just to forget about Mary. Dave sighed and then cleared his thoughts, looking in the direction of the Black Turtle Empire, saying, "Your debt with me is not settled yet. Wait for me, and I will make you feel hell." He swore that he would kill Trent, but now he planned to send a bad dream to him. He couldn't rashly infiltrate the Black Turtle Empire unless he surpassed the Heavenly Sage because they had strong figures hiding there. He also didn't know how strong the Black Turtle Empire was today. He could easily take revenge if he asked for his father's help, but he was proud, and he would not rely on his father to do his personal things. Sin of Sloth Dream. He then used his skill Dream and modified Trent's dream when he slept. He could use the skill as long as he knew some things about the target. Dave wanted to use Nightmare, but he needed to touch him first, and they never made contact before, so he could only use Dream right now. In the Black Turtle Empire, Prince Trent was sleeping, but he suddenly woke up and screamed, "Fuck." Trent appeared to be 19 years old, a tall but skinny guy. He could be considered handsome, but he always had a sinister aura around him. He heard that Carl failed to assassinate his target, so he doubled his payment, but until now, he still hasn't heard a message from them. He secretly hired them, as he knew his father would kill him if he found out he plotted against Dave. He didn't know anything about the Dragon Empire Guardian, but his father feared him so much that he had trauma. His father always told him not to provoke the Dragon Empire, or else even he couldn't save him. He decided to sleep first to rest his mind, but his dream was weird, and he woke up immediately as it was cringe. He saw in his dream that he was being fucked by his father, and they were enjoying it. Until now, he felt a chill in his mind when he remembered it. Since that day, he could never get a good sleep. Dave didn't go to his dorm immediately as he tried to take a stroll in this wicked city. No one knew what he did, as their base was isolated and he killed everyone there. Even his sword attack caused so much explosion. The space isolated everything inside. He took their wealth, and Dave was stunned as he felt that it was easy to gain a lot of money. The wealth accumulated by Carl was enough for him to live prodigally without worrying about dying of old age. Dave was already wealthy, but he stuck to his principle of rob the rich and help the poor, and he felt that he was the poor. Dave's money can now buy a whole city, but he plans to use it to feed his glutton dragon. He also planned to construct his mansion inside his storage space where he could lay if he wanted to rest. Since living beings can enter his space, it is like a mini-world, but he still needs enough resources before he starts his plans. As Dave was walking on the streets, he saw an average-looking woman staring at the moon alone on the rooftop. It was an astonishing thing to see, as her surroundings were chaotic. There was some fighting and killing each other, but she just silently looked at the moon without others noticing her. Dave knew that she was strong enough to not be noticed, but he was not scared, as he could even escape against a low-tier heavenly king sage. He didn't have anything to do, and he was curious about the woman. Seeing her look sad, he remembered his number 2 principle, to help every sad woman in the world. Dave jumped and landed on the rooftop. His movements were smooth, and he sat near her. He saw that she didn't react as if she treated Dave as air, so he went nearer to her and looked at the moon. Still wearing his mask, Dave asked the woman, "Why are you alone here, girl?" He was curious, so he went to talk to her. Dave had almost everything, but he didn't have a mother, so even though he was doted on by Lucas, he was still always leaving the Empire to settle other matters. Dave was always alone in the mansion, so all he could do was practice alone and look at the moon every night. He felt that she was like him, so she caught his interest. The woman had already detected his aura, so she was not stunned. She looked at Dave and saw that he was wearing a mask, but she could feel that he didn't have bad intentions. She could see his eyes and feel loneliness, sensing a similarity to her. She smiled and said, "Only by staring at the moon, I can feel that I have a companion who can understand me. The moon lights the night, so if I ever feel alone and my life is dark, I will always stare at the moon to overcome it and make me feel that I exist." Dave didn't check her stats, as he felt it was disrespectful, and he didn't really want to know her personally. Dave smiled at her answer, and he didn't reply as he just looked at the moon with her. He lay on the rooftop, removing his defenses, and the night became warm yet quiet, even though the place was chaotic. He felt like his mind was calming, and he didn't realize that he had fallen asleep while looking at the moon. The woman looked at him and saw that he was sleeping on the rooftop with a stranger. What an interesting guy. The woman didn't expect a stranger to trust her, and the guy didn't fear her killing him and even slept near her. She was curious about him, as he noticed her even though she concealed herself. She opened his mask to see his real face, and she was stunned as she saw the most handsome face she had ever seen in her life. So handsome, she remembered this face in her heart as she disappeared from the rooftop. After 2 hours, Dave realized that he had fallen asleep on the rooftop but sighed in relief as he was okay. "Ha, I've been careless. Luckily, my handsome face saved me." He saw that the woman was not there, but he had a feeling that they would meet again. It was now 11 p.m., and he checked his system. Daily report, Sin points gained today, 5 million. Total Sin points, 8 million. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, human. Power level, low tier heavenly sage techniques, LV.13. Sword dragon technique, max. Sword intent, sword manifestation, sword manipulation, dragon / sword apocalypse, wrath of the sword dragon, sword bleed, magic skills, LV.15. Conceal, required to reach heavenly sage emperor, disguise, assassination, shadow steps, shadow mark, killing intent, LV.15. Magical eyes, required to reach heavenly sage emperor, eyes of truth, illusion, night vision, hypnotism, photographic memory, eyes of terror, primordial sin skills, sin of lust, LV.12. 0-20,000. Charm, hands of pleasure, dual cultivation, incubus aura, dream puppetry, incubus form absorption, sin of sloth, LVE.12, 0-20,000, sleep nightmare, laziness, sleep master, shield of sloth, skill points, 6,952. Note, you can convert your sin points and skill points. Ratio, 100:1. Note, your power is converted into numbers. LV, 14 horsepower, 40,000 MP, 70,000 exp, 0.8 million STR, 1,700 OG, 1,900 int, 2,000 sin points, 8 million. Dave smiled, then decided to go home. He brought a teleportation scroll to reach his dorm faster. Ding! You purchased teleportation scroll, minus 50,000, please imagine where you want to be teleported. He imagined his dorm, and then he disappeared from the ghost city. Using the teleportation scroll, he easily went back to his target location. Dave appeared in his dorm and saw that the ladies were already asleep. He only had one room, but it was big enough for them to fit, and he also liked them to be in the same bed as him. Draco was now always in the living room and never stopped eating even when he was sleeping. Dave decided to train him if he had the time. He went toward his bed and then slept on it as he felt tired. Even though he was not tired physically, his mind was exhausted. 7 a.m. Dave opened his eyes and saw that the ladies were now hugging him. His bed was large enough for all 5 of them. Dave immediately kissed their foreheads one by one and then tried to wake them up. "Hey, it's already 7 a.m. Wake up, ladies." The ladies stirred a bit but decided to go back to sleep. They didn't mind Dave and treated him as if he were invisible, but Dave only smirked. "Looks like you were forcing me, huh? This demon must punish you." Dave removed his clothes and then started an awakening session. After 40 minutes, the ladies were now dressed but they looked at Dave with an angry and flushed expression. Dave smiled as he knew that they were angry with him as they were sleeping happily until they felt that he inserted his cock into them. Susan didn't mind him as she enjoyed it, but Lena, Rose, and Sandy were looking at him as if they wanted to kill him. "What?" Dave gave up and smiled. "Okay, I will treat you later in the most delicious restaurant in the city, so don't be angry." The ladies calmed themselves, still with a hint of anger, but they were satisfied with his promise. Rose replied, "HMPP, that's what you get for making me angry." "Yes, yes." Dave smiled as they all went to the academy. Susan was always accompanying Draco and took him for a stroll in the city. Many could see them both, but they didn't dare to snatch Draco from her as it was known throughout the Empire who the owner of a black dragon was. Still, seeing young Master Dave walking with gorgeous women made others feel envious and want to replace him. In the Black Turtle Empire, Trent's face was full of eye bags, and he was fuming with anger. He was thin before, but he appears even thinner now, and he looks like he is suffering from depression. His father looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Son, I know that you are lustful, but please don't do it every night. Your hands might be numb so you can look for someone but try not to do it every day, okay?" Trent's face was red as he couldn't continue to look at his father. His father was implying that Trent was just pleasuring himself, that's why he was very thin and haggard. After all, he did it before and got hooked, so his son might inherit it from him. Trent smiled bitterly, and his father thought he was right as he stayed silent, but little did he know that Trent constantly dreamed about his father fucking him while they both enjoying it. He wanted to sleep normally, but if he had this kind of dream, he wouldn't relax. Until now, he still didn't have proper sleep, and when he looked at his father, he felt awkward, as he could feel that his dream was realistic. He was anxious, and he knew to himself that he didn't have such a hobby or interest. He was a straight person, and his dreams were strange, even to engage in them with his father. The Emperor patted his shoulder and said, "Don't always use your hands. I will look for a partner for you, so you won't be lonely." After that, he left him in his room as he had many things to do. He knew that Trent didn't have a romantic interest in anyone except Mary, but they couldn't force her as their empire is the second strongest out of 4 empires. Her father is also terrifying, and back then, he became famous for killing 5 people with higher cultivation than him. They were the weakest empire, but that didn't mean that they could be underestimated. After all, the prestige of an empire is not something clans can compare. Even the Black Turtle Empire was the weakest of the 4 empires. He tried many ways for him to recover from his son's obsession with Mary, but it was to no avail as he always locked himself in the room and didn't interact with everyone. He loved his son, but he could not do much about it because he did not have the power. Luckily, Trent's strength was still increasing even though he acted like that, and he was already a low-tier king. He now was full of hope that his son could release himself from trauma because he also experienced trauma before. His trauma was Lucas, and no one knew what Lucas did to him, but he could never forget how Lucas tortured him because he hit on Dave's mother back in the day. Lucas pulled his tongue, cut his arms and limbs, and even wanted to castrate him. Luckily, he swallowed his pride and pleaded for his life until Lucas became bored and looked at him with disdain, as he did not have any dignity. Lucas felt that it was beneath him to kill such trash, so his life was spared. It was the worst shame for him, but he stayed alive, and it was the best result. After that, he never had a thought of revenge and decided to secretly build power and live a peaceful life far from the devil. Trent's mind was full of confusion as to why he was constantly dreaming like that. He heard that all your desires were appearing in your dream, so he was scared as he knew that he didn't have that kind of interest. After all, he was a healthy man, and dreaming about desiring his own father is abnormal. Fuck. He swore, then cleared his thoughts as he went to the Shadow House headquarters. They still didn't contact him, and he was irritated. He acted stealthily so that his father wouldn't notice him. He traveled for only 1 hour to reach the current base of the assassins, then he appeared at the ordinary inn. He felt something unusual as he didn't even see the guards. Usually, guards were guarding the entrance and asking for a code, but right now, it was deadly silent. What's happening? Has their security become this weak? He went forward, and he was shocked to see thousands of corpses lying there, and there was a head that he recognized. It was Carl's head that was filled with fear and despair. What? How can this be? Trent was scared, and he was thinking about the possibility that it was the Guardian of the Dragon Empire who did it. Trent knew the danger of targeting Dave, but his resentment was deep, so he hired other people to do the deed. But even the notorious assassin organization was eradicated. He was overthinking that Lucas could see his transaction with Carl, and he was sure that even his father couldn't save him. He immediately went back to the Empire as he wanted to ask his father for advice. After class, Dave brought Draco and the girls into the city, and they gained a lot of attention as they were all handsome and beautiful figures. The beauty of the girls and their royal aura indeed attracted everyone who saw them, but Dave, who was in the middle, was the main attraction due to his handsome face and temperament. Dave gained many sin points while doing nothing, but he ignored them as they walked toward a restaurant. It was a famous restaurant in the city, and many nobles were eating there, and even the emperor recommended it. Dave walked towards the inn, then a thin man whose height reached 1.9 appeared in front of him. He had a mustache and bowed toward him. "Welcome for coming here, young Master Dave." The guy was calm, as it showed that he was dealing with many nobles and those with high positions. Dave nodded and replied, "Are you the manager?" The man nodded and introduced himself. "I am the manager of Star Restaurant. My name is Alan, and if you need anything or are concerned, you can say it to me directly." He was resting comfortably, but his men heard that young Master Dave was walking in the direction of the restaurant, so he immediately prepared to welcome him personally. After all, it's hard to meet the son of the Guardian, and he can use this chance to show his goodwill. He was respectful as Dave had a special status, and he is also a VIP member. Dave nodded and went to take their seats. Many looked at them with envy as they were treated respectfully by the manager. "Wow, is that young Master Dave? He's enjoying life." Some nobles who were also eating, and saw Dave, and their faces suddenly turned stiff. They were nervous even though Dave wasn't looking at them. They didn't dare to gossip or look in their direction for fear of offending him. The manager didn't treat those nobles with much respect, as he was prideful and the son of the minister of the empire. But now, he acted like a dog in front of Dave. Dave had a lot of money from the Shadow House, so he said, "I want all of your dishes." Alan shook his head and said with a smile, "Young master, I will treat you today and let you eat for free." Alan clearly wanted to gain his favor, but Dave saw it, and he didn't care about it. Business is business. "No, I will pay for it." "Do you think I don't have money? Also, are you sure you can afford the cost of that dragon food?" Alan was stunned, but he looked at the dragon who was salivating on other dishes and realized that the dragon had a huge appetite. Alan nodded and replied, "In half an hour, young master." He didn't insist because his business would bleed if he let them eat for free. Dave nodded as he talked to the ladies while waiting. The ladies were happy as he brought them to eat outside, as it was rare for them to have a bond like this. Dave wondered if there was an arrogant young master who would come and destroy his mood. He reads a lot of novels where when the protagonist is eating in a bar or restaurant, there will be an arrogant young master who will come in and destroy his mood. The young master will flaunt his identity but later he will go on his knees and beg for forgiveness or sometimes slap himself. He was tired of reading some novels with face-slapping and main characters who act righteous. When the MC is near to being defeated, he will remember some memories with his friends and loved ones, then his power will increase, and he can defeat the villain who trained for many years. After 30 minutes, the food was prepared, and they ate happily while Draco was eating like there was no tomorrow. Dave was disappointed as he didn't see an arrogant young master. Little did he know that no one dared to be arrogant, as many heard that he was eating in the restaurant that day. The ladies saw that many women with thick makeup and revealing clothes were constantly coming to the restaurant and trying to gain his attention. Dave didn't mind them, as he was used to them, so he ignored them and enjoyed his time eating. After they finished eating, Dave paid Alan, then they both went back to his dorm as he finally appeased the ladies. Dave practiced with the ladies at night, and he didn't even feel tired. He looked at the ladies lying in the bed with a satisfied smile. Rose and Sandy were now low-tier emperors, while Susan was a peak-tier king. Lena, on the other hand, was near to reaching low-tier sage. Dave was receiving many sin points every minute, so he was satisfied as he could become stronger without doing anything. With his sloth skill, he could continue to get stronger just by sleeping, but he liked adventure. Dave looked at the sleeping ladies and decided to go out. It was now 2 a.m., But he didn't need to sleep. He went back to the forest where he usually trains and where he met the ladies from the Flower Academy. He stretched his muscles and trained his body for some hours before he decided to stop. He felt stronger every minute, and his senses were strong after his evolution. Suddenly, he felt like something was off when he decided to find a river to take a bath. He looked at the surroundings and saw a clean river and was amazed because he could feel a fluctuation deep in the river. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but if others saw the river, they might not feel anything. Still, with his eyes, he could feel there was mysterious energy at the bottom. What is that? He scanned it with his magical eyes and saw a small portal manifesting by itself, and he guessed that it could be one of the domains his father told him about. Lucas told him that many clans hid in their domain for 499 years. The Empire released a decree that they must not step on the spirit world for 500 years, so he was sure that it was not the domain of clans and sects. He scanned it using his magical eyes, but he couldn't see through it. He was nervous as he didn't know what would happen if he entered it. He asked the system, will I die if I go in? Answering the host, this is a portal that can lead you to a different plane, so it is not dangerous. This portal means that the inhabitants of another planet were communicating with the spirit world, but they can't cross dimensions. So, you mean, we can go there but they can't come here? Yes, Dave was stunned and looked at it and decided to try if he could gain anything from it. He was curious, so he went to the portal. Note, the portal will close in a minute, so please decide whether you will enter or not. Dave was stunned, but he murmured as he decided. I hope I am a protagonist who can turn misfortune into an opportunity. He dived into the river and swam to the portal. He didn't hesitate even though he was nervous since the system told him that there is no danger. As he stepped in, he didn't feel anything, but his surroundings changed. Boom! Dave fell on the grassland awkwardly as he was still swimming a while ago. He could see many large trees that reached 100 meters tall or higher. He felt like he was in a primeval era. As he was thinking, he heard a notification in his mind. Ding! You gain sin points, gluttony plus 10,000, gluttony plus 10,000, gluttony plus 10,000, gluttony plus 10,000. Dave was stunned, and he checked his surroundings. He felt that many eyes were staring at him, and he was sure that they were monsters as they felt hunger when they saw him. The greedy eyes were looking in his direction, and they were hiding in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike his prey. Dave could see them in the bush with his magical eyes, and their aura could not escape his perception. He could see a 5-meter wolf staring in his direction, and he had 20 underlings waiting for an opportunity. Dave asked the system, what world is this? Answering the host, this world is called Beast World, and it is ruled by many strong mythical beasts. The system answered him, and he was shocked. Does that mean that the divine beasts of the empires come from here? Yes, and they are just ordinary beasts here, but they are treated as divine beasts in the spirit world. The purity of bloodline matters in this world, so the purer the bloodline, the stronger one gets and is worshipped by others. The divine beasts of the spirit continent only have a normal bloodline, so they are nothing here in the beast world. Note, this knowledge is based on the information I gathered from the spirit world and the beast world, so it might not be accurate. Dave was stunned and asked, how many rulers does this world have? Your level is insufficient to know the answer, Dave sighed, knowing his level is low for now. He must settle things here. He keeps receiving sin points from them. The wolves are all at the sage level, and Dave guessed that the inhabitants of the beast world are stronger than the spirit world inhabitants. But their intelligence is surely lower than humans as they live primitively and only rely on their strength to survive. You think I am an easy target? Dave released his killing intent, and suddenly, the atmosphere in the forest changed as the wolves could feel negative energies coming from his body. The wolves were scared and ran because they now realized that they are not the hunter, they were Dave's prey. Ding! You gain sin points, sloth plus 5.000, sloth plus 5,000, sloth plus 5,000, sloth? Dave was stunned as to why he gained sin points from sloth, and he was confused before on how he can collect sin points from gluttony and sloth, so he asked the system. Why did I gain sin points from sloth? Is it just because they are scared of me? Answering the host, the sin of sloth is known as one of the 7 deadly sins. The sin of sloth is a bit deeper than laziness, and that subtlety is found in the thing that keeps us bound up, fear. If you are too lazy to do something, it means that you also fear something. Dave pondered, and he realized that the system was right. Becoming too lazy to do something means you fear it. So, it means that I can get sin points for those who feel fear of me. Yes, just like the wolves earlier. They wanted to attack you, but they felt scared of your killing intent, and they became lazy to attack you, so they ran. Dave now realizes why he gained sin points like that. He looked at the running wolves and saw how fast they were. He disappeared from his place as he won't forgive anyone who tried to eat him. The wolf leader, who was running away, sighed in relief as he saw that Dave was not there anymore. He sighed in relief as he was almost peed on the ground because of Dave. Such killing intent made him fear for his life, and even if he was not smart, his sense was strong enough to know that the one they wanted to target is strong. He could only blame his bad luck to meet such an enemy, and the killing intent he released was intense as if he had slaughtered millions of beings. He looked at his members and saw that they were complete, so he was relieved. Beast creatures are always fighting and hunting other beasts as it was the rule of the jungle, but some beasts treat their kin well. The wolves like to move in packs, and they believe that the greater the number, the stronger they are. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that his members suddenly fell to the ground without him even noticing. He saw that they were alive, but they were sleeping. Sin of sloth sleep. So, wolves are really cute when they are sleeping, hee hee. The leader of the wolf was stunned as he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Dave. The wolf leader was scared, and he couldn't move his body as Dave's energy was restraining him. Dave came near him and said, "What dish can your meat be cooked? I hope your flesh is tender." The wolf didn't understand his words, but he felt that he was planning something. The wolf begged. Dave was stunned as he saw that he was begging like a human. He was prepared to kill those wolves, but he felt that their emotion were the same as humans, so he decided to see what the wolf wanted to say. He asked the system, "Can you teach me the language of this world?" Ding. "Of course, but everything has a price." Ding. "You want to learn the beast language? Minus 3 million sin points. What? So expensive?" Dave had a total of 20 million sin points right now, but he still felt that it was expensive. The greedy system must have wanted to rip him off. The host must be thankful as it is rare for a human to learn beast language. The system retorted. Okay, I get it." He accepted it as he knew that he could not win an argument with the greedy system. Suddenly, a lot of information came to his mind. Ding. "You've learned the beast language, deducting 3 million sin points, total sin points, 17 million. Dave felt like his head was about to explode, but the transfer ended in just 10 seconds. He looked at the wolf and heard him begging. "Please don't kill me. We are only hunting to feed our god." Dave was stunned now that he could talk to the beast. Maybe he can also understand Draco if he comes back. Speaking of coming back, he asked the system, "How can I go back to the spirit world?" Answering the host, "You can't go back unless you go to the core of beast world and gain its recognition." What? He was stunned, but he didn't panic as he had the system. "Don't worry, host, everything can be done with the system as long as you have points," the system replied, and Dave felt that he was being scammed by the system and wanted him to spend sin points. "How much is it to go back to the spirit world?" "It requires 50 million sin points to go back, and don't complain as it is the lowest offer the system can give," the system replied, and Dave felt that it made sense. It was hard to create a portal that could cross dimensions and planes. Right now, he doesn't have that many sin points, but he can gain them faster here in the beast world. Note, the time ratio in the beast world is different. A day in the spirit world is equivalent to 3 days in the beast world. Dave was amazed and felt like it was an opportunity for him to get stronger faster as the time ratio was different. Wow, I only read this thing in novels where the time is different, and some MC use this advantage to become stronger. He plans to stay here for many days and then go back to the spirit world, as he is sure that his girlfriends and his father will worry about him. His father would surely make the empire turn upside down just to find him, so he didn't want him to worry. The girls, on the other hand, might get suspicious of him and think that he is womanizing. "System, can I send a message to my father and girlfriends here?" "I told you, everything is here as long you have the points. It costs 1 million sin points for every message you send to them." Dave was amazed, so he sent a message to his father and Lena that he was practicing and not to look for him for many days. He told them not to worry about him as it was an opportunity for him. Deducting 2 million sin points, ding. The message was sent successfully. The message will be shown in their minds, and now Dave can finally move without worrying. Dave was satisfied, and he didn't need to worry about his father and his lovers worrying about him right now, so he focused on the scene in front of him. Dave looked at the 5-meter wolf and said, "Who is your god?" The wolf was stunned to see that a human could speak their language. "You can understand me?" The wolf was stunned, and Dave sneered and said, "Bullshit, are you a fool? If I can't understand you, why did I ask you and speak your language?" Dave was just enjoying the fear of the wolf, and the wolf became more fearful seeing his temporizing. Humans are rare in the spirit world, as they can only go into the beast world if there is a special circumstance like accidentally coming here. When he saw Dave, he was shocked as humans in the beast world are rare to see, and he wanted to look for food for their god. They said that human flesh is delicious, and only beast rulers had the privilege to taste them. The monsters of this world can change into human form, But in the wild, they will use their original form, as they can release their true power and skills. The wolf didn't have the power to do anything as he spoke. We don't know who she really is, but we saw her alone in the forest, and she was only a baby wolf, but she released an aura that made us worship her. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect this situation, so he decided to go there to look for it. He was curious about the wolf god they were talking about, and he didn't believe that it was a real god. "Bring me to your god." The wolf was afraid, but seeing that his life was in Dave's hands, the wolf nodded, and they left the other wolves sleeping on the ground. The wolf leader didn't worry about their safety because this place was their territory. 3 minutes later, the wolf leader brings him to a cave and Dave sees that many wolves are protecting a small cub who is sleeping in a nest. Dave notices that this cub looks like a wolf, but its fur is much thicker and whiter than the wolves who have gray fur. The wolf looks cute and innocent, but she releases a majestic aura, although it is weak in Dave's eyes. The other wolves are alerted to see a human there, but they see their leader is with him, so they don't have to worry. "Stay there," the wolf leader warns his members as he knows the terror of this red-haired man. The other wolf members are stunned and confused, but they follow the words of their leader. The wolf leader sighs, feeling troubled and hoping that Dave will not harm their god. Dave looks very handsome and innocent, but he can feel that he may be a demon because he is releasing killing intent. Killing intent can be achieved by killing millions or billions of people, but they don't know that he has a system, so they think that he has killed that many people already. Dave smirks and checks the stats of this cub. Unnamed race, Fenrir bloodline, Queen of Fenrir race, gender, female, age, 3-month-old, power level, peak tier, sage skill, storm magic, moon goddess blessing, HP, 15,000 MP, 40,000 STR, 1,000 Aji, 1,200 int, 1,500 description, a mythical beast that is the superior kind of wolf and blessed by the moon goddess. Dave is stunned as he didn't expect to meet a mythical beast here. Mythical beasts are rare, and it's hard for them to reproduce, so they are treated well. Mythical beasts are the kings of their kind, like the Fenrirs, who are the superior kind of wolves. There are also phoenixes, who are the superior kind of birds. Dragons are the superior kind of reptiles. Mythical beasts have their clans, and they can use the human form to do many things. Mythical beasts are rare, but the mythical beasts with a king or queen bloodline are even rarer. The beasts with a king or queen bloodline can become the next ruler of their clan, but Dave doesn't expect to see a mythical beast here with a queen bloodline. This cub must have a story for her to be left behind in the forest. He comes near the cub, rubs her fur, and she's cute like Draco. The cub suddenly awakens and sees that someone was touching her fur, and she enjoys it. She doesn't show any displeased reaction, and her cute eyes stare at the handsome guy in front of her, feeling familiarity. The wolves are stunned and feel like their goddess is being defiled, but they don't do anything as they would surely die if they do something wrong. The leader of the wolf clan is amazed because their god always ignores them and only looks for them when she is hungry, but in front of Dave, she is docile and acting cute. Dave asks the system, "Can I also form a pact with her as I did with Draco?" "Yes, if you drop your blood on her forehead and she accepts it. You can't force her, and she must accept it willingly." He looks at her cute face and asks her, "Hey little one, why don't you come with me, and I will give you many foods." He waves his hands, and chocolate appears in his hands. He buys it from the system for 1 sin point, knowing that chocolate is the best thing to use against children. The cub is curious and looks at the black thing that Dave is holding. Dave puts the chocolate in her mouth, and she bites it. She chews it, and she is stunned as it is so sweet, and she has never tasted anything like this. The cub still cannot speak like Draco, but Dave can see that she is the same as Draco. They are both easy to fool using food. Dave's chocolate, brought from the system, easily attracted the cute Fenrir, and it devoured everything in an instant. She looked at him with curious eyes, and her gaze seemed to be expecting him to give her more. Dave smiled, finding her truly cute, and gave another chocolate to her mouth. After she ate it all, she looked at Dave expectantly and opened her mouth again, as if she wanted more. Dave patted her head and said, "You must first sign a contract with me, and you can eat it every day." Dave's smile was charming and brought the Fenrir a feeling of comfort. The cute cub nodded, not even caring about the contract, as she wanted to eat chocolates. She also had the beast instinct that allowed her to sense the aura of people with bad intentions toward her. It was the reason why she had survived even though she was abandoned in the forest. She could see that Dave didn't have any malicious thoughts about her, so she trusted him. Dave smiled and cut his finger, dropping blood on her forehead. Ding. The host is contracting the mythical beast Fenrir. Ding. You successfully contracted the mythical beast Fenrir. Ding. You gained the moon goddess's blessing. You can use moon side that can penetrate the enemy's defense. Moon goddess, huh? Dave was stunned, curious about this moon goddess, So he asked the system, are gods real? Yes, but they can't descend on worlds. However, they can bless any creature they want and become their followers. Dave, not a religious person, was surprised that gods might be real. He asked, where do gods live? And how many gods are there? Your level is insufficient to know the answer. Dave expected this, so he changed his question to, can I become a follower of the moon goddess? He didn't want to serve anyone, aiming to make even the gods serve him in the future. He knew that gods were real as he had the moon goddess's blessing, just like the cute Fenrir. Ding. You are not their follower because the blessing was absorbed by the system and transferred to you directly. It is also the same for your familiar Fenrir. She is now bound to you and not to the goddess. The system is awesome, so the host doesn't need to worry. Dave sighed in relief, knowing that he didn't have the power to antagonize gods for now, but luckily, he had the system. There must be many creatures out there blessed by the gods, so he must be cautious and always use his magical eyes to observe them. He now realized that his magical eyes were up. Dave looked at the cute Fenrir, feeling a connection with her just like Draco. He had managed to lure such a creature, one with a bright future like Draco, and he didn't know how strong she would become in the future. He patted her head, and the cute Fenrir didn't resist, continuing to eat the chocolate he gave her. He smiled and said, since you don't have a name, I will call you Blizzard. Ding. Your mythical beast, Fenrir, was named Blizzard. The cute Fenrir didn't refuse, as she was now happily eating the chocolates he gave her. The wolves who were watching were stunned by this situation. Dave saw that they were very loyal to Blizzard, so he planned to take them under his wing. Since you are Blizzard's followers, you can join me, and I will not mistreat you. The wolves were stunned and didn't expect that he would accept them under him. Their main goal in life was to serve their goddess, but now that their goddess had a master, they thought that their fate would be worse. Fenrir, to them, is a god, and serving their god's master is an honor. They all bowed their heads and said, thanks for giving us this opportunity, my lord. Dave was strong, and their safety was secured. The leader of the wolf clan sighed in relief and felt like the result was good, as no one in his pack died. Dave smiled and ordered them to gather all their belongings, as he wanted them to be transferred to his storage space. Number 2 had already awakened, and she was now acting like a maid, cleaning his house in the storage space. He planned to bring the wolves there, as they could be laborers to help build a place. He had already started his operation to make his space world a small haven where he could escape or rest whenever he wanted. He could also bring those important to him and secure their safety. None of the wolf clan members expected that he had a storage space like that, and they thought that he had already created his own world. Only gods in the legends could create a world, so they were shocked by this revelation. They looked at Dave with full reverence and felt like they had a bright future following him. Dave was sure that they were loyal to him, so he planned for number 2 to supervise the development of his world inside the storage space. After an hour, the wolves had settled all their things, and they lined up obediently. Dave counted that there were a total of 100 wolves, and the strongest was their leader. Dave waved his hands, and a portal appeared in front of them, leading to his space world. The wolf members looked at each other, and their leader nodded. They trusted Dave because he could kill them if he wanted to, and he didn't need to scheme against them. He led his men through the portal, and they all disappeared, reappearing in Dave's space world. Dave couldn't forcefully take them, so they had to be willing to come with him. This was the requirement for them to enter. Dave commanded number 2 to supervise them and instructed them on what they must do. He didn't want to treat them as slaves, so he still gave them free time to rest, and he would reward them based on their contributions. Ding. You gain sin points, pride plus 20,000, pride plus 5,000, pride plus 5,000, pride plus 5,000. Next, the wolf clan was amazed because of his space world, and he collected sin points from them. Dave now realizes how to easily acquire sin points from pride. He needed more believers and followers, as they could feel pride for him. He also entrusted Blizzard to number 2's care, as she was just a baby Fenrir. Number 2 is a skilled assassin, trained in various jobs for missions, acquiring many skills. She is also intelligent, and her life is controlled by him, so he doesn't worry about betrayal. Dave also felt like he needed to change his system name to the babysitting system. Dave scanned his space world, and the terrain changed based on his reference. A vast land filled with beautiful trees and wide spaces appeared in front of everyone. He smiled and decided to assign them to their jobs. He had laborers, so he decided to act immediately. After settling them, he went outside and traveled to the location the leader of the wolf clan had told him about. He asked many questions from the wolf leader and learned that this forest is under the jurisdiction of the Monkey Kingdom. This kingdom is ruled by a strong monkey, and they also have their own civilization, similar to humans. There are many kingdoms and empires in the beast's world, and only the Beasts clan with mythical beasts are allowed to have an empire. The Monkey Kingdom is considered weak compared to other kingdoms, but it is still powerful enough to suppress clans like the Wolf Clan. The leader of the Wolf Clan mentioned that they offered to the Monkey Kingdom every month for protection, but the kingdom never protected them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Similar scenes occur with other clans in their jurisdiction, and they disdain clans that do not have the monkey bloodline. As the system said, only those with a purer bloodline have the advantage. The Monkey Kingdom ruler is just a monkey with a normal bloodline, but his strength makes him the king here. In the Beast's world, the term kingdom and empire is used for identification or to represent the strength of a clan. This is the rule of the Beast's world, but because of conflicts with other clans, some formed alliances or willingly bowed their heads to superior clans for protection. Dave traveled cautiously towards the Monkey Empire, contemplating, is the Monkey King here named Sun Wukong? Despite his curiosity, he continued walking towards his destination. 10 minutes later, he spotted a large wall, confirming that it was the Monkey Kingdom. The Monkey Kingdom territory is like a big forest with lots of tall trees and greenery. There are rivers flowing through, making it all peaceful and pretty. The trees provide shade and make the place look nice. In this area, monkeys have their own homes and structures, mixing the wildness of the forest with their monkey civilization. It's a cool place where nature and the monkeys' homes blend together. To avoid any confrontation, he decided to conceal himself, uncertain of the strength of the inhabitants. Dave intended to explore various places in the Beast's world, engaging in battles or capturing mythical beasts along the way. He was now like a Pokémon trainer hunting legendary Pokémon. Dave concealed himself as he bypassed the guards at the gate and went inside directly. Everyone needed to pay their currency to enter the kingdom, and the security was good, but they failed to notice Dave. Dave scanned the Monkey Kingdom and was amazed. Dave was surprised to see that the monkey faces looked like humans, and it was hard to differentiate their difference from humans if not for some fur on their bodies. He saw many kinds of monkeys here, like stone monkeys, fire monkeys, and even apes. Dave secretly tried to gather information, and he heard some of them talking about something. He saw a 3-meter ape appear and talk to the crowd. Did you hear that the holy fruit of our kingdom was near to ripening, and the king was excited to taste it? Many were stunned and joined the discussion. Is that the divine banana? The ape replied, yes, my ancestor said that the holy fruit can only ripen after 100 years, and anyone who eats it can awaken their hidden bloodline and even evolve it further. The ape talked excitedly, and the news were known by the higher-ups. It was the most awaited event for the monkey race. If their king advanced his bloodline, their status would soar, and many would pay respect to their king. Their race had many enemies, and the stronger their king, the safer their clan would become. After all, strength matters in the beast world, and if the king is not capable, others with high ambition will devour them. Dave was stunned, as he knew that some of the beasts had a bloodline, but their bloodline purity was low to the point that it was treated as a waste. He was having a problem with how to hasten the evolution of that glutton Draco, so he was happy to hear that there is now a solution. The king of the Monkey Kingdom must be excited to harvest it, but Dave planned to steal it from him. Dave was more excited than the Monkey King, and the Monkey King didn't know that because of an ape, his treasure was now in danger from the claw of the devil. As they were talking, one of them asked, "Does that mean that many clans will try to snatch it from us?" The ape nodded and replied, "Yes. That's why the king is now tightening the security here. Other clans won't care about this, but our mortal enemy, the turtle race, must have planned to do something. The Turtle Kingdom is always monitoring our clan, and I am sure that they already knew about it. Yes, it may be possible as the Turtle Clan was known as a smart clan even though they are slow. Their defense is also hard to penetrate, so they are irritating." Many nodded, and then a male child monkey asked curiously, "Why did we become an enemy of the Turtle Clan?" Many understood him, as a child didn't know their history. The ape replied, "You don't know this since you were a child, but every adult in the kingdom knows it. It started with our ancestors. Our first Monkey King originally had a friendship with the first Turtle King. They were always joking and competing with each other, like when the Turtle King challenged him to see who would be the one who could go to their house first. The Monkey King accepted it and thought that he was a fool, as he was slower than him, but the Turtle King is cunning, as he is always bringing his house behind him." They always argued, but they maintained their friendship, but one day it all changed. As they were playing in the forest, they saw a mysterious tree and it had some fruit on it. Yes, it was the holy banana. They decided to taste it and realized it was a treasure, and they could not contain their excitement. They were both filled with greed and didn't know how to divide it. They could feel that this fruit can make them stronger, so they started to create a plan in their minds. The cunning Turtle King said that he must get the fruit, and the tree would be on the monkey, but he didn't agree, as he was always being fooled by him. so he thinks that he was plotting something. The first Monkey King said that he must get the fruit, and the tree would be given to the turtle. The turtle accepted it reluctantly, but deep inside, he was sneering at the Monkey King. They divided it, and the king took the 10 bananas that were on the tree and gave the tree to the turtle. 1 out of 10 bananas was ripened, and he thought that he could eat them all. The Monkey King thought that he finally won against the Turtle King, so he ate the fruit directly. Suddenly, his strength exploded, and his bloodline became thicker and stronger, but when he ate the second banana, he suddenly became sick, and he knew that he was poisoned. The poison didn't kill him, but it only reduced his power and made him look older. He realized that he couldn't eat them until they were ripe. He knew that he had been fooled by the turtle, so he went to confront him to take back the tree, as his 8 remaining fruits are now wasted. The Turtle King sneered at him and explained what kind of tree it was. He explained that this tree could produce 5 bananas every 50 years, and it was already ripened, so he plotted against him to take the tree, as he could wait for 50 years because he had a long life. He also let the Monkey King enjoy the fruit because he knew that he couldn't eat the unripe fruit. The Monkey King was angry, but the Turtle King sneered at him and hid in his territory so he would not steal it from him. He also explained that the fruit can still ripen even without being on the tree, but it would take 100 years. He said that to remember their friendship. Since then, the Monkey and the Turtle Clan have become mortal enemies. The Turtle Clan was getting stronger because they could harvest every 50 years, while our clan only had the last holy banana because our predecessors already ate the other 7 holy bananas. The current king was waiting for many years to eat the banana, as it was the last holy banana. It was also our last chance to rise because when the current Monkey King was born, the ancestors said that his bloodline purity is high, and if he ate the last holy banana, he could surpass the first Monkey King and maybe take revenge on the Turtle Clan. The Turtle Clan knew of this, so maybe they would try to stop him from eating it. The ape finished his story, and the child now realized why they became mortal enemies. Dave, who was listening, was dumbfounded as he felt it was familiar, like a fable from his previous life. I thought monkeys are smart. Dave didn't care about their grudges as he planned to steal from them. He was just cautious because he had yet to see how strong the Monkey King was or if someone could threaten him in the Monkey Kingdom. He learned that it would ripen today at night, so he started moving toward the Monkey Castle. He began formulating a plan in his mind. He was not a rash person, and he needed to ensure his plan succeeded. In the Turtle Kingdom, the current king of the Turtle Empire called a meeting for everyone in a high position in the kingdom. Everyone arrived immediately, as no one dared to make the king wait. Even though he was not as respected as the first Turtle King, he was still strong, having consumed a holy banana. They could produce 5 bananas every 50 years. And many Turtle Clan members who performed great feats have consumed them. Those who evolved further became the king, while others were given high positions in the empire or became protectors. No one in the Turtle Empire had succeeded in evolving their bloodline further. Those who consumed the holy banana only increased their bloodline purity. They yearned to possess a rare bloodline in their turtle race, but their attempts had been in vain until now. They had heard that the current king of the Monkey Empire had a chance to evolve his bloodline into a rare category. Bloodlines in the beast world could be classified as common, rare, noble, epic, legendary, and king/queen. Rumors circulated about mythical beasts having evolved their bloodlines even further than king/queen, but they had perished many years ago, and no one knew of their whereabouts. The Turtle King, standing at 2 meters tall with a broad body, possessed a strong shell tougher than metal. An aura of strength surrounded him, invoking reverence from those who gazed upon him. Surveying everyone, the Turtle King spoke. We must act today to prevent the Monkey King from evolving his bloodline to rare. Although rare bloodlines are still considered low, it remains a dream for us to acquire even such. Despite having the holy tree for many years, our attempts to obtain a rare bloodline have continuously failed. Nodding in agreement, everyone listened attentively as the king continued. We face a disadvantage because anyone can suppress beasts with a weaker bloodline. I am sure they would seize the opportunity to attack our empire. If the Monkey King advances, I fear even I cannot defeat him due to bloodline suppression. When the Bastard King evolves into a rare bloodline, he can use bloodline suppression to weaken us. The importance of bloodline purity and class became evident, allowing for the use of bloodline suppression. The king issued immediate commands: prepare now, call all our troops, and we will seize their last hope. Yes, Your Majesty. Prepare for war. Everyone bowed and promptly departed to ready themselves for battle. Once alone, the king turned his attention to the place where all the previous kings of the Turtle Empire resided, deep in seclusion. He refrained from disturbing them, not wanting to appear incompetent as a king. Dave concealed himself and stealthily infiltrated the castle. Having gathered ample intelligence, he navigated towards his desired location. It didn't take him long, as his presence went unnoticed. Like a fish in a tank, he deftly bypassed guards and soldiers who were protecting the kingdom. He observed numerous heavenly sages, and Dave was certain of their strength. However, he remained uncertain about his own current power. Being a low-tier heavenly sage, Dave's skill was unmatched, capable of deceiving even a heavenly king sage. Despite his ability to face those with higher levels, he remained cautious for safety. Dave speculated that the king of the Monkey Kingdom was at least a heavenly king sage, possibly even at its peak. Recognizing the necessity of strength to rule, Dave understood that competence and respect required power. Checking his sin points, he prepared to initiate his plans. With a total of 30 million sin points gained from interactions with the wolves and Blizzard, Dave noticed that Blizzard was granting him a sin point from gluttony due to the chocolates he provided. Observing Blizzard's gluttony for chocolates from the system, Dave felt like the system was subtly advertising its product to him. Realizing he could accumulate gluttony sin points by purchasing food from the system, he decided to upgrade his power level to be prepared for emergencies. While capable of facing those with higher levels, Dave considered it prudent to exercise caution. Power level: Low-tier Heavenly Sage LV, 14 horsepower, 40,000 MP, 70,000 exp, 08 million STR, 1,700 OG, 1,900 int, 2,000 sin points, 30 million, ding. Would you like to spend 8 million sin points to level up to level 15? Yes, ding. Congratulations on reaching level 15, mid-tier Heavenly Sage, minus 8 million, ding. Do you wish to spend 16 million sin points to level up to level 16? Yes, ding. Congratulations on reaching level 16, top-tier Heavenly Sage, minus 16 million, total sin points, 6 million, power level, top-tier Heavenly Sage level, 16 horsepower, 45,000 MP, 78,000 experience, 32 million attributes, strength, STR, 1,800 agility, AGI, 1,980 intelligence, INT, 2,200 sin points, 6 million. Dave was satisfied and felt that his current strength was enough for now. His body brimmed with power, and he believed he could defeat his previous self from just a while ago without breaking a sweat. His attributes had risen to another level, and he still had 6 million sin points, which he decided to keep for the time being. Now a top-tier Heavenly Sage, if he were in the spirit world, others would consider him a powerhouse. However, Dave knew he was still relatively weak, as there were many realms above the Heavenly Sage. Dave successfully bypassed the guards as he entered the castle. The castle was majestic, with many soldiers lining up. The average soldier of this kingdom was at the Emperor level, showcasing their strength. Despite their power, none of them managed to detect Dave's aura. It seemed they were prepared in case anyone attempted to snatch their holy fruit. The fate of their race rested on the success of their king, and if he succeeded, their race would flourish. Dave didn't linger for long. He followed a maid walking into a room, intending to gather information from her. When the maid entered her room, Dave used Hypnotize on her and questioned her. The maid was stunned, her eyes turned dull, and she looked at Dave with hollow eyes. Being weaker than him, she was easily manipulated. "Where can the holy fruit be located?" Dave inquired. The maid, still under the influence of hypnosis, answered with a blank expression, "Not everyone knows where it is, and I am just a lowly maid." "But there is someone who can answer that, the new fiancée of the Monkey King." "Fiancée?" Dave questioned. "Tell me about her," he continued. The maid provided details. The Monkey King likes to bully weaker clans like the Rabbit Clan. During his travels, he saw a beautiful woman in the Rabbit Clan and was mesmerized by her beauty. The Rabbit Clan is weaker than the Monkey Kingdom, so his arrogance was expected. He immediately kidnapped the beautiful woman, who happened to be the daughter of the Rabbit Clan's leader. She was their #1 beauty and loved by everyone. When they learned she was abducted by the Monkey King, they launched an all-out war against us, but they were personally annihilated by the Monkey King. Only the leader of the rabbit race and a few soldiers managed to escape. The remaining rabbit race went into hiding to preserve their existence. The woman's father, the leader of the Rabbit Clan, never gave up and tried many ways to retrieve her. The rabbit race, being fast, could escape from everyone, but the leader had no choice but to retreat first as his clan suffered significant damage. The abducted woman, now locked in the palace, knows what happened to her clan but can't escape as she is guarded by strong soldiers. The king plans to marry her after he eats the holy fruit, so she knows where the holy fruit is located. Dave was stunned but smirked. Now he had a way to snatch the holy fruit. Interesting. After gathering information from the maid, he erased her memories of him and let her sleep. Then, he followed the location of the rabbit woman. Despite the well-known information he obtained from the maid, she didn't know much about the Monkey King due to her low position. The princess of the rabbit clan was held captive near the king's room, making the infiltration tricky. Dave swiftly reached the location, sensing auras as he approached. 2 guards stood by the room, and he confirmed it was the right place. His concealment technique was remarkable, and no one was aware of his presence in the kingdom. The guards were low-tier heavenly sages, and though he could easily kill them, he preferred avoiding direct confrontation in case of complications. Using laziness on them, they didn't notice the invisible sloth energy taking effect. Quickly, they felt tired and bored. One guard turned to his mate, saying, "Hey, why are we guarding this room? Let's just rest. The king is busy guarding the fruit, so he won't know if we're lazing around." The other guard agreed. "Exactly. Let's sleep. I suddenly don't feel like doing anything." Unaware of the effect of Dave's skill, the guards left to laze around, leaning on the wall to sleep while still technically guarding the room. Dave smiled as he saw them asleep. He took the key from them and immediately unlocked the door. Easy. In the room, a beautiful woman gazed at a picture of her family on her pendant. Her heart ached with longing for them, and she was burdened by guilt for the demise of her clan. "I'm sorry, father. I have caused harm to the clan that you swore to protect because of my existence." Despite her reluctance, she was trapped in a situation where she had to marry the Monkey King. Powerless to resist, she considered ending her life, but her powers were sealed, leaving her in a helpless state. Physically, she resembled a human with the addition of 2 rabbit ears on her head. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters, she possessed a well-endowed chest. Her white skin and yellow eyes complemented her captivating beauty, a charm that had both endeared and cursed her. Born into a life of luxury, she received constant adoration from everyone in the rabbit clan due to her extraordinary beauty. Revered as their goddess, her stunning appearance unwittingly brought tragedy to her people. As tears streamed down her face, she couldn't help but remain silent. In her childhood, she had been fond of love stories, fantasizing about a charming prince who would rescue her from life's difficulties. Her grandmother often regaled her with tales of someone whose presence would quicken her heart and who would love her with pure sincerity. "If someone saves me from here, I will marry him without a doubt." She made a solemn vow, holding on to the hope that a miracle might occur. She was well aware of the Monkey King's notorious reputation for violence, brutality, and cruelty even towards his own family. She shuddered at the prospect of marrying him. He took pleasure in abusing and harming the maids, establishing himself as a tyrant who oppressed the weak. Dave got the key and entered the room silently. Dave opened the door and saw a beautiful woman, and even he was mesmerized by her beauty. Wow, a beauty indeed. Dave nodded and clicked his tongue as she was cute and her body was charming to raise his inner desire. Her face was not her best quality because her best quality was her superb breast. She had the largest breast he had seen in his entire life, and he even felt that if he was in the Monkey King situation, he would do the same. After all, a hero loves beauty, and having her by his side, he feels like he is in heaven. If he gets tired, he can just rest on that fluffy chest and his fatigue will dissipate. Dave gulped and unconcealed himself and created a sound barrier to keep safe. Dave checks her status. Olivia race, rabbit bloodline, heavenly rabbit, epic. Hidden bloodline, gender, female age, 27 power level, middle tier heavenly sage, sealed, skill, dash, sealed, charm, sealed, heavenly kick, sealed, HP, 17,000 MP, 35,000, sealed, STR, 900, sealed, Aji, 5,200, sealed, Int, 3,500, sealed. Description: daughter of rabbit clan leader. Her power was sealed by the king. A rabbit woman with a hidden bloodline. Wow, charm, huh? Dave mused, realizing why he found her so captivating. She possessed a charm skill, much like his own. Upon inspecting her, Dave discovered that she harbored an epic bloodline, though it remained hidden, known only to him due to his special abilities. Am I this lucky? Dave wondered. He couldn't help but reflect on the fortunate encounters he'd had since entering the beast world, from stumbling upon a mythical beast farrier to finding a beauty with an epic bloodline. Her hidden potential intrigued him, and he was certain that, once awakened, her power would reach new heights. Hi beauty. Dave smiled and greeted her. Olivia was stunned to see a human in the room. It was her first time encountering a human in real life, but she had seen images of them in their ancestors' textbooks. From what she had learned, humans were depicted as wicked beings who enjoyed plotting against others, fighting even within their own race, driven by greed, and never content with what they had. Her impression of humans was colored by these stories, making her wary of the man before her. Her grandmother's tales had left a lasting impact, and she examined him closely. Standing at a height of 6 feet 3 inches with long red hair reaching his waist, he possessed a striking handsomeness that held her gaze. Despite having met several handsome individuals before, none compared to the man in front of her. His physique seemed sculpted by celestial hands. Are humans always this handsome? She wondered. Shaking off her thoughts, Olivia regarded him warily and questioned, "Who are you? What is your goal?" Dave smiled and responded, "I am a human. While sleeping in my bed in my world, I felt a calling. I consider myself a righteous person who doesn't hesitate to help women in need. I believe every beautiful woman deserves happiness." Suddenly, a portal appeared in my room. Confused, I heard a voice in my head, telling me I would meet the love of my life if I entered the portal and needed to save her. I didn't expect to find a beautiful woman here, and it felt like love at first sight. Dave sighed as if everything he said was genuine. His demeanor and trustworthy smile seemed to attract the rabbit princess. Really? Her eyes sparkled with hope as she recalled her wish for someone to save her. The innocent woman believed that a human's presence here must be destiny. She gazed at him with a gentle look and asked, "So, you plan to save me?" "Of course, how can I let you suffer? I wouldn't forgive myself otherwise." Dave nodded, secretly smirking as she easily bought into his story. The voice said that I must save my future wife from a bastard monkey, and I also need to steal his banana to take revenge for you. Olivia blushed at the mention of being called a wife. Wife? Are we moving too fast? We don't even know each other. The rabbit princess blushed even more, her heart beating faster as she remembered her grandmother's words. Dave, seizing the moment, went on to hug her waist, bringing their faces close. "So what? I like you, and I will save you from despair. Don't worry, I will not mistreat my wife, I will treasure you." The voice in my head also said that her name is Olivia, and we need to consummate as it can make you stronger and release your hidden power. Dave consulted his system on how to unlock her hidden bloodline, and the system suggested that if he engaged in dual cultivation with her, it could activate her bloodline, benefiting both of them. Olivia's face turned even redder, but she believed him, reasoning that he couldn't have known her name unless there was some truth to his words. Even the Monkey King doesn't know her real name, which was given by her parents to her. He said that we need to consummate, and my face is blushing so much that it feels like I'm bleeding from the redness. "Is what you said true?" Feeling Dave's strong muscles as she was held in his embrace, Olivia gathered her strength to ask him. She wanted the power to avenge her fallen clanmates. Dave smiled and replied, "Trust me, I sensed some hidden talents in your body, and I can help you become stronger to seek revenge." Olivia nodded shyly, "Please be gentle with me." Dave smirked, enjoying her cute reaction. She was the gentlest woman he had met and had the biggest chest, making him eager to conquer her completely. "Of course, I would be gentle with my lovely Olivia." After seeing her cute and submissive attitude, his desire rose to another level. "I will be gentle, of course." After he said that, he kissed her red lips while he was hugging her. Olivia's face was red, but she tried to follow her movements. Her hands were on his sturdy chest, and she could feel his body heat. She was not good at kissing, so she looked at Dave apologetically, but Dave smiled and said, "I'll guide you." Dave kisses her passionately, and his tongue is guiding the tongue of Olivia. After kissing each other, they become used to it. Dave's hands were slowly removing her clothes while he kissed her. He also removes her cultivation seal by using his system. After 2 minutes, their clothes were now on the floor as they were both naked. His hands were caressing her big breast, and he was amazed that his hands couldn't grasp it completely because of its size. So huge. Dave was so amazed by her large and plump chest, and it was so snowy white that he could not stop fondling it. He was kissing her neck when he buried his head in her plump chest. Olivia's face was red, and she felt pleasure in her body. It was her first time experiencing it, but her friends said that the rabbit race is one of the horniest races in the beast world. If a rabbit race experiences pleasure with others, they can go wild in bed and continue to have sex non-stop. She didn't believe it, but her body right now is very horny, and she wanted to ride him. After 3 minutes of caressing, she couldn't stand it anymore as she pushed Dave, then put her head towards his cock. Her desire rose as Dave triggered her inner desire and she wanted more pleasure. Dave lays on the bed and he can see her wet cave in front of him. Their position is 69, and it was one of his favorites. Olivia gulped upon seeing his huge cock, and it was her first time seeing one, but she was sure that his cock was extraordinary to be this big. She hesitated to see if she could handle it, but she gathered her courage. Olivia swallowed his cock and moved her mouth up and down with her hands. His cock is so big that she can hold it with her 2 hands. She can feel the heat of his cock, and she enjoys it like a lollipop. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Oh! Dave was amazed, and he saw that she was trying hard, but he gave her time. After some minutes of sucking his cock, Olivia became better and better. Nice one. Dave approved, so as a reward, he should reciprocate. While she was sucking his cock, she felt that Dave had inserted his tongue into her cave, and she moaned. Dave was professional, so Olivia weakened after he inserted his tongue in her cave, and she could not help but tremble in pleasure from his tongue. They enjoy this position for 5 minutes, but Olivia's lust can't stop anymore, so she immediately goes to position her cave on top of his cock. I can't take it anymore. I want it. She looked at him as she knew that she would be his from now on. Dave smiled, didn't mind, and let her dominate for now because it would be his turn later. Olivia saw his handsome face, and her mind right now is chaotic, and all she wants is to vent her lust, so she pushed her cave down on his cock. Red blood can be seen on Dave's cock as her virginity is now given to Dave. The things she wanted to protect and give to her future lover were now torn apart, but she didn't regret it, as she liked Dave even though it was their first time seeing him. She already said before that she'd marry the one who would save her, and Dave gave her hope. Olivia stayed like that for 15 seconds, then started to move her body. Plock. 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 The pain disappeared as it was now pleasure that she felt. She moved non-stop as she moaned loudly. Dave was enjoying her reaction and he was also feeling the pleasure of her body. He remembers that the Monkey King room was near here and he suddenly felt that he wanted to remove the sound barrier. He wanted to see the expression of the Monkey King seeing his bride being fucked by him, but it was just on his evil mind. He was sure that he would get many sin points from him because of his anger, but he still had to get the holy banana for Draco. After 20 minutes of riding him, Dave still didn't come, as he was professional when it came to sex. He decided to change positions, as he was now on top of Olivia. My turn, lovely Olivia. I promise to be gentle, but you are not the gentle one. He inserted his big cock again and then moved his hips roughly. At first, he wanted to be gentle, but she was now getting wilder and wilder, so he wanted her to know how majestic he was in bed. Plack. 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 His movements were getting faster and rougher, and Olivia was screaming like there was no tomorrow. Ah yes, more, please. Olivia was filled with pleasure and lust as she enjoyed it. Ding. You gain sin points, lust plus 100,000, lust plus 100,000, lust plus 100,000, lust plus 100,000. After 1 hour of non-stop plowing, he released his loads on her cave as he finished their session. Olivia was so satisfied and tired, so she lay on the bed without moving due to tiredness and Dave didn't show mercy. Olivia was so wild, so Dave had to let her see his majesty, so he only stopped until she begged him to stop. He still had to do something, so he will plow her again after he finishes his mission. He saw that Olivia was now sleeping on top of his chest while he still didn't unplug his cock in her cave. She must be tired, so he let her rest and checked the notifications he had. Dave was also satisfied with Olivia and she was more wild than Susan. Olivia looks innocent, and anyone would want to pamper her, but when she was in bed, he discovered that she had become a different person, and her personality was changing and becoming so lustful. He could not count how many times Olivia squirted, and she wanted to continue. If not for his strong body, he might be drained by her. He estimated that Olivia could last longer than his other women combined if Dave didn't become dominant. As he was resting for a bit, he smiled as he finally heard the system notification. Ding. You've unlocked Olivia's hidden bloodline Heavenly Rabbit, Epic. Olivia gained new skills Void Steps. Olivia gained a new skill Space Kick. Olivia's power raised to top tier Heavenly Sage, Void Steps. Olivia has acquired a special skill called Void Steps, enabling her to move swiftly by tapping into the power of space. It's like a supercharged version of teleportation, allowing her to cover short distances with incredible speed. Picture it as her zipping around, almost like a rabbit gracefully hopping from place to place. Space Kick. Olivia has also gained a move called Space Kick, a powered-up kick infused with a touch of space magic. While not overly flashy, this move lets her deliver kicks with a bit of extra oomph, making them more impactful than a regular kick. It's akin to a rabbit giving a surprisingly strong kick, emphasizing her Heavenly Rabbit bloodline. Ding. You acquired level 1 Space Magic, 0500. You gained a new skill under the Space Magic Teleportation. You can travel to a place where you've been before. Note the longer the distance, the more mana is needed. You can't travel through dimensions and planes as the level of your skill is low. Sin points acquired, Dual Cultivation, 5 million, Lust, 10 million, total sin points, 36,035,200, wow, Space Magic. Dave laughed, imagining himself as the protagonist capable of traveling through various dimensions and space with his newfound space magic. Ha, good. Dave was stunned and happy about acquiring a strong waifu and gaining a new magical skill. He could now teleport, although he still couldn't cross dimensions. The leveling required for space magic was astronomical at level 1, but it had to be worth it. Olivia's power level was now the same as his, but their powers differed. Dave estimated that he could be on par with a middle-tier Heavenly King Sage. If he used his full power, he could even contend with a peak Tier 1. He could level up his level now, but he wanted to collect 50 million sin points first in case he needed to escape the beast world. He just lay there and rested while hugging Olivia. In the meeting room, the Monkey King looked at everyone with a nervous expression. Dave had thought that the Monkey King was in his room because he didn't probe, fearing that he would notice. However, the Monkey King had been having a meeting with his generals and trusted subordinates for the whole day. His attention was on strengthening his defense, so he didn't realize that he had been cucked by Dave. He looked at the officials and generals he had and said, "How are the movements of those turtle bastards? I am sure that they will try to disrupt us." His general stepped forward and spoke. "Our spies that we planted saw that they are moving and preparing all their soldiers as if they were gearing up for war." The king expected this and said, "You must all do your best because when I successfully evolve my bloodline, those bastards will become our slaves." "Yes, my king." They bowed, deeply loyal to the king. He was their hope to raise their clan status, and they might be appreciated by an empire. The Monkey King sneered, imagining them becoming his slave, and he will fuck the wives and daughters of the Turtle King in front of them so he would be traumatized. He cleared his thoughts and said, "In 30 minutes, the fruit will be ripened, so prepare yourselves as it is our last chance to rise. If we are in a dangerous position, I will try to contact our ancestors to help us. We have waited for this day for many years and endured the humiliation they brought upon us." He assured his men that they could remain calm, then he ordered them to disperse as he wanted them to patrol and watch for anything suspicious. He didn't know that the thief was already inside his lair and he even fucked his bride. After seeing that all of them left, he went to a secret chamber where the holy fruit was located. This place is hidden very well, and only a few of his trusted aides knew about it. All of them were raised by him since they were children to prevent spies from other places, and their lives are controlled by him to avoid betrayal. After all, there is no room for failure. Little did he know that Dave was already moving towards the chamber while the king was still having a meeting with his officials. Dave was ahead of the Monkey King and didn't spare any time to execute his plan. Dave wakes up Olivia after resting for 2 hours and then asks where the holy fruit is located. She was still in a daze but saw that Dave was in a hurry, so she didn't hide anything. She knows where it is located, as the Monkey King brought her to it personally while trying to sway her feelings by showing his power and wealth. However, it was to no avail, so he locked her inside the room. Dave then brings Olivia, after learning about it, to his storage space to let her rest and become acquainted with his members. He commanded number 2 to specially take care of Olivia as she was still tired and weak from their intense session. Dave also didn't want her to be a hindrance when something bad happens, so he secured her safety first. Dave followed what she said and saw a large door with a monkey face carved on it. He guessed that it was that chamber and he saw that it had 10 men at the top tier Heavenly Sage guarding it. They were on full alert and always checking their surroundings. He already saw the image of the Monkey King based on the paintings he saw while walking in the castle. The Monkey King's height reached 3 meters, and his skin was grayish. He had red eyes, and his body was muscular. Olivia said that his strength reaches the peak of the Heavenly King Sage, so it would be tough to fight him. Dave uses disguise and copies the image of the Monkey King. His body morphs into the image of the Monkey King. His body suddenly transforms from a handsome man to a fierce man whose height is 3 meters. His skin turns gray, and he now looks like the Monkey King. He brought a robe like the one the Monkey King in the picture wore to the system shop, and it cost him 50 sin points. It was cheap, and he could buy anything in the system as long as he had sin points. After seeing that he already looks like the exact Monkey King, Dave unconceals himself and walks toward the guard. Tap tap tap, his steps are heard by the guards, and they look at him with reverence, and Dave's aura perfectly matches the aura of their king. Dave's composure also adds to the effect, and they don't notice anything wrong. The guards bow to him as they don't even detect that he is an imposter. "We greet the king. We greet the king." Dave doesn't speak to them as he needs to be more like the king. He continues to walk forward and just nods at them. The guards are familiar with their king's behavior, so they are not offended, and they don't have the right to be offended. The guards open the chamber and let Dave come inside. Dave smirks secretly as he walks toward the chamber. Before he leaves, he realizes something, then he says a few words to them. "If you see someone who looks like me, attack him immediately as he may be an imposter. We need to be careful and use everything you have to kill the enemies." The guards nod, and they know that their kingdom may be attacked at any time, and many will try to secretly infiltrate their kingdom to steal the holy fruit. "Yes, Monkey King." Dave continues to walk forward, and he sees many paintings of every Monkey King of each generation on the wall. Then there is a shining light in the middle. The holy banana is encased in a radiant energy shield, pulsating with a mystical aura. Dave carefully examines it, noting its size, color, and the energy it emits. Dave thinks, this must be the holy banana they were talking about. It does look special. He checks the aura surrounding the holy banana, trying to understand its properties. Dave remembers the urgency of the Monkey King, emphasizing the importance of this fruit to their bloodline evolution. Cuckoo, forgive me, but this fruit is destined to be mine. Holy banana description: a rare and sacred fruit bestowed upon the beast world by the divine holy banana tree. Radiating a celestial glow, this extraordinary fruit is a symbol of purity and power. Properties: bloodline enhancement. Consuming the holy banana can elevate the purity of a beast's bloodline, granting them strength and abilities beyond their current state. Evolution catalyst: the holy banana possesses the unique ability to catalyze bloodline evolution, allowing a beast to transcend its current form and reach new heights of power. Countdown to ripening: 30 minutes. Dave saw that he still needed half an hour for it to ripen. He wanted to steal it and then let it ripen inside his storage space. The problem was the barrier, because he didn't know how to remove it. The king had a way to remove it, so if he tried to take it, it would set off an alarm, and everyone would realize that he was fake and trying to steal the holy fruit. He asked his almighty system, do you have any suggestions to remove this barrier? Answering the host, yes, if you buy the formation knowledge in the system answered him. Dave knew about formations, as every empire had its formation protecting it, and many formation masters were treated the same as alchemy masters. How much? Ding. The system can only give you some knowledge of a 5-star formation master because your points are not sufficient. If you want to acquire the knowledge of a 9-star formation master, it requires 30 million sin points. There are ranks in being an alchemist, blacksmith, and formation master. It was classified as a 1-star to 9-star rank. There is also the possibility of having a higher rank than 9-star, and in the spirit world, the 9-star is the highest. Dave knew how precious the knowledge of a formation master was, even if it was only a 5-star, so he agreed. Others took many years to hone and deepen their knowledge, and it was their pride. So many masters were arrogant and prideful. Now, he can learn better than them just by using sin points. Dave closed his eyes as he felt heartache spending that many sin points, but he remembered that it was for his cute baby dragon, so he steeled himself. Ding. You've acquired the knowledge of a 5-star formation master. Minus 30 million. Total sin points, 6,035,200. Dave's mind suddenly reveals a lot of information about the formation that even 50 years of experience and studying can't reach anyone. His head feels dizzy for a moment, but a lot of information barrages his mind, and he feels like he is the one who learned that knowledge by himself. Wow, amazing. Dave smiles, realizing that when he acquired the knowledge, the experience was also there. The process took only 10 seconds, and then he looked toward the barrier. He saw that even a 1-star formation master could remove this formation, as the one who created this formation was an amateur. Dave expected this, as beasts were not into studying, but they preferred fighting. He points his finger to a part of the barrier, and then the barrier deactivates. He easily learned the components of this formation, and he knew its core, so he easily bypassed it. TSK, a mere 1-star formation cannot stop me. Dave smirks and approaches the tree. He feels like it was full of energy when he went near the tree, and he doesn't hesitate to take out the holy fruit and bring it to his storage space. Ha ha ha, the monkey bastard's face must be good to watch if he saw that his last hope was stolen. He laughs as he leaves the chamber secretly by using his teleportation and disappears from the place. Dave appeared from the chamber where he stole the holy fruit. He didn't care that the fruit wasn't ripe yet, because if he waited for it to ripen, the Monkey King would surely appear when only 10 minutes were left before it ripened. Dave was still in disguise, and he planned to use this opportunity to take more treasures here. After all, he still needed to help the poor, so he wanted to steal some treasures. I am really a good person. Justice and kindness shone from his eyes, and his goal motto would never change. He strode forward, walked out of the room, and started to rob the poor Monkey King. Many maids and soldiers saw him, but they only bowed to him and didn't find him suspicious. 1 minute later, he saw a door that was also protected by a formation, but no one was guarding it. The door was made from strong metal that even diamonds couldn't compare in hardness. The formation here was even stronger than the one in the chamber a while ago. He guessed that the king put his manpower into checking his kingdom and looking for suspicious people. Cuckoo, oh Monkey King, please let me help the poor. He walked forward and removed the formation easily. The formation was called the water-killing formation, and if one forcefully entered it, they would be locked and drowned by endless water. But such a formation was weak in front of his eyes, and he easily found its weak spot. He bypassed the formation, and he didn't destroy it completely to not alert the enemy. When he opened the metal door, he saw many gold coins lying on the floor, and many armors and artifacts were just stacked on the floor. Jackpot! Dave's eyes lit up, and he laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the monkey race would be this rich. With this, I can become the richest man in the spirit world if I come back. Oh, my bad, this is for the poor. Yeah, for the poor. Dave knew that the beast world is full of treasure than the spirit world. The beasts didn't use money and gold as their currency, they just stored it in one place in case they needed it. It was different from humans who needed money to live, and almost all treasures in the spirit world were already consumed, while some were in the domains of all clans and sects. His father explained before that because of the war, countless treasures were destroyed and sacrificed. The Dragon Empire was rich, but Dave's loot could be compared to half of the Dragon Empire's treasury. Ha! Let's start the fun. He smirked and rubbed his hands, starting his actions. He collected them all madly, enjoying it and feeling like it was good to become a villain. More. More. After he cleared the treasury, he planned to give some of them to his men and convert some treasure into sin points. 2 minutes later, he had already emptied the room and he suddenly thought of something. He smirked as he bought a pen and paper on the system with just 3 sin points. He wrote a few words and then left the treasury. He continued to search in another room and didn't find anything. He was satisfied with it, and he didn't care even if his actions would cause the downfall of the Monkey Kingdom because he was not a hero. He continued to stroll to the palace, confident to escape easily if something bad happened. As he was walking in the corridor, he suddenly heard a laughing voice coming from a certain room. He could hear them as he had extraordinary senses. "Hey, Monica, are you still sleeping with the minister?" "Yes, his cock is bigger than the king and he loves to fill me every day. Also, he chooses a bitch who is not in the monkey race to marry unlike me who were his lover for many years." He, the bastard king didn't know that all of his lovers were just using him and secretly having an affair with some men. Many voices could be heard by Dave while they were giggling. Dave realized that it was the bath spring, and the ones inside were the Monkey King's lovers. The Monkey King didn't have a child as he always said that he would only have a child after he evolved so his child's bloodline would be pure. Dave realized that some of them were forced to be with him, given the nature of the Monkey King, so they became unfaithful to him. He likes to abduct women from weaker clans, but they have no choice but to just surrender. Dave wanted to laugh at the Monkey King as his lovers were having an affair with some of his generals and officials without him knowing as he was busy waiting for the fruit. Dave smiled and suddenly saw a sin point generator. He estimated that in 15 minutes, the king would go to the chamber to check it, so he must do it faster. Dave removes his disguise and goes inside the bath spring and uses incubus transformation. He saw that there were a total of 15 women in the bathroom, and all of them were beautiful. Their races were different from each other, but their beauty was good enough. Dave released his incubus aura, then the girls who were shocked by his intrusion suddenly felt lustful. "Let's have fun." Dave smirked and started his session with 15 women. The Monkey King, walking toward the chamber, felt very nervous. However, he maintained his dignity as a king and walked with composure. He had planned everything well, strengthening the clan's defense to guard all the borders of their kingdom. He even asked some elders to act personally, knowing that today was crucial, and they must complete the task. He estimated that the fruit was near ripening, so he immediately went to the chambers to wait for it. As he approached the chamber, he noticed the guards looking at him with a different look. Stunned, they looked at each other and nodded. "That one is fake," their eyes signaled to each other. Trained since childhood, there was no need for words. "Die, imposter." Suddenly, they dashed towards the king and raised their weapons. Boom. The king was caught off guard, but this attack couldn't hurt him. Confused, he knew how respectful every soldier was, yet they still attacked him. He shouted, "Why are you attacking me? Are you trying to rebel?" The guards sneered at him, replying with disdain, "Rebel? You imposter said that, huh? You can't fool us." Swift strike. Boom. The attack was fast, but the Monkey King dodged. The other one appeared behind the Monkey King and chopped his hands towards his neck. Boom. They showed all their powers, fighting like madmen without care for their lives. The Monkey King was astonished and became angry seeing his loyal soldiers attacking him. Damn. After that, they attacked again, but the king was angered, so he released his aura to stop them. Imbeciles. Crack. The soldiers' bones were cracking, and they suddenly knelt on the ground because of the pressure. They looked at the Monkey King with fear and despair, but they resolved themselves. "For the king, we will sacrifice ourselves to buy time. For the king, we will sacrifice ourselves to buy time. For the king." The guards shouted and tried to self-destruct, but they were stopped by the king as he slapped them, and they lost consciousness. Holy crap, I must be in a different world, as even my soldiers didn't recognize me. The king cursed as he felt something was wrong. He ignored the soldier he defeated for now, feeling urgency. He immediately went into the chamber and saw that his hope, the last holy fruit, was gone. "Arg, damn you. Fuck 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 arg," he shouted, and everyone in the kingdom could hear his angry voice. Dave, who was plowing a woman non-stop while playing with the bodies of other ladies, heard a loud shout and knew that the king finally noticed something. "Foo-foo, you are late, ha ha ha." Dave just laughed and he didn't stop what he was doing as they were his sin point generator, and he was sure that Monkey King couldn't find him immediately. The other woman already collapses as he does it fast and rougher, but they enjoy it. They lay on the ground with white liquid flowing in their cave and with satisfied faces. 3 remaining women had good endurance, so he would not leave until they were all satisfied. As a good citizen, he must sacrifice his body for the pleasure of every beautiful woman in the world. He keeps gaining sin points from the lust they give him from dual cultivation. The king ordered all his men to scan the whole castle and the kingdom. He released a decree to investigate all places, including the residence of the ministers and other high officials. The high officials were nervously sweating, having engaged in some shady activities. However, none could stop the angry Monkey King. He killed those who didn't comply, and he was desperate. He must be nearby, so search it out. He even created a huge reward for someone who could find the culprit, promising treasures from the treasury. They locked the kingdom gates, and panic spread as the holy fruit was stolen. It must be the turtle, damn it. Yeah, they're the only ones who would do such a thing. Some blamed the turtle race and wanted to curse them to death. Let's go kill those turtles. The king, fuming with anger, suddenly received a message that his treasury was also invaded. He sent his men there to check, and he was shocked to hear such news. Fuck fuck fuck. Full of wrath, the thief didn't just steal the holy fruit but even their treasury. If their ancestors knew, he would surely be killed by them, making him nervous. Arg, how dare you! He directly went into the treasury and saw that nothing was left. It was like a typhoon had swept through, leaving nothing behind. What? Not even a speck of dust? Shit. Not just the Monkey King, but the soldiers were also very angry and sweating heavily, wondering how they had done such a thing swiftly without notice. As he scanned the room, he saw a white paper left on the ground and picked it up. Everyone was curious about what was written on it, and the king gave it to his soldier to read. The soldier followed his command. "Hello, bastard king, I know that if you read this note, you already realize that you have been robbed by me. I also cucked you and snatched your beautiful rabbit bride, hee hee. Sadly, you don't have a daughter, as I would love to fuck her in front of you, but don't worry, maybe I can create a daughter for you with your beautiful bride. Just remember my name, I am Son Goku, and I am a Super Saiyan. I was also a monkey before and evolved further. I was not doing it because we had a grudge against each other but because the king of the Turtle Kingdom made a deal with me, haha." After reading this, everyone was astonished, and it was their first time hearing that name and about the Super Saiyan. Of course, they didn't know that as it comes from an anime in Dave's previous life. Super Saiyan? San Goku? Next, fuck, I don't care who you are. How dare you do this to me? The king was angry and ran towards Olivia's room, only to find her absent. There were marks left on the bed, and he was sure a wild session had happened. He was furious. Not only had he been robbed, but he had also been cuckolded. Arg. He was so mad that his dream of marrying and playing with such a beautiful bride was shattered, and someone else took her first. He hadn't done anything to her because he genuinely wanted to make her his queen, believing he could win her over after their marriage. Shit. Suddenly having a bad feeling, he went to where his other lovers were and detected that they were in the hot spring bath. He went inside but he saw a 3-meter man with wings and a horn on his forehead banging his lovers, and some of them already lying on the ground with semen flowing from their mouths and cave. Dave, who was in incubus form, smiled at him, then released his cum inside the last woman and didn't care about the Monkey King. The woman's face was flushed, and she was satisfied as she lay on the ground. She failed to notice the Monkey King and her mind was full of lust and pleasure. After satisfying everyone, Dave looked at the newcomer and saw the Monkey King. He was so angry and his killing intent was directed toward him. Dave smiled, then held his cock and looked at him with a proud smile. "What? Never seen a big cock before? Are you jealous? I heard from them that your cock is small. What guts to have many women with such a small foundation cock." The Monkey King was angry as he was insulted by him, and he even fucked all his lovers while he was busy. "Arg, I will kill you." He went forward and attacked him. His mind is full of anger, and he cannot keep this man alive anymore. Not only did he steal the holy fruit, he stole his bride, took his treasures, and banged all his remaining lovers. Hee hee, too late, farewell Green Monkey King. Son Goku prevailed again, hee hee. Dave smiled as he immediately used teleport, then he disappeared into the castle. The king was stunned as he didn't detect his aura and he was sure that he already left. Arg, soldiers prepare to wage war against Turtle Kingdom. He left the room and didn't even care about his lover as he was so angry now. Dave, who appeared in the place where he first appeared, smiled as he heard the system notifications. Ding! You gained sin points, Wrath plus 1 million, Wrath plus 3 million, Wrath plus 2 million, Wrath plus 1 million, Wrath plus 3 million, Wrath plus 5 million, Wrath plus 1 million. He gets so many points for angering the king, and some of them come from the monkey race members. Many are cursing him for their situation, and the name of Son Goku will surely spread to many places. The points keep coming to him and he laughs madly in the forest. If someone sees him, they will surely think that he is crazy. In the Turtle Empire, they didn't know when the fruit would ripen, but they estimated it needed another 5 minutes. They sent some men to secretly infiltrate the castle. Suddenly, they received a message that the Monkey King was preparing for an all-out war, declaring they must bring back the Holy Fruit and Son Goku, or they would not stop until everyone was annihilated. Initially, they doubted if the Monkey King was using this as an excuse, but their spy sent a notice that even their treasury was emptied, confirming the Holy Fruit was truly stolen. The Monkey King is furious and kills many soldiers in a fit of anger. The Turtle King called for a meeting to discuss the situation. He looked at everyone and said, "The monkey race is blaming us for snatching the Holy Fruit, but our spies haven't even infiltrated the castle. So who the hell did it? And who is this Son Goku?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. The minister replied, "Your Majesty, I think we are being framed by other races. Maybe they are the ones who did it, watching us kill each other to weaken us before making their move." Everyone thought it was possible, contemplating who might have a motive to frame them. Suddenly, the king's face changed as he detected a strong aura that surpassed him and was on par with his ancestors. "Come out, fucking turtles." The king went outside and saw many monkey members lining up, led by the 7th Monkey King, who had passed the throne to the current Monkey King. He had encountered him before, a strong opponent who had once injured one of their elders in a one-on-one match. "You turtle bastards, give us our holy fruit, or you will be annihilated today. We have tolerated you enough." The 7th Monkey King was angry, having silently been in seclusion. However, the current king, the 8th Monkey King, had awakened every ancestor except the 1st Monkey King due to an incident. The current king explained what had happened, enraging the 7th Monkey King, who beat him until his face was unrecognizable. Even though the current Monkey King was strong, he was still weaker compared to the 7th Monkey King, his uncle. He volunteered to lead the troops against the turtle race, unable to stomach what they had done. He didn't expect the kingdom to descend into chaos after passing the throne to his nephew. He had valued his talent, seeing the potential for a rare bloodline, but he proved incompetent in safeguarding the Holy Fruit and preventing the emptying of their treasury. "Get that Son Goku here and give back our treasures and Holy Fruit, or else we will annihilate you all." The 7th Monkey King threatened them, his face showing a lot of hostility and killing intent. Hee, what guts. The Turtle King wasn't scared by the threats and replied, "We didn't take anything from you. We're being framed here. We're also not scared of you, we also have our ancestors. Don't make a scene here. You're also not strong enough to kill us, ha ha ha." He laughed, and the soldiers behind him joined in, taunting the Monkey King. The 7th Turtle King was angered by his arrogance and replied, "Since you're denying it, let me show you our strength." He looked at the troops and shouted, "Kill the turtle bastards. Kill. 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 Kill." The soldiers shouted, angry because of the turtle race's cunningness. They launched an attack, bombarding the gate. Boom! The 7th Monkey King wanted to attack the current Turtle King, but an old turtle stopped him. "You still haven't changed, Terran. Looks like you want to be beaten by me again." The 7th Monkey King, Terran, looked at the old turtle and sneered. "You think I forgot how you put a green hat on me back in the day? Luckily, you showed up again, Gimmer. I will kill you now. You should hide in the turtle shield of yours and not appear here." He attacked, and the scene became chaotic. The power of the turtle race was stronger, as they could get a holy fruit every 50 years. However, it didn't mean the monkey race was weaker. In defense, the turtle race had an advantage, but in agility and strength, the monkey race excelled. Fufu, what a peaceful day. Dave, who was in his space world as he was resting and wanted to calm himself, smiled as his sin points inflated. Ding! You gain sin points, Wrath plus 1 million, Wrath plus 3 million, Wrath plus 2 million, Wrath plus 1 million. Total sin points, 90 million. He had triggered a kingdom war, but he didn't care as he enjoyed resting there. His sin points were now 90 million, and he could go back to the spirit world if he wanted. However, it was still early. He had only spent a day in the beast world, and in the spirit world, only 8 hours had passed. He realized that he could still earn sin points from the spirit world even while in a different realm. As long as others knew him, they could generate sin points for him, even if he was in another plane or dimension. He didn't want to leave this place yet. It was easy to collect sin points here, and he wouldn't miss a chance to profit. Olivia was helping number 2 manage the place, and he promised her that he would visit her clan and take them under his wing. She had adapted to this place, and number 2 treated her well. The other beasts also treated her well, knowing she was the lover of their lord. His sin points continued to rise. Even though no one knew his identity, all the hatred they had for the one who stole and framed them would directly come to his system. He just wanted to lie there for now, monitoring how many sin points he could still gather. On the other hand, Blizzard was eating chocolates while lying on his chest. He patted her head, gaining sin points from her gluttony. He didn't get points from Draco, as all the food he gave him wasn't coming from the system. Dave now had 2 gluttonous pets, but it didn't matter to him. He was richer than before. The wolves worked swiftly in construction and other tasks, motivated by his rewards. He estimated that his mansion would be done in 2 days. Number 2 was monitoring and instructing them, so he didn't have to worry. The competition in the spirit world was scheduled for the next Monday. Today was only Wednesday, so he still had 12 days to spend there. As he enjoyed his time in the space world, the monkey and turtle kingdoms were engulfed in a state of war that continued until many ancestors joined the conflict. Only the first kings of the monkey and turtle races didn't appear, as the situation hadn't reached the brink of destruction. Boom. Kill. Everyone fought fiercely, driven by the intense desire to vanquish their enemies. The current and previous kings engaged in battle, observing a stalemate. Many of their clanmates fell in the relentless fighting, but consumed by anger, they pressed on. Boom. The monkey race had no intention of resting until they had wiped out their enemies. Their actions were fueled by the deep anger stemming from what had been done to them. Near the battlefield, 5 men with rabbit ears observed the ongoing fight and remarked, "It seems the monkey bastards are facing karma for abducting our miss. We don't know where she is, she vanished with the holy fruit and the thief." The 5 men were survivors of the rabbit race, elite members tasked with searching for their princess. They had planned to take action today, considering it a good opportunity to rescue their princess. However, they hadn't expected her to disappear along with the holy fruit of the monkey race. Worried about her safety, they felt powerless. All they knew was that someone named Son Goku had taken her. Their clan leader never gave up on her and did his best to save her, continually monitoring the situation. The 5 rabbit race members left the scene to report the situation to their leader. Their leader was recuperating and wished to act personally, but the 5 members volunteered. They understood that their clan leader was seriously injured, and if something happened to him, their entire race would be doomed as well. 2 days later, Dave continued to stay in his small world, just resting and not doing anything. This is life. His sin points continued to rise without any active effort on his part. He simply enjoyed the longest rest he had since his reincarnation, feeling the influence of his primordial sin of sloth. His sin points now reached 700 million and still rising. Lying in his room, he decided to buy a TV and downloaded some anime and many movies from his previous life. It cost him many sin points, but he felt it was worth it as he missed watching anime. He inquired with the system and learned that it was possible to buy things from his previous world as long as he had sin points. The only limitation was that he couldn't connect with the people of that place. Before he died, he had been eagerly waiting for a new One Piece episode, but due to his suicide, he didn't get the chance to watch it. His new waifu, Olivia, was addicted to watching anime, so she was always with him. They even had intimate moments while enjoying their favorite shows. Olivia was very clingy and liked to be by his side, so he pampered her. She became the reason why he lazed around, as the feeling of having a sexy and charming woman with him every day kept him from getting bored. Meanwhile, his subordinates were amazed by the strange things he introduced to them. The mansion they built was now finished, designed with luxury based on what he saw among rich people in his previous life. He purchased modern amenities like sofas, kitchen tools, a bathtub, and various other conveniences not found in the spirit world or the beast world. He installed large televisions in the living room and his personal space. His rooms were designed to accommodate all his women, but he also created some spare rooms. Satisfied with the castle size, he rewarded everyone with armor and artifacts, even installing TVs in their individual houses. As they worked diligently in construction, their efficiency impressed him. Dave instructed them to create their own houses, shaping his world to resemble a more modern setting. He gave them cell phones, teaching them how to use the devices for efficient communication. He planned to provide all his subordinates and women with cell phones to facilitate easy messaging. The system's cell phones allowed communication only within his space world, but it cost him a total of 30 million sin points for all the phones he bought in the system for his subordinates. Satisfied with the progress in his world, Dave turned his attention to finding Olivia's clan. Spending time with her had allowed him to learn many things about her past. Olivia happened to be the only child of the Rabbit clan leader, and Dave discovered the tragic fate that befell her clan due to the Monkey King. She cried as she recalled the suffering her people had endured, but Dave comforted her, promising revenge. Despite not having a clue about the location of the Rabbit clan, he decided to spend his sin points to aid in his quest for revenge. Power level, top tier Heavenly Sage level, 16 horsepower, 45,000 MP, 78,000 exp, 0.32 million strength, 1,800 agility, 1,980 intelligence, 2,200 sin points, 700 million, ding. Do you want to use 32 million sin points to level up to level 17? Yes, ding. Congratulations on reaching level 17, peak tier Heavenly Sage. Minus 32 million, ding. Do you want to use 64 million sin points to level up to level 18? Yes, ding. Congratulations for reaching level 18, low tier Heavenly King Sage. Minus 64 million, ding. Note, after you reach Heavenly King Sage, you need to level up 2 levels before advancing your power level. Dave, who was enjoying his upgrade, was stunned and frowned as he cursed the system. After cursing for a while, the system explained, and he realized that it made sense. The strength of the Heavenly King and above is different, so he now needed 2 levels to level up his power. He calmed himself and then continued to upgrade his power. Ding. Do you want to use 128 million sin points to level up to level 19? Yes, ding. Congratulations for reaching level 19, low tier Heavenly King Sage. Minus 128 million, ding. Do you want to use 256 million sin points to level up to level 20? Yes, ding. Congratulations for reaching level 20, middle tier Heavenly King Sage. Minus 256 million. Note, you can get your new sin after reaching level 30, as your current strength cannot handle the sin skill. Oh, I have the power. Dave imitated the meme from his previous life, and Olivia, who was nearby, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Dave smiled, laughed, and kissed her forehead. He decided to pause leveling up his power for now, as he only had 220 million sin points. He didn't want to use 50 million sin points, as it was his ticket to the spirit world. He only had 170 million to spend on upgrading his skills. His concealment and magical eyes couldn't be leveled up yet, as he needed to reach the Heavenly Emperor Sage first. Staying in the current world would take a long time, so he needed to find a way to collect sin points faster. His sword technique was also maxed out and couldn't be upgraded. To evolve it, he needed to comprehend many sword techniques and fuse them. He decided to ask his father about where he could find many sword techniques when he returned to the spirit world. His body was currently weak, preventing him from acquiring his new sin. He learned that he needed to reach level 30 first. For now, he could only upgrade his space magic and his primordial sin skill. Dave converted his 220 million sin points into skill points, gaining an additional 22 million skill points, making his total skill points 2,206,952. He checked his status: name, Dave Alexander, age, 15, race, human, power level, middle tier Heavenly King Sage, blessing, Moon Goddess, Moon Side techniques, LV.13, Sword Dragon technique, max, Sword Intent, Sword Manifestation, Sword Manipulation, Dragon / Sword Apocalypse, Wrath of the Sword Dragon, Sword Bleed, Magic skills, LV.15, Conceal, required to reach Heavenly Emperor Sage, Disguise, Assassination, Shadow Steps, Shadow Mark, Killing Intent, LV.15, Magical Eyes, required to reach Heavenly Emperor Sage, Eyes of Truth, Illusion, Night Vision, Hypnotism, Photographic Memory, Eyes of Terror, LV.1, Space Magic, 0500, Teleportation, Primordial Sin skills, Sin of Lust, LV.12, 020,000, Charm, Hands of Pleasure, Dual Cultivation, Incubus Aura, Dream Puppetry, Incubus Form Absorption, Sin of Sloth, LVE.12, 020,000, Sleep Nightmare, Laziness, Sleep Master, Shield of Sloth skill points, 2,206,952. Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100:1. Note, your power is converted into numbers. LV, 20 horsepower, 55,000 MP, 85,000 exp, 0,512 million. Next STR, 2,100 AGI, 2,380 int, 2,700 sin points, 50,000. Dave saw his elevated stats and decided to distribute his skill points. Ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 2? 0500, yes, Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 2, minus 500, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 3? 1000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 3, minus 1000, ding. You've gained a new skill, Space Lock. It can lock the space to prevent your enemy from escaping. Ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 4? 2000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 4, minus 2000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 5? 4000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 5, minus 4000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 6? 8000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 6, minus 8000, ding. You've gained a new skill, Space Distortion. You can distort the space and damage your enemy. The distortion of space results in damage inflicted upon any entities within its range. Dave realizes that he gains new skills in space magic every 3 levels. More. He continues, and he is excited about what new skill he will acquire. Ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 7? 16000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 7, minus 16000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 8? 32000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 8, minus 32000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 9? 64000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 9, minus 64000, ding. You've gained a new skill, Space Swap, ability to manipulate the fabric of space itself, allowing for instantaneous positional exchanges with a target of his choosing. With a mere thought, Dave can seamlessly swap his location with that of a visible target within close proximity. Ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 10? 128,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 10, minus 128.000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 112, 256,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 11, minus 256,000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your space magic to level 12? 512,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your space magic to level 12, minus 512,000, ding. You've gained a new skill, Space Wall. This skill enables the host to create an impervious wall composed of altered spatial dimensions, capable of absorbing and nullifying incoming enemy attacks. Ding. Your space magic can't be leveled up until you reach Saint Lord. Remaining skill points, 1,183,425, awesome. Dave cheered, laughing as he tried out his cool new space manipulating powers. He waved his hands to test things out and then, with a sly grin, used the space swap skill on Olivia. In an instant, they switched spots, leaving Olivia wide-eyed and confused. What just happened? Why did we switch places? She asked, clearly puzzled. Dave explained that it was his new skill at work. Pleased with his fancy space tricks, Dave thought about leveling up more. However, he knew he was just a heavenly king sage and had a long way to go to become a Saint Lord. Despite his excitement, Dave realized he had to put in the work to climb the ranks. Dave pictured himself effortlessly waving his hands, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space. He envisioned grand plans of traversing various dimensions and conquering diverse worlds. Recognizing that space magic was among the most challenging disciplines to grasp, he was in a good mood, so he created a barrier and looked at Olivia with a devil smile. Olivia saw his looks and she was scared and wanted to run, but Dave held her tightly and she cannot resist. As for what happened next, it's up to your imagination. He continues to burn his skill points. After all, he needs to get stronger to ensure his safety every time he went to do crazy things. Primordial Sin Skills, Sin of Lust, LV.12, 020,000. Sin of Sloth, LVE.12, 020,000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 13? 020,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 13, minus 20,000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 14? 40,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 14. Minus 40,000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your Primordial Sin of Lust to level 15? 80,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your primordial sin of lust to level 15, -80,000, ding. You've gained a new skill, sex purification. You can purify any curse or poison a woman has if you have sex with them. Ding. Your sin of lust can't be leveled up until you reach saint. Ding. Do you want to upgrade your primordial sin of sloth to level 13? 20,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your primordial sin of sloth to level 13, -20,000, ding. You've gained a new skill, sleeping curse. You can curse anyone with weaker willpower than you to sleep for eternity. Note, it can be purified by those stronger than you or those people with superb purifying skills. Ding. Do you want to upgrade your primordial sin of sloth to level 14? 40,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your primordial sin of sloth to level 14, -40,000, ding. Do you want to upgrade your primordial sin of sloth to level 15? 80,000, yes, ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling your primordial sin of sloth to level 15, -80,000, ding. You've gained a new skill, awake. You can make your target forget how to sleep and it can be deadly to your enemy. Ding. Your sin of sloth can't be leveled up until you reach saint. Skill points, 903,425, Dave can't level up any for now, so he decided to stop now and execute his plans. He checked his new status. Name, Dave Alexander. Age, 15. Race, human. Power level, middle tier. Heavenly King. Sage blessing, Moon Goddess. Moon side techniques, LV.13, Sword Dragon technique, Max, Sword Intent. Sword Manifestation. Sword Manipulation. Dragon / Sword Apocalypse. Wrath of the Sword Dragon. Sword Bleed. Magic skills, LV.15, Conceal, required to reach Heavenly Emperor. Sage, Disguise. Assassination. Shadow Steps. Shadow Mark. Killing Intent. LV.15, Magical Eyes, required to reach Heavenly Emperor. Sage, Eyes of Truth. Illusion. Night Vision. Hypnotism. Photographic Memory. Eyes of Terror. LV.12, Space Magic, 01,024,000, required to reach Saint Lord. Teleportation. Space Lock. Space Distortion. Space Swap. Space Wall. Primordial Sin skills, Sin of Lust, LV.15, 0160,000, required to reach Saint. Charm. Hands of Pleasure. Dual Cultivation. Incubus or a Dream Puppetry. Incubus Form Absorption. Sex Purification. Sin of Sloth, LV.15, 0160,000, required to reach Saint. Sleep Nightmare. Laziness. Sleep Master. Shield of Sloth. Sleeping Curse. Awake. Skill points, 903.425. Note, you can convert your sin points into skill points. Ratio, 100:1. Note, your power is converted into numbers. LV, 20 horsepower, 55,000 MP, 85.000 85,000 exp, 0512 million STR, 2100 AGI, 2380 int, 2700 sin points, 50,000. After being satisfied with his upgrade, Dave looked at Olivia, who was now in bed with an aggrieved expression. However, he knew she was just acting cute. He smirked, kissed her lips, and said, "Let's go find your clan." Dave had already decided to act that day, not wanting Olivia to feel sad anymore. Olivia nodded like a chicken and went to bathe and prepare herself. After both were ready, Dave took Olivia with him outside to find her remaining clan members. He was sure they were now looking for her, and the war between the two clans had spread to many places. Olivia's eyes were full of sadness as she remembered her fallen clanmates and her father, who sacrificed much for her. She wanted to be with Dave, as he meant everything to her, so she agreed to Dave's proposal to take them with him. Seeing how happy the Wolf clan was with him, she was sure he wouldn't mistreat them. Despite sometimes teasing her, Dave was caring, and he never treated his people badly. She felt safe when she was with Dave, and during these days together, she learned a lot about him and his background. She didn't expect him to hold such a high status in his world, where even princes couldn't compare to him. Dave became more honest with her and admitted that he had only been teasing her when he saved her initially, but he didn't lie about helping her awaken her powers. After becoming one with Dave, she unlocked her latent abilities, and her cultivation soared to new heights. Training with Dave during their moments of relaxation, she discovered that her attacks were potent, capable of bypassing the defenses of her enemies. Through their joint efforts, she also improved her void step technique, a skill resembling teleportation, albeit in a weaker form despite its limitations. This skill became crucial in safeguarding her life. Dave's expression of love for her was evident through the numerous life-saving treasures he bestowed upon her during their training sessions. She also became eager to get stronger because she realized how powerful Dave was. Considering his young age, She believed that anyone would be left behind by his immense talent. Dave spent his sin points upgrading his level and skills, but he kept receiving sin points. The name Son Goku spread to many kingdoms and clans, and many were sneering and laughing at the fate of the Monkey Kingdom. Even though they wanted to hide the news, their enemies deliberately spread it to let them know that they were weak at the moment and prone to attacks from other clans. Dave ignored the war for now as he walked with Olivia toward her clan's original location before they were attacked by the Monkey King. Olivia didn't know if they were still there, but she hoped that they left clues about where they were. Dave saw her worries, so he patted her head and said, "Don't worry, we will find them." Olivia nodded, feeling happy that her decision to be with him was right. He was not just handsome and caring, he was also someone she could rely on. He was so perfect that she doubted if she deserved all of this. In truth, women may find themselves at a disadvantage compared to men when a woman willingly shares her virginity with a man, signifying her love for him. The man who takes her virginity often feels a sense of pride, believing that she is now exclusively his, and she won't seek another man because he was the first. The initial experience becomes memorable for both individuals, and the man assumes that she won't leave him, even if he pursues relationships with other women. This belief may lead him to treat her with lack of regard, thinking she has no choice after giving herself to him. Unfortunately, the woman may endure such treatment, regretting her decision to share her body, which the man treats as a trophy to boost his ego. Such situations are common, causing women to regret giving their bodies to individuals who devalue them after the experience. This mistreatment can, in some cases, lead to feelings of resentment towards men and even drive some women to engage in unfaithful behavior. Dave consistently recalls from his past life that a person's behavior is not inherent but shaped by their surroundings and experiences. No one is born inherently good or bad. External circumstances can play a significant role in shaping one's character. Dave and Olivia traveled for more than 2 hours until they arrived at the Rabbit clan's location. Passing through several small tribes and clans, they managed to avoid detection due to Dave's concealment techniques. Since Dave hadn't visited the place before, teleportation wasn't an option to expedite their travel. Upon reaching the previous location of the Rabbit clan, they discovered an abandoned area. The signs of explosions, bloodstains, and scattered bones and corpses painted a grim picture of the recent events. It was evident that a significant tragedy had befallen the location, leaving Olivia visibly distraught. It took Dave around 30 minutes to comfort her. Considering the possibility of the Rabbit clan relocating to avoid potential attacks from the monkey race, Dave explored the surroundings. The desolate scene intensified Olivia's sadness, prompting Dave to swiftly think of a solution. After a few minutes, he asked Olivia to share an image of her father, enabling him to use his primordial Sin of Sloth skill to create a dream and convey a message. Filled with hope, Olivia provided details about her father's appearance, including a picture she kept on her necklace. Describing him as a handsome man with yellow eyes and a muscular build, Olivia's face lit up with anticipation as Dave activated his skill. Dream. In the secret place where the Rabbit clan had relocated, everyone was filled with worry as their young miss disappeared along with the thief. They hid in a deep cave, a place so well hidden to avoid detection by the monkey race. Their desire for revenge burned, yet they never blamed the princess. They remained united, despising their weakness in failing to protect their clan. Unaware of the princess's situation, even their clan leader was deeply concerned. The clan leader, whose face resembled what Olivia showed to Dave, gazed at the sky with weary eyes. "Olivia," he sighed, refusing to lose hope of saving his daughter. Suddenly, a hand embraced him from behind, and he recognized it was his wife, Olivia's mother. Beautiful, if her identity were unknown, she could be mistaken for Olivia's twin. She exuded a more mature aura and stood smaller than Olivia. "You must rest first. I know you've tried your best. Don't worry about our daughter, I'm sure she'll be okay. We will find that Son Goku who took her, and I hope he never harms my daughter." The clan leader nodded and decided to take a rest. Since Olivia's disappearance, he hadn't rested for a second, consumed by anxiety about her situation. He went to his room and took a nap because everyone was also worried about him. He was the pillar of their clan, and if something happened to him, chaos would erupt, and their morale would plummet. As he closed his eyes and rested, he felt that his dream was different. He saw himself standing before a handsome man with red hair and blue eyes. The man, a human, was the most handsome person he had ever met. The handsome young man looked at him and spoke. "Hello, father-in-law. I am Dave, Olivia's husband, the one who saved her from the Monkey King. It was only a dream created by me to contact you because we are in your old Rabbit clan location, and we didn't know where to find you. We will wait here for you. Goodbye." After that, the image disappeared, and the Rabbit clan leader suddenly woke up, realizing he was still in his room. He shouted and commanded some of his men to accompany him. His wife was also shocked by his action, but he assured her that he now knew where their daughter was, so she joined him. The clan leader didn't care if it was fake, there was hope that she might be there. The skill Dream from the Sin of Sloth is a useful ability, even though it lacks offensive capabilities. It enables Dave to enter the dreams of other people, and as a devil, he finds it amusing to occasionally induce unsettling dreams, as he did to the Prince of the Black Turtle Empire. Additionally, the skill can be utilized for communication with others, requiring specific details about the target person, such as their appearance, age, and background. Dave and Olivia waited at the old location of the Rabbit Clan, anticipating Olivia's father's response. Dave believed that a desperate person would not hesitate to take a chance, gambling on whether the dream he sent was true or not. He assured Olivia that he successfully created a dream for her father, and now they just needed to wait. Olivia rested on his shoulders, trusting in Dave, which helped her stay calm. Meanwhile, Dave's system continued to receive sin points as the war between the turtle and monkey races persisted. The mastermind behind the conflict rested for many days with beautiful women beside him, while others suffered from his schemes. Dave remained indifferent and unapologetic about his actions, as he had sworn to live his life to the fullest when given a second chance. Now reincarnated, he was determined to pursue his desires and goals, whether they led to good or bad deeds. Dave observed that his sin points had reached 400 million, and he still had some stocked sin points in his system, keeping them for potential future use. In the spirit world, the ladies received the message of Dave from Lena, so they are still doing their lives as usual. Draco was always with Susan and eating at many restaurants in the city. They didn't worry about Dave's safety as he was strong enough to protect himself. The ladies were practicing themselves and helping each other in managing the dorm. After 3 hours of travel, a man holding a woman behind him arrived at Dave's location. He rushed without caring about exhaustion, fueled by the feeling that he might see his daughter again. His clan had suffered immense pain, and he didn't want his daughter to endure the same. Blaming himself for being weak and failing to meet the expectations of his trusting clanmates, he carried the weight of their collective hope and trust. At times, he contemplated ending his own life, but the glimmer of hope kept him going. Now, his priority was to save his daughter. Using his powers, he rushed to their former base, carrying his wife behind him. Despite exhaustion, upon reaching the location, he saw a handsome man resting on a tree. The man's appearance stunned him and his wife. The clan leader was astounded because the man's face resembled what he had seen in his dreams. The man smiled as he looked at him and then shifted his gaze to the beautiful woman nearby, Olivia, lying on his lap. Seeing the smile on his daughter's face, the clan leader sighed in relief. Full of joy, he shouted Olivia's name and ran towards her, with his wife following. Tears streamed down their faces as if they hadn't seen each other in centuries. Olivia, who had been waiting, stood up and rushed to hug her parents. Father. Mother. Overwhelmed with emotions, Olivia embraced her parents, tears streaming down her face. She cried like a child, expressing her happiness and delight. Yet, her tears also carried the weight of guilt, knowing that everything had happened because of her. I'm sorry. Amidst her tears, Olivia apologized, understanding the toll her situation had taken on her parents. Her father and mother exchanged glances and reassured her. It's not your fault, daughter. The Monkey King is just bad. He will face karma someday. Dave, in the role of an observer, smiled and decided to let them have their family moment. He left the place, allowing them to reunite without interference. Teleport Dave easily appeared in the Monkey Kingdom without using much mana. There, he saw soldiers getting ready for battle, gearing up to support their comrades already in the fight. Quickly, he disguised himself, making his face look like an average monkey, and put on the soldier's armor. In the midst of the crowd, a tall monkey commander spoke, rallying the troops with a spirited speech. Brothers, we're marching to take down our enemies, those turtle bastards. Let's unite and give it our all to protect our clan and seek revenge for our king. The soldiers cheered in determination, ready for the battle ahead. Dave blended in seamlessly, looking like a genuine soldier. Together, they started their march towards the Turtle Kingdom. On the way, Dave saw the aftermath of war, bodies scattered and fires burning. Unfazed, he kept his cool, seeing himself as the mastermind orchestrating these events. To him, it was just the strong dominating the weak, a harsh law of nature. After half an hour, they reached the Turtle Kingdom, surrounded by water. The energy of the ongoing battle between the kings filled the air. Dave guessed these were the ancestors of the Turtle and Monkey clans locked in combat. Attack! The commander's order sent the soldiers charging forward, joining the ongoing skirmish. As they plunged into the fight, Dave disappeared, concealing himself. His goal wasn't to participate in the battle but to sneak into the Turtle Kingdom, driven by an insatiable desire to seize and hoard treasures. Dave confidently advanced and upgraded to a level where even the previous kings and ancestors couldn't detect him. They were too preoccupied with the ongoing battle to notice the soldiers below. Now on par with a low-tier heavenly emperor sage, Dave silently infiltrated the war-damaged castle. Fires and explosions had left their mark everywhere, even damaging the castle walls. Using his concealment, Dave effortlessly entered and moved through the castle. Enjoying the thrill, he decided to follow his instincts without a specific plan. As he walked, he heard cries coming from a room. Inside, a turtle boy of the same age as Dave vented his frustrations, feeling unlucky and worthless. "I'm nothing but trash, devoid of any talent. Everyone looks at me with disdain. Even though I held the title of prince in the kingdom, nobody respected me, and my fiancée was taken away by my own brother. Darn it, even in this war, I can't contribute anything to help my clan." The scene struck a chord with Dave, reminiscent of stories he had read. A prince or a discarded young master betrayed by his fiancée, finding an opportunity to rise, seek revenge, and shame those who wronged him. A prince or a discarded young master betrayed by his fiancée, finding an opportunity to rise, seek revenge, and shame those who wronged him. Uncertain about the location of the treasure, Dave sensed an opportunity in the boy. Believing him to be a protagonist in this world, he could lead Dave to a place of opportunity. An opportunity to act, Dave thought. He transformed into an old hermit expert, with a height of 5 feet 7 inches, white hair, a long beard, and normal clothes. Appearing in front of the boy, he startled him. "Boy, I've been in seclusion for many years. I sensed the presence of a destined youth who could become my second disciple, so I followed my instincts and didn't expect to find a genius here," Dave said in his new guise. The boy was shocked because he had never seen his movements before. Of course, he was only at the sage level, and his strength was below Dave's. He didn't doubt Dave because he knew Dave was strong, and he couldn't gain anything from lying to him. He bowed and said, "You said I am a genius?" Dave nodded and replied, "You know I hate accepting disciples because my only disciple betrayed me back then. His name is Son Goku, and he snatched all my wealth," he sighed, and the boy believed him, shocked that he was the one who trained Son Goku. Son Goku? That name was famous because of his deeds in the Monkey Empire, and he was mysterious. He hated Son Goku because, due to him, his clan was at war. Son Goku framed their clan while he enjoyed the treasures he stole. Dave saw that the boy was hooked and continued, "Many called me Master Roshi, and I come from Kame House. I had some relationship with turtles before, as I have an old turtle friend. After my disciple betrayed me, I secluded myself from the world for many years. As I was sleeping, I suddenly felt that I could meet my next disciple, who had a special talent, and his name was Donatello." Dave had already checked Donatello's stats and knew his name. "What? Is it true? How can he know my name?" Donatello now believed him, excited because he knew he had a special talent. Donatello was easy to fool because he was in a situation where he doubted if he had talent or if he was destined to be a waste. Dave used this opportunity to secretly manipulate him. Dave felt like a demon tricking someone into making a deal with him. Donatello knelt in front of him and said, "Please take me as your disciple, Master Roshi." Dave patted his shoulder and replied, "Of course, because it was destined, and I will make you strong enough to overcome anyone who stands in your way. Do you want revenge? Do you want to defeat those who bullied and looked down on you? Do you want to punish your fiancé who betrayed you? With me here, you can achieve it." Donatello was excited to finally have someone to teach him and hoped to surpass Son Goku. "Master," Donatello greeted him formally, delighted to become a disciple of a strong expert. Dave spoke again, "As your master, I don't have anything to give you since I was in seclusion for many years, and we need funds to train you. I have a secret way to easily raise your cultivation, but I doubt it's possible without funds." He sighed and felt ashamed as he looked at Donatello. His acting seemed genuine, easily fooling him. Donatello didn't doubt him, as he had been truly in seclusion for many years and hadn't interacted with other people. He stood up and said, "Don't worry, Master. I will help you take some money from our treasury. If it helps me, I can explain it to my father later after the war." Dave's eyes lit up, and he said, "It was destined for me to meet you as you are a good disciple." Dave patted his shoulders and smirked as he started his plan to acquire funds. In the meeting hall, the current king looked at everyone and sighed. "There are many of our people dying, and from the looks of it, the Monkey Clan plans to eradicate us. After all, their holy fruit and their treasury were stolen, yet they don't believe that it was not us who stole it." All of them nodded, and then the minister spoke up, "Why don't we awaken our first king, as he was the only one who could resolve this war? Hundreds of thousands of our clanmates have died from the war, and the other elders and the king were injured in the battle. The Monkey Kings are strong, and if not for our numbers and defense, we will be defeated by them." The king looked at him with an angry expression. "Do you want me to be killed by him? You know that he hates incompetent rulers, and he will surely kill me." They went silent as they knew that he was right. The first king already killed some previous kings, like the fifth king, as they didn't manage the kingdom well. He was scary, and he was the one who was guarding the holy tree personally. They had not seen him for so many years, but he still brought terror to them. As everyone was talking in the meeting room, two human figures appeared near the treasury. Of course, it was Dave and Donatello. Donatello led him here, and Dave saw two guards at the door of the treasury. They were strong, but they were just ants in front of Dave. He put an illusion on them, and they didn't feel anything, as if nothing happened. Dave walked to the treasury with ease, and Donatello was amazed by his power. Dave opened the formation, and no one detected that he had already gone inside. Dave saw a large amount of treasure lying on the ground, more than the treasury of the Monkey Kingdom. "Oh, this is good. It was almost 1/100 of my treasure before, and it's not bad." Dave smirked and started to collect all of them. He didn't want to leave anything here, and he didn't care about Donatello. "Master, what are you doing?" Donatello was stunned by his actions, and he told Dave to only get some and tried to stop him, but Dave used sleep on him, and he fell to the ground. "Foo, how naive of you to believe anyone easily. Ha ha ha, all of this will be mine." He didn't want to kill him as he was one of the protagonists, and they were hard to kill. Maybe when he is near to killing him, then a strong old man will appear and save him, or he will suffer a backlash from it. He immediately collected all the treasures until nothing was left. He also wrote a few words before leaving the treasury. He looked at the sleeping Donatello and copied his form. He was confident that no one would notice it for some time, so he planned to go and have fun. Then he used teleportation and appeared in Donatello's room. He walked outside and saw many people looking at him with a smile, but when he left, they would laugh at him. Dave didn't mind them as he saw two figures walking towards a room. Both looked suspicious, and one had the familiar face of Donatello, likely his brother, while the other was a beautiful woman. Dave concealed himself and went with them without them knowing. "Dylan, are you sure no one will see us? I am nervous." A woman with green hair, of the same height as Donatello, said and looked at the man who had a similar look to Donatello. She was beautiful, her body charming, and she bore innocent looks. Anyone would love her at first sight. "Of course, it's my room, and no one will disturb us here. Everyone is thinking about the war, and they don't have time to look for us. Also, don't be nervous. I know it's your first time, but I will make you feel like heaven." His name is Dylan, the brother of Donatello. The woman with him was Donatello's fiancée, Carla, and they are planning to have sex. Dylan managed to convince the innocent Carla because he told her that he would be the king after his father's reign and that he would make her the queen. Carla was ambitious, which is why she agreed and decided to break the contract with Donatello. It was her parents who formed the contract, and she did all she could to convince Donatello to agree. Surprisingly, he didn't reject it but threatened her that she would regret it. She only sneered and said to herself, "Regret? You are a trash and a guy with poor cultivation talent." Dave, who was concealed, was stunned, then he smirked. "Fuck, they had the time to have fun while their clan was at war. New generations let me down." Dave sighed as if he were an old man looking at younglings. He unconcealed himself and said, "As expected of my brother and fiancé, they are having a good time while we are in a state of war." He was in the guise of Donatello, and his appearance caused the two to stop for a moment. The two were stunned, and Dylan calmed himself, looking at Donatello with mocking eyes. "Ha, what can you do? I will play with her and do the things you cannot do before, ha." Dylan wanted to see his despair, knowing that Donatello was afraid of him and would not fight him. Even if he told this to his father, he would just be ignored because he was already sure that he would be the heir to the throne. He wanted Donatello to see how he conquered the girl he liked and played with all of his heart. Dave looked at him with a sneer and said, "Foo, you have a good suggestion, let's do it." Dylan was stunned as he didn't see him feel angry or in despair, only smiling at him. He was confused but didn't have time to comprehend what was happening as Dave punched Dylan in the face. Boom. Dave had prepared a sound barrier after entering so that no one would notice. Cough. Dylan coughed up blood, shocked by the power of Donatello. "What?" Carla was also shocked, trembling in fear and stepping back as she was afraid of him. Hee, I want you to see me having fun." Dave smiled and walked towards Dylan, who was crawling and begging. "Please, don't hurt me, father will kill you." He was shocked as he didn't expect Donatello to hide his real powers, and the punch he received almost broke his face, but Dave had held back. Dave didn't listen and broke his legs. Crack. Ah, so painful. Dylan passed out due to pain, but Dave used Awake and he woke up, and even though he wanted to shut his eyes, he could not do anything. No. Dylan was roaring, but Dave slapped him, and his teeth flew out of his mouth from his slap. Ha! Watch me. Dave ignored Dylan, then looked at Carla, who was trembling in fear as if Dave were a demon. No, please let me go. I knew you loved me, so please don't use force. Carla knew that Donatello truly liked her, and he was sincere with her, but what can she do? Only by choosing the strongest one and the one with the most potential will her future be better. Even though Donatello was a prince, he was not talented and thought that it was better to choose Dylan, even though he was a tyrant. She didn't expect that Donatello was hiding his powers, and now she realizes why he was calm before the breakup of their marriage contract. She remembered his words that she would regret it, and now she was truly regretting it. Dave looked at her with a devil's grin and said, "Ha, I will play with you and let Dylan watch." Carla was scared, but she couldn't move her body as there was a force that was restraining her. Dave's power easily overpowered her, and she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Dave holds her chin and releases his incubus aura. "I hope you are enjoyable," Dave whispered in her ear, and Carla was in tears due to fear. Carla suddenly felt hot in her body and looked at Dave with a lustful expression. Huff, hot, so hot. She was breathing raggedly, and her body was overtaken by the lust energy of Dave. "What did you do to her?" "Don't." Dylan sees the anomaly that is happening to Carla, and he has never seen her in such an expression before. "Did you drug her?" "No, let her go, bastard." Dylan was so angry, and he wanted to save Carla, but he could not move his body and could only see her under Dave's control. "Oh, you want it? Kneel for me." Dave smiled, then commanded her. Under his sin of lust, she would follow his command, and she was like a puppet to him, but she was conscious of what was happening to her. No. Inside her head, she wanted to reject, but her body was not in her control. She immediately kneels on him and pulls down his pants. A huge cock appears in front of her, and she looks at it with a lustful expression. She holds his large cock and puts it in her mouth. Slurp, slurp, slurp. "Oh yeah, that's good, continue." Dave praised her while he was watching Dylan's face and clearly enjoying it. "Haha, look." Dave smiled at Dylan, whose face was so angry. He didn't expect her to do such a thing, and he was sure that she was being controlled by Donatello. Fuck. Carla was enjoying his cock in her mouth as if it were a lollipop, and Dylan saw it and shouted, "Bastard, what did you do to her?" Since he was a kid, Dylan liked her when he first met her and envied Donatello when she was engaged to him. They said that when Donatello was born, an old man appeared and told them that he would have a bright future, so they should nurture him and raise him well. The old man is mysterious, and his strength was clearly stronger than that of the Turtle King, so they didn't dare ignore his words. Later, when they knew that Donatello didn't have a talent and felt that the old man's prediction was wrong, Dylan tried his best to show off his strength and talent, but the king favored him and completely took Carla to Donatello. He never courted any girl, as he liked Carla very much, but he didn't expect that she was sucking another man's cock in front of him. Dave smiled, and I just let him watch the scene. "You can just stay there and watch this incredible cucking session, ha. I am bored of this game, let's go to the main course." After that, he removes all his clothes and Carla's clothes. He lays on the bed and lets Carla ride on him. Carla positioned her cave on top of his cock, and Dave smiled at Dylan. "Watch this, ha. Arg, stop it, you bastard Donatello," he shouted, but Dave didn't care as Carla pushed her cave on his cock. Arg, Carla screamed in pain as it was her first time, and Dylan, who saw all of this, felt like his world was turning upside down. "Arg, I will kill you." He tried to stand up, but he couldn't move his legs as Dave broke them. Dave ignored him and let Carla move up and down his cock. Plock, plock, plock. Every sound of flesh colliding was like torture to Dylan, but he couldn't do anything as Carla's mind was only filled with lust for Dave. After 20 minutes, they changed positions, and he let her face Dylan while he was fucking her from behind. "Are you thrilled to see the girl you like being fucked by me? Ha, your dick must be hard right now, right?" Dave laughed and continued to poke Dylan's anger and tease him while doing the deed. Dave plows her non-stop while Dylan can see Carla enjoying his thrust. "Ah. Good. More." Carla moaned, and she was filled with desire. She didn't care about anything and only wanted to release the lust inside her. Arg, Dylan was filled with anger and kept supplying Dave with sin points. Dave slapped her butt while plowing her from behind, and Dylan's eyes were full of tears as he was imagining that he was supposed to do that to her. Carla keeps moaning as Dave thrusts his cock at her roughly. After an hour, Dave finishes the session and shoots all his cum in her cave. Carla lay on the ground, satisfied with his performance. She immediately goes to sleep, as she feels tired because of his non-stop attacks. Dylan, on the other hand, didn't have a voice anymore as he shouted many times, but it was to no avail as Dave ignored him. After loading his cum on her, he unplugs his cock in her cave and slaps Dylan's face with his cock with some semen. "Ha, your lovely Carla is tasty and good at the bed, so take care of her for me. You must thank me for my tutorial on how to fuck, and she is now well-oriented, so you will not be disappointed when you have sex later." At least she was now experienced. Dylan's face was full of shame as he looked at Carla's satisfied expression, and Dave even slapped his cock on his face. "Ah, how hateful, you devil." Of course, Dave removed his skill awake from him, and he was already satisfied with bullying Dylan. As a man, it was the worst thing he didn't want to experience, as it can crush any man's pride. He immediately went unconscious out of shame and anger. "Ho, my disciple, I have avenged you, so there is no need to thank me." Dave smiled and immediately left the castle to meet Olivia and her clan. He plans to come back here to get the holy tree from the Turtle Kingdom. Dave stepped forward and appeared in front of them. He appeared out of thin air and stunned the others. Olivia smiled when she saw him, and her father scanned him more seriously. The energy from Dave was strong, and he believed that he was not his match. "Good." He bowed toward Dave and spoke. "Thank you for helping my daughter. If not for you, she would have suffered so much pain. She already suffered so much pain from my huge cock." Dave wanted to say it but refrained himself. Next Dave waved his hands and replied, "She is now my wife, so please don't thank me. Protecting her is my duty, after all." Olivia smiled sweetly and spoke. "My father has already decided to follow you, so please take care of them. I already explained everything to them, and they agreed." Dave nodded and replied, "Of course, I never mistreat my subordinates, and you have already seen that." Olivia nodded, and they all decided to go to the new location of the Rabbit clan to relocate them all. They traveled for 1 hour, and then Dave saw the remaining Rabbit clan members. He estimated that they had a total of 5,000, even though many of them died in the war. The clan leader explained their plan and introduced Dave to them. They were happy that their miss was safe, and now they were relocating to a safe place without worrying about being attacked. In just 30 minutes, they were all ready, and Dave waved his hands, putting them all in his storage space. His small world and the space where he put his items were separated. Dave helped them settle themselves and allowed them to create their own houses anywhere. Olivia was now with Dave in his mansion, and she even planned to have her father stay there, but they refused, as they valued their privacy. Dave smiled, and Olivia's father loved her. Olivia's father's name is Oliver, and her mother is named Sarah. Dave had number 2 help them become accustomed to his technologies and introduce them to the Wolf clan. The fight between the Monkey clan and the Turtle clan paused for a bit because something happened in the Turtle Kingdom. The Turtle Kingdom's king wanted to get treasures for his people and generals. But when he checked the treasury, he found nothing and saw his son sleeping on the floor. He was shocked and noticed a note on the ground. When he read it, he got really mad and yelled like the Monkey King did before. "Arg!" His loud shout echoed, and everyone came to see what happened. They were amazed to find out that their treasury was now empty. The 4th king noticed a paper in the current king's hand and read it. "Thanks for your treasures, as I now have the money to feed my 500 children and 3,000 wives. You know it's hard to support them as my wives were lustful and my children were gluttonous. My name is Master Roshi, and Son Goku is my disciple. Back then, I was so handsome that I even fucked your mothers and grandmas, and I didn't know if any of you were my child, but I appreciate your efforts in accumulating treasures for the future of your aunties and siblings. Don't look for me to say that it was nothing because I know that you are all magnanimous to your father. I was recommended by the king of the monkey race to go here, so I appreciate him and treat him well, my children. Farewell." Everyone's faces turned green as they realized they had been played by both master and disciple. The king, angered, finally made a decision. "Awaken our first king." Dave, who was cuddling with Olivia, heard the system notifications. He smiled as he gained another batch of sin points. Ding! You gained sin points. Wrath plus 100,000, 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 Wrath plus 100,000. Dave's sin points continued to rise, now totaling 800 million. The points kept coming, making him happy, and he then began a session with Olivia. The Turtle King woke up his son and asked what happened, but he only looked at them with a blank expression. He realized that Master Roshi had cheated him to steal their treasures. He explained everything to them, making them even angrier. The 4th king planned to kill him. He didn't care that he was the son of the current king because he deemed him useless, and his actions would surely damage the clan. No one stopped him, they only looked at Donatello with anger and pity. He punched his head, but a huge light protected him and teleported him out of the place. They were shocked and didn't know what happened. Dave's intuition was right, protagonists are hard to kill. No one knew where Donatello was, but from now on, his fate changed. In the Monkey Kingdom, the king received a message that the turtle race was planning to awaken their first king. This decision was prompted by the theft of their treasury, and they suspected the Monkey Kingdom of seeking revenge. The king was angered, feeling that they were being framed just like what had happened to the Turtle Kingdom. Their treasury was stolen, and now they were being accused of the theft. Damn turtle bastards, get ready to awaken our first Monkey King and prepare for war. In a secluded place, a strong man sat on the floor while meditating. His power was formidable, reaching the peak of Heavenly Emperor Sage. His body stood at 5 meters tall, covered in golden fur. Fiery eyes stared out, capable of burning anyone who met their gaze into ashes. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, a knock could be heard, and the man said, "Come in." Crick. The door opened, and the current king of the Monkey Kingdom entered. He knelt in front of the powerful figure and said, "Ancestor, the Turtle Kingdom stole our treasury and the holy fruit. They deny it and even claim that we stole their treasury. Now, they plan to let their first king of the Turtle Clan take action." The current king was ashamed and didn't dare to meet the ancestor's gaze. The man was the first king of the Monkey Clan, known for his brutality, even willing to kill his own clan members when angered. The current king hesitated to seek his help, but the state of war had escalated to a point where only eradication seemed to be the resolution. Useless. The first king glanced at him and remarked, "So the turtle bastards forgot why they hid in their domain for so long, huh?" The first king glanced at him and remarked, "So the turtle bastards forgot why they hid in their domain for so long, huh?" Then he addressed the kneeling king, saying, "You are lucky to have a chance to evolve your bloodline into a rare one. Otherwise, you would have been turned to ashes by now." Standing up, he declared, "Prepare for an all-out war. I will make them understand the terror of our monkey race." The current king left immediately to commend everyone for the impending all-out war. Ding! 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 The sound of a bell echoed through the Monkey Kingdom, signaling the emergence of their first king from seclusion. In the Turtle Kingdom, the first king of the Turtle Kingdom observed the location of the Monkey Kingdom, understanding the significance of the bell tolling. He was already aware of the events unfolding outside, but he refrained from leaving until his best friend emerged from seclusion. A smile played on his lips as he mumbled, "Looks like you finally want to make a move, huh?" After that, he disappeared from his position. Dave stayed in his space world for a day, indifferent to the events unfolding in the Turtle and Monkey Kingdoms. His sin points continued to rise, reaching an impressive 9 billion sin points. Dave was content and felt like life was treating him well. He reveled in the fruits of his hard work. Accompanied by his cute wife, Olivia, Dave rested while his subordinates and new members worked on the construction of buildings. During a moment when Olivia was feeding him grapes, she asked, "Are you going to act right now?" Dave nodded and replied, "Yes, but don't worry about me. I'll only take that holy tree and plant it here. It's the best opportunity to steal it since the king of the turtle is leaving his lair to fight." Dave had shared his plan with Olivia before. Although Olivia nodded, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried about him. Dave was a strong and reliable man, but her concern was natural. After kissing her lips, Dave reassured her, saying, "Don't worry about me. They say that bad grass is hard to kill, hee hee." After calming her down, he disappeared into his space world and entered Donatello's room. Scanning the area, he realized Donatello was not there, and he didn't know his whereabouts. Concealing himself, Dave walked through the castle, seeking information about the location of the first king based on intelligence he had gathered from Donatello earlier. While moving, he noticed Carla and Dylan walking together as if nothing had happened. The events between the three remained undisclosed, as Dylan managed to keep the matter hidden from everyone. Despite his severe injuries, Dylan used a potion he had in his space ring to heal himself and assist Carla. Although he resented not being the first one with her, Dylan still loved Carla and wanted to help her heal. Carla, in her traumatized state, began to calm her emotions, and despite the shock, Dylan provided comfort. Dylan's injuries healed, allowing him to walk properly as he took care of Carla after their ordeal. They were talking silently, and Dave followed secretly to see the art he created. He heard what they were saying. "Are you sure you can accept me even if I am not a virgin anymore?" Carla said with a shy expression, but she felt really satisfied with how Donatello fucked her, but she didn't want him to get suspicious. She didn't know why, but she enjoyed it even though her body was not in her control, and it was so thrilling and memorable. The huge cock was appearing in her mind, and she could not help but miss it. Dylan nodded and steeled his heart. "Don't worry about that. I love you, and I know that Donatello put you in an evil spell, so you did that. "Don't worry, I will kill him if I see him again." He swore in his heart as he cursed Donatello to the bottom of his heart. He loves Carla, and he is willing to forget anything about her. Dave, who was hearing what they said, smiled and mumbled, "Looks like I need to cuck many men out there, as it can make their relationship stronger." He now had a new motivation as he saw that he could help society by encouraging lovers to have a good relationship and be close to each other. "I am a good person." Dave strode forward, and he finally gained the information he wanted as he hypnotized one of the soldiers he saw along the way. He said that the place of the holy tree is in the center of their castle. There is a large pond there, and the holy tree was planted in the middle of the pond. That place is also their first king's seclusion place, but he already left his place as he is preparing to fight against the first Monkey King. As Dave is walking, he decides to raise his level to be secure in his plan. Power level, middle tier Heavenly King Sage LV, 20 horsepower, 55,000 MP, 85,000 exp, 0512 million STR, 2100 AGI, 2380 int, 2700 sin points, 9 billion. Ding. You leveled up to level 21, minus 521 million. Ding. You leveled up to level 22, top tier Heavenly King Sage, minus 1,024 million. Ding. You leveled up to level 23, minus 2,048 million. Ding. You leveled up to level 24, peak tier Heavenly King Sage, minus 4,096 million. Total sin points, 1,320 million. Dave could feel his power tripled, much like before, and he now had the confidence to face a top-tier Heavenly Emperor Sage without relying on his skills, relying solely on his pure strength. Assured of the success of his stealing plan, Dave was ready to execute it. With the Holy Tree currently unguarded, he estimated a 90% chance of success. Even if the Turtle King were present, Dave was confident in his ability to fight and escape if necessary. Within just 5 minutes, he arrived at the location of the Holy Tree. Before him stood a 10-meter tree, radiating a dazzling light with 5 fruits hanging from its branches, though they were far from being ripe. A protective formation surrounded the Holy Tree, a complex puzzle only solvable by a 3-star formation master. It was designed to thwart any attempts at theft. Dave smirked, realizing that the Turtle King must have placed great confidence in this formation, assuming not many in the beast's world knew of formations. The water formation around the Holy Tree, designed to drown or kill intruders, posed no challenge to Dave. He didn't need to deactivate the formation. Loopholes in this shabby defense were apparent to him. He realized how important to know formations. As Dave confidently approached the tree, he heard a cry and noticed a cage nearby containing a woman. He was taken aback by her beauty, feeling as though his soul was being drawn towards her, only saved by his strong willpower. Dave checked his status. Bell race, mermaid age, 200 bloodline, warm mermaid, legendary, locked, power, low tier Heavenly Emperor Sage skills, mimicry, hypnosis, water magic HP, 55,000 MP, 78,000 STR, 2,100 AGI, 2,280 int, 2,500 description, the missing princess of the mermaid clan. Dave was shocked to see a beautiful mermaid there. In his previous life, there were many shows on TV about mermaids. They said that mermaids were all beautiful and alluring. Their voices could soothe your feelings and emotions. Dave looked at her and was curious why she was there. She was beautiful even when she was crying. She didn't have a foot, but she had her mermaid tail. She had smooth brown hair and crystal dark green eyes. Her skin was white, and she emitted an otherworldly charm. Dave saw that she was 200 years old and guessed that she could still be considered a teenager in the beast world. Belle was stunned as she never expected that someone would come here other than that old turtle. She looked at him and was stunned to see how handsome he was. She stopped crying, wiped her tears, and looked at him curiously. In her clan, there were many handsome men, but none of them could compare to him, and he had the aura that could make any woman fall for him. Even she was attracted to him at first glance. Even so, she looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you? Are you that bastard turtle subordinate?" Dave knew that she was imprisoned here and replied, "I am not his subordinate, and you can see that I am a human. I'm just here to steal this tree because that turtle already left." Belle was stunned and didn't expect that someone had the guts to steal this tree. She looked at him and saw that he was not lying. The mermaid clan had the skill to decipher whether anyone was lying or stating the truth. Dave asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Belle introduced herself. "I am Belle, the princess of the mermaid clan. When I was a kid, I liked to play outside everywhere in our mermaid empire. We, mermaids, can be classified as a royal sea race as we rule many parts of the sea. One day, An old turtle was recruited by my auntie and said that he would be my bodyguard for now. But when we went outside, he abducted me and brought me to his turtle kingdom. My family didn't know where I was and thought that I died together with the turtle bodyguard." She paused and continued, "When I woke up, I realized that I was abducted by the turtle and plotted by my aunt for her daughter to be in the next line in the ruling. I didn't have any siblings, so they were sure that I would be the next queen. The old turtle abducted me to get a mermaid tear from me to fasten the ripening time of the holy tree. I can only produce 1 drop of tears every 10 years, and he imprisoned me here for many years. The strength of the turtle clan is stronger than the monkey clan now, but the first turtle king didn't tell this to anyone as he was secretly accumulating powerful subordinates in the shadows. Now that they are at war, I guess that they are planning to kill the monkey clan for good." Even though she was locked here, the turtle was telling her some story about what happened here as they were the only ones there. The turtle bastard didn't dare to take advantage of her because he knew that the mermaid princess would kill herself, as the purity of a mermaid is important to them. They can only lose it if they get married, and it is a tradition for them. They can't get married until they reach 200 years old. She didn't know why she told Dave a lot about her because she wanted to talk to someone too. She was lonely here, and she could not escape this place. "Can you help me escape?" Dave was amused at how cunning the Turtle King was inside as the monkey clan would suffer their demise. Looks like he didn't need to personally avenge Olivia and her clan, as their death was set in stone. He looked at her and said, "I can take you out of here, but what can I get from it?" He was not a saint, so he would not do things without benefiting from them. Belle knew that he couldn't help her without exchanging something. She didn't have anything right now, as she was imprisoned here for a long. "I don't have anything in me," she sighed as she was pitiful, being locked here for so long. Dave's passion for helping beautiful girls rose again, but he stopped himself and saw if he could get some benefits. Even if she didn't say it, he would help her because she looked pitiful. Being imprisoned for many years was torturous for such an innocent lady. Dave smirked and replied, "I can take you out of here if you become my wife. What do you think?" Dave's face was thick as he said it directly. Since she was beautiful, it was a pity not to take advantage of the situation. She was truly beautiful, and her charm was different from other women he had because her eyes could suck souls if you stared at them. Belle was stunned by his words and looked at him with a wary look. "I thought that he was a good person." She knew that she was a beauty, and many were lusting for her, but she didn't have a choice right now as she wanted to leave this place. She was contemplating the pros and cons. She was already at the age of marriage, and if she managed to get back to her clan, she didn't know if she could still find an opportunity like this once the war had ended. She might die in old age being in this cage or exhaust her energy to death. She looked at his handsome face, and she admitted that she had a good impression of him, and she had a feeling that he would change her life. Dave saw her expression and smiled at her. His handsome face and calm composure made him look like a prince of the night. "Don't worry, even I am not entirely a good person, I keep my promises, and I have principles. When I first saw you, I was attracted to your beauty, and when you told me your story, I couldn't help but pity your situation and could not help but want to protect you for life. That's why I want you to be with me so that I can protect you every day and every minute." Belle was stunned, and she blushed, as she never expected him to confess to her. She did not have experience with such things, and she could feel her heart beating faster. "He wants to protect me?" She suddenly felt guilty thinking that Dave just wanted her body, but he had good intentions. "I'm ashamed of myself." She didn't expect that she would judge a good man easily without thinking of his reason. Dave saw that she got caught in his confession, and there were some lies and truths about his words. He was truly attracted to her, and it was a pity to let her go just like that, and he wanted to protect her. "If you agree, I promise to love you, and I will never mistreat you." Dave smiled and swore in the sky. "If I didn't follow my promise, I would be struck by lightning to death." A heavenly oath appeared, and it shocked Belle. She didn't expect him to be sincere enough to swear an oath. Swearing an oath is a serious thing, and it can kill someone if they don't obey their words. As for Dave, he didn't fear the heavenly oath because his soul was different and was not bound by this universe. "Did I deserve this?" she thought to herself, and Dave was so sincere that she was moved by his actions. Belle has trust issues as she was fooled by her aunt when she was a child, but seeing his sincere attitude, her heart softened. Belle bit her lip before she nodded, and she said, "I agree, please take care of me." She was shy and nervous, and she felt that she was also confessing her interest in him. Dave smiled, and it was the power of being handsome. In reality, if an unattractive man proposes to help you willingly, the woman will reject it as they will think that he has bad intentions. Meanwhile, if a handsome man helps you but with a condition, they will agree without a doubt as they would not lose anything to it, and the handsome man looks more reliable. They will think that the guy is a gentleman. That is the reality where looks are the basis of a person being considered trustworthy. Many deny it, but based on many experts, it would only take 4 seconds for you to realize that you have a crush on a person when you see them. Dave was confident in his looks, and he was sure that the reader right now would envy him if he were in the novel. Dave looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, you are in good hands." After that, he removed the formation that kept her locked. With a wave of his hands, the shabby formation easily broke down. The formation was so poorly constructed that he could destroy it even with his eyes closed. Belle's power reached the low-tier Heavenly Emperor level, even though she was locked here because of her legendary bloodline. A legendary bloodline was so rare that if it became known, there might be a huge war just to eliminate her. However, her bloodline was so hidden that no one had detected it. If she had been free, she must have already reached the saint level or higher given her talent and extraordinary background as a princess. After breaking down the formation, there was no barrier separating the two. Dave walked forward to her. Belle was amazed at how easily he destroyed the formation and realized that he had knowledge of formations. Impressed by his skills, she understood that not everyone can focus on cultivation while also learning formations. She knew that the guy was strong, even though he wasn't showing it off, as he entered this place easily. Dave held her waist and carried her because she couldn't walk due to her tail. He looked at her red face and asked, "Can you manifest a foot to walk?" Belle was shy, having been carried by Dave, and she could feel his muscles as their bodies touched. Her face turned red, and she didn't dare look into his blue eyes, sensing a power that could charm any woman. Never having had physical contact with any other guy, her mind was filled with various scenes. Is this love? She wondered before calming her emotions. Belle replied, "I can walk, but I didn't have the energy to sustain it as I was caged here and had no choice but to produce the mermaid tears. It consumes so much energy to produce a drop of it." Dave nodded and said, "You can stay in my small world for now, and I will talk to you later after my mission here." Small world? Belle was confused, but Dave explained it to her. Belle was stunned but nodded, trusting her instincts. Dave had already informed Olivia to accompany her and help stabilize her mind. Olivia didn't expect him to bring another woman, but she was not resentful. Instead, she was delighted to have someone to talk to while Dave was not around. Having multiple wives was normal in the beast world, so she was not against it. She was even delighted because she finally found a helper to tame him in bed. Dave never tired out, leaving her exhausted, and she hoped Belle could keep up. Dave waved his hands, and a light covered Belle as she disappeared from the place. Dave smiled, feeling like he now needed to search for a phoenix or a dragon wifey. Maybe one day he can fuck the moon goddess. Cuckoo on my mind. Dave gazed at the holy tree, uncertain of how to transport it. The energy surrounding the holy tree was enticing, and the aroma of its fruit wafted through the air, filling it with a delicious scent. "Truly a treasure," he exclaimed, admiring the scene. The desire to steal the tree intensified, fueled by the belief that the turtle didn't deserve such a precious treasure. He turned to his system, inquiring, "System, how can I take this tree?" Ding. The system can take this tree and plant it wherever you want in your small world. Sin points required, 1 billion. Dave acknowledged that the system was a bit of a money grabber, but he was willing to accept it. The holy tree could contribute to Draco and Blizzard's bloodline evolution, as well as benefit Olivia and Belle. Draco's bloodline was still locked, and Dave wasn't aware of its level, but he believed it might be on par with or even surpass Blizzard's. Sin points, 1,320,000,000, deducting 1,000,000,000, ding. You can now choose where you want to implant it. Dave observed the reduction in his sin points, with some remaining in storage. He had spent 5 days in the beast's world, and with only 6 days left before the competition, he aimed to ensure the well-being of his girlfriends and father. Dave decided to replant the tree in the backyard of his mansion, intending to set up formations later for added protection. As the holy tree vanished, the surroundings began to shake and crumble, catching Dave off guard. It seemed that the tree was supporting the stability of the area. Before departing, he retrieved a treasure stolen from the Monkey Kingdom and left it on the ground. With a smile, he disappeared. Hee. Outside the castle, the appearance of the Turtle King shocked everyone as he engaged in a fierce battle with the first Monkey King. To their surprise, the Turtle King had advanced in his cultivation, putting the Monkey King at a disadvantage. The Turtle King also revealed his hidden forces, summoning 10 mysterious clanmates whose strength was on par with other Monkey Kings, leaving everyone in shock. The war turned into a gruesome display of power, and the turtle forces slaughtered many monkey race soldiers. "Ha! This will be the end of your race. I've tolerated enough for our previous friendship, but you dare to attack my clan," the first Turtle King gloated, delivering a powerful punch that sent the first Monkey King crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the surroundings, and the onlookers witnessed their castle crumbling on its own. Boom! Boom! Amidst the chaos, the first Turtle King, still in the heat of battle, shouted, "Lock the whole kingdom and don't let anyone leave or they will be killed." He roared with rage, realizing that the holy tree he had guarded for years had been stolen. With quick thinking, he understood that the disappearance of the holy tree was responsible for the castle's collapse, as it had been supporting the core of the structure. Shit! He cursed, also fearing the consequences of the mermaid princess's potential death, as she was his source of mermaid tears. Dave, who was already away from them, keeps receiving sin points. Ding! You gain sin points. Wrath plus 1 million, 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 wrath plus 1 million. Wow! Dave smiled, reveling in the chaos he had caused. Two clans were now unknowingly harboring resentment toward him, their hatred diligently collected by his system. The prospect of staying longer in the beast's world thrilled him. After some contemplation, Dave entered his small world and found Belle peacefully sleeping on the bed. Recognizing that she needed the rest, he left her undisturbed. Olivia was engrossed in playing games, and he decided not to disturb her either. Teleporting to the location where he planted the holy tree, Dave examined it and estimated that it would take 10 years for the fruit to ripen, according to the system. Is there any way to speed up the maturation process? He was eager to see the results sooner than the projected timeline. Ding! You can use mermaid tears or buy holy fertilizer from the system. Dave sighed, growing accustomed to the system's methods. How much? 500 million. And it will shorten the time of ripening to 3 days. Buy it. Ding! Holy fertilizer acquired. Holy fertilizer, 1x. Dave held a bag of fertilizers in his hands and skillfully splashed it onto the ground. Now, all he needed to do was wait for 3 days before the 5 fruits ripened. Unconcerned about the 500 million sin points spent on the fertilizer, Dave's sin points continued to rise at a rapid pace. He felt as if he were becoming rich once again. Additionally, Dave had made a promise to Belle to help her find her parents and her empire. Relaxing on the sofa, Dave decided to indulge in watching the latest episode of Dragon Ball. Just as he was engrossed in the show, Olivia entered the room and embraced him. Dave smiled, realizing that Olivia had become accustomed to being with him. "You brought in a new woman, but you can't make any moves on her, hee hee. Are you sad?" Olivia teased him, and Dave smirked. "Looks like you volunteered to be her substitute, hee hee. You'll witness the might of my dragon with balls." After that, they start their new session again. Dave never gets tired of Olivia as she is perfect in bed and her big chest is his favorite thing to play with. Belle, who was just near them both, didn't know that two figures were fucking near her as she was sleeping sweetly. Of course, Dave created a sound barrier for her to not see them, but he didn't even care if she saw them both as she would be the next one to experience it. The next morning, Belle opened her eyes and saw that she was still in the room. "I have slept well," she murmurs as she feels refreshed as it is her first time sleeping without worrying about her surroundings. She rubbed her eyes and saw a movement from the side. She was shocked by what she saw and her face blushed. Next, shameless, her energy is now restored so she can now manifest a foot and walk. Dave originally only created a sound barrier so she could see everything except hear the moans. She saw Dave on top of Olivia and moving his hips at a rapid pace. She can also see his big cock which was penetrating Olivia's cave. She can see clearly how Olivia is enjoying it. What? When she met Olivia, she initially thought that Olivia was kind and innocent. However, she later learned that Olivia was also Dave's lover. Despite this revelation, they became close as Olivia shared her own story, and Belle discovered they had faced similar situations. Their bond strengthened, and Olivia treated her like a sister. Now, seeing her behave like that makes her shy and confused. Dave, who was plowing Olivia, smiled at her and decided that it was now time to taste a mermaid. He pushed his cock for the last time as he cummed inside Olivia. Oh! Olivia's face was lewd, and she fell to the sofa because she was tired of his attacks all night. Dave removes the sound barrier, goes to Belle, and hugs her waist. He smirked and teased her, "Do you want to try? My beautiful Belle?" Belle swallowed her saliva as she could see his big cock pointing at her as if it were excited. Belle was shy, but Dave silently released his incubus aura, and Belle's mind suddenly imagined dirty things. Her face was red, but Dave kissed her lips, and he pushed her back onto the bed. Dave removed her clothes and caressed her breast while he was kissing her. Belle moaned as she felt hot in her body. Her cave is getting wet, and she is excited because of his caress. She had already given up her resistance because she felt lustful when she was near Dave. She already made up her mind to treat Dave as her husband, and she knew that it was her obligation to satisfy him. Even so, she felt that they were pacing fast, but she only resigned and let Dave dominate. 2 minutes later, Dave already removed her clothes as he positioned his cock in her wet cave. Belle had a flushed face, and her body was excited and sensitive due to his touches and kisses. Dave smiled and said, "It will be a bit painful, so bear with it for now. I promise it will be good." Belle nodded and closed her eyes. She didn't expect that she would experience it with the man she met for only a day, but she wanted to trust him as she felt that her decision was right. Dave pushes her cock slowly, and it fits her cave perfectly. Belle was in pain, and red blood could be seen flowing on her legs, so Dave didn't move and let her become accustomed. Dave was filled with pleasure as her cave was so tight, and after 30 seconds, he started to move his hips. Plock. 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 Dave moves while Belle is moaning, and the pain disappears as only pleasure fills her mind. So big she kept moaning, and Dave didn't expect that she was very loud when being fucked. Her voice made him get more excited, so he fasted moving. Plock. 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 They stayed in that position for an hour, then Belle started to ride his cock. Her mind is in chaos, and she wants to vent the lust she accommodated in her body. Dave didn't expect that this innocent mermaid could be bold and wild when in bed. She kept moving and moaning, and Dave just laid there and let her move. They had sex for 3 hours, and Dave and Belle tried many positions and even faced the sleeping Olivia. After that, he shoots all his cum on her, and she is tired, so she lays on the bed. Belle enjoys their session, and she hugs Dave even though his cock is still plugged into her cave. Dave wanted to rest, but he saw Olivia wake up, hold his cock, and unplug it out of Belle's cave. She licked it and looked at him with a seductive look. Dave smiled and said, "Here we go again." Dave didn't care about what happened outside, as he had sex with the 2 women for a day without a stop. They kept asking him to fuck them both, and they never got tired. Of course, Dave will not be lost easily and plows them until they surrender, as their cave is sore because of his non-stop plowing. The next morning, Dave and the ladies woke up and they were eating at the table together with Olivia's parents. The cute Fenrir is also eating, and Dave suddenly misses Draco, who almost consumed his stocks. He decided to give the holy fruit to Blizzard first, as he can get 5 new holy fruits 2 days later. After eating, he gives the holy fruit to Blizzard as it can make her bloodline stronger. He didn't know if she could reach higher than the Queen's bloodline. Blizzard looks at the fruit Dave gave him and eats it. Dave smiles and observes what would happen. Blizzard didn't feel anything, but she suddenly fell to the ground as she lost consciousness. Dave lifted her and asked if she was sleeping. He asked the system, what happened to her? Answering the host, she is undergoing the evolution process, and no one knew when she would wake up, but this is required for her to grow further. Dave is now reassured and immediately puts her in a bed and lets her lie on it. He was sure that she was safe here, so he decided to do what he promised to Belle. The war between the 2 clans did not matter to him anymore, as they just keep supplying sin points to him. His sin points were now 9 billion again because he keeps receiving the wrath of the turtle race. Most of them are from the old turtle, as he stole his tree and the mermaid. Dave asked Belle where their empire was, and she said that she didn't remember where it was as she was abducted when she was a child. Dave planned to use their dream to send her parents a message like what he did to Olivia, but the system said that he can't because the power of her parents surpasses him by a large margin. Dave realizes how strong an empire was. He was sure that there are many stronger races in the beast's world, so he plans to stay low-key for now. As they were pondering where to start, Olivia's father suddenly reveals to him information that there is a person who knows many places in the beast's world, so maybe this person can help. Dave asked who it was, and Oliver said that it was the Queen of the Butterfly Kingdom. The Butterfly Kingdom can be reached in a day, and it is near the Turtle Kingdom. The Butterfly Kingdom is a neutral kingdom that never participates in a war and only focuses on itself. The men in the Butterfly Kingdom had no power, as it was a matriarchal clan and the one who ruled it was their queen. The men's purpose there is just for reproduction and physical work, so they can be considered a slave. Dave was astonished as suddenly felt that this place is where he would excel, as he was good at taming women. Olivia looked at Dave and suddenly felt that he was up to something. Belle also feels this way, but Dave coughed and replied, "It is for Belle, so don't get me wrong." Dave's face was thick, but their looks of doubt made him ashamed and wanted to laugh. Dave was in the beast's world for 7 days and he only had 5 days, so he plans to finish his mission. Dave brought Olivia and Belle out as they walked to the Butterfly Kingdom. Dave was excited to plow a butterfly woman. In the Butterfly Kingdom, there is a beautiful figure with 2 pairs of colorful wings on her back. She had a height of 5 feet 8 inches tall, and she had a perfect curve that can make any man drool. She had a rainbow eye, and her beauty can be on par with Rose and Lena. As she was looking at the reports about the war happening in the monkey and turtle race, she suddenly felt a chill and felt like someone was targeting her. As Dave and the ladies were walking towards the Butterfly Kingdom, they met many bandits of different races, but they easily solved it as they were weak compared to them. Dave already saved some ladies who were abducted by them. They said that the bandits killed their entire village and abducted them to sell them as a slave. Dave plans to make them a maid, so he offers them the job and they don't refuse as they don't know what they are going to do now. He offered them a job and shelter, so they didn't refuse. There are a total of 20 ladies, and they come from different races. Dave brought them to his world and then continued their traveling towards the Butterfly Kingdom. A day later, Dave saw a majestic place and saw many butterfly women walking around while many males are in a collar and treated as a slave. Dave brings back the ladies as he can infiltrate easily if he acted alone, and the ladies knew it, so they nodded as they went inside his small world. Dave concealed himself and passed through the gate. Dave's eyes were shining as he could see that every woman here is beautiful, and he was tempted to put this race in his harem, but he cleared his thoughts as he strode forward. He tries to collect information from them as it was not good to do the mission without a concrete plan. As he was walking, he suddenly heard them talking excitedly about something. Did you know that our queen was now finally planning to choose her mate, and many soldiers in the kingdom were rotating the whole kingdom to look for a handsome and worthy man to be her partner? Many females sigh in pity as they look at whose man will be chosen. Too bad, the chosen partner will be killed after he planted seeds on our queen. Dave was stunned and didn't expect that their tradition is brutal to the point of killing the man who fuck her. Dave now realizes why there are not many handsome men here in the Butterfly Kingdom, as some of them were treated as private toys while some were killed. Dave continued to walk forward and saw 5 females who wore majestic uniforms and heard what they were talking about. It's hard to look for a handsome male here for our queen, as some of them were hidden by others as their property. They sigh as they knew that handsome men in the kingdom were rare now and treated as a trophy. The butterfly race didn't accept any race and only accepted their kin to be their partner. Every queen in the kingdom has a tradition that they must kill their partner after copulating, as they can become a bad influence on the queen in ruling the kingdom. Their queen will pick up her mate, so everyone in the kingdom tried to hide their handsome pets and many soldiers were looked everywhere in the kingdom. Dave, who was hearing this, smiled. Then he changed his face and a butterfly wing appeared on his back. His face changed, but it was still handsome, but his eyes remained blue. His height reached 5 feet 9 inches tall and his body was still muscular. He changes his clothes into a simple ones and covers himself with a black robe. Dave walks forward while covering his face and bumps into the guards. The guards were stunned and didn't expect that someone would bump into them, but Dave's cover flew because of bumping into them and revealing his handsome face. The guards who were about to attack him stopped and looked at each other. They never saw a man this handsome before and they were tempted to not bring him to the queen. Dave acted scared and tried to run, but they immediately immobilized him and sealed his power. Of course, with his real power, he can remove this, but he needed to act as if it was part of his plan. The ladies touched him everywhere and then touched his pants and were shocked to feel that his dragon was so big. Every one of them plans to hide him from the queen to taste him, but they heard a giggle behind them. I didn't expect to see a handsome man here, haha. You can now become my pet. The female soldiers saw a beautiful woman who was wearing revealing clothes. She is a tall woman as her height reaches 6 feet 0 inches and she has pink hair. Her eyes were black, and her sexy curve can make any man fall for her. The soldiers were stunned, and they salute her. Madam, she was the former queen and the mother of the current queen, but she liked to be called madam. Many respected her as she ruled the kingdom for many years, and no one dared to attack or bully their clan when she was ruling it. She is a good ruler. But the problem was she liked to keep and collect handsome men as a toy. She also didn't have a good relationship with her daughter as she likes to control her completely, but the current queen didn't like being manipulated even though she was her mother. She looked at the soldiers and said in disdain, "You plan to hide this handsome man from that bitch? Well, you are not qualified to have him, so get lost as he is mine." The soldiers were scared and immediately dispersed as they were scared to be punished. Dave already scanned this woman and saw that her name is Helen, and she had the strength of a top-tier heavenly emperor sage. Dave acts like he was scared and begged, "Please don't give me to the queen as she will kill me." Helen scanned him and saw how handsome he was, and even she was astonished at how perfect his body was. She was drooling imagining him fucking her, so she smiled and replied, "Of course, but you will become my slave." Dave smirked inside and nodded as he acted pitifully. Helen immediately holds his hands, then they both disappear in the place. After they left, a woman who was hiding in the dark saw all of this and said, "Finally, a handsome man who can become worthy of my body." She was the current queen of the Butterfly Kingdom. She was always monitoring her mother as she always acted suspiciously, and she knew that she didn't want her to be the next queen, but she didn't have a choice as she was her only child. Her power is also now at peak tier heavenly emperor sage, so she can't do anything to her even though she hates her. She wanted to change their tradition and didn't want to look for a mate, but when she saw Dave, she changed her mind. She never saw a handsome man like him and she felt that he was something special. Dave was brought to a pink room, and he saw many sexy outfits hanging and lying everywhere. Dave knew what she plans to do, and she thought that Dave cannot do anything as his power is sealed and his power is below him. Dave's power level may be at peak tier Heavenly King Sage, but his true power can be on par with a top tier Heavenly Emperor Sage with just a brute force, and he can kill a peak tier of it if he uses his skills. Helen tied him up in the bed and then she removed her clothes. Dave saw how alluring her figure was and she was sexy even though she was already a mother. Dave never tasted a mother before, but it can be gained as an experience for him, so he acts like he was a loyal pet. Helen was satisfied with his reaction and then she removes his clothes and is stunned to see a massive cock. She already saw many big cocks before, but his cock was the best and the largest she saw in her entire life. She was happy that she saw him before her bitch daughter. She immediately touches his muscles and abs and kisses his lips. Dave just let it dominate and went along the way. She was good at kissing, then her hand slowly went down towards his cock. She held his cock and saw that it was not aroused. It was big even though it was not aroused, so she was tempted to ride it. She moved her hands up and down while kissing him and then Dave's cock suddenly rose as her hands were good. Dave said in his head, "It was good to be fucked by an experienced woman." After 3 minutes of giving him a handjob, she immediately went down and put his cock in her mouth. She sucked it while looking at Dave with a seductive face. Dave can feel the pleasure as his power was sealed. If he chooses not to seal it, she can't even make his cock stand up as she was the controller of lust. Dave wanted a new experience, so he let her be arrogant for now. She sucked his cock, but she suddenly felt bored as she couldn't even make him come. All her slaves before come in just a minute, but this man is different. She already tried many techniques she had, but he still didn't come. Her mouth was already sore as his cock was so big. She decided to start the main course as she suddenly positioned her cave on top of his cock and then went down. Even though she was not a virgin anymore, his cock was massive, and she felt like her cave was being torn apart. She started to move up and down and she moaned in ecstasy. Yes, she moves non-stop, but Dave's face was plain and he suddenly got bored by this, so he decided to make his move. He unseals the seal in his body and uses space swap and their position suddenly changes. Helen was now being tied while Dave was on top of Helen. The sudden change of situation stunned Helen as she didn't know what happened, but she saw her powers were sealed and her body was tied. She saw Dave smirk at her and said, "I will show my mightiness, my lovely Helen." Dave pushed his cock on her cave harder and faster. Plock. 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 Helen moaned as his thrust was getting faster and fiercer. Dave moved non-stop and didn't care about her moaning as he used his incubus form and his height changed to 3 meters and his cock enlarged more. Helen's face was red as she felt his cock was getting bigger than before and she felt like she would die because of it. Dave didn't care as he fucked her non-stop and Helen was now begging for him to stop. Dave didn't care as he released his lust skills on her and she is now enjoying it. The room was filled with moans and the sound of flesh colliding. 1 hour later, Dave finished his session with her and he almost fucked her to death. Dave absorbs many sin points from dual cultivating with her as she had the strength of a top-tier heavenly emperor. He slaps her and she wakes up from sleeping. Dave asked her many questions and she answered him as her mind was now being controlled by him. Dave knew where the queen could be located, and he asked for much information about the kingdom. He learned that the new queen was a young one but her strength rises at a rapid pace so she cannot control her. Dave immediately puts her to sleep and then walks outside the room with tattered clothes. This room was inside the castle, so the room of queen was near there. He looks like he was raped, and many saw him. Everyone's eyes lit up as he was handsome even, he looked like that, but they suddenly saw a woman behind Dave, and they were scared. Dave already felt that she was trying to observe what was happening outside the room but he reinforced the barrier so she cannot see it. He acted pitiful and looked like molested to start his final plan. The queen immediately waved her hands, then they both disappeared from the place. Dave smiled as he knew that his plan was now working. Dave appeared in front of a small room, and he guessed that it was the queen's room. Dave scanned the beautiful woman and was astonished at how unique the color of her eyes and wings were. Grace, race, butterfly bloodline, rainbow butterfly, epic, gender, female, age, 28, power level, peak tier heavenly emperor sage skill, poison, paralysis, cocoon of death, death goddess blessing HP, 65,000 MP, 90,000 STR, 2,200 AG, 2,680 int, 3,000 description. Current Queen of Butterfly Kingdom blessed by the goddess of death. Dave was stunned as he didn't expect to see here a person who was blessed by a god. He now knew why her strength reaches that level fast and he needed to be more cautious of her. Dave acted like he didn't know what happened, so Grace looked at him and said, "You know, I hate being married to someone that I will also kill after having sex, but when I saw you, I felt that you were something." Dave knew how strong the intuition of a woman is. He knew that they were like detectives and strange. He remembers when a man and a woman fight, The woman becomes historical instead of hysterical as she will start to make the man remember all the mistakes he made just to say something. Dave acted like he didn't know what happened, but Grace suddenly attacked him with a punch. Boom. Dave dodges but he can feel the energy of death coming from her. He didn't know why he attacked him but so he was confused about her actions. Grace smiled and went to sit on the bed and said, "I knew my intuition never got wrong. Who are you? And what are you planning on coming here?" Dave realized that she had been testing him, so Dave smirked, and he didn't want to continue acting. "Well, you are the first ever to see my disguise. How did you know?" Grace looked at him and answered, "I have the power of death and I can see every life force of people I saw." "Your life force didn't belong to my butterfly race." Dave was stunned as he didn't expect that his concealment had this flaw. "System, how can I remove that flaw?" Answering the host, leveling up your concealment skills, or comprehending life or death magic. The system answered him straightforwardly and Dave knew that it was his only way. Life and death magic can be considered supreme magic as they are hard to learn. Dave smirked and removed his disguise. This look came back to its original form and Grace can't help but be in a daze as she never thought that he was more handsome in his original form. Dave saw this but he was used to it and asked, "You already know that I am not from the butterfly race but why do you only say it when I am alone with you?" Grace saw his doubts and answered him, "Well I have a feeling that you can help me in my predicament, so I brought you here. I also feel that you have never been afraid even when I discovered you, so I knew you had some trump cards." Dave was amazed at how good the intuition of a woman is. Dave asked, "What do you need from me?" Grace answered, I hate the system of my butterfly kingdom and I wanted to leave this place. This place is like a cage for me as my dream is to roam the world. I secretly went out when I was a kid to travel to many places and many of my clanmates were looking for me. They never found me in 10 years as I went to many places and met many friends of different races. My life was put at stake many times but I always survived." Grace paused and continued, "Later on, when I was traveling in the wild with my friends, we encountered a cave, and we went inside. I and my friends were astonished because we were transported to a secret realm, and we heard a voice that this is the trial cave of the goddess of death. We were shocked, and my friend and I were excited as we knew that there may be treasures. We didn't expect that the way to win the trial is to kill each other and the sole survivor can get all the rewards." My friends' minds were now filled with greed, and they forgot our friendship for the treasure, and they started to kill each other. I didn't have a choice as I can only kill them to defend myself. The fight continues for 3 days until I am the only one remaining. My body at that time was full of wounds, and I was near the brink of death, but I heard a voice in my head that I won the trial, and I will be chosen as a hero of goddess of death. The voice said that I must serve the goddess of death and I need to kill many people to become stronger. I didn't like to be controlled, that's why I left my kingdom, but I didn't expect that in the end, I was still controlled by others. She sighed as she looked at the handsome face of Dave and continued, "In the end, I choose to go back to my kingdom because I don't want to kill people and I just want to travel around the world. I thought that I could just become an ordinary queen who can continue the tradition, but I saw you and I trust my instinct that you can help me in my predicament." Dave was shocked by her story. He knew that she couldn't lie to him as he had the eye of truth. "I can remove the control of the goddess of death blessing from you, but I don't know if you can accept the process. You must also help me to reach the Mermaid Empire." Grace's eyes lit up as she finally saw hope and asked how he could help her. Dave smirked and replied, "Well, we need to have sex." Grace's eyes suddenly become cold, but Dave shrugged his shoulder and said, "I won't lie to you, but it is the only way." Grace's eyes were full of doubt, but she really doesn't want to be controlled by others and she didn't have a choice right now. "Okay, I can help you to go to the Mermaid Empire as I already go there before. I hope you are not fooling me or I will fight you to death." Dave smiled and assured her, "Don't worry, I will be gentle." Dave hugs her waist and then kisses her lips. Grace was stunned at how he acted immediately as she was not prepared but she suddenly felt lustful in his touch. Of course, he is using his hands of pleasure and incubus aura. Dave continues to caress her body then his hands slowly go on her chest. Dave can feel her nipples getting hard as he is groping her chest. Grace moaned as she can feel her body getting hotter and her cave getting wet. Dave pushed her onto the bed then he removed his clothes. Grace could see how huge his cock and she felt scared as she imagined that thing was penetrating her. Dave didn't mind her shock as he came on top of her and kissed her while slowly removing her clothes. Grace was moaning and her face was red and now she can feel his hands slowly removing her clothes. In a minute, they were now both naked and she felt shy as it was her first time showing her body to a man. Dave was amazed at how flawless her skin was, so he kissed her body until he went down to her cave. Dave smirked and said, "You're already this wet, my lovely Grace." Grace was shy as she knew he was teasing her. Dave immediately licked her cave and inserted his tongue inside. Grace's body felt the pleasure of his tongue and she can't help but hold his hair as her body can feel the ecstasy. After 3 minutes of licking, Dave positioned his cock on her cave and slowly pushed his cock inside her. Arg, she felt pain as it was her first time having sex and she never expected that it was this painful. Dave lets her get accustomed to the pain, then he moves his hips. Plock. 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 Dave is professional in moving his hips so Grace can feel the pleasure in her in just 2 minutes. She comes on his cock but Dave didn't stop as he was moving faster and rougher. Grace can only moan and accept his thrusts and her moan makes him more excited. Plock. 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 Dave plows her non-stop and Grace's face is lewd and her bed is shaking because of his plowing. Dave forgot what he needed here as he was enjoying plowing this prideful woman. She never liked to be under the control of someone, but she was now below him as she can only let him do anything to her. Dave fucked her anywhere in the room and he even let her face the mirror for her to see her lewd face. They had sex for more than 3 hours until Dave realizes that he still had a mission, so he shoots all his cum into her cave. Grace moaned as she could feel the heat of his semen on her cave, and she lay on the bed because she was tired. She looked at Dave and saw how still hard his cock was and felt like he was a sex machine who never get tired. Dave smirked at her and replied, "Want a second round?" Grace's face was red, and she replied in anger, "Second round my ass. You already made my legs sore." Dave smirked and let her rest for now as she was tired from his non-stop plowing. He checks the notification in his system. Ding. You absorbed the goddess of death blessing, so Grace is now freed under her control. Ding. You gained a new blessing, goddess of death. Ding. You gained a new skill under the blessing, goddess of death. You've gained a new skill, death magic. Ding. Sin points earned, dual cultivation, 1 billion, lust, 100,000. Dave saw that he gained a new blessing and skill, but he was curious about how he could upgrade it. System, can I upgrade the blessing I got? He knew that he was out of the control of the gods, so maybe he can make his blessings be on par with the power of its source, the gods. Answering the host, if it's another person, they can't surpass the one who gave them the blessing, but you have the system. When you reach the saint level, you can now upgrade all your blessing as your body can now carry the force it has. Those who were chosen by the gods to become a hero were compatible with the blessings they gave, while the system forcefully absorbs it, so it was unupgradable right now as it can damage your body. When you reach saint level, your body is tougher, and you can now carry its power. Dave learned new knowledge today and he was excited to know that he can upgrade the blessings he got. Dave looked at Grace and saw she was checking her body and she was stunned to feel that she didn't have the shackles that make her uncomfortable anymore. She was happy that Dave didn't lie to her. Dave said, "I already removed your connection with the goddess of death, but you can still use your death power. Next, you must bring me to the Mermaid Empire as it was part of our deal." Grace nodded, but she still felt the ache in her body, so Dave decided to just rest for now. The next morning, Grace and Dave went out of the kingdom to travel toward the Mermaid Empire. The empire was far from this place as they needed 4 days to reach it, but Grace was a traveler, and she knew many people who could help them both to reach the empire in an instant. Dave has already spent 9 days in the beast's world, so it means that 3 days had passed on the spirit continent. He only had 3 days, but it was enough for him to settle his things. They traveled without hindrance and with their speed, they reached the location of Grace's friend who can help them both to reach the empire. Dave can easily travel to any place, but he needed to first be there before. Grace brought him to the forest, and he saw a huge tree in the middle. Grace speaks a few words that Dave cannot understand and the tree suddenly creates a door and Dave is astonished. Grace smiled at him and said, "Only me and my friend know this location." Grace and Dave went forward and then Dave saw many people working together and he realized that it was underground. Dave scanned and saw what clan it was. This clan is called the Space Worm Clan and they are good at creating space portals. There are many kinds of species in the Worm Clan, but these space worms were rare as many mythical beasts were looking for them to work for their empire. Dave didn't expect that Grace knew of them and she was trusted by the Worm Clan as she could go here if she wanted. Grace saw his doubts, so she answered him, "I met their princess when I was traveling outside. Their princess was abducted as they can use her to force the other Space Worm members to work for them, but I and my friends save her, and we gain their recognition." Dave's eyes lit up as he never thought that his luck was good as he met many princesses, misses, and even a queen in this beast world. He was hoping that this space worm princess is a beauty as he can add her to his harem. Grace saw his reaction and she was angered and replied, "You tasted me, then you are also planning to taste a new woman again?" Dave smiled and hugged her waist. "You also enjoy it, and don't deny it. I have many women, but I will never mistreat them. I know you didn't like to be under someone, but if you suddenly wanted to come with me, I will accept you as my wife." Grace's face blushed as she didn't expect that he plans to add her to his harem. They only had sex as it was needed for their deal, but she also realizes that she felt good when she was near Dave. She can feel security when she is with him. Her mind is chaotic right now, so she can't decide. She plans to give back the throne to her mother as the shackles on her are already removed, but she was hesitating whether to come with Dave or continue her dream. Dave saw her hesitation, so he said, "Don't worry, I will not force you, so just take your time." Grace nodded as she brought him to the center of the underground. They reached a huge place and saw many space worms digging in space and creating tunnels that are connected to many places. Space worms didn't have a combat ability, so they are treated as a slave by others. The only thing they can do is to dig in their entire life. Dave was brought by Grace to a huge place, and he saw a woman who was sitting on her throne. Grace suddenly rushed forwards to hug her, and the woman smiled when she saw her again. Of course, it was the princess they saved before, and now she was their new queen. Grace always visits her and sometimes asks her for their portals when she wants to travel. Dave scanned her and saw that her beauty is on par with Grace. She had the same height as Grace, and she had short brown hair. Her eyes are white, and her body is sexy, which makes Dave amazed. She also had a small transparent wing on her back. Dave decided to add her to his harem list. Dave checks her status. Jane race, space worm bloodline, space-time worm, queen locked, gender, female, age, 23, power level, low tier heavenly sage skill, space magic, space shield HP, 25,000 MP, 90,000 STR, 400 OG, 980 int, 900 description. Current queen of Space Worm Clan. Dave was stunned. He saw that she was different from others as she had the good skill and she can be considered an expert in the spirit world, but here, they are just a chopping board for many beasts. Even a newborn here is already a grandmaster, so the gap between the two worlds was big. He was also shocked as he met many people with a special bloodline. He didn't expect that this innocent-looking woman had a queen bloodline, and it can be on par with Blizzard. Her bloodline is too OP as it had the power of time. And it was what Dave wanted to get, as he remembers some of the protagonists that always have the power of time and space. They can travel on time and even stop time if they reach a certain level. Dave asked the system, "Can I also dual cultivate with her to open her bloodline?" Answering the host, "Yes, but you first needed to reach Saint as it was a queen bloodline, and it was different to your new women who only had legendary and below. Blizzard was different as she became your familiar through blood ritual." Dave realized that he needed to become stronger first before he could do the same thing to Jane. Grace introduces Dave to Jane, and Jane was astonished when she saw his face. She immediately blushed and didn't know why she felt that way. She saw many handsome men before, but when she looked at him, she felt that she was being charmed. Of course, it was Dave's innate aura, as he had the sin of lust, and those with weak power can easily be charmed by him. Grace saw how her best friend reacted and felt that Dave did something to her. Dave smiled and immediately steps forward and held her hands. He kissed her hands and said, "It's my pleasure to meet the beautiful queen of the Space Worm Clan." Jane blushes as it was her first time having close contact with a man. She saw that even though he is a human, Grace trusted him, so she also trusted him. Jane replied while stuttering, I'm beautiful?" She looked at Dave with a red face, and Dave replied, "Of course you are beautiful. I even felt that this was love at first sight. When I first saw you, I felt like I finally found someone who can color my world." Dave said sweet words, and Jane blushed as she felt happy that someone was complimenting her. Grace, on the other hand, was irritated with Dave and replied, "You bastard womanizer, don't corrupt my innocent Jane." Dave smiled and replied, "I never lied about my feelings. I like Jane even though I just saw her today." Dave immediately waved his hands, then a gorgeous bracelet appeared in his hands. It was one of the treasures he stole from the Turtle Clan, and this bracelet can protect the user against an attack of Venerable. He keeps receiving sin points from the monkey and turtle race, and he is sure that their all-out war is now starting. He left one artifact he stole in the Monkey Kingdom before he left the rumbling Turtle Kingdom castle. He knew that the Turtle King saw the artifact and he could recognize that it was from the Monkey Kingdom. His sin points are rising at a rapid pace, and it is now 70 billion. He just stores it for now as he still didn't need to raise his power immediately. Dave held Jane's hands and then inserted the bracelet he took from his storage space. Jane's face is getting redder as she can't help but be shy, and her heart is pounding. Dave loved her reaction, and she was so cute that he wanted to bring her down immediately if he didn't have something to do. "Thank you, Dave." She was blushing as she was charmed by how straightforward he is. Grace didn't know, but she felt sour in her heart when she saw how they interacted, but she didn't want to be distracted, so she went to explain why they are here today. "We wanted to take the portal to Mermaid Empire as Dave needed something to do there." Jane nodded as she didn't mind helping her best friend. She also was looking at Dave from time to time, and Dave would only smile at her. System: Can space worms create a portal to another world? Answering the host, "Yes, if they have enough time and the coordinates of the certain plane." Dave now knew why they are treated like that, as they are useful to many empires in the beast's world. They can only hide in their domain as they didn't want to be treated as a slave and they will only obey their leader. Grace and Dave walk together with Jane, but suddenly, an explosion can be heard on the surface. Boom. The explosion can be heard, and a space worm member immediately appeared near Jane and said, "Your Majesty, the Eagle clan located our domain and now they are planning to infiltrate it. They keep attacking the tree and it is estimated that in 5 minutes, they can destroy it." Everyone is panicking and Dave can see the worries of Jane. He knew that even when he helped them to fight against the Eagle clan, many would die. Dave knew how important even one of them was, so he immediately proposed his plan to Jane. He holds her hands and says, "Why don't you live in my space world, and no one will ever hunt you again and you can live a peaceful life." Jane was shocked, and even Grace's having an own world is impossible if you are not at the level of God. They didn't expect that he had his world and he even trusted them both as he revealed this secret. Dave saw how they reacted and replied, "Don't treat me like that, you both are my future wives so don't be shy on me," he said with a straight face, and both blushed. Jane didn't hate Dave as she even liked to be close to him and she wanted the safety of her clanmates, so she agreed. Dave smiled as he now had a new waifu, but it was sad as he needed first to reach Saint to dual cultivate with her. He can wait, and he wanted the Space Worm clan in his world as they can help him create many portals and he can now go back to this world if he wanted. Dave nodded and told everyone to take all their things as he would transfer them all to his world. He already notified his 2 cute wives to help them settle their things. Dave plans to kill these bastard eagles as they are planning to attack his lovely Jane. The space worms moved fast, and Dave waved his hands, then a huge light covered them all as they all disappeared into the place together with Jane. He let Jane be with her clanmates to calm their moods and organize them. Grace on the other hand was strong enough to be on par with the first Monkey and Turtle King, and she wanted to take revenge for Jane as they are plotting against her. Dave smiled and looked at Grace and said, "It looks like I can finally try to cook fried eagle wings, ha ha ha." Dave and Grace immediately went out to face the attackers. Dave saw 500 eagle soldiers and the weakest of them is at sage level. There are 3 people who are releasing an aura of middle-tier heavenly emperor sage, and Dave knew that they were the ones who were leading the troops. Dave already has some knowledge about many kingdoms, and the Eagle Kingdom is one of the strongest kingdoms in the beast's world. Dave knew why they only sent a mid-tier heavenly emperor sage, as they knew that space worms didn't excel in combat. Dave saw how arrogant their faces were and they stopped attacking as they saw Dave and Grace coming out. One of the leading Eagle clan members recognized Grace and asked, "Does your Butterfly Kingdom plans to stop our kingdom matters?" They also saw Dave and were shocked to see a human here in the beast's world. The ladies of the Eagle clan looked at him with lust while the men looked at him as if he was delicious food. Ding. You gain sin points. Lust plus 1 million, lust plus 1 million, lust plus 1 million, greed plus 1 million, greed plus 1 million, gluttony plus 500,000, gluttony plus 500,000. Dave smiled as he looks at them and said, "Is that all of you?" Total of 100 females and 400 males. These females are good and can become my maids, but these men's meat must be delicious for a spicy fried chicken. I am sure Draco would like it if I went back to Spirit World. The Eagle soldiers were in their human form so he could see how gorgeous the women of this race were, so he plans to make them his maids as his mansion was large and needed many people to manage. The Eagle soldiers were angered by his words, and even Grace felt that Dave is crazy. Dave smiled and said to Grace, "Only kill the men and don't damage my maids, haha." Dave waved his hands and released his skill charm to the females. The charm skill is very effective to females, and he can make them become his slaves as they have a weaker willpower than him. The 100 female Eagle members suddenly went forward and kneeled to him and looked at him with reverence. Dave nodded as he finally had many maids who could help the 20 maids he saved from the bandits. The male Eagles were stunned as some of them as their girlfriends and wife, but they were kneeling on him like a slave. Even Grace was stunned by his power, and she suddenly felt that she was lucky as she didn't become his enemy. The remaining Eagle members attacked them both as they were angry with Dave. Dave waved his hands, then the female Eagles disappeared and were transported into his world. Dave saw their attacks, so he used a space wall and no one can even penetrate his defense. Grace, who was fighting against an Eagle member, was stunned as she can see how good he is at using space magic. She knew how hard it was to master space magic as it was one of the supreme magic. She suddenly felt that being his wife is not bad as he was a genius who can achieve many things in the future. Dave waved his hands and a black sword appeared in his hands. It was his first time using this sword and it was bound to him, so it keeps getting stronger based on his power. This sword can absorb the blood of the target and make it stronger. He also remembers that he needed to look for sword techniques as his sword skills were maxed already. Dave inserted his mana on the sword, and he slashed towards them and said, "Wrath of the Sword Dragon." Everyone suddenly stops as they can feel the energy manifesting in the sky. They saw a shining red dragon appear in the sky and looked at them. It was one of the strongest skills in his sword technique, and even he was shocked by its power, and he can feel that it can decimate an entire kingdom. The dragon opens its mouth and releases a huge beam on its mouth toward them. Boom. Boom. Dave can feel the damage he created and saw that the crater the attacks created. He feels like this attack is good to use on a group of people if he wanted to decimate a place. Dave was satisfied, but he saw the 3 leaders survived, but they are full of wounds on their body. Dave didn't hit them as he needed the ingredient in his fried chicken. They revert to their eagle form, and they have already lost consciousness. Grace on the other hand was stunned as she didn't even have a chance to show her power. Dave easily cleared the enemy and Grace couldn't help but be in a daze as she never saw a sword attack like that. She felt that she was no match for him. She can't see his true level, but she knew his power wasn't far from her, so she was amazed at how strong his fighting skills were. Dave smirked and hugged Grace's waist and said, "What? Astonished? Of course your husband is strong, not just in bed." He winked at her, and she blushed as she remembered how good he was in bed. Even though it was her first time, she enjoyed it even though he was irritating. Grace pushes him and says, "Does our portal still okay?" Dave smirked and replied, "Of course, I protected the portal." The other portal was destroyed, but they can build it again as they already have its coordinates. Dave looked at the underground and it was now turned into ruins. There is a portal that was protected by Dave's energy. Of course, it was their portal to the Mermaid Empire. Dave knows that an empire is different from a mere kingdom, and he can see many strong clans and maybe some mythical beasts like Blizzard. Dave holds Grace's hands, then they both step forward to the portal and a white light covers them both as they disappear into the place. 5 minutes later, many Eagle clansmen appeared at the place where they fought and saw that there was nothing there, and all the Eagle soldiers and the space worms disappeared. Their kingdom was known as one of the fastest beasts and they could send news at a rapid pace. The king of the Eagle Kingdom heard what happened, so he was angry and ordered to look for a clue on what happened. He didn't know if his soldiers were still alive, but the one he cared about the most is the space worms. He thought that he can easily catch them to work for them, and he even planned to make their queen his slave. He also heard what is happening in the Turtle and Monkey Kingdom, and they kept guarding their treasury as there is a notorious master and disciple who likes to steal the kingdom's treasury. Dave and Grace emerged from a big tree in the forest. Dave looked at the surroundings and saw that this place is outside the Mermaid Empire. The Mermaid Empire can be located below the sea, so they must first pass the guards of the Mermaid Empire. The Mermaid Empire is covered with a big formation that only a 5-star formation master can bypass. If someone wanted to visit their empire, they needed to dive into the sea and pass the inspection of the guards to go inside, but with Dave's knowledge of formation, he can infiltrate the barrier without anyone noticing. Dave first went inside his world together with Grace to check the situation. Grace was astonished at how they suddenly appeared inside a majestic place with some stuff she didn't know. She saw some black screens on the wall and there was a beautiful rabbit woman who was holding a strange thing in her hands, and she could hear sounds from it. Pentakill Olivia laughed as she was screaming, and she saw Dave, so she excitedly went to show off. "Honey, look, I got Penta to kill, haha, look at Belle, she sucks, and her standing is 0-13-2. She smugly shows her standing and she even got Penta to kill. Since Dave teaches them to play this mobile game, they become addicted to it. His subordinates, after their work, will start to watch movies or play video games. They were already accustomed to his modern lifestyle while Blizzard was still sleeping and undergoing evolution. The holy fruit will also ripen tomorrow. Dave smiled and touched her head and said, "Good job, looks like you need to be Pentakill later." Olivia blushes and punches his chest weakly. "You always bully me, you even bring new women today, huh?" Dave smiled as he introduced Grace to her, and Grace was astonished to see how beautiful his women were and how they accepted the situation. She even saw a mermaid, and now she finally realized why Dave was asking her to bring him to the Mermaid Empire. Dave saw that the Space Worm clan already settled themselves as Jane was instructing them, and number 2 were also guiding them. He told Jane that the Eagle clan matters are already settled and they just need to relax. He told them that they can create a space hole here, but no one can come from outside in his world until he accepted them. The system would notify him if someone wanted to go inside his world. Of course, safety matters to him as he plans to let his loved ones stay in his world someday. He let Grace stay in his world first as he wanted to bring out Belle. He wanted to take a rest first as he wanted to level up his power. He got a total of 500 billion sin points from the Monkey and Turtle Kingdom. The Eagle race also supplied him with sin points. His total sin points are now 700 billion, and he was sure that he can level up many times with this. Power level, Peak Tier Heavenly King Sage Note, your power is converted into numbers LV, 24 horsepower, 62,000 MP, 90,000 exp, 08,192,000,000 STR, 2.300 AGI, 2,580 int, 2,900 sin points, 700 billion. Do you want to level up to level 25? Ding. You leveled up to level 25, minus 8,192,000,000. Do you want to level up to level 26, low tier Heavenly Emperor Sage? Ding. You leveled up to level 26, low tier Heavenly Emperor Sage, minus 16,384,000,000. Do you want to level up to level 27? Ding. You leveled up to level 27, minus 32,768,000,000. Do you want to level up to level 28, mid-tier Heavenly Emperor Sage? Ding. You leveled up to level 28, mid-tier Heavenly Emperor Sage, minus 65,536,000,000. Do you want to level up to level 29? Ding. You leveled up to level 29, minus 131,072,000,000. Do you want to level up to level 30, top-tier Heavenly Emperor Sage? Ding. You leveled up to level 30, top-tier Heavenly Emperor Sage, minus 262,144,000,000 power level. Top-tier Heavenly Emperor Sage note, your power is converted into numbers LV, 30 horsepower, 62,000 70,000 MP, 90,110,000 exp, 0,524,288,000,000 STR, 2,300 to 2,450 AGI, 2,580 2,700 INT, 2,900 3,100. Dave smiled as he felt that his strength rapidly rose as he was just reincarnated for just weeks. Some protagonists he reads in some novels are just weak and have no talent, then his fiancée will cancel their engagement. After that, his golden finger will show, and he will meet many life and death opportunities and practice for many years to get stronger while building his harem. When he reaches the pinnacle of power, then he would discover that it was just a lower realm and he needed to ascend to a higher realm. When he ascended, he could see many people on the same level as him, even a child. Then it would repeat as someone would bully him or try to snatch his companion or treasures. There will always have face-slapping scenes with young masters and encounter some jade beauties who are drugged, and he will save them by fucking them. Dave on the other hand feels like his rise is so fast that even some op MCs will cough in blood if they saw his progress. He was lucky as he was reincarnated as a human, not like some slime who can't enjoy the beauties of the world. Of course, he likes that novel, and he finished it in just a day as it only had 400 plus chapters. In his previous life, all the novels he read reached 500 plus, and any genre as long the MC is not a simp is okay. As Dave was thinking, he suddenly heard a notification in his head, and he was excited when he heard it. Ding. You reached level 30, and you can now get your new Primordial Sin. You want to spin the Primordial Sin roulette? Acquired Primordial Sins: Sin of Lust, Sin of Sloth, Sin of Wrath dash? Sin of Gluttony? Sin of Pride? Sin of Envy? Sin of Greed? Dave smiled as he finally could get his new Primordial Sin. Primordial Sin was too OP, and he read in some novels that the strongest sin of them all is either gluttony or pride. Gluttony can be used to absorb the energy or skills of his opponent like rhyme, or pride like the op Escanor in 7 Deadly Sins. He didn't mean that another sin was not good, but almost all protagonists in some novels had gluttony or pride. Dave didn't know what new Primordial Sin he could get, but he wished to get pride or gluttony. Start. Ding. Picking up a random Primordial Sin. 3, 2, 1, ding. You gained a new Primordial Sin Greed. Do you want to level up your new Primordial Sin Greed to your other sin's current level? Minus 500,000 skill points. Yes, your skill points are insufficient, so the system converted some of your sin points into skill points. Minus 500,000 skills points. Ding. Your Primordial Sin of Greed leveled up to LV.15. Ding. You've gained a new skill, Greed Frenzy. You can target your enemy's mind and corrupt it with greed. Ding. You've gained a new skill, Treasure Burn. You can use this skill for a certain limit of time to burn the treasures of your enemy and converts them into your energy. Dip. Use this on a rich opponent. Ding. You've gained a new skill, Treasure Guide. It's a passive skill that can make you feel as if there is a treasure nearby you. Ding. You've gained a new skill, Hands of Greed. You can take the treasures of your target without them noticing. Ding. You've gained a new skill, Seed of Greed. This skill can control the life and death of your target if you planted the seed of greed in their heart. Dave was astonished by his new skills. As expected of a sin skill, Dave already had many attack skills, and the Sin of Greed skill is very useful in his treasure hunting or robbing plan. The Seed of Greed was also one of the best because if he planted the greed in his target, he could control their life and death. It looks like he planted a bomb in their heart and he can detonate it any time he wanted. He only got 5 skills from it, but he was satisfied. They said that out of the 7 sins, greed is the best representation of humans, as they have never been satisfied with what they have, and they will keep seeking more until they didn't realize that their minds was being corrupted. If Dave were still in his previous life, maybe he would have already killed many corrupt politicians because of this skill. Dave cooked the eagle and made many dishes of it. There are some spicy wings, some were roasted while he cooked some foods in his previous life. The ladies never tasted something like this, but with his skill, he was confident that he could match a 5-star chef in this world. He stored some of them as he prepared them for his baby dragon and baby Fenrir. His connection with Draco was cut as he was in another world, so he misses him a bit. Dave also shares some of the meat with his subordinates, and even the eagle maids enjoy the meat of their leader. Dave also saw how fast the space worms dig out, and they already dig out many space portals. He plans to bring some of his women to the spirit world here someday, as the time here is different. He only had 3 days left, so he plans to finish his promise to Belle and let her meet her family. Even though he was not a good person, he was good with his partners. Dave can get many beautiful women out there because of his looks and status, but he was prideful as he likes to be the one who conquered them. Dave brought Belle outside as he wanted her to see her own home when she was a child. She wanted to be with Dave, but she wanted first to check with her parents if they are okay. She didn't care about ruling the mermaids, as she was satisfied with just being with Dave. Dave knew that there are many strong people here, and he was only a top-tier heavenly emperor sage. He estimated that his full power can par with a top-tier venerable, but he knows that there is maybe saint or higher here. Empire in the beast's world's also classifications. The empire with a saint king on it can be called a third-class empire. An empire that has a saint emperor can be classified as second-class empire, and the empire with an immortal can be called first-class empire. There are many first-class empires in the beast's world, but the only difference is the purity of their bloodline, or their race belongs to a mythical beast. Those mythical beasts' clans were at the top of the food chain of the beast world, and they can be considered as god of beasts. Many said that those who surpass the queen/king's bloodline become a god, so they disappear from the beast's world. Dave transformed himself into a merman, and a tail changed his foot, and his body became more muscular, as mermen in the Mermaid Empire are all muscular. They called it the Mermaid Empire because the first ruler of them was a woman, and no one knew where she went, as she disappeared together with the ancient mythical beasts. Dave holds Belle's hand as they dove through the water. Dave uses conceal together with Belle, and he can see how excited Belle was, as finally going to meet her parents again. He wanted to check the situation first, as he didn't know if that bastard aunt of Belle had a trap, or if something changed in the empire. As they went deeper, both could see a huge formation covering the whole empire. They are above the formation, and if someone wants to go inside, they need to go down deeper and pass the inspection at the gate. With Dave's formation knowledge, he can solve this, but he requires more time, as it is also a 5-star formation. 3 minutes later, Dave finally opened a small hole in the formation, so he went inside with Belle. Dave realizes how important his knowledge is in formation, so when he saves many sin points, he will buy the 9-star formation master knowledge in the system. He knew that it must cost an astronomical number of sin points, so he plans to do it later. In truth, even if he just sleeps, he can get sin points every day. Dave only didn't want to be lazy, as he likes adventure, and he can even collect beauty on the way. Dave and Belle went down while still concealing themselves. When they entered the formation, he was amazed at how they even had roads on the waters, and it looked like a normal empire on land. The only difference is they can swim, and it is impossible to suicide, as you will not fall as Dave did in his previous life. As they were concealing themselves, Dave can feel the strength of the people living there. There are many of them at the same level as him and above. He was astonished, and he was lucky that his skills were above his level, so it was not a problem for him to conceal himself. When he reached the Heavenly Emperor Sage, he can now level up his conceal and magical eyes, but he feels that it was sufficient for now, and he plans to upgrade them later. When they were collecting information, Dave heard interesting information from a group of people talking to each other. "Hey! Are you going to watch the wedding of our new queen Samantha?" one of the mermaids said as she asked her friends. "Of course, I will watch it, and I heard that the groom of the queen is a handsome merman, and he is the top prodigy of our mermaid clan. Our queen is also beautiful, so they are perfectly matched. It's a pity that our cute Princess Belle died when she was a child, so her parents were devastated and decided to step down from ruling the empire." One of them said while they were sighing. "Yeah, you are right, the king and the queen, that they were good rulers, but when Belle disappeared, they lost their motivation and always said that if they can't even manage to protect their daughter, how can they become a good rulers? The mother of our new queen is a bitch, and she likes to oppress many people to serve her like a slave." The new queen was like a puppet to her, as she didn't even reject when she wanted something and when she wanted her to be married to someone. As they are talking, Dave was astonished, but he expected it, as Belle disappears for 100 years and many things can change at that time. The evil aunt succeeds in taking the throne, and she gives it to her daughter. Belle wanted to cry about what she heard, but Dave hugged her and patted her back. "Don't worry, we will look for your parents, and I will torment that bitch aunt of yours." Belle nodded and calmed herself, as she knew that Dave would never lie to her.